Gao's marinated dishes were the first target. Gao Wenyue first reported their food to the Market Regulation Bureau, claiming there was a problem. The bureau staff looked at Gao Wenyue and then went to call their leader. Gao Wenyue stood calmly in the bureau's hall. Business is like war. From the day He Xiong opened He's marinated dishes, a fierce battle between her and He Xiong was inevitable. Lately, she kept thinking about He Xiong's dishes. The flavor was indeed good, making people want to eat more, craving those bites. Later, she realized something. Food that makes people want more is addictive. What can be addictive? It means that something was added to the dish that shouldn't be. Gao Wenyue sent He Xiong's dishes for testing, and the results confirmed her suspicions. The head of the Market Regulation Bureau came out and politely invited Gao Wenyue to his office. Gao Wenyue kept a small warning in her mind. She took out her work ID and said, "Director, let's keep it brief. My husband is waiting for me outside." She had seen news reports in her later life, showing that many people who reported others often couldn't leave once they entered, and their evidence was lost. After all, it concerns the He family. Gao Wenyue was very cautious. She first took out her work ID from the Municipal Party Committee guest house and mentioned that Lu Xiangye was waiting outside, clearly stating her identity as a military spouse. The section chief smiled kindly and said, "Boss Gao, don't be nervous. We won't do anything to you." Gao Wenyue smiled slightly, now feeling confident that nothing would happen to her. When the copy of the inspection report was handed in, the section chief's face changed. He carefully said, "Boss Gao, please wait a moment while I ask the leaders for instructions." Gao Wenyue nodded in agreement. That noon, while He's marinated vegetables was open for business, it was sealed by the local authorities. The storefront was completely closed off, and the vegetables sent to 2 factories were also stopped. He Xiong angrily rushed over. Both sides were negotiating, and customers stood on the street, feeling confused. Gao Wenyue appeared holding a loudspeaker. He Xiong ran over and shouted, "Did you do this?" Gao Wenyue replied, "Boss He, honesty is the best policy. As business owners, we should be able to withstand inspections." He Xiong, furious, sneered, "Maybe I was too kind to you. If I knew earlier, I would have dealt with you harshly." Gao Wenyue interrupted him, "You weren't very kind from the start either. Everyone is just doing business based on their abilities." He Xiong was taken away, and He's marinated vegetables was sealed. Gao Wenyue raised the loudspeaker and announced, "He's marinated vegetables has lowered its prices. To thank our new and old customers, we are reducing prices." At this point, the customers remembered He's marinated vegetables and started coming back to buy from Gao Wenyue's shop. Everyone was surprised to see several pages of notices posted at the shop entrance. "Boss, what are those papers posted at your door?" Gao Wenyue held the loudspeaker and said, "These are our business licenses, health inspection certificates, ingredient safety certificates, and other proof documents. They show that our products are safe and of good quality." Someone finally realized and asked, "Does that mean He's vegetables has a problem?" Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "I don't know about that. I can only guarantee that our food is safe." Hearing this, everyone's doubts grew. The owner and staff of He's vegetables were taken away, so surely there was a problem with their food. Within a day, the whole city was buzzing. People were saying that He's vegetables had been laced with something illegal. He's vegetables wasn't selling vegetables, it was selling something harmful. He Qingjun and Zheng Xiaohui hurriedly went to his family home, looking anxious. They had just gone to the business bureau to find someone, but no one was there. People in this era are very sensitive about the word marijuana. He Qingguo was so angry that he broke 2 cups, and the hot tea spilled on the ground. "Big brother, you have to save a Xiong." "Big brother, our Xiong has never even been in the kitchen. How could he know to put marijuana in the food?" He Qingjun and Zheng Xiaohui were both crying painfully. He Qingguo, with a face full of anger, told Zheng Xiaoli, "Go call a ping back." Zheng Xiaoli quickly replied, "I've called several times," but his secretary answered, saying he's in a meeting and can't leave. He Qingguo snorted coldly, "Keep calling him and tell him if he doesn't come back soon, he shouldn't bother to pay respects to his mother." As soon as he said that, He Qingjun and Zheng Xiaohui forgot their tears. The siblings, He Ping and He Xing, cared most about their deceased mother. At this moment, He Ping was sitting in his office, looking at the Taiping Hokue tea in a glass cup. This tea was a gift from Gao Wenyue. He Ping watched the tea leaves slowly unfurl, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Gao Wenyue's counterattack was perfect, hitting the target directly. He Ping and Gao Wenyue had a cooperative relationship, bound tightly. The more popular the He's marinated dishes became, the more it would boost the inn's occupancy. But He's marinated dishes were different. He Xiong's He's marinated dishes, in a sense, were Gao Wenyue's and He Ping's common competitors. Even if Gao Wenyue didn't actively fight back, He Ping would have to intervene at the meat factory. Soon, He Ping's smile faded. Thinking of He Qingguo's words, he decided to bring sister He back to He's family. Gao Wenyue was busy selling vegetables at her shop. Unknowingly, she had once again helped He Ping without realizing it. Several large pots of marinated dishes were sold out in no time. Ma Chunhua smiled so broadly her eyes narrowed into slits, her mood brightening after the gloom. It's better to stay busy. With this kind of business, I feel energized every day. Gao Wenyue heard this and asked, "Sister-in-law, if I ask you to work even busier, would you still be willing?" Ma Chunhua turned and smiled. "Of course, I'd be willing no matter how busy I get." Gao Wenyue asked, "Then, would you like to learn how to cook?" Ma Chunhua was stunned. She didn't understand what that meant. Gao Wenyue had long wanted to train a chef. She couldn't keep the secret recipe forever in the kitchen. That wasn't her goal. She had other things to do. She knew she would have to pass on the kitchen work eventually. After some observation, Gao Wenyue thought Ma Chunhua was a good candidate. Ma Chunhua exclaimed in surprise, "Yes, yes. I really want to do it." Ma Chunhua didn't expect she could get such a good opportunity. Working behind Gao Wenyue to learn cooking is much better than just selling vegetables for money. It's a real skill. Gao Wenyue thought for a long time about how to give Ma Chunhua a proper reward. If she set the reward too low, she wouldn't keep Ma Chunhua for long. If she set it too high, what level of salary would be considered high enough? In the end, Gao Wenyue decided to give her a profit-sharing plan. Only this way could she truly keep Ma Chunhua here. No, I can't take the profit share. I didn't invest money or skills, so how can I take part of the profit? Besides, in the past, when I learned cooking behind you, I had to pay. Ma Chunhua kept refusing. She felt it was already good enough to learn cooking from Gao Wenyue. How could she also share in the shop's profits? Gao Wenyue said, "Sister-in-law, listen to me. I give you a share of the profit so you will stay working here. What if you learn cooking well and are recruited by another shop?" Ma Chunhua quickly replied, "It won't happen, Wenyue. Trust me, sister-in-law, I won't do that." Gao Wenyue said, "I trust you, sister-in-law. But isn't it better if we have shared interests?" Gao Wenyue believed in Ma Chunhua now, but she didn't know if she would change in the future. Life is very long, and people's thoughts can change over time. Gao Wenyue firmly believed that in business, only shared interests can make friends forever. For example, she and He Ping are now on the same side. When the Industrial and Commercial Bureau investigated He Xiong for misusing marijuana, He Ping helped a lot. Ma Chunhua didn't say anything. Gao Wenyue said, "Sister-in-law, I will give you a 20% profit share. Think about it." After saying this, Gao Wenyue took the new contract and went to the machinery factory. "Boss Gao?" Zhao Guohua awkwardly came out of his office. Gao Wenyue, as usual, cheerfully called out, "Brother Zhao, I'm here again to sign a contract." The He family's preserved vegetable shop closed down, but the workers from these two big factories are still there. They still need to eat every day. Gao Wenyue isn't one to let money get in her way. She simply went directly to discuss orders. Even if she was once betrayed, it's fine now because it's their choice. Zhao Guohua couldn't help but admire Gao Wenyue more. Just her attitude is something many men can't match. Gao Wenyue signed new orders with both the machinery and woodworking factories. That night, Gao Wenyue was lying in Lu Xiangye's arms, talking about profit sharing. Lu Xiangye said, "Sister Chunhua will agree tomorrow." Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you so sure?" Lu Xiangye slipped his hand into Gao Wenyue's clothes and said, "It's obvious there are benefits. Who would refuse?" Gao Wenyue thought the same. The chef she was training was definitely her close confidant. If she wasn't, she wouldn't have shared her secret recipe for braised dishes. So Ma Chunhua would definitely agree. Next door, they were also discussing this matter. Ma Chunhua told Commander Wu about it. Commander Wu fell into deep thought. He lit a cigarette, and the room filled with smoke. Ma Chunhua wasn't in a hurry. She just waited quietly. Finally, Commander Wu spoke. "Child's mother, you should agree." Ma Chunhua nodded and said, "That's what I think too. But for the profit sharing, I only want 1/10." Commander Wu looked back in surprise and asked, "Have you thought it through?"
Ma Chunhua nodded firmly.
She owed her today to Gao Wenyue's care. Their family wasn't living easily. Commander Wu still had parents to support, and every month he sent money home. Ma Chunhua's salary eased a lot of the family's burden. So, late at night, Ma Chunhua got up and wrote a promise. Meanwhile, Gao Wenyue was about to sleep, but was awakened by Lu Xiangye. "No, I want to sleep," Gao Wenyue murmured in refusal. But her refusal didn't carry much weight. Lu Xiangye gently coaxed, "Wife, you sleep, I don't need you to move." The mosquito net above swayed back and forth. Gao Wenyue opened her eyes. She simply couldn't fall asleep like this. Lu Xiangye leaned closer and kissed the corner of Gao Wenyue's mouth. Since she couldn't sleep, she might as well enjoy it. Gao Wenyue reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning into him. They shared a passionate night, and Gao Wenyue fell asleep exhausted. Lu Xiangye knew Gao Wenyue's habits. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom to prepare warm water. When he carried a basin of hot water into the bedroom, Gao Wenyue was already kicking off the quilt. Lu Xiangye wrung out a towel and carefully wiped Gao Wenyue. Feeling refreshed, Gao Wenyue no longer kicked the quilt and finally slept peacefully. Lu Xiangye couldn't help but reach out and poke Gao Wenyue's nose. "You really are delicate," his words full of affection. When Gao Wenyue woke up the next morning, the bed beside her was already cold. Lu Xiangye trains every day before dawn, working out all year round with hardly any rest. The weather on the frontier is really harsh in winter, with strong winds outside. Gao Wenyue rolled over twice in bed. It was too warm under the blankets, and she didn't want to get up. Ma Chunhua agreed and asked for only a 10% share of the profits. Ma Chunhua also wrote a guarantee letter, saying she would always work for Gao's marinated dishes if she learned the secret recipe. If she broke this promise, she would return all her profits. Gao Wenyue asked surprised sister-in-law, who came up with this guarantee letter. Ma Chunhua shyly said, "I thought of it myself. I see you often sign contracts with customers, so I thought we should also sign one." Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, it's good that you have this awareness. Welcome to become a formal shareholder of Gao's marinated dishes." Shareholder? That means the second boss. Ma Chunhua laughed loudly. "Then I will be Boss Ma from now on." "Hello, Boss Ma." "Hello, Boss Gao." Gao Wenyue didn't use Ma Chunhua's guarantee letter, but it was a big step that she had this awareness. She helped Ma Chunhua draft a new contract, teaching her step by step how to prepare a partnership agreement. In the end, her share was still set at 20%. After the two signed the contract, Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua started cooking together. Ma Chunhua had been cooking in the kitchen for over 20 years. Once she mastered the secret recipe, she quickly got the hang of it. Her marinated dishes were almost as good as Gao Wenyue's. Gao Wenyue commented, "Practice a few more times. Be careful with the heat when stir-frying the caramel, and make sure each step's timing is precise." Ma Chunhua nodded and continued cooking. He Xiong's marijuana case caused a big fuss. He Xiong insisted he had no knowledge of the ingredients used in the marinated dishes. Everything was the chef's own decision. He family hired a lawyer to sue He Xiong. Ma Chunhua nudged Gao Wenyue with her elbow. "Wenyue, do you know that person? She's been watching you." Hita Ma stood quietly across the street, watching Gao Wenyue, no longer as enthusiastic as before. Gao Wenyue took off her apron and walked straight to the roadside. "Grandma He?" Gao Wenyu didn't know how long Grandma he had been standing there. She quickly brought her back to the shop. Ma Chunhua brought a hot water bag and handed it over. Only Gao Wenyu and Grandma he remained in the room. Gao Wenyu asked, "What's wrong with you?" Grandma he had been watching Gao Wenyu just now. Initially, when she learned about He Ping's feelings, she was very happy and wanted to help them get together. Later, He Ping told Aunt He that Gao Wenyu was already married. And he felt regretful for several days. She hadn't seen Gao Wenyu for a long time. Now, the entire He family was arguing because of Gao Wenyu. The girl in front of her was very impressive, smart, and resourceful. She truly admired her. "Let's have a glass of water to warm up first," Gao Wenyu said, handing her a hot drink. And he took the water and said, "Wenyu, I came to thank you." Gao Wenyu was surprised for a second and said, "I thought you came to seek revenge." And he was also stunned, but then started laughing. She said, "I wouldn't be seeking revenge from that troublemaker. I'd be happy for him to stay in jail forever." Gao Wenyu could tell that her cousin really didn't like her younger cousin. Today, Aunt He finally let out all her long-held worries, and she poured out her feelings. This also cleared up Gao Wenyu's confusion. The two siblings from the He family were the children of He Qinggua's first wife, meaning they were the original wife's children. He Qinggua's current wife is Zheng Xiaoyi's younger sister, Zheng Xiaoli. Both sisters married brothers at the same time. That was quite unusual and rare. But what was even more surprising was that before Zheng Xiaoli married He Qinggua, she was pregnant with a boy, but the pregnancy was lost. It said, "I pushed her down the stairs," and he said harshly. "When she was pregnant, my mother hadn't passed away yet. My mother was still in the hospital bed, and that wicked woman, relying on family ties, came to our house every day, but she ended up sleeping with my father." Gao Wenyu reached out to comfort Aunt He, gently patting her back to calm her down. She asked, "And then?" Aunt He said, "Her child was gone, and she could never have children again. I was also kicked out of the house, and my father cut off all ties with me. Honestly, I was glad about that." Gao Wenyu knew that Aunt He was not impulsive. She said, "I don't believe you would intentionally hurt a pregnant woman." Aunt He was stunned, and tears started to flow down her face. She said, "You are the third person to believe me. The first was He Ping, and the second was her current husband, an ordinary man with no background or power." Aunt He was very angry when she found out Zheng Xiaoli was pregnant. She was only 18 years old that year. Frustrated, she went upstairs to confront Zheng Xiaoli, but accidentally overheard the malicious plan of Zheng's two sisters. Marrying He Qinggua was just the first step. Their next move was to get rid of He Ping so that Zheng Xiaoli's baby could inherit the main family property. The Zheng sisters were after all the assets of the entire He family. Aunt He angrily opened the door to argue with the Zheng sisters. The three women had a fierce argument. As they left the room, Aunt He, standing at the staircase entrance, pushed Zheng Xiaoli lightly. Her push was gentle and not enough to cause her to fall. Someone behind also pushed her. "Was it Zheng Xiaoli who pushed you?" Gao Wenyu asked. "Yes, it was her," Aunt He said fiercely. It was easy to guess Zheng Xiaoli's thoughts. The sisters wanted to split the property, but she wanted to keep it all for herself. After that incident, Aunt He was kicked out of the house. He Ping was raised by his older sister. When their mother passed away, he naturally left the He family with his sister. But He Ping was ambitious. Over the years, through his own efforts, he managed to enter the official world. He Qinggua started meeting with He Ping frequently, training him as the next head of the He family. Gao Wenyu asked confusedly, "So, why are you here today?" And he said, "Thanks to you for sending He Xiong to jail." The second branch begged He Ping to help their son. In front of everyone, He Ping asked Zheng Xiaoli to tell the truth about what happened back then. She admitted it. Gao Wenyu understood. Aunt He had been wronged for many years, and now her innocence was finally proven. She was overjoyed and cried. This was the fairness He Ping fought for his sister. At this point, Gao Wenyu still felt a bit puzzled. She didn't think she was close enough to the He family siblings to know their family grudges and secrets. And he took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said shyly, "One cannot write two he characters. Aping must now save Hyeseong. Even if it means confronting the second branch, we can't let the He family be accused of drug trafficking." Wenyue, do you understand? Gao Wenyue naturally understood. Since ancient times, common people don't fight officials. Although Hyeseong isn't an official, he has a father in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and an uncle who is a vice mayor. Those are almost as good as official positions. She never thought about how long Hyeseong would stay in jail. Her original plan was just to ruin the He family's preserved vegetables business. Gao Wenyue saw Aunt He off. He Ping was waiting outside the shop. They nodded slightly to each other, exchanging a greeting. Mrs. He sat in the car, turned her head to look at Gao Wenyue's back, and said, "Aping, Wenyue is indeed a good girl. Unfortunately, you arrived too late." She didn't say this out loud, but she understood it clearly. A clever person like He Ping also knew this. He Ping could only smile bitterly. If He Ping wanted to become the head of the He family, he had to save Hyeseong. That was certain. Gao Wenyue didn't care about these things. During this quiet time without competitors, she focused on expanding the He family's braised food shop. One day, with nothing to do, Gao Wenyue sneaked over to the textile factory. Their shop was closest to the machinery factory and the carpentry shop, but farthest from the textile factory. Gao Wenyue noticed there were also some stalls outside the textile factory, but fewer. They mostly sold fresh vegetables, and there were very few vendors selling cooked food. Seeing this, Gao Wenyue understood. Many women worked at the textile factory. Most of them were rushing home to cook, taking care of the elderly and children. Naturally, they wouldn't stay outside to buy food. In her past life, Gao Wenyue's colleagues at the textile factory were like this, and she was the same later. Thinking about her past self, she felt she had been quite naive back then. Everyone was working, but men only needed to do their jobs, while women had to handle all household chores, including giving birth and raising children. This wasn't just her situation, it was the common reality for most women in society today. At this moment, it was time for the textile factory workers to finish their shift. A large group of women headed toward the gate, and their first stop was the vegetable stall. They quickly bought vegetables and left, eager to get home and cook. The vegetable stall owner had been watching Gao Wenyue for a while and approached her, saying, "Young comrade, are you thinking of setting up a stall here to do business?" Gao Wenyue replied, "Something like that. I originally wanted to sell cooked dishes." The owner shook his head and said, "You can't sell cooked dishes here. It might work elsewhere, but not at the textile factory gate." Gao Wenyue sighed and said, "I see that now." The owner smiled slightly and said, "Don't be discouraged, young comrade. You could bring in some fresh vegetables to sell. That business is pretty good. Just make sure to research what kinds to sell first, so you don't duplicate what we already have." He looked back at the other vegetable stalls and said, "The market demand here is limited. If you sell the same vegetables as us, you're just taking away our business." Gao Wenyue understood. No wonder the boss kindly reminded her. It was helping both others and herself. Unfortunately, the boss guessed wrong. Gao Wenyue sighed slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no plans to sell vegetables." A middle-aged woman was selecting vegetables nearby. Hearing their conversation, she asked curiously, "You're really interesting, comrade. If you're not selling vegetables, why do you look so down?" It was Wang Liyue who asked. She is the deputy director of the Textile Factory Union. Usually, she wouldn't casually strike up a conversation. Today, she was just drawn to Gao Wenyue's pretty appearance and couldn't help but look twice. Seeing her deep frown, she couldn't hold back and asked more. Gao Wenyue looked at the people choosing vegetables nearby and said, "Because I feel sorry." "Feel sorry? Feel sorry?" Both the boss and Wang Liyue asked together, their eyes full of confusion. Gao Wenyue nodded firmly and said, "I just saw that after work. They still come here to buy vegetables.
I feel sorry for them.
They've worked all day, finally finished, and can rest a bit, but they still come to buy vegetables. Do they then go home to cook?" The boss smiled kindly and said, "That's normal. Everyone does it like that." Gao Wenyue asked back, "That's why I feel sorry. People still cling to old ways. Even though we all earn money, we're still reluctant to spend it. In the end, it's the women who suffer. We earn just as much as men, but after work, we still have to buy vegetables, cook, do housework, and take care of children. Isn't that heartbreaking? The two women opposite her fell silent after hearing this. Gao Wenyue continued, and this feeling of sympathy can only be understood by us women. If men truly cared for us, they wouldn't let us do so much. If men don't care about us, why should we work so hard to save money? These were just her thoughts. Suddenly, she realized she had spoken too much today. Maybe seeing a familiar scene reminded her of her past self. In her previous life, Gao Wenyue was too naive. Wang Liyue suddenly threw down the vegetables she was holding. She clapped her hands and said, "Comrade, even if you said that on purpose to sell vegetables, your words make sense. Sister, I've taken it to heart." Wang Liyue misunderstood Gao Wenyue's words as intentional to promote sales. Even the vegetable seller thought the same way. Gao Wenyue's words really touched her heart. She was out selling vegetables, but soon she would go home to cook for her mother-in-law and her family. Clearly, that family did nothing at home, yet they expected her, the woman who earned money, to serve them. "Young comrade, when will your cooked dishes be ready?"
I want to buy some.
"Why do I have to get up before dawn to buy vegetables and sell them, then go home to serve the whole family?" "I won't serve them anymore," the boss shouted excitedly. "I want to buy some too," Wang Leo also said, but she didn't say much else. Many women were choosing vegetables at the stall, and they all shouted, "I want some too. Today, I want to rest." Gao Wenyue didn't expect that she accidentally opened up a new market for the textile factory. She loudly said, "Yes, everyone can have some. I'll give everyone a discount. Comrades, even though I sell vegetables, my main hope is that everyone can love themselves." Wang Lei waved her hand jokingly and said, "Of course we know that. If you just fool around, how can we believe you?" Someone echoed, "Even Director Wang from the union believes in you." "Of course, we believe in you too." A voice from the crowd said, "Because what he said is true, that's why we listen." As soon as those words finished, everything suddenly went quiet. This is true, but it is also very sad. Wang Lei stepped forward and said, "Comrades, from now on, we can change our ideas. Why do we work so hard to earn money? Isn't it to live a better life? When we earn money, we still hesitate to spend it. The cheap ones are those annoying men." This young comrade said it well. Women need to learn to love themselves. The union leader's good example influenced many women. They all asked to order meals, to buy cooked dishes from Gao's pickled vegetable shop, so they could eat ready-made food after work and have some rest. Of course, this only affected a small group. Most women, due to family financial reasons, still chose to buy vegetables and cook at home because it was more economical. Even so, this caused quite a stir at the textile factory. That afternoon, Wang Lei went to Gao's pickled vegetable shop. "Young comrade, so you're the owner of Gao's pickled vegetable shop?"
No wonder, no wonder.
Wang Lei murmured several times. Previously, Wang Lei thought Gao Wenyue had a high level of thinking. Once she learned that Gao Wenyue was the owner of Gao's marinated meat shop, she suddenly understood. Someone who can cook for top leaders and has opened a marinated meat shop that becomes popular across the city naturally has a strong sense of ambition. Now, Wang Lei felt a bit embarrassed because Gao's marinated meat shop's success had inspired many others to start similar businesses, but most were small-scale. She originally thought Gao Wenyue's shop was just a small stall, and she planned to prepare some marinated dishes for workers at the textile factory to save them time and improve their welfare. However, the factory's orders were few, and most people were reluctant to spend money. Plus, the factory was far from Gao's shop. Now, Wang Lei felt ashamed to even mention her small orders. When Gao Wenyue found out, she immediately said, "Sister Wang, I wasn't just talking casually at noon. It's great that everyone has this awareness of convenience. No matter how many orders the textile factory has, I will deliver the dishes to their door. Even if there's only one order, I will keep delivering." At that moment, Gao Wenyue felt that earning money was secondary. Awakening women's awareness was more important. As Gao's marinated meat business grew, Gao Wenyue was considering whether to hire another employee, preferably a man. to handle purchasing and delivery. Comrade Ma Chunhua said she could manage the delivery work herself, and hiring could wait. Gao Wenyu thought that this new year would be the most significant change for the country, so she decided to wait until the new year to arrange this. By then, it was almost the new year. People on the streets were selling couplets and firecrackers, and every household was preparing for the holiday. Wenyu, this is your first year after getting married. Will you go back to your hometown with Captain Lu for the new year? Ma Chunhua asked as she turned around. Gao Wenyu was busy calculating expenses. When she heard this, her movements froze. The word home felt unfamiliar to her. To her, the Gao family in Rongqing was not truly her home. If she had to say where her home was, it would be the frontier family compound. Since joining the military, Gao Wenyu had been living in the frontier. She felt comfortable there and hadn't thought much about Rongqing for a long time. In the past 6 months, the Gao family had called her a few times at the family compound, but she never answered. The letters they sent she simply threw into the stove as firewood. She preferred to keep her distance and didn't want to know anything about the Gao family or Gao Hongyan. Ma Chunhua saw Gao Wenyu didn't speak and looked lost in thought. She thought Gao Wenyu missed home and comforted her, saying, "In a few days, you'll see your family. Our unit is understanding. They know it's hard for military wives to stay with their husbands. Usually, in the first year after marriage, they give the soldiers a holiday to go home and celebrate the new year together." Gao Wenyu didn't want to talk about this and asked sister-in-law, "Are you going back to your hometown?" Ma Chunhua shook her head and said, "No, we didn't go last year. Our family of 5 only went once. This year, we'll send more money home instead." Then Ma Chunhua said kindly, "Wenyu, if you're going home, go ahead. I'm here at the shop." Gao Wenyu nodded, deciding to ask Lu Xiangye about going back. On the way home, Gao Wenyu noticed every family was cleaning thoroughly. The festive atmosphere was strong, and everyone was preparing early for the new year. When Gao Wenyu got home, she suddenly craved hot pot. She took out the hot pot ingredients she prepared last time, boiled some in the soup, and washed some vegetables to eat later. When Lu Xiangye returned, they started dinner. Lu Xiangye picked up a slice of meat and put it in Gao Wenyu's bowl, saying, "Mom called today and asked when we're coming back." Gao Wenyu froze for a moment. Did Xiao Hong call the military unit? Seeing her expression, Lu Xiangye understood. She was overthinking. He explained it was my mom who called. Gao Wenyu then realized it was Li Sufang who called. Since Gao Wenyu joined the military and moved to the border, Li Sufang had been writing a letter once a month. As a mother-in-law, she was considerate, often sending food and tickets to show her care. If she called, she would first communicate with Lu Xiangye, her son, and only after he checked with Gao Wenyu would she call. Most importantly, Li Sufang worried that Gao Wenyu would be bored at the family residence and comforted her not to worry about work, encouraging her to let her husband earn the money. Gao Wenyu found her mother-in-law very funny. She was quick to speak and told her about her shop and business. When Li Sufang learned Gao Wenyu was running a business, she asked if she was tired, which moved Gao Wenyu. She didn't get maternal love from Xiao Hong, but felt it from Li Sufang. Gao Wenyu smiled slightly and asked, "Should we go back?" After Li Sufang's question, Gao Wenyu still had some thoughts about returning home. Lu Xiangye's eyelids slightly drooped. He knew well that his wife had a poor relationship with her family. He only felt heartache. Lu Xiangye put down his chopsticks, reached out, and held Gao Wenyu's hand. He said, "I listen to you. If you want to go back, then go. If not, we can stay here for the new year." Gao Wenyu was very touched when she heard this. She knew he was considering her feelings. Because the Lu family always thought about Gao Wenyu's feelings, she couldn't just think about herself. So, Gao Wenyu immediately decided, "Let's go back. It's rare to have a holiday. If we don't go this year, we might not be able to go next year." Lu Xiangye looked into Gao Wenyu's eyes and said, "Wife, don't force yourself. You don't need to consider anyone's feelings. Just follow your own mind." Gao Wenyu nodded and held Lu Xiangye's hand. She said, "That's how I feel right now. Lu Xiangye, I want to go back for the new year, to celebrate with your family." Hearing this, Lu Xiangye smiled and gently hugged her. Gao Wenyu leaned in his arms and mumbled, I plan to bring some special treats back. I need to start preparing in the next few days. Thinking about going back, Gao Wenyu suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. She quickly sat up excitedly and asked, Lu Xiangye, is your sister about to have her baby? Lu Xiangye nodded and said, I called her a few days ago. She said it should be any day now. Remembering the ending of Lu Anning in her previous life, Gao Wenyu hurriedly asked, when are we going back? Today is already the 24th day of the lunar calendar, and New Year is just a few days away. Lu Xiangye reached out and gently poked Gao Wenyue's nose, saying affectionately, wife, you're really impatient. We just decided to go back. Gao Wenyu didn't want to tell Lu Xiangye more details about this matter, as no one would believe it if she did. She could only say, since we've decided to go, let's leave early so that Mom and the others won't be waiting anxiously at home. Lu Xiangye said, I'll apply to the army tomorrow. We can leave by the day after tomorrow at the latest. That means leaving on the 26th of the lunar month. Thinking about the travel time, Gao Wenyu asked nervously, will we make it on New Year's Eve? Lu Xiangye cleared his throat and said, yes, we will. We're taking a different route this time. A flash of something crossed Gao Wenyue's mind, but it was too quick for her to catch, so she didn't pay much attention. Until they boarded the train and saw the scenery along the way, Gao Wenyu realized that the view was not as beautiful as when they came. During Gao Wenyue's third question, Lu Xiangye finally explained, at the time, I thought you didn't want to follow the army, so I wanted you to see the scenery along the way, hoping you would fall in love with this borderland land. Gao Wenyu opened her mouth wide, feeling both angry and touched inside. Lu Xiangye, you've planned this for a long time. A long-standing secret crush, Gao Wenyu falling in love with Lu Xiangye, was only a matter of time. At Rome City train station, Chen Fong was driving Lu Jiangwo's car to pick up Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyu. Xiangye, Wenyu, you've had a long train ride. It must have been tiring, Chen Fong said warmly as he saw them and hurried to carry their luggage. Seeing Chen Fong, Gao Wenyu thought of her sister Anning and asked caringly, brother-in-law, how's my sister lately? Is she about to give birth? Chen Fong was driving ahead and turned back with a sincere smile. Your sister has been saying her stomach hurts now and then these days. She'll probably give birth soon. Gao Wenyu suggested, why not go to the hospital now and wait for the delivery? That way, when the contractions come, you won't be caught off guard. Chen Fong kept driving and casually replied, staying in the hospital isn't comfortable, especially in winter. Besides, at home, my mom can cook some nourishing food for your sister. Gao Wenyu stopped speaking. Since my mom said so, what else could she say? Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hand resting on her lap tightly. Gao Wenyu looked back and saw Lu Xiangye. His eyes asked her what was wrong. This man was very perceptive of her unhappiness. Gao Wenyu nodded slightly at Lu Xiangye, signaling she was fine. Lu Xiangye held her hand even tighter and kept looking at her, as if he wouldn't give up until he got an answer. Gao Wenyu had no choice but to gently whisper in Lu Xiangye's ear, I'll tell you when we get back. Chen Fong, in front, saw their little interaction and smiled happily. Lu Jiangwo and Li Sufang stood at the door waiting for them. Their family had a pregnant woman, so they stayed to prepare lunch and take care of the expectant mother. Lu Anning stood at the door and said, I still haven't met Wenyu. Mom, do you think she'll like the gift I prepared for her? Lu Anning had made a scarf herself, a bright red one for celebration. Li Sufang said, she'll like it. Wenyu has a good personality, and I'm sure you'll get along well. As Chen Fong parked the car in the family courtyard, Gao Wenyu returned to her in-laws' home after more than half a year. Regarding Gao Wenyu and Lu Xiangye's return, the entire Lu family was very happy, especially because Gao Wenyu gave thoughtful gifts that truly touched their hearts. Wenyu, the embroidery on this clothes is so beautiful. I want to keep it as a keepsake. Would it be too wasteful to give it to the baby to wear? Lu Anning asked while holding some pure cotton baby clothes. Gao Wenyu smiled and said, it's not wasteful at all to dress the baby in it. Your niece or nephew will look very cute in these. Gao Wenyu prepared baby supplies for Lu Anning and Chen Fong. She asked Wang Xiuli to help make some baby clothes, as Wang Xiuli had previously made beautiful pillowcases for her. Wang Xiuli directly gave Gao Wenyue the baby clothes she had made and said that since her own baby was still unborn, she didn't mind giving them away. Gao Wenyue thought about it and paid her promptly. Under Gao Wenyue's influence, Wang Xiuli and Manhwa had become used to earning money for their work. They believed that labor deserved fair pay. Today is the 29th day of the lunar calendar. During dinner, Gao Wenyue asked, "Big sister, are you showing signs of labor?" Lu Anning works in the publicity department at the machinery factory, where Lu Zhengwo and Li Sufeng also work. She had started her maternity leave a few days earlier and had been staying at the Lu family to rest. With her pregnant belly, Lu Anning said, "Sometimes my belly tightens suddenly, but then it relaxes again. It doesn't seem like I'm about to give birth." Chun Fong said, "Better to give birth a few days later. If you do it at the end of the year, when the new year comes, the baby will be a year old again, which isn't fair to the baby." People in this era count age based on the lunar calendar, so a newborn is considered 1 year old, and after the new year, they turn 2. Gao Wenyue knew this custom, but Lu Anning and Chen Fong's baby was destined to be 2 years old from the day of birth. Xiangye said, "When you and I prepared a gold lock. When the baby is born, we'll put it on him." Gao Wenyue rolled her eyes and said, "That's for him to wear when he grows up. He can't wear it now, the lock is too heavy." Xiangye quickly responded, "Then we'll wait until he's older to put it on." Lu Yingzhong, who was married to his wife, usually had no principles when it came to her. The Lu family rarely saw Xiangye like this, and everyone looked at them with curiosity. Lu Anning joked, "Mom, you were worried about their relationship before. Look at Xiangye now. He's so caring for his wife." Li Sufeng smiled happily and said, "That's good. As long as you all live peacefully, your dad and I can rest easy." Gao Wenyue looked at the table full of delicious food. The 2 elders in front of her looked at her kindly, and her caring sister-in-law and brother-in-law also showed warmth. She felt very touched inside. She smiled softly and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Xiangye and I are doing well." Hearing this, Lu Xiangye turned to look at Gao Wenyue with a gentle gaze. The Lu family members saw this, and all looked surprised. This was the first time they saw Lu Xiangye show such a gentle expression, as he usually appeared cold and distant. Everyone at the table admired Gao Wenyue, thinking she was talented to have one over Lu Xiangye. Lu Zhengwo raised his glass and said, "That's right. A happy family is the greatest happiness. Come on, let's toast, the 3 of us." Lu Xiangye stood up voluntarily and refilled Lu Zhengwo's glass, then poured a drink for Chen Fong. Chen Fong reached out to block his glass and smiled as he explained, "I won't drink today. My parents are waiting at home for me and aiming to return for the spring festival. I need to take her back soon." Hearing this, Lu Anning, who was eating fish, suddenly stiffened. She was not happy about staying with her rural mother-in-law. Lu Zhengwo and Li Sufeng also knew this, but once a daughter is married, she can't stay at home forever, not even during the new year. If she didn't visit her husband's family, people might gossip. So Lu Zhengwo nodded and said, "All right, you can take my car back later. Keep the car at your place these days. If Aining gets upset, you can drive her to the hospital." Lu Zhengwo's car was provided by the machinery factory, and he had already become the factory director before the new year. Chun Fong quickly said, "Thanks, Dad. I think the same." Gao Wenyue could tell that Lu Anning didn't want to go back to her husband's family. The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed, but Chun Fong was still sitting there, so she couldn't directly persuade him not to go home. After lunch, Li Sufeng started packing up, wanting Aining to take some food and drinks home. Lu Anning kept saying, "Mom, that's enough. You can keep the rest for yourselves. I don't need so much." Li Sufeng was a high-ranking leader outside but was a caring mother at home, always thinking about her children. Gao Wenyue could hear the sounds from the kitchen and the bedroom and liked the atmosphere of the Lu family. Xiangye peeled an orange and handed it to Gao Wenyue, still remembering what happened in the car. "Wife, are you unhappy with my brother-in-law?" Lu Xiangye frowned and said, "You looked at him several times today. Every time you looked, you were frowning. Isn't that a sign of disapproval?" Chen Fong works in the logistics department of a machinery factory. When he was hired, he got in based on his own skills. For a rural kid, this was a huge achievement, and the Chen family was very proud of him. This was a big happy event in the countryside, but in the city, Chen Fong was just a poor young man. Luckily, Lu Anning and Chen Fong liked each other. Chen Fong is honest and kind. When Lu Anning brought Chen Fong into the house, Lu Jiangwo and Li Sufang didn't say much. As long as Chen Fong worked hard and treated their daughter well, they wouldn't interfere with her marriage. But just before the wedding, they found out that Chen Fong had a difficult mother. Chen's mother always tried to control Lu Anning. She didn't think it was a blessing for her daughter to marry into their family. Instead, she believed her son was capable, which is why a city girl wanted to marry into the Chen family. She also wanted to act like the mother-in-law in front of Lu Anning. Lu Xiangye said, "My brother-in-law has always been good to my sister, except for his mother. There's nothing more to say." Gao Wenyue thought to herself, "It's this mother that might end up costing your sister her life." Seeing Gao Wenyue hesitate, Lu Xiangye asked, "Sister-in-law, is there anything you can't tell me?" Gao Wenyue thought for a moment and said, "I don't dislike brother-in-law. I just think my eldest sister doesn't want to go back to her in-law's house. I want her to stay at home for a few days." Just now in the car, brother-in-law said he wanted to take her home for the new year. "I was thinking, since my sister is on vacation and staying here, she probably doesn't want to go back to her in-law's house. My sister is pregnant and about to give birth. Her wishes should come first. I wanted to ask brother-in-law if she could stay at home to rest before giving birth. But I was worried he might misunderstand and think we dislike his parents. That's why I hesitated to speak." Gao Wenyue's explanation was reasonable, and Lu Xiangye immediately believed her. The man was touched and reached out to hug Gao Wenyue, saying, "Thank you, wife." Gao Wenyue could feel that Lu Xiangye was clearly relieved. He cares a lot about his family and wants to have a good relationship with them. Thinking of this, Gao Wenyue wanted to keep Lu Anning at home even more. She reached out and hugged Lu Xiangye, saying, "Xiangye, let's keep eldest sister at home to rest before she gives birth. When she goes into labor, we can take her to the hospital in time." Lu Xiangye froze for a moment. He shook his head and said, "My parents won't agree. They will definitely want my older sister to go back and spend the new year with her husband's family." Lu Jiangwo and Li Sufang are thinking about Lu Anning, worried she might be seen as disrespectful to her in-laws. Gao Wenyue changed her approach and said, "They say giving birth is like passing through a dangerous gate. You know how my sister-in-law's mother is. If we don't send her to the hospital in time, something bad might happen." Lu Xiangye's hands paused. He frowned and said, "It shouldn't be that serious, right? She's from the Chen family, and her husband is at home." In her previous life, Gao Wenyue only heard about this matter when she visited her parents on the second day of the new year, and she didn't hear what Chen Fong did about it. But she guessed that Chen Fong didn't take any real action, regardless of his attitude. Otherwise, Lu Anning wouldn't have died from a difficult childbirth. Gao Wenyue asked again, "What does it matter if her husband is there? If her mother-in-law causes trouble, my sister will be the one suffering." Lu Xiangye's brows furrowed deeply. Gao Wenyue continued, "My sister only has this one chance to have a child in her life. We are her family, and if we stay by her side, she'll be very happy. Isn't it better for her to have a peaceful childbirth?" Lu Xiangye nodded and said, "You're right, wife. I'll talk to my brother-in-law." Gao Wenyue smiled happily. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, excitedly kissing his cheek and saying, "Husband, you should go now." This was a new phrase Gao Wenyue had recently learned. When they were intimate at night, Lu Xiangye would often call her husband. Over time, Gao Wenyue sometimes called him that during the day too. Lu Xiangye was instantly excited. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. When Lu Xiangye left the room, Gao Wenyue's cheeks were flushed. She lay on the bed, feeling completely relaxed after the kiss. As Lu Xiangye left the room, Li Sufang was in the kitchen frying round dumplings. She waved at Gao Wenyue. "Wenyue, come here." Gao Wenyue looked over and asked, "Mom, are you frying round dumplings?" Li Sufong picked up a plate of fried dumplings and handed it to her. Try my cooking. Gao Wenyue picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a dumpling filled with radish. It was crispy and delicious. Yummy. Get 2 more. After finishing the dumplings, Gao Wenyue was about to wash her hands and help Li Sufong. Wenyue, you don't need to do the chores. Sit and rest for a bit and eat something. Mom, I want to help you. 2 people working together will be faster. I'm on vacation now and don't have much to do. Why rush to finish things? Li Sufong didn't want Gao Wenyue to do anything and asked her to sit in the kitchen and chat. Wenyue, running the shop over there must be hard. Don't just focus on earning money. Take care of your health too. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, It's not hard. I work with a sister-in-law from the family compound. Li Sufong said, That's good. At least you can rest a bit. While they were talking in the kitchen, Lu Anning suddenly rushed in excitedly. Wenyue, walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. Li Sufong was about to put down her plate to help her, but Gao Wenyue quickly went to support Lu Anning. Lu Anning, excited, reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hand, saying, Wenyue, did you ask Xiangye to talk to your brother-in-law? That's great. I can stay home for the new year. Inspired by Lu Anning's smile, Gao Wenyue smiled and said, Yes, as long as Big Sister is happy. Li Sufong asked curiously, What are you two talking about? Lu Anning happily said, Mom, Xiangye just talked with Afong. Afong said we will stay here for the new year. He will tell his parents later, so I won't go back for the holiday. Li Sufong immediately frowned and said, That's not right. Staying here during the new year instead of going to your husband's family will cause gossip. Lu Anning's originally uplifted mouth slowly drooped. Gao Wenyue quickly explained, Mom, don't blame Big Sister. I told Xiangye and asked him to talk to our brother-in-law. Li Sufong asked confusedly, Wenyue, why is that? Gao Wenyue looked back at Lu Anning and said, Because we are women, and no woman wants to be afraid when giving birth. Big Sister is about to have her baby, so she must be very scared. This is her home, and she wants to stay here to have the baby. We just need to be strong support and let her stay peacefully. She spoke softly. I haven't experienced my parents' love. My parents only love my sister, not me. When I saw Big Sister wanting to stay here to have her baby, I wanted to help her stay. You love her and have the ability to let her stay. Why push her into her husband's family just for the sake of reputation? Hearing this, Lu Anning suddenly started crying, tears flowing uncontrollably. Gao Wenyue took out a handkerchief to wipe Lu Anning's tears. She said, Besides, you know what kind of person my brother-in-law's mother is. There's no need to make the eldest sister feel upset again. How many children can she have in her lifetime? If she wants to stay, let her stay.
Li Sufang listanat silanli.
Her daughter was crying, and her daughter-in-law was showing kindness. She couldn't bear to push her daughter away anymore. Li Sufang then said, All right, then stay here for the new year. Lu Anning reached out and grabbed Gao Wenyue, saying, Wenyue, thank you. Gao Wenyue smiled brightly and said, Big Sister, you're welcome. Thinking about what Gao Wenyue just said, Li Sufang put down her dumpling filling, washed her hands, and called Gao Wenyue into the room. Wenyue, open this and take a look. Li Sufang handed her a small, square box. Lu Anning saw the box and smiled. She winked at Gao Wenyue, signaling her to open it. In the eyes of both women, Gao Wenyue opened the box. Inside was a bright green, transparent jade bracelet. Its shine showed the quality of the jade. Gao Wenyue hesitated and asked, What is this? Li Sufang smiled warmly and said, This was left to me by Xiangye's grandmother. Now, I'm giving it to you. Lu Anning deliberately said nearby, It's an old antique, just this one. I don't even have one. Gao Wenyue quickly said then, Big Sister, you should keep it. Lu Anning shook her head and said, I can't take this. This is from Mom to you. Li Sufang reached out and took the jade bracelet, placing it on Gao Wenyue's wrist. She raised Gao Wenyue's hand and said, Look how beautiful it is. Gao Wenyue liked the bracelet very much. She quickly thanked her, saying, Thank you, Mom. I really like this gift. Li Sufang patted her hand and said, If you like it, that's good. From now on, your mom will take care of you. Gao Wenyue found her tears were very easy to fall now. Just this one sentence moved her so much that tears streamed down her face. Li Sufang hugged Gao Wenyue and patted her back, saying, "Wenyue, don't cry. From now on, you're dad, and I will take care of you." While comforting her outwardly, her heart was full of pain. She had already cursed Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong hundreds of times. As a daughter-in-law for half a year, she knew what kind of people the Gao family was. Their Liu family daughter-in-law was just a simple girl at home, while their Liu family daughter-in-law was treated like a treasure. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have helped Gao Ziqiang get promoted. Li Sufang's concern for Gao Wenyue reached its peak. She took out a stack of money and asked Liu Xiangye to take Gao Wenyue shopping for clothes. "Take your wife shopping for a few new outfits, spend all the money, and you can't come back until it's all gone." Liu Xiangye looked at the pile of cash in his arms, still not understanding what was happening, when Liu Anning, heavily pregnant, walked over. "Xiangye, I want to give you some money to buy clothes." "Help me pick some out," she said. Liu Anning placed several 10-yuan bills into Liu Xiangye's arms. Before Liu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue could refuse, Liu Anning started pushing them out the door. With her big belly, neither of them dared to fight her, so she really pushed them out. They stood at the gate of the Liu family yard, looking at each other. Liu Xiangye counted the bills in his hand. 1,080 yuan. Who goes shopping with over 1,000 yuan? It's the Liu family. Liu Xiangye took Gao Wenyue to the biggest department store in Rongqing, heading straight to the women's clothing section. Since it involved his wife, Liu Xiangye carefully picked out clothes. Near the Spring Festival, everyone wants to wear new clothes. The clothing department was crowded with people choosing outfits. The entire women's section was filled with women, and Liu Xiangye, a man, looked very out of place. People secretly looked at him. But Liu Xiangye was unaware and happily picked clothes for Gao Wenyue. "Wife, try this coat," Liu Xiangye said, holding a white coat. Seeing he already had several outfits, Gao Wenyue hurried over and said, "That's enough. Don't pick any more." She took the clothes to the fitting room, where someone else was changing, and waited outside. Next to the fitting room, a saleswoman smiled and asked, "There's also a black and a red coat. Those two colors sell very well. Would you like to try them on?" Gao Wenyue saw those two colors, but neither was her favorite. She thought the white one looked the best, but most of the remaining stock was white. She shook her head and said, "No, thank you." As she spoke, the woman in the fitting room came out wearing a black coat of the same style. When Gao Wenyue came out in the white coat, the woman's eyes lit up and said, "The white coat looks best. It's just a bit hard to keep clean." The saleswoman looked at Gao Wenyue and said, "You look very handsome in this white coat. You're tall and slim. This coat was made for you." Liu Xiangye came over and said, "Just this one then." He didn't even ask about the price, and the saleswoman's eyes immediately lit up with happiness. A white coat, priced at 89 yuan. Many people tried it on but didn't buy it. Only Gao Wenyue tried and then purchased it, even though white coats are known to be hard to keep clean. People around looked at Gao Wenyue with envy. Liu Xiangye also picked out an apricot-colored sweater and white pants for Gao Wenyue. When put together, she looked fresh and nice. Later, Liu Xiangye chose a few more clothes for her, paid, and they left the store together. As they walked out of the mall, a woman stared at their backs, lost in thought. Gao Hongyan, hiding over there enjoying herself? Hurry up and come pay. Mom, I'm coming. Liu Xiangye took Gao Wenyue to get a custom cheongsam made. When they were at the mall, Liu Xiangye thought his wife would look very beautiful in a cheongsam. Making a custom cheongsam involves choosing fabric and taking measurements. They got distracted, and by the time they returned home, it was completely dark. Gao Wenyue looked around and saw only Liu Jiangwo and Li Sufang at home, and she was surprised. "Mom, where is big sister?" Li Sufang sighed deeply and said, "She was taken away by her mother-in-law." Gao Wenyue's heart skipped a beat. She was careless. It turned out that shortly after Gao Wenyue and Liu Xiangye left, Mother Chen arrived. Her only goal was to bring her daughter-in-law home for the new year. She started crying, throwing tantrums, and threatening to hang herself, determined to take Lu Anning back. Gao Wenyue hurriedly asked, "Did brother-in-law stop her?" Li Sufang shook her head and said, "No, I didn't see a Fong. It was his mother, who came to pick her up." Lu Xiangye's brow furrowed slightly and said, "Mom, didn't we agree that big sister would stay at home? How could she be taken away?" Lu Xiangye respects his brother-in-law Chen Fong, but he doesn't like his mother-in-law at all. He doesn't even want to call her an elder. "It was me who told your sister to go back," Lu Jiangwo said, walking over with a cup of tea. Li Sufang sighed and said, "It's not your dad's fault. His mother was arguing at the door, insisting on taking your sister back, saying she was making chicken soup for her." Gao Wenyue turned to Lu Xiangye and said, "Xiangye, let's go get big sister back." Lu Xiangye immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Lu Jiangwo disapproved and said, "Nonsense, people will talk about us." Gao Wenyue turned back and said, "Dad, Xiangye, and I will go to bring her back. Just pretend you don't know about this. If there is a conflict, it will only be an old lady arguing with us younger generations over trivial matters." Li Sufang's eyes lit up, clearly pleased with this idea. Lu Jiangwo looked hesitant. He knew that Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye cared about Lu Anning, but people can be shameless. Mrs. Chun was willing to shout loudly at the door, which the Lu family couldn't accept. Gao Wenyue continued, "Dad, Mom, why didn't brother-in-law come just now? Why did only sister-in-law come? If big sister goes into labor tonight and faces danger, you have to think about saving both mother and baby. What do you think brother-in-law's mother would choose?" Li Sufang and Lu Jiangwo exchanged a worried look. Gao Wenyue turned to leave, followed closely by Lu Xiangye. Only Li Sufang and Lu Jiangwo remained standing there. Lu Anning's in-laws live nearby in a family house allocated by the factory. When the factory assigned the house, they gave Lu Anning a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment partly because of Li Sufang and Lu Jiangwo's reputation. However, Lu Anning refused this arrangement. She went to the logistics director and asked for a proper house according to the standard. As a result, Lu Anning and her family moved into a small 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Even so, the 6-story, well-ventilated small apartment was a considered allocation by the logistics director, who wanted to take care of them. Originally, it was a small room for the couple, but now it had become the exclusive residence for the Chin family. Gao Wenyue could see the mess inside through the window. The small, narrow living room had 2 beds with a cloth curtain in the middle. Lu Xiangye knocked several times at the door but received no response. Next-door neighbor came out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Gao Wenyue took the initiative. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm looking for the wife of this family. She's my eldest aunt. Her younger brother is worried about her being pregnant at home and wants to come see her." The neighbor's face changed upon hearing this, and she looked a bit shy. Gao Wenyue glanced at Lu Xiangye and then turned to the woman in front of her, saying, "Sister-in-law, just tell me what you want. Don't worry, I keep my word secret." The woman looked like she had many things to say, but seemed afraid of offending Mrs. Chun, hesitating to speak. With Gao Wenyue's reassurance, she finally spoke. "Their man has gone out, saying he's returning to the village to pay respects to the ancestors. There are only 3 women at home, Mrs. Chun, her youngest daughter Chen Xiang, and Lu Anning." Gao Wenyue quickly thanked, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." The woman waved her hand and left, showing how difficult Mother Chen was. Perhaps because of the relationship with the Lu family, everyone was more tolerant of Mother Chen. Otherwise, no matter how difficult Mother Chen was, she wouldn't cause trouble in the family compound. Xiang Yi kicked the door. Gao Wenyue said, "Jiafu, step back a little." Lu Xiangye pulled Gao Wenyue back. Gao Wenyue stood by the corridor, and only then did Lu Xiangye start to act. Lu Xiangye lifted his right leg and heavily kicked the wooden door in the middle.
Bang!
The door instantly fell down. "What's going on?" A middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh rushed out. It was Mother Chen. The moment Mother Chen saw her door was broken, she let out a sharp scream. "Ah, who are you? How dare you kick our door? Do you know who I am?" The house was dark inside. It was nighttime. Mother Chen looked out from the living room, but against the light, she couldn't recognize Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangya asked with a stern face. Who are you? Could you be some kind of big shot? Mother Chen snorted and said, This is the house of the factory director's son-in-law. Do you dare offend the factory director here, in the mechanical factory's compound? Hearing the conversation inside, Gao Wenyue stepped forward and asked, What does the factory director's son-in-law matter? Mother Chen shouted, What do you mean by the factory director's son-in-law? I told my son to say a few words at the factory, and your family will be gone tomorrow. Clearly, Mother Chen relied on the Lu family's power and often used such threats. Ah, it hurts. A faint female voice came from inside. Gao Wenyue reached out to push Lu Xiangya but missed. Lu Xiangya had already strode toward the bedroom. Mother Chen followed behind, blocking and scolding. What are you doing? There's a pregnant woman inside, giving birth. Gao Wenyue grabbed Mother Chen's wrist and used force. Ouch. It hurts. Mother Chen immediately made pig-like squeals. Angrily, Gao Wenyue wanted to hit her. She pushed Mother Chen hard, knocking the roughly 200-pound woman to the ground. Someone's hitting someone. Mother Chen sat on the ground, crying and shouting. When Lu Xiangya rushed into the bedroom, Lu Anning was lying pale on the bed, giving birth. Sweat covered her face and forehead, her eyes barely open, in a semi-conscious state. Mother Chen was cracking sunflower seeds, unconcerned by the loud noise outside, confident her mother wouldn't suffer any loss. Sister, how are you doing? Lu Xiangya's dark eyes were full of anger, and his cheeks clenched tightly. Chen Xiang let out a frightened scream, saying, Brother Lu, why are you here? Lu Xiangya thought about how the woman in front of him had ignored his sister and left her on the bed. His fists clenched, wanting to hit someone. Xiangya, don't mind them. First, take the older sister to the hospital, he said. Lu Xiangya carried Lu Anning and headed outside. Gao Wenyue quickly picked up a coat and covered Lu Anning. You can't leave. Where are you taking my daughter-in-law? Mother Chen rushed over and shouted. Lu Xiangya looked coldly at the two women blocking his way and said, Get out of the way. Mother Chen got excited and asked, What are you doing? What do you want to do? Even if you're the factory director's son, so what? Can you hit me? Mother Chen recognized Lu Xiangya now. She still acted arrogantly, thinking that since the Lu family cared about face, they would ultimately give in to her. Chen Xiang explained nearby, My mom said childbirth is supposed to be painful. Let sister-in-law take her time. Mother Chen happily said, Exactly. When I had my children, it was the same. The pain made my open and I gave birth. I had 3 children at home, so I didn't need to go to the hospital. Wasting money on hospitals? She almost said this aloud but swallowed her words when she saw Lu Xiangya's fierce gaze. Lu Xiangya, a soldier, stood there with an imposing presence that didn't need anger to command respect. Now, his furious face made Mother Chen and Chen Xiang feel intimidated. Big sister, stay awake. Hang in there. Lu Xiangya lowered his head and spoke to Lu Anning. Lu Anning had already fallen into a deep sleep, but now she seemed to hear her brother's voice and nodded vaguely. Then, Lu Xiangya carried her downstairs. Xiangya, here, Gao Wenyue called him over. She had just borrowed a car outside the yard. It was ironic. Lu Jiangwo had returned his car to make it easier for his daughter to give birth, but the car was taken by the entire Chen family to their hometown. Oh my, what happened? Comrade Lu is covered in blood. Is she about to give birth? Someone downstairs exclaimed. Gao Wenyue saw that Lu Anning was bleeding from underneath, her clothes stained bright red. This is terrible. It must be that old witch from their family causing trouble. Could it be that they're really letting her daughter-in-law give birth at home? Yesterday, she said that pregnant women going to the hospital was just a waste of money. When they took Lu Anning to the hospital, she was already breathing out her last breath. The doctor opened her mouth, ready to scold, but it was clear she knew Lu Anning was in difficult labor. How could you do this to your daughter-in-law? Doctor, please save my sister. Lu Xiangya urgently begged the obstetrician. The doctor swallowed the rest of her words and frowned. Where is the husband? This situation requires an emergency C-section. Gao Wenyue immediately said, Let's do the C-section. Doctor, please save her. We can't do a C-section. You're just saying that to make money. What's so dangerous about having a baby? Chen's mother arrived at the hospital and argued. Gao Wenyue told the doctor, "Doctor, please go save her." The doctor hesitated and said, "Family members need to sign."
Lu Xiangye quickly said, "I'll sign."
A nurse nearby explained, "The husband of the pregnant woman needs to sign." Chen's mother snorted and said, "My son went back to his hometown to visit his ancestors, so he can't sign." Chen's mother looked proud, seeing Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue both look unhappy. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Don't worry. The doctors here are just scaring you. I gave birth to 3 children at home in my hometown, and there were no problems." Lu Xiangye suddenly turned to look at Chen's mother with a cold, determined gaze, as if he was looking at someone he hated. Chen's mother trembled with fear. Lu Xiangye was a soldier, and his cold, commanding presence immediately intimidated her. Then Lu Xiangye looked at the doctor and asked, "Doctor, this is the situation. My brother-in-law can't come from his hometown. Can I sign for my sister? Can you perform the surgery first?" The doctor hesitated and said, "Sorry, that's not proper procedure." Gao Wenyue asked, "If the brother can't sign, what about the parents?" The doctor and nurse exchanged glances and said, "That's okay, but you need to write a guarantee letter." Chen's mother said from the side, "Don't count on me to sign. I won't sign. If you don't sign, I will." A loud shout came from the hospital room door. It was Lu Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo and Li Sufang arrived just in time. Gao Wenyue went to Lu Xiangye and said, "I called her parents." Just now, downstairs at Lu Anning's house, Gao Wenyue quickly called the Lu family and even borrowed a car. Li Sufang usually maintained a graceful appearance in front of others, but now, because of the rush, her short hair was messy and disheveled. "Jiangwo, go sign." Li Sufang reached out and rolled up her sleeve. When Chen's mother saw Lu Jiangwo and Li Sufang, her confidence immediately diminished. She awkwardly said, "Mother-in-law, don't worry. We've all had children. Giving birth isn't as scary as doctors make it out to be." Li Sufang pointed at Chen's mother and said, "My daughter married into your family, and this is how you treat her? Our Lu family is reasonable, not cowardly." Chen's mother quickly shouted, "What are you talking about? When did I mistreat Anning?" At this moment, the doctor stepped out and said, "The mother is having a difficult labor. She's too weak to deliver naturally and needs a cesarean section. Here is the consent form." Lu Jiangwo immediately went forward and said, "Give it to me, I'll sign." Chen's mother was anxious and stomped her foot, saying, "No, don't do the operation. If they cut into my grandson's head, he won't be smart anymore." Li Sufang, angry, pushed her away and shouted, "Get out of here. Just go. You. Chen's mother pointed at Li Sufang but couldn't speak for a long time. It was the first time she heard Li Sufang speak harshly, and she was caught off guard. The doctor took the consent form and went into the delivery room. The group outside argued among themselves. Li Sufang was relieved to see her daughter finally able to have the surgery. She angrily waved Chen's mother's hand away and cursed, "Bah! What nonsense! If it weren't for your son's face, I wouldn't tolerate you for so long. Who do you think you are?" Gao Wenyue took the lead and acted bravely. As a sister-in-law, she was able to rush into Chen's family and bring Lu Anning out. How could her parents stay indifferent? Li Sufang and Lu Jiangwo also realized that, compared to saving their daughter's life, face was nothing. They teamed up and drove Chen's mother and Chenxiang out. The delivery room suddenly became quiet. The Lu family anxiously waited outside until the doctor announced that mother and baby were safe. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Li Sufang burst into tears on the spot. She excitedly held Gao Wenyue's hand and said, "Wenyue, I want to thank you. You saved their lives." Lu Jiangwo's eyes were red. He opened his mouth, full of words, but only managed to say, "Wenyue, thank you, Dad." It was already late at night, and the last day of the year quietly arrived.
"Wife."
Chen arrived at dawn, slowly and hesitantly. The Lu family looked at Chen's awkwardness, feeling difficult to explain. Not long ago, his mother had almost caused Lu Anning's death. The doctor had already said that Lu Anning's baby was in a breech position. If she insisted on giving birth at home, there was a high risk of difficult labor and heavy bleeding. Li Sufang and Lu Jiangwo felt shocked when they heard this. They were very grateful that Gao Wenyue insisted on going to pick her up. However, the Lu family hated Mother Chen even more because she saved 2 yuan and let Lu Anning give birth at home.
Dad, Mom, how is Anning?
Chen Fong asked anxiously. Li Sufang curled her lips and said, "Thanks to you, she's still alive." Hearing this, Chen Fong's body trembled. After returning home, he told his family that Lu Anning wouldn't be celebrating the New Year at home. Although they were a bit upset, they soon accepted his explanation. Then, Mother Chen said she wanted to go back to her hometown to honor their ancestors. It was a common tradition in rural areas, and they couldn't just stay home eating and drinking during the New Year. They should let the ancestors have a proper celebration. Under Mother Chen's urging, Chen Fong drove with his father and younger brother to the countryside to visit the graves. He didn't know that Mother Chen had already brought Lu Anning back home. On the way back, Chen Fong's car broke down. During the busy New Year, no one helped him, so he had to fix the car himself. When he finally repaired it and returned home, he heard about what had happened. "Mom, I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my mother," Chen Fong said. He had already heard the full story outside the hospital from Mother Chen. Because of Lu Anning's childbirth, Mother Chen didn't understand much about hospitals. Some of her words were rude and angered Li Sufang and Lu Jiangwo. Li Sufang shook her head seriously and said, "Chen Fong, I don't accept your apology. Your mother almost caused my daughter's death. If it weren't for your face, I would have called the police for attempted murder." Li Sufang had also come to terms with things. She wanted to stand up for her daughter and support her. Lu Anning had suffered a big mistake. The Lu family was determined to help her get justice, even if it meant letting her divorce. Chen Fong's eyes widened in shock. He shouted, "Mom, what do you mean? What exactly did my mom do?" The Lu family didn't want to speak or get involved with Chen Fong. Gao Wenyue stepped forward and told Chen Fong everything she saw at Chen's house. Chen Fong was stunned. He couldn't believe what his mother had done. Just a moment ago, Mother Chen was outside the hospital complaining that the Lu family bullied them, using their money and power to oppress rural people. She didn't mention that she had kept Lu Anning at home to give birth alone and suffer. Chen Fong has always known his mother's personality, but he thought that Lu Anning was at least carrying his grandmother's grandchild. Even for the sake of the unborn grandchild, Chen's mother wouldn't harm Lu Anning. What Chen didn't realize is that some people can be shameless without limit. After a few hours of observation, Lu Anning finally passed the dangerous period. When she saw the Lu family members, tears streamed down her face. Li Sufang quickly said, "Anning, you can't cry now. You're still resting after giving birth." Lu Anning, excited, asked, "Baby, where's my baby?" Lu Xiangye held the baby and hurriedly said, "Sister, here it is. Your little nephew looks a lot like you." Lu Anning's pale face finally showed a smile and asked, "Is it a boy or a girl?" Gao Wenyue quickly said, "Big sister, it's a boy." Chen Fong stood at the head of the bed, looking anxious, and called out, "Anning, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Lu Anning, in fact, saw Chen Fong as soon as she opened her eyes, but she chose to ignore him. Whenever she saw him, she remembered what Chen's mother had done to her.
"Dad, I don't want to see him,"
Lu Anning said to Lu Jiangwo. This is a daughter speaking to her father. Lu Jiangwo silently nodded and said, "I'll handle this. You focus on recovering." Lu Jiangwo was truly angry now. He already felt regret in his heart. How could he argue with someone like Chen's mother? He thought he should have listened to Gao Wenyue and kept Lu Anning at home. Now it was too late. Lu Jiangwo only wanted to make it up to his daughter. Therefore, Chen Fong was driven out of the hospital room, and whenever members of the Chen family came to the hospital, they were turned away by Lu Jiangwo one by one. Li Sufang and Lu Jiangwo stayed in the hospital to care for Lu Anning. They asked Lu Xiangye to take Gao Wenyue home to rest. "Wait, Xiangye. Go home and let Wenyue rest well. Prepare a few dishes for her to eat when she wakes up, or take her to a government-run restaurant. The money and ration tickets are in the drawer of our room." Li Sufang was worried that Lu Xiangye might not take good care of Wenyue. She repeatedly reminded him until he nodded in agreement, and then she left. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye decided to go home to wash up first. Because they had been in contact with Lu Anning, they both had some bloodstains on them, and now they looked quite disheveled. The family area of the machinery factory is divided into two parts. One is the eastern courtyard where the leaders live, and the other is the residential building for ordinary employees, living in a block of small apartments. Hai Ziqiang and Zhao Hong live in a small courtyard at the east end, while the Lu family lives in a large courtyard. These are two very different ways of living. As they entered the family housing area of the machinery factory, they ran into Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong.
Zhao Hong shooted loudly, Gao Wenyue.
This loud call was heard by many people in the neighborhood. Lu Xiangye slightly frowned and put his arm around Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue sighed softly, knowing that what was coming would come. Zhao Hong shouted angrily, "You still know how to come back, you little girl? How many calls did I make to you in the past half-year? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Gao Wenyue calmly asked, "What do you want from me?" Zhao Hong didn't expect Gao Wenyue to be so calm. She was still angry inside because Gao Wenyue had taken 1,000 yuan when she left. This caused their Gao family to live quite frugally even now. Although Gao Ziqiang had been promoted, it was not enough. Zhao Hong yelled, "What do you mean by finding you? Did you forget your family after getting married? Why are you ignoring us? Your sister still comes back now, and then to show filial piety. Look at what you've done in the past 6 months." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue felt a cold laugh inside. Her good sister returning home was probably not to show filial piety, but to ask for money. Gao Wenyue knew Lu Chongfu's family very well. They would definitely try to squeeze Gao Hongyan for everything, claiming it was to help her manage the household, while also making her buy groceries, cook, and cover the family's expenses. In her previous life, Gao Wenyue still had her textile factory salary to support her. But now, Gao Hongyan had no job and no money. She could only go home and ask her parents for money. Gao Wenyue remained calm and said, "It's enough if my sister shows filial piety to you. I think my parents probably don't need me to be there for that. After all, since I was young, you only liked my sister and not me. I thought that not contacting you might make you feel better." Zhao Hong was even angrier and wanted to slap Gao Wenyue. Gao Ziqiang glared at Zhao Hong and signaled her to stay calm. He then turned to Gao Wenyue with a gentle smile and said, "Wenyue, don't listen to your mother's angry words. She just misses you. She's worried because you haven't answered her calls for so long." Although Zhao Hong and her daughter seemed to be the ones talking loudly, Gao Wenyue knew that the real head of the family was Gao Ziqiang. This man often appears to do nothing, but the real beneficiary of the exchange event is Gao Ziqiang. He quietly got promoted and also established a good father and husband image in front of others. Gao Ziqiang found a way to ease himself and still shows deep care for Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue cooperated by acting well. When outside, she relies on her acting skills. Currently, she is not ready to completely break with the Gao family. Even if Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong favor her, it's true that they raised Gao Wenyue. If she completely cuts ties with her family after marrying into the Lu family, outsiders might say she abandoned her parents after rising in status, or that the Lu family, with their power, spoiled their daughter-in-law. Gao Wenyue is about to return to the frontier, and she doesn't want to leave behind such a mess for the Lu family. "Wenyue, I happen to see you here. Remember to come to our house for dinner with Xiangye on the 2nd day of the new year." Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong said this, and hurried away. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye returned home together, doing whatever they wanted. After Gao Wenyue finished her shower and came out, she was embraced from behind by a man. "Wife, if you don't want to go, you don't have to." Lu Xiangye's deep voice softly sounded in Gao Wenyue's ear. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Let's decide later." "I'm very tired, Lu Xiangye." She turned around, hugging the man's neck, leaning fully on him. Lu Xiangye picked her up horizontally and held her as they went to sleep together. At midnight, Gao Wenyue noticed Lu Xiangye quietly got up. "Where are you going?" she asked quickly, sitting up. Lu Xiangye looked back at Gao Wenyue without speaking. He had intended to sneak out. Gao Wenyue said again, "I'll go with you." They quietly made their way to the Qin family house, where soon loud cries of distress echoed inside. The screams of being beaten lasted a long time, but everyone in the neighborhood ignored it, and no one came to help the Qin family. When Lu Xiangye returned home, Gao Wenyue noticed his anger had eased a bit. She took the initiative to hug his waist, silently comforting him, knowing he was probably very upset about his sister. They slept for a long time, only waking up to the sound of firecrackers outside. New Year's Eve had arrived. On the second day of the new year, Gao Wenyue stayed in bed, unwilling to get up. Last night, Lu Xiangye kept tossing and turning, and now her back was sore, and she didn't want to move. Lu Xiangye entered with a cup of warm water, looking satisfied and pleased. "Wife, get up and drink some water to soothe your throat," he said by the bed. Gao Wenyue has a bad habit of sleeping. She likes to cover her head with the blanket, sinking completely into it. In summer, it's okay, but in winter, her head is almost impossible to find. Lu Xiangye often doubts whether his wife can breathe with her head under the blanket. He keeps trying to pull the blanket down, but Gao Wenyue always manages to tuck her head back inside. Unbeknownst to him, this is a habit she inherited from her past life. When she was very young, she slept alone in her own room. Her parents, Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong, thought she was old enough to sleep alone, so she would hide under the blanket and keep her head covered at night to feel less scared. Gao Wenyue, still buried in the blanket, heard him but didn't want to move. Lu Xiangye stood by the bed and said, "Wife, you shouted so loudly last night. You must be thirsty now." Hearing this made Gao Wenyue angry. She suddenly threw back the blanket and kicked it hard.
How dare you say that?
"Did I not beg you last night? You said if I begged, you'd let me go. Why are you being so cruel?" Her face was white and tender, with a healthy blush on her cheeks, showing she was well moisturized from last night. Lu Xiangye cleared his throat and said awkwardly, "Wife, you can't trust what men say in bed."
Get lost.
Gao Wenyue reached out, grabbed a pillow, and threw it at him. Lu Xiangye caught the pillow easily with one hand, holding a glass of water in the other, standing quietly by the bed, watching Gao Wenyue. Her frustration eased, and she reached out and said, "I want to drink water." Lu Xiangye went over to feed her. They dawdled at home for a long time until someone knocked on the door, and they slowly got up. It was Gao Ziqiang personally calling them to go to their parents' house for dinner. Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue quickly tidied up and left, bringing some New Year gifts given by others. The two elders of the Lu family were busy taking care of Lu Anning in the hospital. Although there was no one at home, as senior leaders of the machinery factory, many people came to bring them New Year gifts. Li Sufang had already told them which gifts they could accept and which they couldn't, explaining who could use the gifts and who couldn't. When Gao Wenyue heard this, she thought Li Sufang's logical thinking was very strong. She even considered taking Li Sufang to the border as her public relations manager. At this moment, the Gao family was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Gao Hongyan had taken Lu Chongfu back to her parents' house early in the morning. First, she wanted to see Gao Wenyue looking miserable, and second, after working at her in-laws for several days, she wanted to go home and relax for a day. Lu Chongfu, as the director of the carpentry factory, was usually well-respected and courted by many at work. Unexpectedly, he was still waiting for his son-in-law at his father-in-law's house, and his face looked unhappy. Zhao Hong was even angrier. She had been waiting for Gao Wenyue to come back and cook, but Gao Wenyue hadn't arrived by noon. She had to hurriedly cook and even burned her arm. Everyone in the living room had their own thoughts. Only Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue were in a good mood. Lu Xiangye entered and said, "Sorry we're late." Gao Hongyan sneered and said, "This military officer's wife is really hard to invite. Even coming to visit her family for New Year, her father has to personally invite you." Gao Wenyue shot a glance at Gao Hongyan and said, "Why come so early? Haven't you eaten yet?" Gao Hongyan looked a bit worn out, probably from taking care of her mother for over half a year. Seeing Gao Hongyan's face, Gao Wenyue felt very pleased. Gao Hongyan's small eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the woman with fair skin and a rosy face in front of her was her sister. Suddenly, Gao Hongyan's sharp eyes caught a red mark on Gao Wenyue's neck. Gao Wenyue, you.
You.
Gao Hongyan tried to say it twice but couldn't. She had always thought Gao Wenyue was also just waiting to die alone. Gao Wenyue reached out and linked her arm with Lu Xiangye, smiling and asking, "What's wrong with us?" This meal was bittersweet, some people happy, some sad. Lu Xiangye still did what he usually did, picking Gao Wenyue's favorite dishes and placing them in her bowl during the meal. Observant people saw this as a clear display of affection. Gao Hongyan's eyes turned red with anger, while Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong looked at Lu Xiangye with more satisfaction, both regretting that they had not exchanged their children earlier. Otherwise, Gao Hongyan would now be the one being cared for and loved by her husband. After the meal, Zhao Hong pulled Gao Wenyue into the kitchen. "Wenyue, your dad wants to get a promotion. You should talk to your father-in-law about it," Zhao Hong said as soon as she entered the kitchen. Gao Wenyue simply replied, "You deal with it yourselves. I don't understand the promotions at your factory." Zhao Hong had been ready to argue fiercely with Gao Wenyue. Based on her previous attitude, she was sure Gao Wenyue would refuse her outright. Zhao Hong directly argued loudly with Gao Wenyue. By then, neighbors all knew that Gao Wenyue, who hadn't gone home in over half a year, was back to visit her parents and was even arguing with them. Her spit almost drowned her. The Lu family wouldn't let their daughter-in-law's reputation get ruined. To save Gao Wenyue's reputation, they could only promote Gao Ziqiang. This was a plan Gao Ziqiang had come up with in the past few days. Zhao Hong had practiced it countless times at home. But now, the way things were developing was completely different from their rehearsals. Gao Wenyue naturally caught Zhao Hong's surprised expression. A faint, clever smile flickered in her eyes. Was she trying to scheme against her? No way. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Hong responded, "How can we be brave enough to say anything? You are his daughter-in-law, so of course, you should speak for him." Gao Wenyue pretended to be worried and said, "But I've only met them 2 or 3 times, and I haven't spoken much. How am I supposed to say anything?" Zhao Hong seemed willing to help them, so she didn't press further. She planned to slowly persuade Gao Wenyue during this spring festival. This was exactly what Gao Wenyue wanted, to make Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong believe she could be persuaded, so they would wait a little longer. When the time came, she and Lu Xiangye would leave directly for the border region. Suddenly, Gao Hongyan walked in and sneered, "Gao Wenyue, I didn't expect you to be able to handle Lu Xiangye so well. Are you just pretending for us?" Gao Wenyue brushed her hair back, her fingertips just touching the mark on her neck. She asked, "Pretend? We've always been like this at home. Isn't that right, you and Director Lu?" Gao Hongyan choked. On her wedding night with Lu Chongfu, there was no consummation. Lu Chongfu was very drunk, and she didn't think much about it. In the following days, Lu Chongfu was either tired or drunk. Over time, Gao Hongyan sensed something was wrong. She never expected that she would end up a widow in her next life. But she quickly understood Lu Chongfu's illness could be cured. When that happened, she could have a son. Her son would be the heir to the richest family. Gao Wenyue immediately saw what Gao Hongyan was thinking. She sneered inwardly, but kept a calm face. Gao Hongyan was destined to be a widow forever. She wouldn't have her own children. Gao Wenyue wouldn't remind her dear sister. In her previous life, that child was adopted. It was Lu Chongfu's father who suggested Gao Wenyue pretend she was pregnant, and later, they would adopt a child to raise. Later, Gao Wenyue found out that the child was actually her father-in-law's illegitimate son, a child from an unregistered family. In such a family, the son is not really the son, and the younger brother is not really the brother. Let Gao Hongyan keep dreaming of being a wealthy wife. Gao Wenyue wouldn't bother to remind Gao Hongyan kindly. Gao Hongyan looked at how happy Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye were together, and she couldn't help but feel jealous. When she married into the Lu family, she realized what kind of family it was. The Lu family had a domineering mother-in-law, an old lecherous father-in-law, a lazy younger sister-in-law, and everyone relied on her to take care of them. If it weren't for her hope of becoming a wealthy wife, Gao Hongyan would have quit long ago. So now, seeing Gao Wenyue smiling happily, Gao Hongyan felt jealous inside. Big sister, I see you haven't eaten much. Mom still has chicken stew in the pot. Should I serve you a bowl? Gao Hongyan said, and went to serve the food. Zhao Hong tried to stop her, but she reached out to block her. The pot still had 2 big chicken legs, which she had specifically kept for her younger daughter. Why was her younger daughter now trying to serve the chicken legs to her older sister? Gao Hongyan ignored her mother's attempt to stop her and directly scooped a bowl of chicken soup from the pot. Chicken legs? That was impossible. A steaming bowl of chicken soup was carried by Gao Hongyan directly toward Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue immediately understood Gao Hongyan's plan. Big sister, the conditions on the frontier are tough. Drink some chicken soup to boost your energy, Gao Hongyan said. As she approached Gao Wenyue, she seemed to lose control and tilted the bowl suddenly. Hongyan, no need. You should keep this chicken soup for yourself. Gao Wenyue quickly caught her hands and lifted the bowl from below.
Ah, it hurts.
A pitiful pig-like squeal echoed through the Gao family courtyard. Wenyue, why are you so careless? Zhao Hong's voice suddenly stopped.
Wife.
What's wrong? Lu Xiangye and Gao Ziqiang rushed into the kitchen immediately. Lu Xiangye was worried about his wife. After all, among the 3 women inside, only his wife was being bullied like an outsider. Gao Ziqiang also followed because Lu Xiangye rushed into the kitchen. He couldn't just sit there doing nothing, so he went to ask what happened. Meanwhile, Lu Chongfu was still drinking a sip of mitai. Today, the Gao family was hosting the 2 sons-in-law with mitai. All 3 men had only one thought in their minds. Gao Wenyue was hurt. Gao Ziqiang and Lu Chongfu knew Gao Hongyan's personality well. They were sure she wouldn't tolerate being wronged. Plus, with Zhao Hong in the kitchen, they were certain the 2 of them would team up to bully Gao Wenyue alone. However, everyone was stunned by what they saw in front of them. Gao Hongyan's hand was red and swollen from a burn, with small blisters quickly forming. It hurts. It hurts so much. I feel so much pain. Gao Hongyan was crying sadly. She reached out with her other hand to slap Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue tried to catch her hand but was stopped by Lu Xiangye, who arrived just in time. Lu Xiangye looked coldly at Gao Hongyan and asked, Gao Hongyan, what are you trying to do? Gao Hongyan, crying and angry, said, What am I trying to do? Lu Xiangye, it was Gao Wenyue who deliberately spilled chicken soup on my hand. Gao Wenyue argued, Hongyan, you need to speak with proof. The chicken soup was in your own bowl. You spilled it because you walked too fast. What does that have to do with me? It wasn't me. It was clearly you just now. Gao Hongyan shouted angrily, feeling both pain and urgency. Gao Wenyue pointed at the pot and said, Anyone can see that the chicken soup and chicken drumsticks in that pot were meant for you to eat privately. You obviously burned yourself out of greed. Why are you blaming me now? Mom, please be fair. Did Hongyan really spill the chicken soup? I didn't even know there was chicken soup in the pot before. Maybe I should go ask around and see which family left the chicken drumsticks for their daughter to eat, while the older daughter didn't even get a piece of meat, Gao Wenyue threatened directly. Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong, though biased, didn't want to cause trouble during the New Year. During the holiday, everyone was visiting neighbors and exchanging New Year greetings. No one met without sharing some interesting stories. Zhao Hong used to enjoy participating in these activities, but she didn't necessarily want to be the center of attention. Gao Hongyan was hurriedly taken to the hospital. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye also went to the hospital, but they were visiting Lu Anning and the baby. Lu Xiangye's leave wasn't long. After a few days at home, he had to return to the military. The day before they left, Lu Anning was discharged from a hospital. Lu Jiangwo and Li Sufeng took Lu Anning and the baby back to the Lu family home to help her rest and recover. Lying in bed, Lu Anning looked apologetic and said, Wenyue, I really feel sorry. Because of my matter, you haven't had a peaceful few days since you came back. Gao Wenyue held Lu Anning's hand and said, Big sister, family is family. You should rest well after giving birth. Taking care of your health is the most important thing now. These days, Chen Fong came to the hospital every day, but he never saw Lu Anning's face. When he learned they had been discharged, he came to their home again. Lu Anning is very grateful to her sister-in-law. You could say her life was saved by Gao Wenyue. When she was alone at home giving birth and locked inside by Chen's mother, she called out to Chen's mother and Chen Xiang many times, but they ignored her. At that time, Lu Anning really thought she would die. It was Gao Wenyue who saved her and let her live again. Lu Anning directly asked, "Wenyue, if you were me, what would you do?" Gao Wenyue thought for a moment and said, "There are two choices. One is to divorce immediately, and you leave both the in-laws and your husband. The second is, if your husband behaves well, you might consider keeping him, but you must never accept the in-laws." Lu Anning hurriedly asked, "What counts as good behavior?" Gao Wenyue looked at her and said, "Let him move out and live with you alone, so you never have to face the Chen family. As for him, he can do whatever he wants, and you don't need to force him." Lu Anning seemed to understand and accept her words. Seeing that she had reached this point, Gao Wenyue continued, "Big sister, when you can't change how others think, you need to change yourself. What can you do in this situation? Do everything you should, and the rest will follow its own course." Lu Anning murmured, "Do everything I should." After a while, Lu Anning looked a bit shy and said, "Wenyue, sorry for making you laugh. I'm older than you, but I didn't expect to be less clear-minded." Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "It's not about age, it's just that you're too involved in the situation." When Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue left, no one was informed. Gao Ziqiang and Zhao Hong were still thinking about when to call them back and comfort them, making sure to finalize the promotion matter. When the Gao family learned the news, Gao Wenyue and her family had already arrived at the family compound. They put up big red couplets outside the yard, and even the vegetable shed was decorated with Fu, good fortune, upside down. All these were put up by Ma Chunhua and Wang Xiuli. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye worked together to thoroughly clean the entire yard. "Wenyue, Captain Lu, you're back?" Wang Xiuli's voice came from outside the yard. "Xiuli, Happy New Year." Happy. "I also wish you a Happy New Year." Gao Wenyue and Wang Xiuli exchanged smiles. Gao Wenyue took the initiative to say, "Thank you for helping us put up the couplets." Wang Xiuli waved her hand and said, "Oh, it's no big deal." Ma Chunhua went to open a shop in the city. Although Gao Wenyue told her to close the shop and rest for 7 days when she left, she heard from factory workers that this year their orders were tight. Many employees only took 3 days off and had to return to work on the 3rd day of the new year. Ma Chunhua saw a business opportunity. During the new year, no one lacked food, but it was so cold at noon, who wanted to go home for a meal. So, Ma Chunhua arranged for those workers to order food from the Gao family's braised dish shop, and she would deliver it directly to the factory. This method quickly brought a significant order to Gao's braised dishes, and Ma Chunhua was busy and happy. Gao Wenyue didn't expect that during this spring festival, Ma Chunhua would also bring in many new customers for the shop. Outside the fence, Commander Wu snorted heavily. "Little sister-in-law, you've successfully turned your sister-in-law into a strong woman." Commander Wu said this with a stern face, but his eyes showed no anger. Gao Wenyue knew he wasn't really angry. She said, "Commander Wu, why do you say that? Shouldn't you be happy for your sister-in-law?" Commander Wu huffed and said, "I can't be happy. Our family is living a cold, plain life. These days, I've been at home cooking for Sando and the others." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh. She had seen how Ma Chunhua used to serve Commander Wu, and now she couldn't imagine what it was like for a man who always waited to eat ready-made food to cook himself. She explained, "Look, hasn't your family's income increased? Isn't your sister-in-law happier?" Commander Wu didn't say anything after hearing this. That was indeed the biggest change in their family. They had greatly improved their living standards. Wang Xiuli glared at Commander Wu and said, "You might as well enjoy it secretly. Working as Sister Chunhua does is so comfortable, no wind or rain in the shop. How many people in our yard are watching over that job?" Commander Wu didn't speak anymore. He knew very well that he was a bit regretful for making that joke. Gao Wenyue quickly said, "Commander Wu, you're joking with me. Today is the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, and Lu Xiangye won't return until tomorrow. Even Commander Wu and Bai Yong are the same. Gao Wenhua looked at everyone and said, "Let's have hot pot at my house tonight. I'll prepare 2 pots, and we can eat together."
How about that? Great.
Everyone replied in unison. Preparing the hot pot was quick. After washing all the ingredients, we waited for Ma Chunhua to return. The 3 families enjoyed a lively hot pot meal together. The first thing Gao Wenhua did after returning to the border was to open a branch of her restaurant. The Gao's marinated food shop needed a new branch. In the city, many people couldn't visit the Gao's marinated food shop near the machinery factory because of the distance. Gao Wenhua thought it would be good to open another store, which would also help her business grow stronger. She had some money to invest before opening the new shop, but she lacked staff. She needed a reliable chef and searched everyone nearby. She found that Wang Xiuli was the best choice. Unfortunately, Wang Xiuli was pregnant and found cooking tiring. Gao Wenhua was worried her health couldn't handle it. In the end, Gao Wenhua decided to ask someone else. After work that day, she left with 2 shopping bags. The new branch was located west of the city, an area with many residential communities, known as a wealthy neighborhood. Gao Wenhua chose this location to target local residents as customers. On the day the new Gao's marinated food shop opened, the newspaper ran ads for 3 days straight. The branch officially opened on March 18th. This time, Gao Wenhua offered even bigger discounts. During the opening, there was a buy one get one free promotion and customers could buy as much as they wanted. Instead of using bundled sales, Gao Wenhua focused on real benefits for customers. She even invited a military wife from the staff compound to help, paying her 80 cents for the whole day. With firecrackers going off, the new branch officially opened for business. The construction noise during renovation was loud, and the opening day was a holiday. So many people came to watch. When sales started, customers lined up eagerly. Wow, I didn't expect this marinated food shop to open here. It was about time. We're not poor after all. Exactly. I've been to the guest house twice before. The taste was really good. While waiting in line, customers discussed excitedly. When it was their turn to buy, they found that the new branch sold unfamiliar dishes. This time, Gao Wenhua sold marinated duck products, duck heads, duck wings, duck meat, duck necks. Duck necks, 50 cents each. Duck heads, 60 cents each. Duck wings, 80 cents a pair. Duck meat, 80 cents per portion. Duck combo platter, $2.50 each. The wide variety of products amazed everyone. These duck pieces are quite dry. Will they absorb the flavor? The first customer in line asked. Gao Wenhua smiled as she carried a tray of duck products over and said, "Everyone try some first. If it suits your taste, then buy." People began to taste the new dishes. It's quite fragrant. Delicious. The duck meat is firm and chewy. It's very flavorful. I haven't even had my meal yet, but I could eat another plate just from the vegetables. It's a bit spicy. Among the new dishes, Gao Wenhua slightly adjusted the sauce, making the marinated duck with a spicy, savory flavor. She explained to everyone, this time, our marinated duck isn't just for meals. You can also enjoy it as a snack. All our marinated dishes are made fresh daily, and the ingredients are definitely safe. You can take some home for your parents or children. We have a promotion now, buy one, get one free. Gao Wenhua pointed to the small blackboard and said, "You can buy a duck set meal for only 2.5 yuan, and you'll get 2 sets." Everyone was tempted and quickly agreed. The line to buy food grew longer as more people wanted to buy the duck products, praising the taste. Chen Yun, a beginner in food preparation, saw so many customers for the first time. She was surprised, opening her mouth wide. The 2.5 yuan set was a great deal. There are so many wealthy people in this city. This was also why Gao Wenhua chose this location for her shop. The spot was perfect because the residents were wealthy. As long as she opened a shop here, she was likely to make good money. Gao Wenhua had asked Wang Jianhua to help her connect with the right people. To outsiders, she was just He Ping's subordinate, but Wang Jianhua was her colleague. Gao Wenhua didn't let go of any resource she could use, and she treated Wang Jianhua well. "Boss Gao, your business is getting bigger and bigger. a woman approached and started a conversation. The woman wore a cheapao dress with a dark blue coat over it and high heels. Gao Wenyue immediately recognized her as someone wealthy. "Sorry, I can't tell. Are you the wife?" Gao Wenyue asked cautiously. Wang Qin, the woman, brushed her hand in front of her mouth and said, "Sorry, I got carried away talking. I'm Wang Qin. Just call me Sister Qin. I live in the building behind." Gao Wenyue quickly responded, "All right, Sister Qin." She didn't know what Wang Qin's visit was about, so she kept smiling but didn't say anything. Wang Qin suddenly remembered and patted her forehead, saying, "My mind isn't working well today. I forgot to tell Boss Gao that my husband works at the city government. He often talks about you." Gao Wenyue's heart skipped a beat. She asked suspiciously, "May I ask who your husband is?" Wang Qin sighed and said, "You wouldn't know him. Our family member saw your story in the newspaper. Boss Gao is very good at business." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "It's nothing special, just a small business." Gao Wenyue didn't believe that Wang Qin just came by on a whim to say hello. She thought Wang Qin had a purpose, either to see her or to meet her boss, He Ping. This was also why Gao Wenyue had asked Wang Jianhua to help her make connections. Opening a shop in the wealthy district meant everyone knew each other's background. In their eyes, Gao Wenyue's business was linked to He Ping's. Maybe He Ping couldn't run a shop himself because of his official duties, so Gao Wenyue was listed as the owner. Or perhaps Wang Qin came for someone working at the shop. Gao Wenyue thought about many possibilities. Once she understood, she stopped worrying about who Wang Qin's husband really was. Whether a person or a ghost, the truth would come out eventually. She smiled and said, "Sister Qin, wait a moment. I'll pack some marinated dishes for you to try, so your brother-in-law can taste our family's special flavor." Wang Qin quickly said she didn't need it, but Gao Wenyue ignored her. When Wang Qin was about to leave, she wanted to give Gao Wenyue money. After refusing a few times, she saw that Gao Wenyue was serious about accepting, so she graciously took the money. "Oh my goodness! Is my cooking really that good? All 4 pots of marinated dishes are sold out?" Someone exclaimed from the kitchen. "Mama he, everyone says your duck dishes are delicious." Gao Wenyue said to Ma he. Ma he was the chef at the branch. Gao Wenyue had to visit 3 times before she could persuade Ma he to come out of her shell. After being forced to leave her family home, Ma he's life was not very wealthy. He Ping was the same. They, as siblings, couldn't enjoy the large family estate. It didn't matter if He Ping was an official. Without money, life was still hard. Ma he was the same. Her husband was a primary school teacher with a limited income. She used to work at a machinery factory, but later handed her job over to her daughter. Because Aunt He needed to return to the countryside to care for her elderly grandmother, who passed away last year, she suddenly had nothing to do. This led to the encounter with Gao Wenyue when she was delivering food. Actually, Aunt He's family is not poor. Their living standards are considered middle-upper class for this era. But who would complain about having too much money? Gao Wenyue wanted to invite Aunt He to be the chef at the branch store. This would solve her staffing problem, improve her family's financial situation, and possibly indirectly help He Ping's economic condition. This was a win-win situation, and both Gao Wenyue and Aunt He agreed. With Aunt He's addition, the He family's pickled dishes shop now had meat. Gao Wenyue wouldn't risk harming her own business. Her signature dish at the municipal guest house is braised pork belly, so she wouldn't sell pork belly outside the city. Otherwise, it might affect her business at the guest house. After much thought, Gao Wenyue decided to use the same signboard but offer different dishes. The municipal guest house specializes in selling braised pork belly. The shop near the machinery factory mainly sells vegetarian dishes, braised pig's trotters, and pig's lungs and hearts. The branch in the western part of the city focuses on duck dishes. The source of the duck dishes naturally comes from Aunt He's connections. Since Aunt He was proven innocent, she resumed contact with the He family, mainly to ensure her siblings received what was rightfully theirs. He Ping's actions this time made Aunt He realize how powerful authority can be. No wonder so many people have fought fiercely for power throughout history. The second wife kept many secrets for years, and ultimately, to save He Xiong, she had to reveal them. This is the truth that power in He Ping's hands can bring. At first, Aunt He couldn't let go of her sense of status and refused Gao Wenyue's offer. But Gao Wenyue asked 3 times, and her sincerity finally moved Aunt He. Moreover, by becoming the branch store chef, Aunt He could earn money and strengthen her relationship with Gao Wenyue and He Ping. Although Gao Wenyue is just a businesswoman, Aunt He knew she was very good at business and would achieve great success in the future. He Ping's future career would definitely benefit from Gao Wenyue's help. Considering all these factors, Aunt He ultimately agreed. Gao Wenyue also offered her a share of the daily net income, 30%. Aunt He's cooking skills were already good, and Gao Wenyue taught her a few times how to make duck dishes. She quickly learned the tricks. Hida Ma is also a very perceptive person. The first thing she did after joining the branch was to ask what she could do. Gao Wenyue directly mentioned the idea of marinated duck products. The branch's duck meat supply came from Hida Ma. That evening, it was time to settle accounts. Gao Wenyue carefully calculated with an abacus. They sold 214 portions of duck products at noon and 346 portions in the evening. The total sales for the day were 1,400 yuan. After deducting the duck meat cost of 352 yuan and seasoning costs of 41.38 yuan, the branch's net income on the first day was 1,062 yuan. While they were settling accounts, Chen Yun had already gone to the kitchen to tidy up. She had a good relationship with Ma Chunhua in the residential area and had asked her for tips before starting work, almost like consulting an experienced friend. Ma Chunhua, being experienced herself, understood Chen Yun's feelings and shared her own early work tips. Gao Wenyue noticed this detail and silently felt more fondness for Chen Yun. Today, Chen Yun received a 10 yuan opening bonus, and her wages for the day were 10.8 yuan. Hida Ma couldn't believe that the shop made 1,000 yuan on its first day, which was equivalent to 2 years' income for her family. Gao Wenyue took out 302 yuan and handed it to Hida Ma, saying, "Here's a little extra for you. This is your wages for today." Hida Ma's hands trembled. She looked down at her hands, which were already calloused from work, and realized she had earned 302 yuan today. Suddenly, she felt like she had hit the jackpot. The shop was bought by Gao Wenyue, who handled the renovations, and even the secret recipe for the marinated dishes was from her. She only contributed physical effort and earned over 300 yuan. This money felt a bit overwhelming. Seeing the changing expressions on Hida Ma's face, Gao Wenyue guessed her thoughts. "You also helped with the ingredient supply. Without the duck meat you brought, I couldn't have opened the shop," she said. Hida Ma immediately smiled and said, "Yes, if it weren't for me." Halfway through, she looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise, realizing her thoughts had been seen through. She was not embarrassed by being guessed. Instead, she smiled and said, "Oh, Wenyue, you're not only smart at business but also so good at reading people's minds." Gao Wenyue helplessly replied, "Mama, your thoughts are written all over your face. Do I need to guess?" Hida Ma burst into laughter and said, "Wenyue, you really are so perceptive." The source of the branch's supplies was brought by Aunt He, but the idea was proposed by Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue advised Aunt He to show weakness to He Qinghua, not to reconcile with the He family, but just to get some benefits. Since there are existing resources, why not use them? At first, Aunt He did not agree. "It's not about making you bow down, just acting a little. You have more options and can earn more money. Maybe in the future, when leaders need funds or connections, you can help. Can you still expect the He family to pay for you then?" Gao Wenyue asked Aunt He this. This was also the main reason Aunt He became a chef at the branch. This was Gao Wenyue's idea. She believed that if something benefits more than it harms, it should be done, otherwise it shouldn't. It's like during the New Year when she visits her family. She, Gao Ziqiang, and Zhao Hong pretend to be careless and delay things because temporarily having a falling out doesn't benefit her. So, she doesn't bother trying to fix it. Letting the enemy relax and secretly strengthening her own power is Gao Boss's style. In the new year, the country introduced many new policies. The top leader had already started pilot reforms, sparking a new wave of economic development across the nation. This reform wave finally reached the border regions. Everyone was talking about reform and economic growth. One day, after cooking at the Municipal Party Committee guest house, Gao Wenyue went to the office to see Wang Jianhua. At that moment, Wang Jianhua was reporting work in He Ping's office. He finished updating his tasks one by one. He Ping nodded and said, "All right, you can go back now." Wang Jianhua stood still, wanting to say more. Seeing this, He Ping put down his pen, rubbed his forehead, and asked, "Is there anything else?" He Ping had been very busy lately. He was about to be transferred to the city government and had been busy with the new responsibilities. With the reform wave, he was entrusted with important tasks. Wang Jianhua said, "Leader, I want to go work at the city government with you." He believed he was He Ping's close aide. Since he started working, he had followed He Ping. Now that He Ping was promoted, he naturally wanted to go with him. No one knew better than Wang Jianhua He Ping's skills and abilities. His leader would only rise higher in the future. He saw He Ping as both a leader and a teacher. Staying close to He Ping benefited him greatly. He Ping nodded and said, "All right." Wang Jianhua was stunned for a second, then said, "Thank you, leader." Wang Jianhua only realized after leaving the office that he was increasingly unable to understand his leader. Recently, his leader had changed a lot, and his thoughts became harder to guess. He Ping had been handling the handover for a long time. During this period, he never showed whether he would take Wang Jianhua to the city government or not, nor did he move Wang Jianhua's work files. Wang Jianhua kept waiting. Seeing that He Ping was about to report to the city government tomorrow, he couldn't help but bring it up just now. But He Ping seemed to have expected this and simply responded with a kind word. Was he being forced to go to the city government, or was this a test from the start? Wang Jianhua stood at the door, lost in thought. The more he thought, the more he felt his leader's mind was very deep. "Secretary Wang, what are you standing here for?" Gao Wenyue reached out and waved in front of Wang Jianhua. Wang Jianhua was pulled back to his senses by Gao Wenyue. "Oh, Gao boss, are you here to cook today?" Wang Jianhua asked with a smile. Since Gao Wenyue opened her new restaurant, she had become busier. Sometimes, Ma Chunhua would cook at the municipal guest house. No one said anything. He Ping didn't speak either, so no one dared to say anything. Whenever Wang Jianhua saw Gao Wenyue, he felt like worshipping her. Who is this fairy-like person? She managed to get her leader's older sister to work at a branch restaurant. She's the daughter of a vice mayor. Although grandma he had cut ties with the He family, the connection was still there. People always believed that the He father and daughter would reconcile someday. This was the difference between Gao Wenyue and them. Even though Gao Wenyue hadn't known the He siblings for long, she was sure that grandma he would never acknowledge He Qinghua again. The siblings were separated by a deceased mother. It could only be said that He Ping handled things more smoothly. He hadn't explicitly acknowledged He Qinghua, but he had resumed contact with the He family. That was a smart move. "Gao boss, please come to my office," Wang Jianhua warmly invited. Suddenly, the door of He Ping's office opened with a creak. "Wenyue, come here," He Ping called from outside the door. Wang Jianhua quickly stepped aside, signaling Gao Wenyue to wait in the office. Gao Wenyue followed He Ping into his office, which was decorated just as usual. He Ping walked straight to the nearby cabinet and reached for the tea leaves on top. Gao Wenyue hurried over and said, "Leader, let me make the tea." He Ping originally wanted to do it himself, but Gao Wenyue insisted on making the tea herself. He didn't want any fuss, so he let it go. Gao Wenyue quickly noticed that the tea leaves were the Taiping Hokue she gave last year, because she personally chose the tea box. "Make yourself a cup too," He Ping said from behind Gao Wenyue. Hearing this, Gao Wenyue knew that He Ping calling her in was not just small talk. He had something to tell her. She skillfully prepared 2 cups of tea and placed one in front of He Ping. Gao Wenyue took the initiative to say, "Leader, congratulations on your promotion." "Sorry for the late congratulations." He Ping slightly smiled and replied, "Thank you. I haven't congratulated you yet on your business growing bigger and opening a branch." Gao Wenyue looked shy. She felt that the teasing in his words was obvious, probably because of Aunt He's situation. As a subordinate, she had arranged for her leader's sister to work in her shop. Gao Wenyue thought that was what He Ping was referring to. Sure enough, He Ping asked, "How is my sister doing at your branch?" Gao Wenyue said, "Very well. Aunt He only needs to cook in the shop. We didn't ask her to do anything else. Aunt He is the leader's sister. Gao Wenyue only had her cook in the shop. The vegetable selling was done by her and Chen Yun." He Ping nodded and said, "Please take good care of her." Gao Wenyue smiled so much her eyes squinted, glad that the awkward atmosphere eased a little. He Ping picked up his teacup and took a sip. He had just heard Gao Wenyue's voice in the office and felt his legs and hands move uncontrollably, even calling her in. But actually, he just wanted to see her and didn't know what to say. He knew he shouldn't say anything. He sighed softly in his heart. Gao Wenyue was waiting for He Ping's next words, listening carefully. He Ping cleared his throat and asked, "What were you doing with Xiao Wang just now?" Gao Wenyue's almond-shaped eyes flashed with doubt. Was He Ping calling her in just for small talk? She replied, "I met a lady at the branch. She said her husband works at the city hall. She's been showing interest in me lately and invited me to her house for afternoon tea tomorrow. I don't know her background, so I wanted to ask Secretary Wang." Hearing this, He Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at Gao Wenyue with a scrutinizing gaze. Gao Wenyue sat confidently, allowing He Ping to observe her. She couldn't figure out Wang Qin's background, so she decided to ask Wang Jianhua. Regardless of the outcome of the inquiry, Gao Wenyue is definitely going to the afternoon tea tomorrow. Wang Qin lives in the Qingfeng Minghua community in the West District. Only very wealthy or noble families reside there. Since she has the chance to get in, she certainly won't miss the marketing opportunity. Anyway, she has already informed Wang Jianhua of this situation. She has done what she should. He Ping understands Gao Wenyue's intentions. It is because he understands that he looks at her in that way. In a way, He Ping and Gao Wenyue are similar people. Their thoughts align, including their attitude toward the He family. He Ping has already learned from his sister about Gao Wenyue's earlier attempt to persuade Grandma He. That conversation revealed He Ping's true feelings. Time passes second by second. He Ping finally speaks, asking, "What is your name?" Gao Wenyue quickly replies, "Wang Qin." He Ping isn't surprised by this name. He glances at Gao Wenyue and says, "She invited you, so you should go." Wang Qin's husband, Zhang Yong, works in the economic office. You should know how to make connections. I don't need to remind you, right? Gao Wenyue instantly understands. He Ping's transfer to the city government's department is the economic office, and he holds the director position. It's clear he's trying to curry favor with the leadership. As for He Ping's words, they are easy to understand. He just arrived at the economic office and naturally needs to win over some trusted aides to work for him. Who takes the initiative to reach out is very important. Government officials tend to form alliances, but before their influence grows large, these alliances are usually secret. Before they can stand on their own, they often operate in the dark. Gao Wenyue's brow furrows tightly. Doesn't that mean she's more tightly bound to He Ping? Today it's Zhang Yong. Tomorrow it could be Li Yong or Wang Yong. Maybe before, people didn't pay much attention to Gao's marinated dishes, but now Gao Wenyue has arranged Grandma He to work at a branch. To outsiders, Gao's marinated dishes seem to be He Ping's private property. A flood of thoughts rushes through Gao Wenyue's mind. Good ones, bad ones, beneficial and harmful. He Ping quietly watches Gao Wenyue's expression from across the table. He looks forward to her answer. Talking to smart people is like this, just a small reminder, and they understand your meaning. A slight smile appears at the corner of Gao Wenyue's mouth as she says, "Leader, I guess I'll be relying on you and Grandma He then." Since ancient times, wealth and power are gained through risk, and today is no different. After some thought, Gao Wenyue decides to jump onto He Ping's big ship. Anyway, their collaboration had long been closely linked, and it didn't matter if it was a bit tighter, as long as they could make money. Gao Wenyue knew He Ping's abilities. With such a strong backing, she wouldn't give up the opportunity to get on the boat. Moreover, He Ping is now the director of the economic office. She will have to deal with him in her future work, so she was happy to make a good impression. He Ping's smile grew wider, and Gao Wenyue had never disappointed him in this regard. Smart people always know how to choose what is most beneficial. Before leaving, Gao Wenyue said, "Leader, don't worry. Every income of the Gao family is properly recorded and taxed, especially the salary details for Aunt He. I will keep everything clear." He Ping couldn't help but smile. He no longer needed to give further instructions. Before gaining full strength, one must take precautions to avoid harm. Otherwise, when they truly grow strong, someone might gather evidence and pull them down hard, leaving no chance to recover. That's why Gao Wenyue said this. Since Aunt He works under her, she naturally wants to ensure every income is legitimate and clear, so it can't be used as evidence of bribery against He Ping in the future. After speaking, Gao Wenyue turned to leave.
Wait.
He Ping called her back. Gao Wenyue looked back in confusion. He Ping took out a box from the drawer and handed it over. "Someone gave this to me during the last meeting in Beijing. I brought 2 boxes for my sister's family, and here's one for you," He Ping explained calmly. Gao Wenyue took the box and looked down. It was chocolates. She smiled and said, "Thank you, leader. I haven't had chocolates in a long time." Recently, the shops near the mechanical factory were managed by Ma Chunhua. Seeing it was still early, Gao Wenyue decided to visit the old shop to check the situation. When she arrived, Ma Chunhua was busy serving customers. Ma Chunhua was efficiently serving customers, and even though it was early spring, she was already sweating heavily from the heat. Selling ready-to-eat food is just like that, Gao Wenyue understood deeply. She rolled up her sleeves and went to help, and together they sold vegetables much faster. When closing the shop, Gao Wenyue said, "Sister-in-law, I plan to hire another employee." Ma Chunhua was immediately anxious and quickly said, "Why? Did I do something wrong?" Gao Wenyue hurried to explain, "No, sister-in-law, don't worry. I just think you're working too hard and want to hire someone specifically to handle selling and preparing vegetables." Ma Chunhua still frowned and said, "Why spend that extra money? I can handle everything myself," Gao Wenyue said, reaching out to put her arm around Ma Chunhua's shoulders. "Look at how thin you've become. If you keep working like this, Captain will start to complain about me." Ma Chunhua couldn't help but laugh and said, "He dares." Gao Wenyue replied, "Sister-in-law, hiring new staff is a natural step for growth. Your job is to cook, so just focus on making good dishes. The tasks of preparing and buying ingredients will be gradually assigned to other workers." Hearing this, Ma Chunhua felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Am I getting too comfortable? I earn such a high salary every day, and Gao Wenyue waved her hand to stop her from saying more. Ma Chunhua knew Gao Wenyue's temper. Once she made a decision, it was final. Besides, she meant well, but the shop belonged to Gao Wenyue, so whatever she said was final. Smiling, Ma Chunhua said, "My shifts are getting more comfortable." Gao Wenyue liked Ma Chunhua's personality. She was flexible and willing to adapt. When they returned to the residential courtyard, Gao Wenyue saw the gate was open. Ma Chunhua smiled and said, "Is Captain Lu back?" Gao Wenyue hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, I'll go see." Ma Chunhua winked at Gao Wenyue and said, "Go quickly. You look so eager. Are you thinking about Captain Lu?" Gao Wenyue's cheeks flushed with a hint of red, looking shy, which surprised Ma Chunhua. It was so different from the confident businesswoman she usually was. Gao Wenyue couldn't wait to get home. Lu Xiangye had gone on a mission a month ago. His missions were sudden, and he left just as quickly as he arrived. "Xiangye, are you back?" Gao Wenyue asked. Gao Wenyue saw Lu Xiangye opening the door and hurriedly approached him. He reached out with a big hand and pulled her into his arms. "I'm back," he said. Lu Xiangye buried his head in Gao Wenyue's neck, and they hugged tightly. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but wrap her arms around Lu Xiangye's waist. After a month apart, their longing for each other was intense. Lu Xiangye held her waist with one hand and embraced her with the other, then closed the door. The moment the door was shut, their passionate kiss followed. During a moment of passion, Gao Wenyue also remembered to say, let's take a shower first." Lu Xiangye, feeling helpless, had no choice but to carry the person in his arms, and they took a bath together. 3 hours later, Gao Wenyue was resting in Lu Xiangye's arms. At this time, she couldn't help but feel that Lu Xiangye's stamina was truly impressive. Having lived 2 lives, Gao Wenyue was increasingly able to enjoy this happiness. Fortunately, she married Lu Xiangye in this life, which not only gave her a loving partner but also allowed her to experience the joy of being a woman. Gao Wenyue's cheeks were pink, her face looking as beautiful as a peach blossom, which made Lu Xiangye feel more interested. Before he could act again, the woman in his arms started talking. Gao Wenyue suddenly said, "By the way, my older sister called yesterday." Lu Xiangye asked with concern, "How is her recovery?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "She said she's almost recovered. Mom took a month off to stay at home and take care of her." Lu Xiangye listened silently, clearly aware of this matter. Gao Wenyue suddenly sat up and looked at Lu Xiangye carefully, examining him closely. Lu Xiangye raised his eyelids casually and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Weining called, mainly to talk about 2 things. The first was about what happened at Chen Fang's house during the New Year. Chen Mother and Chen Xiang were walking on the street when they were dragged into an alley and beaten up. They were badly bruised and swollen, even wrapped in sacks and hit with sticks. After 2 women from the Chen family were beaten, their house was taken back by the logistics department of the machinery factory. The reason was that Lu Anning's current residence was registered under Lu Jian's name, so Chen Fang couldn't be assigned such a large house alone. Therefore, the logistics department decided that Chen Fang should move into the staff dormitory, forcing the entire Chen family out of their apartment building. Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Xiangye and asked, "Was that all you're doing?" Lu Xiangye glared at Gao Wenyue and said, "Yes." Gao Wenyue smiled upon hearing this. She had guessed that Lu Xiangye was responsible. This person cared deeply about his sister. He couldn't possibly tolerate such a thing. With a cautious tone, Gao Wenyue asked, "So, how did you think of using a pair of sticks to hit people?" Lu Xiangye's lips curled slightly into a mischievous smile and said, "What do you think?" At this moment, Gao Wenyue was absolutely sure that Lu Xiangye had seen the entire process of her hitting someone. So, Gao Wenyue chuckled softly, clever enough to say no more. Lu Xiangye thought about that matter and said, "That time, you left a deep impression on me. I didn't expect my wife to be quite fiery." Gao Wenyue replied, "You have many surprises." Lu Xiangye was still waiting for Gao Wenyue to mention the second thing. Gao Wenyue said, "You definitely can't guess the second thing." Lu Xiangye guessed, "Is it related to my brother-in-law's family?" Gao Wenyue shook her head, sort of, but not entirely. Lu Xiangye quietly watched Gao Wenyue, wondering what else Lu Anning and Gao Wenyue could talk about. Lu Anning's second piece of news also surprised Gao Wenyue. She wanted to come to the border area to join her. Since Lu Anning was discharged from the hospital, Chen Fang visited the Lu family every day. Over time, Lu Anning allowed Chen Fang to see the children, since he was their father. The newborn baby liked Chen Fang very much. Every time he was in his father's arms, he didn't cry or make trouble. He was very well behaved. Even Li Sufang couldn't help but say, "These father and son are truly close. Blood ties make them feel connected." Hearing this, Lu Anning finally made up her mind. She directly asked to go to the border to join Gao Wenyue, to do business with her, and also to experience the local customs and environment. It wasn't because Lu Anning was afraid of her mother-in-law and wanted to leave quietly. She had her own career plans and had been paying attention to the new economic developments this year. Gao Wenyue's success gave her hope. Lu Xiangye frowned and asked, "Big sister wants to come work for you?" Gao Wenyue nodded. "Yes, I asked her. She was very sure and told me yes." Actually, Gao Wenyue didn't really want Lu Anning to work at her shop. Having her sister-in-law and sister-in-law working together, with one as the boss and the other as an employee, could be very good if things went well, but if not, it could cause a big fight. Lu Xiangye also seemed to realize this and immediately said, "No, if she wants to do business, let her do it herself. If she doesn't have money, we can lend her some." At first, Gao Wenyue thought the same, but she changed her mind later. She shyly said, "I've already promised my sister." Lu Xiangye held her tighter and said with emotion, Wife, don't change your decision just because of me. Big sister can come, and as for what she wants to do in the future, I'll talk to her about it. Gao Wenyue pressed her face against Lu Xiongye's chest and said, I admit I considered your feelings, but mainly, my older sister earned her spot on her own ability. It turns out Lu Anning is very good at math and accounting. She used to work as a financial officer at a factory, but when she got pregnant and her belly grew, she was transferred to a quieter publicity department to rest and prepare for childbirth. Right now, Gao Wenyue needs a professional and reliable accountant. When Gao Wenyue learned that Lu Anning used to be a financial officer, she eagerly welcomed her sister-in-law's arrival. Lu Anning gave Chen Fong a choice. She wanted to go to the border regions. If Chen Fong still wanted their small family, she could go with her. Of course, Lu Anning also repeated what Gao Wenyue had said that day. She only asked Chen Fong to go with her to manage their little family. As for Chen Fong himself, he could send money home to his family every month, which was a way of showing filial piety. Or, at the very least, he could go home to see his family. This was an opportunity Lu Anning gave Chen Fong, and also a chance for herself. Chen Fong's choice would affect her next steps. If Chen Fong rejected this proposal, Lu Anning could divorce him without hesitation. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but look up at Lu Xiongye and ask, guess how he will choose? He was obviously talking about Chen Fong. Lu Xiongye naturally wanted Chen Fong to follow his sister's wishes, but what would Chen Fong choose? Gao Wenyue smiled and said, I have something to do tomorrow afternoon. You go to the train station to pick him up. Lu Xiongye heard this and smiled. He leaned down and kissed Gao Wenyue heavily on the forehead. The next morning, Lu Xiongye and Gao Wenyue went straight to the department store. Gao Wenyue originally wanted Lu Anning and Chen Fong to stay at the staff quarters, but Lu Anning refused over the phone, saying she wanted to rent a house in the city. Gao Wenyue thought it made sense. Staying in the staff quarters would mean they had to run back and forth between the city and the quarters, which was inconvenient. After considering everything, they decided that Lu Anning and her family would live in a small house behind the pickled vegetable shop. They went to the department store to buy daily necessities and set up the room. In the clothing section, Gao Wenyue saw tiny baby clothes, all small and adorable. Just looking at these tiny clothes made everyone pause. Her gaze softened involuntarily. She reached out and picked up several pieces of clothing. The shop assistant smiled and said, Are you expecting a baby, comrade? Is this for the baby's clothes? Gao Wenyue gently shook her head and said, No, I bought these for a relative's child. The saleswoman awkwardly smiled and said, Sorry, I misunderstood. Gao Wenyue didn't mind this small mistake. She held up the clothes and asked, Auntie, are these suitable for a 4-month-old baby? The saleswoman replied, The baby is 4 months old. These might be too big. Take a look at these few pieces. Lu Xiongye stood quietly nearby, watching Gao Wenyue carefully choose baby clothes. He couldn't help but imagine what it would be like when he and Gao Wenyue had their own child. After buying the clothes, Lu Xiongye took the bags home to tidy up. Gao Wenyue headed to the branch store. At Gao's braised dishes second shop, and he was in the kitchen preparing food. Gao Wenyue carried the ingredients she bought earlier and headed into the kitchen. And he was just about to put some vegetables into the pot when she saw Gao Wenyue approaching. Wenyue, you're here? Auntie, can I use the kitchen for a moment? Heh, isn't this your kitchen? Why would you need to ask? Aunt, he playfully looked at Gao Wenyue and moved aside. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, Our shop's kitchen belongs to Chef He. The second branch of Gao's braised dishes opened just 3 days ago, and its reputation quickly spread. The flavor of the braised duck was highly praised. Everyone praised Aunt He as the talented chef behind the delicious duck dishes. Gao Wenyue didn't let Aunt He show her face on purpose. This was to protect Aunt He's privacy and to keep the second shop feeling a bit mysterious. When Aunt He heard this, her eyes crinkled with happiness, and she hummed a cheerful tune. Gao Wenyue brought flour, green beans, and red beans. She first washed the green beans and red beans separately, then steamed them. After mixing in flour and sugar, she made red bean and green bean cakes. Gao Wenyue took out some green tea she brought and brewed it first. Then she took out a small bag of milk powder she bought earlier. The milk powder was for the baby in Lu Anning's family, bought at the supply store. Gao Wenyue bought 8 cans at once because Lu Anning's baby was born via C-section. She needed to recover from surgery, and her milk supply was low, so she needed a lot of milk powder. Worried about their expenses since they just arrived and needed to care for the baby, Gao Wenyue bought everything she could think of. Because she bought so much at once, the saleswoman gave her a small sample bag for free. Gao Wenyue dissolved the milk in water, added some white sugar, and then boiled the mixture with the brewed tea. After about 10 minutes, a fragrant blend of milk and tea filled the air. Outside in the yard, and he said it smells so good, like tea and milk together. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "You'll taste it soon and know what it tastes like." She added cooked red beans into the pot, and the simple version of milk tea was ready. Gao Wenyue first poured a cup for Aunt He and Chin Yun, indicating they should try it. Neither of them had ever seen such a drink before. When Gao Wenyue told them it was milk tea, they had never heard of that name. But they trusted Gao Wenyue's cooking skills, so they eagerly took a sip with high expectations. Gao Wenyue couldn't wait to ask, "How is it?" Their eyes immediately sparkled with delight, and they said in unison, "It's delicious, very tasty." Gao Wenyue smiled happily, feeling reassured. It was her first time making milk tea, and she didn't expect it to turn out so well. Although milk tea became popular worldwide later, it's hard to imagine any woman not liking it. Today, Wang Qin invited Gao Wenyue to a gathering of women and afternoon tea with some snacks and drinks. Always a good idea. Gao Wenyue carried pastries, milk tea, and duck products as she headed toward Qingfeng Mingyue. Her main goal was to promote the duck products, especially the marinated duck. At Wang Qin's home, her yard was filled with potted plants, all with red flowers and green grass. In the center of the yard, there were 2 tables with 4 women sitting and chatting, enjoying the flowers and talking. "I say, Mrs. Zhang, your garden is so beautiful. It really lifts my mood. I'm so jealous of Mrs. Zhang for having such a lovely garden. I spend my days just looking at cucumber leaves." "That's right. I think the flowers were sent by Mr. Wang, right?" one of the women asked, looking up. Wang Qin adjusted her shawl and smiled, saying, "Yes, I was feeling bored at home a few days ago. The weather was a bit cold for outings and I didn't know what to do. I casually called my dad to complain. And guess what happened?" She lowered her head slightly, smiling proudly as she looked at everyone. The women present knew exactly what she meant. They weren't really eager to praise Wang Qin, but, remembering their husband's advice, they still nodded and asked why. Wang Qin was pleased with their reactions. She straightened her back and said, "I called in the morning, and my dad brought it over that evening." Wang Qin's father was a wealthy businessman. Their Wang family was known for their wealth and business success. If the Wang family were just ordinary merchants, Wang Qin wouldn't be worth everyone's admiration. The special thing about the Wang family is that they handle business contracts with the government. They are responsible for building roads for the government, which involves a lot of money and many people. Their background is quite impressive. People started praising how caring old Mr. Wang is to his daughter and how lucky Wang Qin is. At this moment, the housekeeper came in and said, "Madam, a young lady named Gao Wenyue has come to see you." Wang Qin quickly stood up and said, "Wenyue is here? I'll go meet her." Everyone remaining in the garden looked at each other in surprise. Who could this important guest be that Wang Qin would personally go to welcome her? Usually, Wang Qin is very proud. Today, Gao Wenyue wore a cheongsam dress with a coat. This dress was custom-made during the New Year when Lu Xiangye took her to order it. It was a light blue cheongsam that showed off her good figure. In the lively spring season, Gao Wenyue's outfit caught everyone's attention. She is very beautiful, and the blue color made her skin look even fairer and more radiant. When Wang Qin saw Gao Wenyue, her eyes showed a clear surprise. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but remember how she looked this morning in the cheongsam. At that time, Lu Xiangye's eyes were full of admiration, and his intense gaze seemed to see right through her clothes. Today, Gao Wenyue looked bright and charming. From how people reacted at the department store and the supply and marketing cooperative, it was obvious she looked stunning. Even Aunt He and Qinyun praised her several times for how beautiful she was. Wenyue, you look really beautiful today. Youth is a wonderful thing. You're even prettier than the fresh flowers in my garden, Wang Qin said with a smile, praising her. Gao Wenyue looked at Wang Qin, who was wearing a purple cheongsam with a pure white shawl draped over her shoulders. Her hair was styled in new curls, and she had delicate makeup, looking like a wealthy lady. Gao Wenyue smiled and praised, Sister Qin, you look truly beautiful today. This purple cheongsam really suits your style. Not everyone can carry off such a color. She stepped closer and carefully looked at the shawl Wang Qin was wearing, saying, this shawl is made of good material. Sister Qin, your outfit really brings out the charm of the dress. Today, you look radiant. When Wang Qin heard this, she smiled so broadly that her eyes narrowed. It was the first genuine smile she had shown today. Earlier in the garden, the ladies looked at her with a mix of envy and forced praise. While that made her feel proud, it was not the same as her current smile. Gao Wenyue always spoke sincerely when complimenting someone. Her bright eyes looked directly at you, and her serious praise was hard not to be moved by. Moreover, Gao Wenyue's compliments were logical and not blind flattery. Wang Qin laughed loudly and said, oh, Wenyue, you really know how to talk. Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, Sister Qin, what I say is the truth. When you just praised me for looking good, I agreed because I really think I looked nice today.
But
she paused, leaving a teasing note that made Wang Qin's curiosity grow. Wang Qin couldn't help but ask, but what? Gao Wenyue looked at Wang Qin and examined her carefully. Wang Qin's curiosity was at its peak. She urged impatiently, come on, girl, just tell me. I'm dying to know. Finally, Gao Wenyue spoke. It's just that I'm more of a delicate young lady. To wear a qipao well, you need to show charm, like you do. Only women your age can really pull off the qipao's elegance. Her words weren't just flattery. Wearing a qipao is best suited for women around 30, at the prime of their beauty. Wang Qin liked Gao Wenyue even more after this. At first, she was hesitant to meet her, feeling a bit reluctant. Wang Qin believed their family's business was government-related, different from ordinary merchants, especially since Gao Wenyue had made her fortune in the food industry. In her memory, food businesses were dirty and chaotic. But Gao Wenyue was different. Her shop was clean and elegant, and she didn't look like someone involved in a messy food trade, with greasy hair and a face covered in oil. When Wang Qin saw Gao Wenyue for the first time, her previous thoughts changed. Today was their third meeting, and she had already decided to be friends with Gao Wenyue. Led by Wang Qin, Gao Wenyue met several noble and wealthy ladies from Qingfeng Mingyue. Wang Qin said, this is my friend Gao Wenyue.
just call her Wenyue.
The women in the garden quietly observed Gao Wenyue, exchanging glances several times, their eyes passing messages back and forth. Gao Wenyue confidently stepped forward. She smiled and greeted everyone, saying, hello, ladies. I am Gao Wenyue, the owner of the new Gao's marinated food shop outside. If you come to buy something there, I can give you a discount. Everyone was surprised at her words. They had thought Gao Wenyue was just a casual acquaintance of Wang Qin, but it turned out she was the owner of the popular Gao's marinated food shop in the city. Really, Gao is the owner? I actually went to your shop for groceries today at noon, one lady said. Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, next time, just mention my name, and I'll ask the staff to give you a discount. She nodded with a smile, but no one took it seriously. People knew these polite words were just for show. Even if they were true, these glamorous ladies wouldn't really act on them. They might bargain quietly when buying groceries, but in social settings, they still wanted to appear generous and elegant. Suddenly, a woman in a white floral cheongsam asked, when did you get to know Gao? You're so close without anyone knowing. I hadn't heard you two knew each other before. Her words implied that Wang Qin was clever and that the business dealings were sneaky, suggesting they had secretly been in contact. The speaker was Lu Fuhong, whose husband also worked at the city government's economic office. Both Lu Fuhong's husband and Wang Qin's husband were mid-level leaders in the economic office, and they had been competing quietly for a long time. This time, He Ping's appointment depended on which subordinate he chose to promote. But no one knew that Wang Qin had secretly become friends with the owner of Gao's marinated food shop, and everyone was aware of the close relationship between Gao's shop and He Ping. Lu Fuhong was furious, while Wang Qin was so happy she almost wanted to dance. This time, she had finally beaten Lu Fuhong. The men from both families competed at work, and the women also competed in life. Wang Qin's family was wealthy, but she was straightforward and didn't have a refined personality. She often felt overshadowed by Lu Fuhong. Today, with her husband's advice, Wang Qin finally won a round. This morning, He Ping's first act after taking office was to go on an inspection in another province. He personally chose Wang Qin's husband, Li Yong, to accompany him. Gao Wenyue didn't care about their rivalry. She took out the food she brought and said, "Ladies, don't just talk. Please have some food." Wang Qin looked at the items in Gao Wenyue's hand and asked, "I recognize these pastries and marinated duck. But what's in this bottle? It looks yellowish and not quite white." Gao Wenyue smiled warmly and said, "This is milk tea. I made this drink myself." There were empty cups on the table, and Gao Wenyue went to pour a glass for Wang Qin to try. This action confirmed their close relationship, as everyone suspected. Yesterday, after leaving He Ping's office, Gao Wenyue also went to Wang Jianhua's office. When facing Wang Jianhua, Gao Wenyue was more direct. Because of this, Gao Wenyue knew all about Wang Qin's background. Her visit was mainly to build a good relationship with Wang Qin. Wang Qin turned around proudly and glanced at Lu Fuhong. Then she took the cup in front of her, initially just trying it out. After all, Wang Qin had grown up drinking all kinds of things. She didn't expect much from the drink. But to her surprise, the rich aroma of the milk tea flowed over her tongue, sweet and fragrant. The soft, sticky red beans in her mouth made her want more. She took another sip and then lowered her head to sip again. The small cup of milk tea was finished in just 2 or 3 sips by Wang Qin. Someone laughed and said, "We were waiting to hear what you thought of the taste, but you just kept drinking without saying a word." Wang Qin smiled and said, "It must be good if I kept drinking, right?" Someone eagerly asked, "Is it really that good?"
Pour me a glass to try.
Gao Wenyue divided the milk tea and some pastries among everyone. "Wenyue, you're so skillful. This milk tea is really delicious. These pastries are tasty too. This marinated duck is also delicious." Everyone at the scene started praising Gao Wenyue. Wang Qin was initially hesitant, but then made up her mind. She looked at Gao Wenyue and asked, "Wenyue, my dad's construction site has many workers who need lunch every day. Can you deliver your marinated dishes to the site?" Gao Wenyue immediately replied, "Of course. We can deliver food daily." Wang Qin said, "Then I'll ask my dad's secretary to contact you later." Gao Wenyue agreed. Encouraged by Wang Qin, Lu Fuhong couldn't hold back and said, "My dad works at a steel factory. I heard their cafeteria food isn't very good last time. I'll ask if they want to order food from you." Gao Wenyue said clearly, "Thank you. I'll wait for your good news." Until Gao Wenyue left the door of Qingfeng Mingyue, her smile never faded. This afternoon tea gathering was finally worth her coming. A simple tea party brought an order from the Gao family's pickled food shop for the construction site. It was a very worthwhile trip. The Wang family was contracted to build roads. The workers earned high wages, and meals were provided free of charge, basically, a company-paid meal. Naturally, they set the budget quite high. As Gao Wenyue walked, she was calculating in her mind, wondering how much the Wang family's order would be tomorrow. She guessed it wouldn't be small. Wang Qin wouldn't casually ask her to order food. It must have been suggested by someone else. Zhang Yong wouldn't interfere in his father-in-law's business. He was a government official, and business politics marriages were common. But having strong financial backing was well known. Smart people wouldn't get involved in business matters themselves to avoid confusion later. So, it must be that legendary Mr. Wang. This Mr. Wang didn't show himself openly, but had already secretly partnered with Gao's pickled food shop. He even praised his son-in-law in front of others. He was very shrewd, no wonder he was a business tycoon. Gao Wenyue remembered that in later generations, Mr. Wang's wealth was countless, and he had appeared on the Forbes list. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but be curious and wanted to meet this legendary figure. It was already dark now. By this time, Lu Xiangye should have already picked up Lu Weining and others from the old shop. Gao Wenyue went straight back to the old shop. As soon as she entered, she saw Ma Chunhua, who had just finished selling vegetables and was tidying up. Ma Chunhua saw Gao Wenyue and said, "Wenyue, everything's packed up, the accounts are settled, and the cash from the past 2 days has been deposited in the bank." Seeing Ma Chunhua handing over the ledger, Gao Wenyue reached out to take it. Ma Chunhua looked toward the backyard and said, "Your eldest sister-in-law is here. You and your family should go talk. I'll leave first." Ma Chunhua was always thoughtful. Seeing Lu Xiangye's family arrive, she quickly packed up and left, giving space for their family. Gao Wenyue hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, take it slow on your bike." As soon as Gao Wenyue entered the room, she saw Lu Xiangye holding the baby, both staring at each other. The man's body was stiff, clearly worried about hurting the child. "Big sister, brother-in-law, you've arrived? I had some things today, and didn't have time to pick you up," Gao Wenyue explained with a smile. Lu Anning quickly said, "Wenyue is back. If you have something to do, go ahead. Xiaoyi already told us it's nothing serious." Chun Fong smiled gratefully and said, "Wenyue, thank you for your trouble. You and Xiaoyi have done a great job cleaning the room, and you even bought so many things for Xiaobao." Gao Wenyue waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Brother-in-law, since you and your sister are here, just stay comfortably. This is your home." This was like Chun Fong's own heart, because he moved to the distant frontier mainly for Lu Anning. Chun Fong felt much more at ease. He used to think Lu Weining would never forgive him, but now there was hope. He was happy with the current situation. All he wanted was to work hard and give Lu Weining and the baby the best life. As for his parents, he had a sister and brother at home, and he sent money to them every month. Actually, Chun Fong's parents loved his younger brother the most. A few years ago, they didn't treat Chun Fong well. He did all the dirty and tiring work at home. Later, he worked hard, got lucky, and found a job at a machinery factory. He also married the factory director's daughter. Only then did his parents start to pay attention to him. The incident at Lu Anning's delivery made Chun Fong realize that his mother simply didn't love him. If it had been his brother's wife and child, his mother would never have done something so risky just to save money. She was clearly counting on Chun Fong's temper. Unaware, Chun Fong thought that honest people aren't tough, but once they become tough, there's no turning back. Chun Fong said, "Wenyue, start assigning me work from tomorrow. Since your sister is staying home to take care of the baby, let her rest first." This answer was clearly something they had discussed beforehand. Before Gao Wenyue arrived, Xiaoyi had already told him that both shops urgently needed workers. Gao Wenyue agreed, as she was worried about finding enough staff. Chun Fong's arrival was just right. The next day, Mr. Wang's secretary came to Gao Wenyue. Mr. Wang's secretary was a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a refined and elegant aura. "Hello, Boss Gao. I am Wang Jun, Mr. Wang's secretary." He nodded slightly and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Gao Wenyue." She politely invited him into the shop. Gao Wenyue suddenly realized that neither of their two shops had a dedicated meeting room. Most of the space in the buildings she bought was used for cooking, leaving no extra room for meetings. She spent 4,150 yuan to buy the branch shops, which was a discounted price arranged by Wang Jianhua. Therefore, Gao Wenyue urgently needs to increase sales at her store, but she has run out of money. She has worked hard for a year and has no savings left. Fortunately, she bought 2 houses and owns 2 shops. Gao Wenyue arranged to meet Wang Jun at a tea house. He was wearing a traditional Chinese suit, which showed he liked Chinese culture. Meeting in a tea house also made her seem respectful. Sure enough, Wang Jun looked surprised. He asked, "Boss Gao, do you like drinking tea?" Not many women enjoy tea nowadays. Most women today prefer soda or coffee. Wang Jun was surprised because he thought Gao Wenyue might want to meet at a coffee shop for business. He didn't expect her to choose a tea house, especially since he is a tea enthusiast. Gao Wenyue didn't realize her choice of location would please Wang Jun. She honestly said, I like tea, but I don't know much about it. I just drink it casually. Wang Jun smiled slightly when he heard this. His impression of Gao Wenyue softened compared to before. After they sat down, a pot of high-quality by Luo Chun tea was brought over. Gao Wenyue stood up, poured tea, and served Wang Jun a cup, leaving enough for a guest, showing good manners. Wang Jun observed her actions and thought she didn't seem like a novice. He decided she was deliberately acting modest. He reached out, took his cup, and sipped gently. His opinion of Gao Wenyue improved again. She looked young, but her intelligence and abilities were outstanding. She managed 2 shops and could meet important leaders. In Wang Jun's view, good judgment and ability are basic requirements for business people. The most important qualities are integrity and character. How a partner behaves depends on the size and duration of the cooperation. Wang Jun already had a good impression of Gao Wenyue, which made their business talk smooth and natural. Gao Wenyue said, "We deliver meals according to set packages to the construction site. The workers work hard, so besides delivering food, we will occasionally give them drinks, like mung bean soup in summer or hot soup in winter." Wang Jun looked surprised at her and she smiled slightly, saying, "It's a small benefit from our Gao's marinated meat shop." They hadn't yet discussed specific order details or quantities, but Gao Wenyue was already offering her benefits. Wang Jun couldn't help but smile and said, "Boss Gao, you are really straightforward. I don't know whether she is truly clever or just pretending to be naive to catch others off guard." Wang Jun was unsure for a moment and looked at Gao Wenyue again. Today, Gao Wenyue was wearing a white wool sweater and black pants, which made her look like a student. It was hard to believe she was a business owner involved in the market. However, Wang Jun knew that appearances can be deceiving, so he didn't underestimate her. He cautiously said, "On behalf of my workers, thank you, Boss Gao. The cost of each meal in this order will be within 1 yuan. With a meal price under 1 yuan, whether it's 0.99 or 0.89 yuan, it depends on whether the Wang family wants to earn more or less money. Of course, no businessman wants to earn less, but it also depends on how kind they are to their workers." Gao Wenyue quickly thought of several options. Since Wang Jun didn't specify the exact price, she saw this as a test to see how he would set the price. She smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, meals under 1 yuan can vary from high to low or medium. Our Gao's marinated food shop can offer you 3 types of meal sets." Wang Jun asked excitedly, "What are the 3 types?" Showing some interest. Gao Wenyue glanced at him and replied, "Our shop usually sells meal sets as packages. The first option is similar to the set menus at the municipal guest house: 1 marinated egg, a piece of dried tofu, a piece of tofu, and some braised pork, all for 0.88 yuan. Wang Jun listened silently, just smiling and sipping his tea. Gao Wenyue felt she had a good idea and continued, "The second option is our traditional set: 1 marinated egg, a piece of dried tofu, a piece of tofu, priced at 0.35 yuan for you." Wang Jun still said nothing, keeping his head down. Clearly, neither of these options suited him. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "As for the third option, it's a new set we specially put together for you." Actually, it was a last-minute decision, but Gao Wenyue wouldn't tell him that. In business negotiations, it's important to sound confident and convincing. Wang Jun's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been a little disappointed earlier because the 2 options Gao Wenyue just offered didn't meet his expectations. Gao Wenyue reached for the teapot, poured more tea for Wang Jun and herself, and continued the conversation. Wang Jun knew she was teasing him, but he wasn't angry. This was a common tactic in business talks. This also shows that Gao Wenyue must have a backup plan. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the right to keep secrets. The middle-aged man picked up his teacup. Today's Bilyuakun tea tasted very good. Gao Wenyue then said, "The third plan is to combine the first 2. The vegetarian dishes will still be the usual 3, and I will add an occasional meat dish. This meat dish could be pork belly, braised pig's trotters, pig's heart and lungs, or even braised duck." Hearing this, Wang Jun raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "And what is the price set by Mr.
Gao?"
Gao Wenyue had been waiting for him to ask this question. She smiled and said, One portion costs zero point 0.7 yuan. When she mentioned the first two plans, Wang Jun didn't react, so Gao Wenyue knew that the Wang family's idea was probably not to set the price too high, but also not to spend too much. They wanted a mix of meat and vegetarian dishes at a reasonable price. Gao Wenyue was confident that Wang Jun would definitely agree with this proposal. Sure enough, Wang Jun smiled and said, "This meal set really suits our company." Gao Wenyue nodded with a smile, knowing that as long as the price was right and the dishes looked good, it would be acceptable. She asked gently, "Mr. Wang, how many sets do you plan to order?" Wang Jun thought for a moment and replied, "We used to have a regular catering partner, but the workers didn't like those boxed meals. Our General Wang thought about ordering from Gao's braised dishes. This time, we just want to test the waters and see how the workers respond." Gao Wenyue understood. She was playing emotional cards and painting a big picture for her, telling her that bigger orders were coming in the future. But first, she needed to handle the current order. She nodded and said, "I understand. Rest assured, our braised dishes are guaranteed in quality and taste. As for the variety for the workers, I promise there will be both meat and vegetarian options, plus drinks. The whole set will only cost 0.7 yuan per meal." This was a way of telling Wang Jun that the price was already the lowest, but she would make the dishes more abundant. Wang Jun's lips curved slightly, and he immediately agreed to this price. Initially, he was just testing the waters, as business people do, to know the other side's bottom line, so he could gauge the situation. Now, he knew Gao Wenyue's lowest price. In the end, they signed an order for 200 sets per day, which would bring in 140 yuan daily. Gao Wenyue silently calculated in her mind. After subtracting costs and labor from the 140 yuan, she could still earn about 80 yuan, which adds up to around 2,400 yuan a month. At this moment, Gao Wenyue looked at Wang Jun with even more warmth, and her smile grew broader. Wang Jun was also very pleased with this deal. With a big order in hand, he naturally had no shortage of partners. The other side was smart and cooperative, so he didn't need to explain much. The whole negotiation went smoothly and comfortably. When Wang Jun returned to the Wang family business, the boss, Wang Zhonglin, asked, "Did Jun, how's the young boss from the Gao company?" Wang Jun said, "Very good. Don't let her age fool you. She has business sense and skill." That was a high compliment. Wang Jun was a secretary trained directly by Wang Zhonglin. Others might not know, but Wang Zhonglin knew that Wang Jun was very picky about people. Even someone he had known since childhood, like Wang Qin, he didn't think highly of. This was the first time Wang Jun gave such a high praise to a young person, which made Wang Zhonglin curious about Gao Wenyue. "You've made even me curious about her," Wang Zhonglin said, putting down his pen. Wang Jun chuckled and said, "If you meet her, I believe you'll like her." During today's negotiation, Gao Wenyue gave Wang Jun a very familiar feeling. It wasn't until he saw Wang Zhonglin that he realized why. Gao Wenyue's style of cooperation was very similar to Wang Zhonglin's work style. Now, Gao Wenyue was returning to the old shop with the order. She first made a table listing the monthly package standards so that Manhwa could prepare ingredients in advance. She then went to talk to Qin Fang and Lu Anning about their employment benefits. Lu Anning had just put her sleeping child into a wooden cradle, which was a new purchase made yesterday by Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye. The baby was sleeping soundly, and her soft pink face made Gao Wenyue's heart soften naturally. The baby was well cared for by Lu Anning. "Big sister, let's go outside and talk. Don't disturb little Bao's sleep," Gao Wenyue said. Lu Anning and Qin Fang's child didn't have a formal name yet. They had always called the baby little Bao. As they reached the yard, Lu Anning smiled and said, "Wenyue, when you have time, give little Bao a name." Gao Wenyue was surprised and asked, "Me? Name him?" She had just been thinking about this, and didn't expect Lu Anning to ask her to choose a name now. Since both of Lu's elders are alive and Xiaobao's parents are also well, it's finally her turn, the sister-in-law, to choose a name. If not her, then Lu Xiangye can pick a name. Gao Wenyue immediately said, "Big sister, don't joke. It's not my turn to name Xiaobao." Lu Anning and Qin Fang exchanged glances, and both nodded in agreement. Lu Anning said, Wenyue, I want you to choose the name. This was decided by me and your brother-in-law, and our parents also know. Gao Wenyue hesitated and said, but. Chen Fong quickly said, Wenyue, just give Xiaobao a name. If you hadn't saved them both, Xiaobao wouldn't be here today. Since it had come to this, Gao Wenyue agreed and nodded. She walked a few steps in the yard, thinking as she went. How about the name Jiansheng? Gao Wenyue asked, turning her head. Lu Anning murmured, Jiansheng. Chen Fong looked happy and said, that's a good name, with a nice meaning. Lu Anning said, then let's call him Jiansheng. Thus, Xiaobao's name was decided. Gao Wenyue first talked to Lu Anning about her job. She said, Big sister, I don't have a professional accountant here. I've been doing the books myself. Once you come, you can take over. I don't expect you to work fixed hours, just rest when you need to. Just make sure the accounts are balanced at the beginning and end of each month. Lu Anning had recently given birth by cesarean and was only 4 months postpartum. She was recovering well, but there was still a scar on her belly. Gao Wenyue didn't want her to take on too much work. This wasn't special treatment for her. She would do the same for any female employee. Gao Wenyue then said, but I have one request. When it came to work, Lu Anning's smile faded, and she asked seriously, what is it? Gao Wenyue looked steadily at Lu Anning and said, the accounts must be legal. No tax evasion or fraud. All records must be transparent and clear. Lu Anning was taken aback but quickly responded, I understand. Gao Wenyue emphasized again, after today, I believe you've all learned a bit about my shop. We also cooperate with government agencies. Such partnerships will only increase in the future, so your work is very important. Lu Anning immediately felt her burden grow heavier, but at the same time, she was excited. This was her chance to prove herself. Lu Anning nodded carefully. As a finance person, she clearly understood how important Gao Wenyue's words were. Gao Wenyue turned to Chen Fong and said, brother-in-law, our shop is currently short of male staff. You came at a good time, because we need a lot of physical work done. Gao Wenyue looked hesitant. Chen Fong had previously worked in an office, which was a respectable job, sitting comfortably in an office every day, protected from the elements. It was very comfortable. But now, what she needed was a delivery worker, which was very different from his previous job. Chen Fong said casually, what's the big deal? I used to do farm work back home and was quite good at it. I can handle the physical tasks. Chen Fong genuinely didn't mind. He was originally a farmer and used to work quickly on the farm. Although he later got into a machinery factory, he was not used to office work. His first task every morning was to brew tea and read newspapers, an old tradition in the logistics department. But Chen Fong couldn't sit still. As soon as he sat down, he felt uncomfortable, like sitting on pins and needles. In the machinery factory, people secretly looked down on Chen Fong because he was from a poor family. He was just lucky to marry the factory director's daughter. So, when Chen Fong learned that Lu Anning wanted to go to the frontier to do business with Gao Wenyue, he was very excited. Chen Fong thought this was his chance. In the frontier, no one would know their true identities. He could work hard to give his wife and children a better life. Seeing Chen Fong's determination, Gao Wenyue temporarily let him help with delivering vegetables every day, responsible for 3 factories and a construction site. Gao Wenyue advised, brother-in-law, after delivering the vegetables, there's no need to rush back. You can look around, gather some information, chat with people, and also promote our marinated dishes. Chen Fong agreed immediately. Lu Xiangye arrived at the shop in the afternoon. As soon as he entered the yard, he went straight to his wife. Gao Wenyue was explaining to Ma Chunhua and Chen Fong about cooking for tomorrow. The branch had just opened, and she was responsible for it herself. The operation of the main shop was already mature, and Ma Chunhua had become capable of managing on her own. Gao Wenyue asked Chen Fong to help with preparing and buying vegetables in the morning. The main shop's operation was temporarily entrusted to Ma Chunhua and Chen Fong. Gao Wenyue said, for now, Sister Chunhua is also helping with chopping vegetables. When we hire more staff later, tasks like chopping and cashiering will be divided out. She looked at Ma Chunhua and said, Your job is to buy vegetables, prepare ingredients, and cook. This work doesn't seem like much, but only Gao Wenyue knows that being a chef is not easy at all. Moreover, Ma Chunhua has to cook at the city committee guest house. However, the more she works, the more she earns. Ma Chunhua's daily wage now equals her husband Wu Tuan's monthly salary, which makes her feel a bit guilty for earning so much. So, Ma Chunhua said, "As long as I can handle the work for now, I won't hire more staff. The electricity and other costs in the shop are not cheap, so I want to save some money." Before Gao Wenyue could speak, Ma Chunhua added, "Wenyue, you always talk about costs, right? We still need to save where we can." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law." Gao Wenyue is generous to her employees. She earns a lot and shares quite a bit with everyone. But in fact, she paid for the shop herself, including the renovation and electricity bills, which are all expenses. Ma Chunhua considers herself part of Gao's preserved food shop, so she thinks from the shop's perspective and says things like that. It must be said that Gao Wenyue is very good at winning people's hearts. Even Chen Fong couldn't help but admire her. He had just discussed salary arrangements with her and Lu Anning. Gao Wenyue offered two options. One was a fixed salary of 100 yuan per month for each of them. Chen Fong and Lu Anning were surprised when they heard this, because together they would earn 200 yuan a month. But when they worked at Rongqing Machinery Factory before, their combined salary was only 100 yuan. The reason Gao Wenyue offers such a high salary is because her shop has a lot of work, and since they are in the food business, they have fewer days off. This also includes overtime pay. Before Chen Fong and Lu Anning could react, Gao Wenyue proposed a second option: equity shares. She wants Chen Fong and Lu Anning to hold management positions, so she prefers them to have shares, which helps keep them loyal. Currently, Gao Wenyue owns two shops. She lets Ma Chunhua take 20% of the revenue from the main shop, and Hidama takes 30% from the branch. These are revenue shares within the shop. Gao Wenyue's offer to Lu Anning and others is based on shares in her newly registered Gao company, giving them joint ownership of the two shops and possibly future shops like the third or fourth. The share percentage is only 10%. Gao Wenyue values her company's shares very much. She has many plans for the future, and her shares will only become more valuable. Chen Fong and Lu Anning immediately agreed to the idea of taking a share. They didn't realize that just 10% of the shares would make them very rich. After finishing their work, Gao Wenyue announced the meeting was over. She quickly walked toward Lu Xiangye. "Have you been waiting long? Are you done with your work?" they asked in unison. Then, they both couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiangye reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hand. He told Chen Fong and Ma Chunhua behind him, "Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, we're leaving now." Lu Xiangye was eager to take Gao Wenyue back to the residential area. They had stayed at the shop late last night before returning home. When they got home, they hadn't even had a chance to talk before Lu Xiangye was called away again by the military. So, they still hadn't had a moment to be close. Lu Xiangye walked quickly with Gao Wenyue. She couldn't help but giggle behind him. Suddenly, the man turned back, hugged Gao Wenyue's waist, and softly warned, "Wife, if you keep laughing, I might not be so gentle later." Gao Wenyue smiled confidently. She reached up and hooked her arms around Lu Xiangye's neck, leaning closer. "Captain Lu, what do you mean by not being gentle?" Her voice was sweet and charming, making Lu Xiangye react instantly. Lu Xiangye was bold in private but a bit reserved outside. He initially wanted to scare Gao Wenyue a little, but unexpectedly, he was outdone. Now, a few people were walking along the small path in the residential area. Afraid of being seen, Lu Xiangye let go of Gao Wenyue's waist. Being suddenly separated, Gao Wenyue felt a little disappointed. She pouted unhappily. Lu Xiangye chuckled and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "We'll be affectionate when we get home. It's not good to be seen here with so many people." Gao Wenyue snorted, but said nothing. Lu Xiangye thought she was still upset and explained, "Wife, I'm a man. It doesn't matter how I act outside, but you're different." This was Lu Xiangye's small act of caring for Gao Wenyue. She felt very touched inside but pretended to huff and puff. Lu Xiangye looked around helplessly. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow his heart. Suddenly, he leaned in and held Gao Wenyue tightly in his arms. This was the first time they showed such affection outside. Lu Xiongye's eyes were full of smiles as he looked at Gao Wenyue, as if saying, "Are you satisfied now?" Gao Wenyue raised her hand and pushed Lu Xiongye away, saying, "Go away. Now you're worried about affecting things, right?" Although Lu Xiongye's actions were bold, his blushing airs betrayed him. The two quickly walked toward their home, clearly anxious after not seeing each other for a month. When they reached the door, they saw two people standing there, Wang Xiuli and Li Fengming. Li Fengming saw Gao Wenyue and greeted her with a big smile, asking Wenyue is back? "Were you tired at the shop today?" As the saying goes, a smile can melt a heart. Li Fengming approached happily to say hello, and Gao Wenyue responded politely. Gao Wenyue smiled slightly and said, "Sister-in-law is out for a walk. I'm fine at the shop, just like every day." Wang Xiuli's belly was already quite large. She reached out and supported her back, saying, "Wenyue, Fengming said she has something to talk to you. She's been waiting at the door for a long time." While speaking, Wang Xiuli gave Gao Wenyue a look, indicating there was a situation. Gao Wenyue nodded to show she understood. Li Fengming was smiling brightly today. She glanced at Gao Wenyue and said, "Now that you're the boss, if you have any issues, your employees can handle them. That way, you can rest more." Gao Wenyue guessed what Li Fengming was about to say. She probably wanted to find a job. When Gao Wenyue took Manhwa to work in the city, some people in the family compound looked down on it, thinking Manhwa's actions were shameful for the head of the group's wife. At that time, there were rumors behind their backs, even about Commander Wu outside. After all, everyone initially doubted Gao Wenyue selling vegetables outside, and now she was also taking Manhwa to sell vegetables. People thought this was embarrassing. But Gao Wenyue and Manhwa proved them wrong with their actions. They not only started a business, but made it very successful. The once very frugal Wu family now had many new things at home, and the three children had new clothes again and again. Everyone secretly wondered if Gao Wenyue and Manhwa had made a fortune. But Gao Wenyue and Manhwa were busy every day and couldn't be reached for details. Wang Xiuli's mouth was especially tight. No one could pry her open to learn the truth. However, Chen Yun's family was easier to talk to, especially her mother-in-law, a lively elderly woman who loved to show off. The wives of the soldiers in the family compound soon learned that Chen Yun received a salary of 10.8 yuan on her first day at work. This made the wives very jealous, especially Li Fengming. At this moment, Li Fengming was smiling eagerly at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue responded with a smile and asked, "Sister-in-law, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Not wanting to beat around the bush, Gao Wenyue directly asked. Li Fengming smiled warmly and said, "Wenyue, I want to work at your shop. Don't worry, I work quickly and won't cheat or slack off." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue almost laughed out loud. Li Fengming was too confident. She didn't even ask if the shop needed more staff before saying she wanted to work there. Did she really think Gao Wenyue wouldn't refuse? Wang Xiuli couldn't help but make a face. It was obvious, she guessed her intentions. The signs were too clear, almost obvious, without much thought. Gao Wenyue politely refused Li Fengming, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, but my shop is full right now, and I don't need more staff at the moment." Li Fengming was stunned. She thought since they all lived in the same family compound, and she had brought it up, Gao Wenyue would agree. But, unexpectedly, Gao Wenyue simply rejected her, without hesitation. Just as Li Fengming was about to speak, Gao Wenyue interrupted her. Gao Wenyue said kindly, "Sister-in-law, it's not that I have anything against you or don't want you to work at the shop. It's just that I don't need so many employees right now, and I have to pay wages to the staff I hire." Li Fengming was silenced. She thought for a moment and opened her mouth again. Gao Wenyue continued, "Sister-in-law, please don't say you can take a lower salary.
I would feel bad about that.
Maybe you should consider other jobs." Lu Xiongye nodded at Li Fengming and said, "Sister-in-law, we have other things to do, so we're going home first." Lu Xiongye pulled her into a room, closed the door behind them, and hugged her. The man buried his head deep in Gao Wenyue's neck, breathing out warm air that sprayed onto her skin layer by layer. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but reach out and hold Lu Xiangye's waist, hugging him tightly. Lu Xiangye lowered his head to find Gao Wenyue's lips. Once they touched, they couldn't stop, as if they were lost in each other. Lu Xiangye had been holding back for a month, and now his mind was filled with thoughts of her, eager to be lost in her gentle embrace. Of course, Lu Xiangye only wanted to be lost in Gao Wenyue's gentle world. 2 hours later, Lu Xiangye carried her horizontally into the bathroom for a shower. Gao Wenyue lay back on the bed again, too tired to even turn over, just wanting to close her eyes and sleep. Unfortunately, Lu Xiangye did not let her rest. Lu Xiangye couldn't sleep at all. He originally just wanted Gao Wenyue to sleep. He even kindly patted his wife's back. Gao Wenyue's back was smooth and soft, feeling very nice to touch, which made Lu Xiangye's mind wander again. The man called softly into Gao Wenyue's ear several times. Wife, wife, wife. Wife, are you asleep? Wife, you sleep your own way. Gao Wenyue was so angry she wanted to hit him, but soon she found herself falling into another moment of longing. In the middle of the night, Gao Wenyue woke up hungry. She turned over and called out her hunger, and the man beside her immediately woke up. I'll go make something for you. What do you want to eat? Lu Xiangye's hoarse voice sounded in Gao Wenyue's ear. Gao Wenyue quickly said, I want to eat noodles. Lu Xiangye smoothly turned over, put on his clothes, and headed straight to the kitchen. A short while later, a bowl of steaming tomato and egg noodles appeared before Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue smiled brightly. She was very satisfied with her current life. Lu Xiangye was so stern and proud in the army, but at home, he was truly a caring husband. The next morning, Gao Wenyue personally took Xinfang to the construction site to deliver food. The workers at the site learned that the Gao's marinated dishes shop was delivering their meals, and everyone came over during lunchtime. Today, Gao Wenyue and her team prepared a set meal of braised pork with 3 vegetarian dishes, and she also brought seaweed egg drop soup. Gao Wenyue and Xinfang were about to head to the construction site with the food when they saw Lu Xiangye walking over. Lu Xiangye also brought something, saying it was for their use. Gao Wenyue's eyes widened in surprise. She saw a tricycle. Is this bike made by you? Gao Wenyue asked in surprise. Nowadays, most vehicles are cars or bicycles. Gao Wenyue and her team still delivered food by bicycle, which was quite inconvenient. It was possible, but tiring. Gao Wenyue had thought about buying a car, but after calculating the cost, she gave up. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiangye had brought them a tricycle. The one in front of her was clearly a modified version. Did you modify this? Gao Wenyue asked again, excited. Lu Xiangye nodded. He spent a whole morning fixing the tricycle. Before this, there was no tricycle, and Lu Xiangye was able to think of modifying one to make a tricycle. This was what surprised Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but reach out and hold Lu Xiangye's hand, saying, Husband, how are you so smart? Gao Wenyue's eyes and face were full smiles. She accidentally spoke her catchphrase from last night. Lu Xiangye had been busy all afternoon. Now, seeing Gao Wenyue's happy face, he felt it was all worth it. When he heard Gao Wenyue call him husband, he couldn't help but smile too. They looked at each other and laughed, their eyes full of love. A few people in the yard also couldn't help but chuckle. Even Lu Anning, holding her child, teased, This is the first time I've seen my brother do something like this. Marrying a wife really changes a person. He's become more thoughtful. Lu Xiangye felt a bit embarrassed from the teasing, his face unchanged, but he turned his head to look elsewhere. Gao Wenyue curiously stepped closer and asked, How did you make this car? Lu Xiangye explained, I just had the idea. I drew the plans and ordered others to help make the parts. Gao Wenyue knew he wasn't the one building the whole car. He didn't have the tools for that. Still, she was curious because Lu Xiangye always seemed mysterious. He could produce something for her at just the right moment. When Gao Wenyue was cooking in the kitchen and it got too hot, Lu Xiangye made a small hanging ear fan appear. When Gao Wenyue ran out of white wine, Lu Xiangye brought her an order from the white wine factory. When Gao Wenyue was bullied by He Xiong, Lu Xiangye directly took action and had him taken to jail. Gao Wenyue knew they had some little secrets. Lu Xiangye was clearly hiding his true abilities. She was smart and didn't ask too many questions, just accepting his kindness. She believed his actions were all for her good. So, Chen Fong and Gao Wenyue rode a tricycle to the construction site. With the tricycle, it was much easier for them to deliver vegetables. The gift was just right. At that moment, in the construction site office, Wang Jun was waiting for Gao Wenyue. He was in charge of the food delivery project and wanted to check how the first delivery went. When Gao Wenyue brought several large buckets of vegetables to the site, as she lifted the lid, a delicious smell of meat and beans immediately filled the air. The whole construction site was filled with a savory sauce scent, making everyone swallow their saliva unconsciously. Wow, it smells so good. It's making my cravings come out. I've seen the boss of Gao's marinated dishes before. Our boss really went all out this time. Gao's marinated dishes are not cheap. Humph, vegetables are not expensive. Do you really think they would give us meat? That's true. I'm satisfied with the vegetables. They are definitely better than the previous box meals. A group of people were chatting excitedly. Gao Wenyue could hear everything from nearby, but didn't say anything. When it was time to serve food, Gao Wenyue took the initiative to speak. Hello everyone, I am Gao Wenyue, owner of Gao's marinated dishes. This time, our restaurant is working with Wang's enterprise to provide meal delivery for you. First, I want to tell you that Mr. Wang really cares about our meals. During negotiations, he mentioned that our workers vary the construction site every day. Everyone is doing physical labor, so it's important to make sure you eat well and stay healthy. Therefore, we prepared balanced meals with both meat and vegetables. Today, we brought braised pork, marinated eggs, marinated tofu, and seaweed egg soup. To keep your diet varied, and to give you a chance to try different flavors, we will change the dishes now and then. But don't worry, every meal will always include meat, vegetables, and soup. After Gao Wenyue finished speaking, she smiled slightly at everyone. The workers around her clapped enthusiastically. They cheered loudly. Wow, there's braised pork. The boss is so kind to us. Boss Gao is really nice, even bringing us soup. That's great. The construction site suddenly became lively, and everyone's enthusiasm soared. Someone said, with this food, I'll have energy to work in the afternoon. Wang Jun watched this scene and nodded secretly. Originally, Wang Jun was going to speak on behalf of Wang's enterprise. Since the task was already done, he had to say something. But now, Gao Wenyue took the initiative to speak for their company, which was even better. Gao Wenyue looked back at Wang Jun from among the crowd and gave a slight smile. She was happy to do something for her client. Sure enough, Wang Jun then asked her to join him for a meal. Gao Wenyue said, I should treat you to a meal. We met briefly last time and didn't have a chance to eat together. Let me host today. She signaled Chen Fong, who understood immediately and said, Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Chen Fong. I will be responsible for future cooperation with your company. Wang Jun greeted Chen Fong kindly, as if chatting with a junior, and they exchanged friendly words. Chen Fong clearly explained that Gao Wenyue laid a good foundation, which is why he now enjoys such good treatment. Originally, they had planned to have a meal together, but just as they were about to leave, Wang Jun was called away. Wang Jun looked apologetic and said, Boss Gao, I'm really sorry. Next time I will. Gao Wenyue interrupted Wang Jun and said proactively, Mr. Wang, you go ahead and do your work. Let's meet another time. Gao Wenyue thoughtfully took Chen Fong and left the construction site. As soon as they stepped out, Gao Wenyue and Chen Fong went to the supply store to buy wooden buckets. As their orders increased, the store needed more buckets, and their schedule became very busy. Gao Wenyue came up with a simple idea. Leave the buckets delivered on the same day at the site, and when delivering new buckets the next day, bring back the ones left the day before for cleaning. Everyone agreed with this plan, and by preparing a few extra buckets, they saved a lot of time. Gao Wenyue told Chen Fong to go back to the old shop first. She went for a walk around the new shop. At the window, Chen Yun was serving food to customers, while he was helping nearby. Although Gao Wenyue said he didn't need to do other work, she earned only 2 or 300 yuan a day and still wanted to help more in the shop. Wang Qin was lying at home watching TV. She looked at her freshly painted nails, feeling happier the more she looked, and even hummed a little tune. When she heard Gao Wenyue was coming to see her, Wang Qin immediately went out to greet her. Today, Wang Qin was wearing a green qipao and a string of shiny pearl necklaces around her neck. Gao Wenyue was immediately attracted when she saw her. She pointed at the pearl necklace and said, "Sister Qin, your pearl necklace looks really beautiful today." Wang Qin felt proud when she heard this. It was a birthday gift from her father, imported directly from Southeast Asia. She reached up and touched her neck, saying, you really know how to appreciate good things. This pearl necklace was specially brought back from Southeast Asia by my dad." Gao Wenyue's gaze was instantly drawn to Wang Qin's nails. Nowadays, there's no such thing as fancy nail art, so people just paint their nails with nail polish to make them look better. But the nail polish Wang Qin used today was very pretty. It was a deep red, not bright or flashy, but a true red with a slight transparency, matching her nails perfectly. Wang Qin raised an eyebrow at Gao Wenyue, showing a little proud and shy expression. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh. She lowered Wang Qin's hand, but didn't say anything about her nails. Wang Qin didn't receive the praise she expected and suddenly felt confused, showing a surprised expression on her face. Gao Wenyue chuckled softly. Only then did Wang Qin realize what was happening. She crossed her arms and said, "All right, Gao Wenyue, are you teasing me on purpose?" Gao Wenyue deliberately replied, "Yes, did you notice?" Wang Qin wasn't angry. She was starting to enjoy talking to Gao Wenyue more and more. She felt it was more interesting than dealing with those official ladies. Wang Qin then held out her hand in front of Gao Wenyue and asked, "Is it really pretty or not?" Gao Wenyue honestly nodded and said, "Yes, it looks good." Hearing this, Wang Qin was happy. Then Wang Qin said, "Let me put some on you too. I just bought a new bottle of nail polish brought back from Hong Kong by my mom." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Qin was about to go upstairs to find her nail polish. Gao Wenyue reached out and stopped her, saying, "Qinjia, there's no need to bother. I cook every day, and wearing nail polish isn't very convenient." Wang Qin looked back curiously and asked, "What's the problem with that?" Gao Wenyue raised her hand and said, "Think about it. If you come to my store to buy vegetables and see my bright red nails, and if I happen to be missing a piece of nail or have a chip, wouldn't you think something fell into the vegetables?" Wang Qin couldn't help but imagine that scene. She immediately shivered. Although her suggestion was rejected, Wang Qin admired Gao Wenyue even more. No wonder she could achieve success in business at such a young age. She thought of these small details too. Wang Qin had noticed Gao Wenyue's love for nail polish earlier, but she could give up her hobby for her career, which was admirable. Gao Wenyue didn't see any problem with that. In her previous life, she also liked nail polish and doing manicures, but she never tried it herself. In her past life, Gao Wenyue was busy every day at the carpentry factory, where she was constantly working with wood. She was careful not to get splinters, let alone do manicures. Every gain has its loss, and Gao Wenyue understood this early on. When Gao Wenyue handed the fabric to Wang Qin, the woman exclaimed in surprise, Wenyue, where did you buy this fabric?" Wang Qin touched the fabric in front of her repeatedly. Gao Wenyue simply smiled slightly and asked, "Qinjia, do you like it?" Wang Qin immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I like it. This is good material, and I like the color too." Gao Wenyue gave Wang Qin a piece of fabric, which was suitable for making a qipao, in a soft pink-purple color. "The place where I bought the fabric was recommended by Aunt He. Aunt He's family has been stationed at the border for many years, so she knows some old, well-known qipao shops, especially those in small alleys, which are rarely known." With Aunt He's introduction, Gao Wenyue went to buy a piece of fabric. The pinkish-purple color was chosen specifically for Wang Qin. Wang Qin was pleasantly surprised and said, "This is perfect for the master to make me 2 qipaos. The color is just right for summer wear." Gao Wenyue's gift touched Wang Qin deeply. She admired the fabric for a long time, loving both its feel and color. After a while, Wang Qin finally realized that she shouldn't accept gifts without giving something in return. The fabric was hard to find, and such good material is sometimes hard to buy even with money. Wang Qin suspiciously looked at Gao Wenyue and asked, "Why are you giving me this? What do you want in return?" Gao Wenyue had been waiting for this question. She smiled and said, "Sister Qin, I do have a favor to ask of you." Wang Qin felt a lump in her chest and guessed right. She rolled her eyes and said, "Gao Wenyue, can't you be a bit more polite? Giving gifts and asking for favors so directly?" Gao Wenyue nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I know you're straightforward. I'll just say what I need. I have a small matter I want your help with. If you can help, great. If not, that's okay." She looked at the fabric and explained, "As for this fabric, I saw you wear a purple qipao last time and looked very nice. I thought this color would look great on you in summer, so I decided to give it to you." Wang Qin was very happy to hear this. She pointed at Gao Wenyue and said, "You really are good at talking. Just tell me, what's the real reason?" Gao Wenyue's request was simple. She wanted Wang Qin to help her secure more catering orders from the Wang Company. She knew Wang Zhonglin cared a lot for Wang Qin. He had 3 sons and only 1 daughter, whom he had raised with great care. He even personally chose her husband. Wang Qin immediately agreed, thinking it was just a matter of asking. But Gao Wenyue asked Sister Qin, "Don't you want to know how big the order I'm talking about is?" Wang Qin naturally said, "You already supply an order for a construction site, right? Would another order be enough?" Gao Wenyue shook her head, without speaking. Wang Qin asked uncertainly, 3? Gao Wenyue still shook her head. Wang Qin frowned deeply. Suddenly, she lost interest in the fabric she was holding. She placed the fabric on the sofa and turned to sit nearby. Ju, bring a cup of coffee to Miss Gao," Wang Qin called out to the kitchen. Just moments ago, it was a lively scene with sisters chatting, but now Wang Qin was calling Gao Wenyue Miss Gao again. Ultimately, Wang Qin seemed carefree, but when it came to her family's affairs, she was very clear-minded. Her current status and position were all thanks to her family. Her good life was because she had a supportive family. Long ago, Wang Qin understood this. She wasn't good at business and wasn't as clever as her 3 brothers. But she had one good trait. She knew her limits and didn't try to do what she couldn't. That's why her family loved her so much. They didn't expect her to make money, but as long as she didn't hold them back, she was helping the family. This is also why the Wang family pampered her so much. They didn't expect her to earn money, but as long as she didn't cause trouble, they loved her more. Like her relationship with Gao Wenyue, she could give Gao a little help, but she wouldn't do anything that threatened the entire Wang enterprise. The nanny quickly brought Gao Wenyue a cup of coffee. Gao Wenyue calmly picked up the coffee and took a small sip. The coffee was rich and fragrant. Wang Qin felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, but Gao Wenyue's expression didn't change at all. With Gao Wenyue's calmness, Wang Qin couldn't help but ask, "So, how big of an order do you want to talk about?" Gao Wenyue simply said, "I want to handle all of Wang's company's orders, but they have to agree to buy from me. Sister Qin, I want to meet Mr. Wang." That was Gao Wenyue's real goal. She wanted to take all of Wang's orders, but she needed to meet Wang Zhonglin first. Wang Qin didn't expect Gao Wenyue to ask for this. She said, "Aren't you asking me to help you get the orders?" Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Of course not. Relying on you to get the orders won't let me survive forever. Will I always need you to do business for me?" Wang Qin was amused by Gao Wenyue's words and immediately agreed. Compared to helping Gao Wenyue secure big orders, Wang Qin found it easy to introduce her to others. Unbeknownst to her, Gao Wenyue was intentionally guiding her to misunderstand. At first, she made Wang Qin think her request was too much, then she revealed her true intention. By comparing the two situations, Wang Qin would think that the latter is easier to accept, so she agrees quickly. Wang Qin soon arranged the time. When Gao Wenyue followed Wang Qin to the Wang family's house, she realized that the old family estate was in the mountains. Wang Qin pointed to a nearby house and said, "That's our main family home. Isn't it strange? People still live in the mountains these days?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "At first, I thought it was a bit strange, but as I looked at the scenery along the way, it didn't seem so odd anymore. Border areas have many plains and mountains. The mountains here are different from other places because the region is vast. The mountains are open, and the forests are not very dense. Especially, the air here is very clean. It's a good place for retirement, Gao Wenyue thought silently. The old Wang family estate in the mountains is like a castle, with security guards outside. Gao Wenyue could tell right away that the guards had some skill. Since the Wang family is wealthy, their security in the mountains must be very good. Wang Qin explained, when you came at a bad time. My mom and my 3 brothers are not home today. Only my dad is here. Gao Wenyue shook her head casually. She was just here to meet Wang Zhonglin. At the Wang family, Gao Wenyue met Wang Zhonglin. Seeing this successful businessman, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Because she had met Wang Zhonglin before. To be precise, she had seen Wang Zhonglin in her past life. Once, Gao Wenyue was holding her new furniture design drawings, looking for a partner to order her new furniture. At that time, the country was heavily promoting open market economy, and many small factories appeared. Orders for carpentry shops decreased because small factories outside offered trendy and cheap furniture. Lu Chongfu was under a lot of pressure, often drinking late into the night, trying to compete with partners at the dinner table. Gao Wenyue thought she should change her original designs, so she personally designed a few new furniture sketches. However, when she first nervously showed her designs to a partner, they didn't even look at her work and directly rejected her designs. That was Gao Wenyue's first attempt to step out, but it failed before she could succeed. She was sad and crouched down crying when an elderly man asked her what was wrong. It was the old Wang Zhonglin. He said that Gao Wenyue's crying on the ground looked just like his late daughter. Because of this, Wang Zhonglin said many encouraging words to Gao Wenyue and gave her a book. The book is called Business Strategy, written by Wang Zhonglin himself. Wang Zhonglin is a very successful businessman. He has even appeared on the Forbes list. However, he is very modest, never giving interviews or showing his photos. So much so that Gao Wenyue never knew until her death that the elderly man who once encouraged her was actually Wang Zhonglin himself. That book helped Gao Wenyue a lot. Many of her business ideas came from it. Of course, she couldn't just copy everything. Her later success was also due to her own efforts. Gao Wenyue looked at Wang Zhonglin, who seemed a bit younger than before, and suddenly her eyes welled up with tears. In that moment, she felt like she was back in her previous life. Gao Wenyue was looking at Wang Zhonglin, and Wang Zhonglin was looking at her too. Wang Zhonglin smiled kindly and said, "Are you the famous boss Gao?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Mr. Wang, I don't deserve such praise. Just call me Xiao Gao or Wenyue." Wang Zhonglin waved his hand and smiled. "No need to be so formal. I feel like I've seen Xiao Gao somewhere before. Have we met?" Gao Wenyue thought to herself, "Does meeting in a past life count? Maybe. When I first saw Mr. Wang, I felt very familiar. Perhaps we really have met before." Wang Qin couldn't help but pout and said, "You're talking more and more nonsense. One is in the city, the other in the mountains. How could you have met?" Wang Zhonglin is very fond of his daughter. When Wang Qin said this, he didn't mind. Gao Wenyue looked back at Wang Qin with mixed feelings. In her previous life, Wang Zhonglin mentioned his deceased younger daughter, which meant Wang Qin had also died later. Wang Qin asked curiously, "Wenyue, what's wrong?" Gao Wenyue composed herself and shook her head, saying it's nothing. In the following time, Gao Wenyue and Wang Zhonglin discussed business strategies back and forth. Wang Zhonglin was surprised to find that many of the young girl's ideas about business matched his own. He couldn't help but think to himself that it was no wonder Gao Wenyue could grow her business so quickly. With her skills and ability, her future achievements would be impressive. They talked like old friends, from business sales to new policies. Wang Zhonglin asked, "Xiao Gao, what do you think about opening up the economy?" Gao Wenyue replied, "It's a good policy. I guess they'll start testing in 2 specific cities soon. Only after seeing some success can it be spread across the country." Wang Zhonglin's admiration in his eyes deepened. From what he knew, there was indeed such an idea at the top level recently, but it was only just beginning to take shape, and the news was tightly kept secret. Wang Zhonglin wondered whether Gao Wenyue had guessed this herself, or if someone had told her. Either way, it showed that Gao Wenyue was quite perceptive. He tentatively asked, "Where do you think they might try first?" Gao Wenyue's lips curved into a slight smile. As someone who had been reborn, this was an easy question for her. She looked at Wang Zhonglin and said, "As everyone knows, Hong Kong's economy has always been better than ours on the mainland. If the trial city is close to there, it could quickly boost the local economy." Wang Zhonglin clapped his hands and said, "Well said. Young Gao, you think far ahead for someone so young." That was a very high compliment. Even Wang Qin couldn't help but look at Gao Wenyue with admiration. Gao Wenyue calmly picked up her teacup. She took a sip. This tea was really good. The deal was easily closed. Later, Gao Wenyue didn't even need to say much. Wang Zhonglin took the initiative to discuss cooperation himself. He was impressed by Gao Wenyue's ability and wanted to partner with Gao's preserved food shop to prevent her business from growing too strong and giving her more options in the future. As a result, Gao Wenyue secured all the catering orders for Wang's construction site. Now, the shop had 2 more people working there, and they could barely handle the workload. On her way home, Gao Wenyue was still thinking about whether to hire 2 more people to help at the shop, but she didn't want to recruit from the residential compound anymore. Since Chun Yun was hired into her shop, the military wives in the neighborhood had started coming to see her frequently, hoping to work at the shop. There had been several incidents like yesterday when Li Fengying blocked her at her door. Because she was delayed by work today, Gao Wenyue was riding her bike home alone. As she reached her door, she saw someone standing there again. Her first instinct was to turn around and run away. She didn't want to deal with these endless people anymore. It was all because of poverty. Everyone saw that Gao Wenyue could make money and wanted to follow her to earn some too. She sighed helplessly, remembering how, when she first arrived at the neighborhood, these military wives had been very kind to her. She also wanted to help everyone earn money together. But she only had 2 shops, so she couldn't take on that many people. Lu Xiangyeth didn't know when he came out, nor did he know what he said to the military wives at the door. The few people standing there quickly disappeared. Gao Wenyue saw Lu Xiangye looking at her from afar, and they exchanged a smile across the distance. Wang Shili was sitting in the yard. She was lying on a wooden chair and said, "Wenyue, why are you standing there smiling foolishly? Everyone's gone. Why haven't you gone home yet?" Gao Wenyue simply went to Wang Shili's house. She was carrying something that was just right for her. "Why would I go home? I'm coming to your house for dinner tonight," Gao Wenyue said as she walked into Wang Shili's yard. Wang Shili smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to keep you for dinner, but I saw Captain Liu already started cooking early in the morning. Your family is also making chicken soup tonight." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue looked toward the neighbor's yard and just saw Lu Xiangye chopping firewood in the middle of the yard. Since Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue got married, everyone realized that Lu Xiangye was actually a good man, cooking in the kitchen, doing chores, and always thinking of his wife. Once known as a cold-faced officer, he had now become a caring husband who loved his wife. Gao Wenyue knew Lu Xiangye was excellent. At 24, he had already become a battalion commander, which spoke for itself. Such a man would stand out anywhere. But when Lu Xiangye was with Gao Wenyue, he didn't have the title of battalion commander or the son of a factory director. He was just her husband, someone who loved and cared for his wife. Whenever she thought of this, Gao Wenyue felt a warm, sweet feeling inside. Wang Shili clicked her tongue and said, "You're staring at him so much. Why don't you go over? Why are you coming to my place?" Gao Wenyue glared at Wang Shili and said, "It's just to see you, the pregnant lady." Gao Wenyue placed 2 cans of malted milk on Wang Shili's feet and then left. Hey, Wenyue, what are you doing?" Wang Shili hurriedly called after her. Gao Wenyue turned back and said, "To help boost your health. You need good nutrition while resting after giving birth." Their relationship was close, and Gao Wenyue rarely bought her anything. Tonight, passing by the supply store, she thought of bringing her 2 cans of malted milk. Their family had no one around for a long time. Lu Xiangye was busy working in the army, and Gao Wenyue was busy opening a shop in the city. Their yard's vegetables were all watered by Wang Xiuli. Wang Xiuli not only watered Gao Wenyue's yard, but also helped water Ma Chuanhua's yard. Both of them remembered Wang Xiuli's kindness. Wang Xiuli called out several times from behind, and Gao Wenyue finally returned home. As Gao Wenyue entered her home, she immediately smelled the delicious aroma of chicken soup. Smells so good. Honey, wash your hands and come eat. After washing her hands, Gao Wenyue returned to the living room and saw Lu Xiangye placing a bowl on the table. She reached out from behind and hugged him. She tightly embraced Lu Xiangye's waist and pressed her face against his back. Unable to hold back, Gao Wenyue said, "Honey, thank you. Thank you for your three-wheeled vehicle and for cooking dinner after work." This is what makes Gao Wenyue adorable. She remembers your efforts clearly and is grateful for others' kindness. Whenever Gao Wenyue does this, Lu Xiangye wishes he could give her his whole heart. He feels he hasn't done enough and wants to do better. Lu Xiangye sighed helplessly. "Honey, I feel like you have me wrapped around your finger." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue chuckled happily. When Gao Wenyue makes a move, she always succeeds. At this moment, the city was already in an uproar. People were surprised to find that Wang's enterprise had stopped all cooperation with the restaurants, who ate the big piece of the Wang family's catering business. Many people were secretly watching. They were surprised to discover that Gao's marinated food shop had become the new partner of Wang's enterprise. Gao Wenyue even welded a simple shelter onto her three-wheeled cart, turning it into a small, makeshift stall. The stall bore the name of Gao's marinated food shop and listed a contact number for orders. As her three-wheeled cart traveled through the streets and alleys, it naturally advertised Gao's marinated food shop. Everyone in the city could see her cart. Of course, the reason for using a three-wheeled vehicle was that it was novel and attracted attention. People were curious when they learned that Gao's marinated food shop was the new partner. Surprisingly, their curiosity faded quickly, and many thought it was quite normal. Gao's marinated food shop had already gained a respected status among the local people. Suddenly, Gao Wenyue and her shop became popular again. Recently, Gao Wenyue had been focusing on Wang's orders. She and Chen Fong negotiated the cooperation step by step, even explaining in detail how to deal with the security guards. Chen Fong was quick to learn and got the hang of things fast. By the third delivery, he was on friendly terms with the security guards and even chatted with someone in Wang Jun's office for a long time. Gao Wenyue watched all this quietly, calculating the time in her mind. The cooperation between Wang's enterprise and Gao's marinated food shop was thriving. Gao's pickled dish shop now receives the largest orders from the Wang Corporation. Recently, the branch has been busy building its reputation, mainly focusing on catering for Wang's company. Gao Wenyue also recruited 2 military spouses from the family compound to help out. She knew them from a performance at the Grand Hall. She had a good impression of them and sometimes chatted with them when they met casually. Of course, this wasn't a formal job, just temporary work to handle the busy times. The temporary workers earn 0.8 yuan a day. Despite that, the military spouses in the family compound eagerly signed up. In border areas, many military spouses are left without assigned jobs after moving with their spouses. Most stay at home idle, and to make some money, they often sell small items like matchboxes. Now, with a job paying 0.8 yuan a day, everyone wanted to do it. Wang Xiuli, for example, told Gao Wenyue several times that she couldn't wait to have her baby and then come work at Gao's shop. Gao Wenyue comforted Wang Xiuli, promising she would save a position for her after she gives birth. This reassured Wang Xiuli, who was also testing the situation. Since the 3 families are neighbors and get along well, Wang Xiuli couldn't deny feeling a bit envious as Wu's and Lu's families prospered. Gao Wenyue understood Wang Xiuli's feelings. She saw that Wang just wanted to work and earn money. Her envy was natural, but she also had a strong desire to work hard. Especially since Bai Yong was under Lu Xiangye's command, Gao Wenyue decided to help them because of Lu Xiangye. Recently, Wang's orders reached nearly 800 each day. After finishing a day's delivery, Gao Wenyue's net income was about 400 yuan. In just a few days, Gao Wenyue earned enough to buy the branch. One day, Chen Fong came to the branch to find Gao Wenyue. "Wenyue, come out for a moment," Chen Fong called out at the door. Gao Wenyue glanced at Chen Fong, knowing he must have an urgent reason to call her. She turned to Chen Yun and said, "Sister-in-law, you stay here and keep busy. I'll be back soon." There were many people in the shop now. Gao Wenyue had just been teaching Chen Yun quick mental math. Chen Yun was responsible for serving dishes, but basic calculation skills were necessary. Chen Yun's mental math had always been weak. Chen Yun nodded quickly, but kept her eyes on Gao Wenyue, watching her closely. Gao Wenyue and Chen Fong stopped a short distance away. Chen Fong looked anxious and said, I can't get into the construction site of Wang's company." Gao Wenyue's face changed. She quickly asked, "Why? Did you talk to Secretary Wang?" Chen Fong shook his head. "Yes, I did. They stopped me there and wouldn't let me in. They even said that from now on, we shouldn't send food there anymore. Wang's company won't work with us again." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue immediately headed toward Wang's construction site. Chen Fong hurried to follow. As they walked, Gao Wenyue asked, "Did you hear anything? Do you know why?" Chen Fong slowed down, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. Gao Wenyue glanced at Chen Fong and said, "Seriously, brother-in-law, just tell me if there's something you want to say." Seeing that Gao Wenyue was truly upset, Chen Fong thought carefully and said, "They said it was because Wang's wife ordered not to let us deliver food, since Wang's company is still working with the old restaurant." Gao Wenyue's brows furrowed deeply. Suddenly, she wondered what was going on. She looked at Gao Wenyue worriedly. Gao Wenyue sensed something was off and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you sure you told me everything? Did I offend Mrs. Wang?" Gao Wenyue had been in the business world for a long time. She quickly figured out the key point. Someone must have said something to Mrs. Wang, and Wang Qin's mother probably misunderstood. This was normal. When Wang Zhonglin suddenly handed all the company orders to Gao's pickled vegetable shop, it would definitely cause jealousy among others. In business battles, spreading rumors behind someone's back is a common tactic. Although this trick is pretty low, it works well. Once Gao Wenyue understood this, she knew she shouldn't go to the construction site now but should find Wang Qin instead. Chen Fong hesitated where he stood. Honestly, he had heard many rumors at the site, words that were very unpleasant. He really couldn't bring himself to say them. A wealthy old man and a young, beautiful female boss, such a pairing and partnership naturally attracted gossip. If someone deliberately stirred the pot, those rumors would reach Mrs. Wang's ears, leading to the current situation. Gao Wenyue told Chen Fong, "Brother-in-law, go find Secretary Wang first. See if he knows about this, and observe his reaction." Chen Fong quickly agreed, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, Gao Wenyue turned and headed toward Qingfeng Mingyue. Chen called from behind, "Wenyue, where are you going? How will we handle things at the shop?" Chen was confused. After such a big incident, why didn't Gao Wenyue go to the Wang family to solve the problem? There were still many dishes at the construction site entrance. If those dishes couldn't be sold, they would lose money. Gao Wenyue replied without turning around, "I'm just going to solve the problem." When Gao Wenyue arrived at Wang Qin's house, Wang Qin was leisurely having lunch. There were braised dishes and duck products on the table. Seeing Gao Wenyue, Wang Qin quickly stood up and said, "Wenyue, you're just in time. I ate at your shop today for lunch. Besides being hard to chew, the duck necks are good." Wang Qin had already spit out a bunch of duck necks on her plate and suddenly realized the joy of eating duck necks. Although Wang Qin was close to Gao Wenyue, she had never tried the dishes from Gao's braised food shop before. She had grown up in good living conditions and always ate well. In her mind, Wang Qin looked down on the braised dishes. But she couldn't resist that some people liked Gao Wenyue's braised food. Her rival, Lu Fuhong, loved eating braised duck products, especially duck necks. Wang Qin had tried it several times, holding a cautious attitude, and eventually fell in love with duck necks. Gao Wenyue watched quietly, noticing Wang Qin's expression and realizing she didn't know about the rumors. So, Gao Wenyue tentatively asked Sister Qin, do you want me to bring you some more? You can also take some back for Mrs. Wang to enjoy. Our braised duck products are very popular among women. Everyone likes to eat some duck while watching TV. Wang Qin snorted and said, for my mom? Forget it. She just returned from Nanyang last night. She originally wanted me to have lunch at home today, but she said she's busy and not at her family's place. Gao Wenyue understood. Mrs. Wang had just returned from the frontier last night and was probably influenced by someone early in the morning, which is why their braised dishes were kept outside the door. Gao Wenyue asked again, and what about Mr. Wang and Secretary Wang? Wang Qin raised her eyebrows, realizing Gao Wenyue had arrived in a hurry. It's mealtime, and in this era, few people visit others' homes during mealtime. Are they inviting you to eat, or not? Although Wang Qin was suspicious, she still said, my dad and Uncle Wang went to Pingcheng, saying they are inspecting there. Oh, and my husband and director, he are also there. Wang Qin winked at Gao Wenyue, with a hint in her eyes. Gao Wenyue immediately said, once director he returns, I will help you ask about it. On the way back from the Wang family estate last time, Wang Qin made a request to Gao Wenyue. She asked Gao Wenyue to inquire about He Ping's impression of Zhang Yong. Although it seems like a simple question, it actually carries a lot of hidden meaning. This is Zhang Yong's way of showing loyalty to He Ping, and also a sign of goodwill from the Wang family toward He Ping. Whether this was Zhang Yong's idea or Wang Zhonglin's, Gao Wenyue didn't ask. She saw no difference. Anyway, Zhang Yong and the Wang family are already connected, both in interests and future plans. Gao Wenyue said this, and Wang Qin was very pleased, smiling happily. Seeing Wang Qin so happy, Gao Wenyue was about to share her own matter. She reached out and held Wang Qin's hand, saying, Sister Qin, I need your help with something. Please, you must help me. Wang Qin could tell, so she cheerfully replied, tell me. I will definitely help you. Interacting with others is like that. You help me, I help you. When Wang Qin learned about her mother's actions, she felt both surprised and helpless. As Wang Zhonglin's business grew bigger, he faced more temptations. Wang's wife was always defending her rights, constantly wary of women around Wang Zhonglin, something everyone in the Wang family knew. Wang Qin was not surprised either. She and Gao Wenyue were heading back to their family estate. Passing by the branch store, Gao Wenyue said to Wang Qin, Sister Qin, wait a moment. I need to go back and get something. She quickly returned to the shop and headed to her small room. Before leaving, Gao Wenyue took all the remaining duck products from the shop. Ma'am, I've taken all the duck products. Please make more tonight. Gao Wenyue called out to Hima, who was in the kitchen. Wenyue, don't leave just yet. Hima called out. Gao Wenyue was quite anxious at this point. She hurried into the kitchen and asked, what's wrong? Hima didn't say anything, just picked up a small rice ball from her lunchbox with chopsticks and directly offered it to Gao Wenyue's mouth. She kept saying, even if the sky falls, people still need to eat. Eat a bit before you go. Gao Wenyue initially moved her head back, but seeing Hima insist, she opened her mouth and ate a small rice ball. It's delicious. I'll go now, she said, and ran off. Wang Qin saw Gao Wenyue carrying duck products and couldn't help but say, Gao Wenyue, I really think you're too bold. All your big orders are gone, and my mother even thinks you're a mistress. And yet, you still have the energy to pack duck products? Gao Wenyue adjusted her sitting posture and replied seriously, I'm not a mistress. I'm a married woman. I only have a business relationship with Mr. Wang. I'm proud and straightforward, so what should I be afraid of? Wang Qin rolled her eyes and asked, then why are you rushing to explain? What are you carrying? Gao Wenyue smiled and said, it's sincerity. Mrs. Wang was called back by Wang Qin. In the Wang family living room, Gao Wenyue saw Mrs. Wang. Mr. Wang Zhonglin looks a bit like Wang Jun. He likes wearing a Zhongshan suit, clearly a man who appreciates traditional culture. Mrs. Wang also seems to share this interest. She wore a cheongsam, dressed elegantly and nobly. She and Wang Qin are truly mother and daughter. Are you the owner of Gao's marinated food shop? Mrs. Wang asked while sitting on the sofa. Her seemingly casual question was full of scrutiny in her eyes. Gao Wenyue stepped forward and said, "Hello, Mrs. Wang. I am Gao Wenyue, the owner of Gao's marinated food shop." Mrs. Wang snorted and said, "You look quite attractive, no wonder." Gao Wenyue quickly said, "Mrs. Wang, I don't know what you've heard, but I came here to explain." Mrs. Wang crossed her arms, looking firm and unyielding, and said, "If you're here to try to save our Wang family's orders, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. From now on, the Wang family will no longer cooperate with you." She was referring to you, not Gao's marinated food shop. This was a direct attack on Gao Wenyue. Wang Qin hurriedly sat on the sofa, reached out, and hugged Mrs. Wang, saying, "Mom, you misunderstood. Wenyue and Dad are just business partners. They didn't know each other at first. I introduced them." Mrs. Wang, full of frustration, reached out and poked Wang Qin's forehead. She scolded angrily, "Wang Qin, have you lost your mind? Why would you introduce such a beautiful woman to your dad?" The scolding went on for a long time. There were several red marks on Wang Qin's forehead. Before Mrs. Wang could continue her angry words, something was handed over to her.
It was given by Gao Wenyue.
Mrs. Wang looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and signaled, "Just open it and you'll understand." Madame Wang hesitantly took the small notebook in front of her. She wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was her marriage certificate. Gao Wenyue kept a gentle smile on her face, radiating confidence that made her feel unafraid of any shadows. This self-assurance seemed to influence the mother and daughter opposite her. Wang Qin reached out and nudged Madame Wang, signaling her to open the certificate. Curious, Madame Wang casually opened it. Inside, they saw a wedding photo of Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue. They were surprised to find that Gao Wenyue was quite beautiful, and Lu Xiangye was very handsome. Moreover, he had a commanding presence, like someone destined for greatness. The saying "a perfect match" truly described them. Madame Wang pointed at Lu Xiangye and asked, "Is this your husband?" Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, "Yes, my husband is a soldier. I am a military wife." Hearing this, Madame Wang's eyes changed. In this era, people naturally admired and respected soldiers. Supporting and caring for soldiers behind the scenes like military wives was even more admirable. Wang Qin's mouth almost opened wide enough to hold an egg. She had heard Gao Wenyue mention she was married before, but she only listened casually and had already made her assumptions. In Wang Qin's mind, Gao Wenyue and He Ping should be a couple. She even thought Gao Wenyue's unspoken husband was He Ping. But unexpectedly, Gao Wenyue's husband was a soldier, an officer, a battalion commander, and he was very handsome. At this moment, Madame Wang realized she had been manipulated. She was not so naive as to miss this. Gao Wenyue's husband was an officer, and he was so handsome. Gao Wenyue had no reason to cheat on her own husband with Wang Zhonglin, an old man. However, even if she understood this, she had already made her decision. She had deliberately sent Wang Zhonglin and Wang Jun to Pengcheng to force Gao Wenyue away. Now, Madame Wang felt a bitter feeling she couldn't quite express. Meanwhile, Wang Qin thought her mother still didn't believe Gao Wenyue's words. She leaned close and whispered, "Mom, Wenyue works for Director He in the economic office. The official boss of the Gao family is Gao Wenyue, but everyone is just giving Director He face." Madame Wang suddenly turned to look at Wang Qin, who nodded firmly. "Is he from Mayor He's family?" Madame Wang whispered to Wang Qin. "Yes, it's him." "Mom, if Wenyue really wanted to use her beauty and figure to do something, wouldn't He Ping be a better choice? It wouldn't be my dad's turn." Mrs. Wang then leaned directly on Mrs. Wang's shoulder. Mrs. Wang, annoyed, shrugged and pushed Wang Qin away. She scolded angrily, "You naughty girl! How can you talk about your father like that?" Wang Qin giggled and said, "It's just words, Mom, but it's the truth." Mrs. Wang shot a quick glare at her daughter and said, "You can't speak so harshly about your father, even if it's the truth." As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Wang started to laugh herself. Gao Wenyue saw this and knew the problem was resolved. It seemed that Lu Xiangye's good looks still worked well, Gao Wenyue thought to herself. Mrs. Wang was used to being spoiled and now realized she had made a mistake, but she didn't know how to talk to Gao Wenyue. She kept glancing at the person across from her, unsure how to start a conversation. So, Mrs. Wang tugged at Wang Qin's clothes several times. However, Wang Qin didn't understand her mother's meaning and foolishly asked, "Mom, why are you pulling my clothes? My new qipao is pretty, right?" Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile. These mother and daughter are real treasures. It seemed that Wang Zhonglin protected his wife and daughter very well. Gao Wenyue turned to pick up some duck delicacies from the coffee table, which she had just placed there when she arrived. "Mrs. Wang, please try our family's marinated dishes. Our cooperation with your Wang family was sudden, and you haven't tasted our cooking yet. You might not believe our dishes are good." Gao Wenyue set out the duck delicacies in front of Mrs. Wang. She continued, "Please try this first. If you find it not tasty, then we, the Gao family, accept being eliminated from the competition." This gave Mrs. Wang an easy way out. Mrs. Wang immediately smiled happily. She first tasted some meat from a duck skeleton. To her, the duck head had no meat, and biting into it didn't seem elegant, nor did the duck neck. But suddenly, a piece of duck meat in her mouth released a rich, spicy flavor. Mrs. Wang's eyes lit up instantly as she looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise. Next to her, Wang Qin smiled and said, "Mom, does it taste good? Don't just eat the meat, try this duck neck. It's my favorite." After saying that, Wang Qin pinched a duck neck and started to chew. Mrs. Wang gave her a disapproving glance and said, "Use chopsticks." "What are you doing?" Wang Qin chuckled and replied, "At home, it's fine. It's not like we're outside." Gao Wenyue asked at the right moment, "Mrs. Wang, are you satisfied with the taste of these dishes?" Gao Wenyue is very confident in her marinated duck products. She jokes that her dishes are always freshly marinated and eaten the same day. Just boiling a pot of duck takes several hours, ensuring authentic flavor and original taste. For example, ducks raised in modern farms are truly delicious, and Gao Wenyue knows this better than anyone. At this moment, Madame Wang has completely let go of her worries. She just tried a piece of duck neck and couldn't stop eating. The cooperation between Wang's company and Gao's marinated dishes shop has returned to normal. "Yes, let the staff from Gao's marinated dishes shop in. Collect the dishes and give the workers a meal," she said. While listening to the person on the phone, Madame Wang couldn't help but glance at Gao Wenyue. Luckily, she came over to explain. The workers on the construction site are unhappy today because the new meals are not to their liking. Although the workers are here to earn money, many voices saying the food is bad show that they are unhappy internally. If everyone is upset, can they work well? This shows that Gao's dishes have become popular among the workers. After hanging up, Madame Wang walked over to Gao Wenyue and said, "Wenyue, it's my mistake. I was misled by others and did something foolish. Don't take it to heart." Now, Madame Wang is more rational. Gao Wenyue is younger than Wang Qin, looks good, smart in business, and makes money. How could she be so naive as to do something bad for Wang Zhonglin? Gao Wenyue didn't speak. She now holds the initiative, so she doesn't need to lower her stance. Seeing Gao Wenyue's attitude, Madame Wang knew she was upset too. She added, "Wenyue, I apologize to you. Your dishes are very good. I just ate and wanted more. No wonder the workers like your food so much." Madame Wang was being honest and a little anxious. Gao Wenyue asked, "Annie, who is the one trying to sow discord in front of you?" Madame Wang was surprised, not expecting Gao Wenyue to suddenly ask this. Wang Qin also looked confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Gao Wenyue shook her head slightly and said, "Just asking. I want to know who I've offended, so I can be careful in the future." Madame Wang thought this made sense. Business people are often worried about hidden troublemakers behind the scenes. She no longer held any resentment toward Gao Wenyue. When she looked at Gao Wenyue again, she thought this young girl was really nice, good-looking, and good at cooking. Mrs. Wang said directly, "It's our former business partner, Mr. Su, who came with his wife early this morning. He told me that when you first visited our family, you and Zhonglin hit it off immediately. You even said you looked familiar with each other." Hearing this, Mrs. Wang became excited. She gave Gao Wenyue a disapproving glance and said, "You're a woman too. If another woman told your husband she looked familiar and maybe had seen him before, wouldn't you find it strange? You two just talk about business cooperation. Why say things that might cause misunderstandings?" Gao Wenyue understood. It was about the day she and Wang Zhonglin discussed business secrets. The book she read in her previous life was written by Wang Zhonglin. When she talked to him using his business advice, he naturally felt she was familiar because it was all in his mind. But that wasn't the main point. Gao Wenyue pointed out the key issue and said, "That day, Sister Qin was there when we said those things. Auntie, you can ask Sister Qin if I said anything ambiguous to Mr. Wang." Mrs. Wang quickly waved her hand to stop her. Wang Qin also said, "I can prove that they spent the whole time discussing cooperation and business secrets." Mrs. Wang looked embarrassed and said, I already said I trust you. Why are you still asking about this?" Gao Wenyue looked serious and said, "Auntie, your family might have someone with bad intentions." Mrs. Wang and Wang Qin exchanged glances and immediately stopped smiling. If that Mr. Su knew clearly about Gao Wenyue and Wang Zhonglin's conversation, he probably had someone arranged as an insider in the Wang family. Mrs. Wang quickly stood up and said, "You're right to remind me. Thank you. I need to handle some family matters now. I'll have someone take you down the mountain." It was good that Gao Wenyue was cautious. She politely said goodbye. Just as she stepped out of the Wang family estate, she hadn't yet gotten into the prepared car when she saw a military jeep approaching from the opposite side. The military vehicle stopped at the gate, and a tall, broad man got out of the driver's seat. He stepped out with a serious face, dressed in military green, with a stern expression, dark eyes, and a sharp jawline that looked very handsome. His natural soldierly aura made the butler of the Wang family tremble slightly. But Gao Wenyue smiled at the man and walked straight toward him.
It was Lu Xiangye.
The man who was just imposing and stern a second ago suddenly smiled warmly, like spring breeze. Lu Xiangye had just given the Wang family butler the impression that he wanted to tear down their old house. Now, seeing the man smile was surprising. The nearly 60-year-old old man suddenly felt a chill behind him. Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue didn't care about what others thought. Gao Wenyue asked, "Why did you come?" Lu Xiangye simply replied, "To help you." With just these words, Gao Wenyue understood what Lu Xiangye meant. A small smile appeared on Gao Wenyue's face, but she deliberately asked, "Aren't you going to ask why? Don't you want to find out what happened?" Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "I trust you, my wife." Over there, Chen Fong thought it wasn't right. He went back to the old shop and told Lu Anning about the situation. After discussing, Chen Fong and Lu Anning decided to split up to handle the problem. Chen Fong continued working at the construction site, and Lu Anning went to inform Lu Xiangye. That's how Lu Xiangye came to pick up Gao Wenyue. He was there to pick up his wife and to support her. On the way back, Gao Wenyue couldn't stop smiling. The feeling of mutual trust between husband and wife was wonderful, exactly the kind of relationship she wanted. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but ask, "Captain Lu trusts me a lot. Mrs. Wang needed me and Sister Qin to explain for half the day. Did you really not want to ask or find out what happened?" Lu Xiangye was driving straight ahead. After hearing this, he turned to look at Gao Wenyue. Suddenly, he smiled, a proud and happy smile. Gao Wenyue asked confused, "What are you smiling about?" Lu Xiangye said, "Even if you had that intention, you wouldn't have the strength. Who keeps shouting at night not to do it? Who keeps complaining about back pain? Do you still have the energy to look for other men?" Gao Wenyue's face instantly turned bright red. The next second, Gao Wenyue reached out to pinch Lu Xiangye's arm. But she couldn't squeeze it. Then she reached to pinch the man's waist. Still couldn't squeeze it. Annoyed and embarrassed, Gao Wenyue angrily said, "Shut up, Lu Xiangye. You're talking nonsense." Lu Xiangye glanced at Gao Wenyue and said to himself, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know best. If you're still unsure, we'll find out tonight." Suddenly, the car stopped. Lu Xiangye leaned in close to Gao Wenyue. "Darling, through this I've learned a lesson." Gao Wenyue's intuition told her that Lu Xiangye was about to say something bad. She quickly said, "I don't want to hear it." Lu Xiangye reached out and pulled the person into his arms. He whispered in Gao Wenyue's ear, I need to work harder from now on. Only when I feed you well will I feel at ease. Gao Wenyue shouted, You're misunderstanding. That's not how it is. But her protest was useless. That night, Gao Wenyue didn't sleep at all. As a result, Boss Gao rarely missed work. After a night of effort, Gao Wenyue was so exhausted she couldn't get out of bed, and she didn't even notice when Lu Xiangye went to the military. She was awakened by Lu Xiangye, who had been working at the army camp all morning and even brought her lunch from the cafeteria at noon. There's no time to cook. Let's eat at the cafeteria for now. I'll cook for you tonight, Lu Xiangye said, holding up a glass of water to feed Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue pursed her lips and refused to open her mouth. She had been pleading with Lu Xiangye last night, but he acted like he was crazy, not stopping at all. Sorry, wife. It was all my fault, Lu Xiangye said generously, admitting his mistake. Gao Wenyue hummed and ignored him, her face flushed, making Lu Xiangye unable to resist leaning down and kissing her. Gao Wenyue pushed him away, saying, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Stay away from me. Lu Xiangye smiled slightly and said, Why hide? I don't dislike you. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, No, I dislike myself. Lu Xiangye simply picked her up and carried her to wash up. Today, the military cafeteria was serving braised pork, stir-fried green peppers with potatoes, and stir-fried water spinach. Lu Xiangye ordered enough for two, along with a serving of rice and some plain bread. Gao Wenyue picked up a piece of bread and said, I'll eat the bread, you eat the rice. Lu Xiangye nodded in agreement. When Gao Wenyue sat down to eat, she noticed the man walking straight to the kitchen. When Lu Xiangye returned to the living room, he brought 2 boiled eggs, which he had specially cooked for Gao Wenyue upon returning. Gao Wenyue smiled and asked, Did you make these just for me? Lu Xiangye nodded silently. Gao Wenyue tapped the eggs on the table, carefully peeled the shells, and then handed one to Lu Xiangye. He was surprised and quickly shook his head, saying, I won't eat it. You eat. But Gao Wenyue stubbornly held the egg up to his mouth and said, There's one more. One for each of us. Seeing her insistence, Lu Xiangye finally opened his mouth and swallowed the egg. After finishing the meal, Lu Xiangye prepared to return to the military. Before leaving, the man advised, Wife, just stay home and rest well this afternoon. Remembering Lu Xiangye's teasing look when he left, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but toss and turn in bed. Lu Xiangye, you're so shameless, Gao Wenyue muttered. The man training in the army suddenly sneezed several times. Did the captain catch a cold? Nonsense. When has our captain ever caught a cold? He's as tough as iron, right? Then why is he sneezing? That means someone is thinking of him. When someone keeps being on their mind, they tend to sneeze. I got it. It must be our sister-in-law missing the captain. Lu Xiangye's soldiers were chatting excitedly. But unexpectedly, Lu Xiangye saw them right there. Everyone was so scared they immediately fell silent, lowering their heads in guilt. Lu Xiangye simply walked past them lightly. When he reached a quiet spot, a smile he couldn't hold back appeared on his face. Gao Wenyue took a nap at home for a while. When she couldn't sleep anymore, she got up. Her energy had mostly recovered, so she decided to cook something. The lunch leftovers from the cafeteria were barely edible. Casually, she looked into the kitchen. Recently, she had been busy with Wang's orders and hadn't cooked at home for a long time. Lu Xiangye was the same, both busy, leaving the kitchen empty. Wang Xiuli entered and saw Gao Wenyue looking lost in thought. She couldn't help but laugh, saying, Wenyue, your kitchen is so empty now. You could plant a flower in here and it still wouldn't show. Gao Wenyue smiled upon hearing this. She spread her hands and said, It's hard to cook without rice. Wang Xiuli suggested, Come on, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative or the store at the entrance to see if there are vegetables. Gao Wenyue wandered around the entrance and found out that vegetables were also sold at the gate of the residential compound in the evening. Wang Xiuli said, You probably missed it because you come home too late from work. They started doing this at the beginning of the year. Excited, Gao Wenyue strolled at the entrance of the residential area. It was a good sign everyone was starting to think about doing business. The vendors at the entrance were farmers from nearby villages. Since it wasn't busy in the countryside, they brought out their surplus goods to sell. When she returned home, Gao Wenyue was holding an old goose. Tonight, she planned to cook goose stew in a cast-iron pot. She was excited while shopping for ingredients, but when it came time to kill the goose, she felt a bit nervous. Just then, Li Fengying passed by and asked, "Do you not know how to kill a goose?" Before Gao Wenyue could answer, Li Fengying walked in. Li Fengying went straight to Gao Wenyue and took the knife from her hand. "I can tell just by looking that you can't kill the goose. Step aside." Li Fengying held the old goose in one hand and quickly used the knife to kill it. The old goose, weighing about 4 jin and 1 liang, was finished off with a single. Gao Wenyue sincerely admired her. She had struggled just to kill the goose earlier. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Gao Wenyue said gratefully. "It's nothing." Li Fengying waved her hand and left. Gao Wenyue wondered if Li Fengying had changed her attitude. From the other side of the wall, Wang Xiuli noticed this. Standing under the fence, Wang Xiuli said, "I heard the army canteen needs a vegetable cutter." Many military wives signed up, and in the end, they kept her. Li Fengying was very good at working in the kitchen. She handled everything quickly, which is why the canteen decided to hire her. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "That's a good thing." After preparing all the ingredients, Gao Wenyue started cooking. First, she added plenty of oil, enough to cover the bottom of the pan. When the oil was hot, she added star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices, then put the goose meat into the oil to stir-fry. Once the goose turned golden on the outside, she added salt, chili, and other seasonings, then poured in 2 bottles of beer and simmered the old goose. After boiling on high heat, she lowered the flame and let it simmer slowly. The fragrant smell of the cooked goose spread throughout the housing area, signaling to everyone that Gao Wenyue was cooking. Only she could make such delicious dishes in the entire neighborhood. Lu Xiangye and his colleagues were on their way home from work. Before they reached the neighborhood, Bai Yong started sniffing the air. Captain Wu teased, "Bai Yong, what are you sniffing for?" Li Jinjun asked with a smile, "Lieutenant Bai, are you hungry?" These soldiers had trained all day in the army, doing intense physical exercises. Naturally, they were very hungry now. Bai Yong shook his head and said, "Aren't I always coming home hungry? Today, whose goose stew smells so good?" Thanks to Bai Yong's remark, everyone took a careful sniff. Only Lu Xiangye kept walking straight ahead. Realizing this, Bai Yong quickly caught up and asked, "Commander Lu, is your wife at home today? Did she cook the food?" Lu Xiangye nodded, but his steps quickened. In the envy of his friends, Lu Xiangye entered his yard. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of the big goose stew in the iron pot became. Gao Wenyue cooked the old goose in that pot for a full 3 hours, allowing it to absorb plenty of flavor. The large pot was full, but Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye couldn't finish it all. So, Gao Wenyue brought 3 small porcelain bowls, filled them with goose meat, and gave one to each of the 3 neighboring families. Giving some to Ma Chunhua and Wang Xiuli was normal, but Gao Wenyue wanted to give one to Li Fengying, which surprised Lu Xiangye. Seeing his puzzled look, Gao Wenyue explained what happened in the afternoon. Gao Wenyue is the kind of person who helps others and then tries to return the favor. Lu Xiangye offered, "I'll deliver it." When Li Fengying received the bowl of old goose meat, she stared at it for a long time without moving. After a day of rest, Gao Wenyue returned to the shop feeling full of energy. The business at Gao's pickled food branch was gradually stabilizing. The marinated duck products had gained a loyal group of fans, especially among women and young people. That day, Gao Wenyue went to the city government to see Wang Jianhua. Now, He Ping's status was different, so Gao Wenyue had to see Wang Jianhua first to meet He Ping. She waited a long time before finally seeing He Ping. He looked thinner, but his spirits were good. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Leader, please join me for a meal." Her attitude was as friendly as always. She was just inviting He Ping to eat. He Ping looked at Gao Wenyue steadily. She was truly someone he admired. Recently, with his promotion, more and more people had come around him. Only Gao Wenyue, when she suddenly smiled, made He Ping feel as if he was in a different world. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll accept your invitation." When Gao Wenyue invited He Ping to dinner, she really meant it. They went to a private restaurant, a place Wang Qin had brought Gao Wenyue before. She found the environment very nice, and the dishes were quite flavorful. When He Ping saw the restaurant's atmosphere, he couldn't help but say, "Wenyue, this place is really good." Since his promotion, He Ping had attended many banquets at big city hotels, and he was tired of them. It was rare to find such a quaint and elegant restaurant, and he relaxed a lot. Sometimes, eating isn't just about the food, but about the atmosphere. Gao Wenyue knew this from her past life. During the meal, Gao Wenyue and He Ping talked like old friends catching up, making He Ping enjoy a peaceful meal for the first time in a while. After dinner, the waiter brought a pot of clear tea. Gao Wenyue went over and personally poured a cup of tea for He Ping. "Leader, this is barley tea. Drinking a little after meals helps with digestion." He Ping reached out and picked up the teacup in front of him. He took a small sip, feeling much more comfortable in his stomach. He put down the cup and said, "Wenyue, just tell me if there's anything." Even if Gao Wenyue didn't speak, He Ping knew she came to talk about something. Her patience in holding back earlier showed her thoughtfulness. A slight smile appeared on Gao Wenyue's face as she said, "It's true that leaders can see through everything. I came to see you today because I have something to say. I didn't speak earlier because I thought it was okay to discuss it after the meal." Before discussing business, Gao Wenyue tried to build a good feeling. He Ping nodded slightly. He understood Gao Wenyue's intention. Because he understood, he couldn't relax completely. He glanced at the woman across from him. He had tried to avoid meeting her as much as possible. They rarely saw each other now, but he still couldn't help thinking of her. Unknowingly, she had already taken a place in his heart. Gao Wenyue didn't understand why He Ping's eyes looked so complicated. She looked at him with confusion. He Ping just shook his head and said, "Go ahead." Gao Wenyue first briefly talked about the cooperation between the Gao family's preserved vegetable shop and the Wang family. Their partnership had caused quite a stir, and even He Ping had heard about it. He Ping couldn't help but say, "Good job." The Wang family's reputation among many companies is quite influential. Your Gao family can learn from them. Gao Wenyue quickly replied, "That's what I think too. As my Gao family grows stronger, I will also build up the company's influence." He Ping said, "Your Gao family already has influence now. Just keep developing at this pace. Overdoing it can backfire." This was a reminder for Gao Wenyue not to force publicity for the Gao preserved vegetable shop. Gao Wenyue agreed. Then Gao Wenyue moved on to the first main topic of the day. "Leader, Wang Qin asked me to ask you how you feel about her husband Zhang Yong." Gao Wenyue looked directly at He Ping and asked casually. Cough. Even with He Ping's good manners, he was caught off guard and choked. "Are you okay?" Gao Wenyue quickly looked for tissues. There were no tissues on the table, so she took out her handkerchief and handed it to him. He Ping looked at the pure white handkerchief in front of him, with a plum blossom embroidered on the corner. Plum blossoms smell sweet after a harsh winter. He Ping unexpectedly took the handkerchief, gently wiping his mouth with it. Gao Wenyue was still waiting for He Ping to speak. He Ping helplessly said, "Others at least ask indirectly about news, but you ask so directly. Does Wang Qin know you're asking like this?" Talking about Wang Qin, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh, thinking this method suited Wang Qin's personality. Gao Wenyue explained, "I thought the leader has probably heard a lot of indirect questions lately. That's why I thought it might be better to just say it directly, and it could save you some time." He Ping smiled and said, "I think you're just being lazy." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue knew He Ping wasn't angry. He Ping gave Zhang Yong a good review, which meant he was going to help bring Zhang Yong into the He family circle. Gao Wenyue thought to herself that her cooperation with the Wang family was becoming more stable. In the following time, Gao Wenyue mentioned another matter, which was the most important thing she wanted to discuss today. The two talked about it for a long time. With the new economic opening policy, more and more people started heading to Pingcheng and Yangcheng, eager to be the first to try new opportunities. This showed that ordinary people could already sense the potential for business and wealth. The frontier regions also began to strongly promote open economic policies, encouraging local people to start businesses, even utilizing the vast lands and rich mountain resources. Recently, everyone was talking about a mountain in the frontier covered with yellow peaches. In summer, it was the harvest season, but the whole mountain of peaches was not selling well. Advertisements for selling the peaches appeared for several days, but sales remained poor. So, the frontier government stepped in and auctioned the entire mountain, allowing savvy business owners to manage it themselves. Gao Wenyue took her bid proposal into the government building, aiming to bid for the mountain. Hey, isn't that Boss Gao? Changing from selling marinated dishes to selling yellow peaches? Gao Wenyue looked back and saw Boss Su Qingzhou, who had previously collaborated with the Wang family enterprise. He was young but very skilled in business, involved in many fields. Last time, he bribed the Wang family's nanny and even took his wife to find Madame Wang to sow discord. This was their first meeting, but it was clear they both knew each other very well. Gao Wenyue was not surprised that Su Qingzhou knew her. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes, as if he thought her appearance here was funny. Gao Wenyue smiled slightly and said, "If Boss Su can come, why can't I?" In other words, you don't run a restaurant either, but you're here selling yellow peaches? Su Qingzhou's face changed. First, he was angry at Gao Wenyue's words. Second, he was testing her earlier, and now it seemed Gao Wenyue had known about him for a long time. At this point, Su Qingzhou also understood the recent attitude of the Wang family toward him, which was probably because of Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue looked steadily at Su Qingzhou. He had a scholarly appearance, but seemed weak and gave off a cold vibe at first glance. That was Gao Wenyue's first impression. The two silently observed each other, and finally, they both smiled at the same time. Chen Fong couldn't help but sweat a little. It was like two sneaky people playing Tai Chi. He had just learned a lesson. Before, Chen Fong thought well of Gao Wenyue as a good brother-in-law, but now he fully admired him and even called him Boss Gao. Since following Gao Wenyue to learn business, Chen Fong admired his skills more and more. Now, he treated Gao Wenyue as his boss completely. Working for such a boss made Chen Fong feel full of energy. He now respected Gao Wenyue very much and was even more respectful. Gao Wenyue took Chen Fong to the auction site. It was organized by the city government, and government officials forced all local businesses to participate in the auction. There was no choice. Those yellow peaches on the mountain couldn't be sold, and the nearly ripe peaches wouldn't wait. So, although many bosses came to bid, everyone was just here to watch the show.
No one really wanted to buy the mountain.
After all, once the mountain was auctioned off, they wouldn't have time to pick the peaches, and they still had to sell them. It was a hot potato, and everyone was just pretending to cooperate with the government. They had already submitted their bids. Some offered a few hundred yuan, others 1,000. Everyone was casual, except Gao Wenyue, whose bid was very detailed. Everyone waited a long time, and finally, the government officials appeared. Su Qingzhou glanced at Gao Wenyue with a slightly provocative look, as if he was mocking her, treating her like an idiot. This auction was for the resources of an entire mountaintop, mainly full of yellow peaches and trees. Such resources are common in border areas, so no one found them special. To make sure the mountain wouldn't be left unsold, the government set the lease period at 10 years. This means the winner of the auction would have the right to use all the resources on the mountain for 10 years. The result of the auction was expected. Gao Wenyue would be the winner. When the results were announced, a few people in the crowd snickered. Boss Gao is still too young. Thinking this is an easy deal, someone said, making others laugh. Many people looked at Gao Wenyue. She had bid only 10,000 yuan, which was a lot in 1980. She just bid without hesitation. Everyone believed Gao Wenyue was going to lose money and even imagined her regretting and crying. Gao Wenyue just smiled, as if she didn't notice the teasing. Let them laugh now. When she doubles her money, they won't be able to. The auction was organized by the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Usually such matters are handled by the Economic Office, which is responsible for He Ping. A few days ago, Gao Wenyue asked He Ping to stay out of this matter because she was determined to win this mountain. Since she was under He Ping's supervision, she didn't want this bid to become a reason to control him in the future. So, The auction was arranged by the Industry and Commerce Bureau, which was Gao Wenyue's careful plan. She even thought about possible problems later. To her, this bid was a chance to get a good deal because no one else believed in this project.
She could easily win it at a low price.
Gao Wenyue might have started with a bid of 5,000 yuan, but He Ping suggested she bid more. He had his reasons. He warned her to bid higher to prevent trouble later when the mountain made money. If she paid enough now, she would have a stronger position in the future. He Ping's advice was very helpful. So, Gao Wenyue set her bid at 10,000 yuan. Despite the sneers from others, she went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to complete the paperwork. They said, "Boss Gao, there are two ways to pay. One is to pay all at once, and then the 10-year contract can be signed immediately. Another option is to pay at least half of the deposit in advance. This considers that your store may not have enough cash flow, giving you some extra time. This shows their thoughtfulness. They want to earn your money but also worry you might not have enough, so they give you some time to gather the funds." The person speaking is smiling, clearly thinking that this payment plan benefits Gao Wenyue greatly. At the same time, it is also a way for Gao to avoid risk. If this project does not make money, Gao Wenyue can withdraw halfway through and save half of the costs. From the business bureau's perspective, this is their way of caring for the company. Look how detailed they are. Gao Wenyue's lips curl into a slight smile. Are the apparent benefits really benefits? The person takes out a contract for half the payment, hands Gao Wenyue a pen, and signals her to sign. Chen Fong, standing next to Gao, looks happy. This is a big deal. He had just thought paying 10,000 yuan all at once was too much, and losing that money would be a big problem. Especially since they still need to allocate manpower and resources for the mountain area. But Gao Wenyue surprisingly says, "We choose the first method, paying in full at once." When she said that, everyone present widened their eyes and looked at Gao Wenyue. Their gazes made it seem like Gao Wenyue was a fool. The worker slightly smirks and says, "Boss Gao, are you sure? Paying in full means you need to pay 10,000 yuan within 3 days." His words suggest he thinks Gao Wenyue is naive. He looks at her as if she's foolish, thinking this easy money. She doesn't want it. No wonder the bossy female boss is so clueless. Many believe Gao Wenyue only succeeded because He Ping protected her. To them, Gao Wenyue is just a figurehead. The real boss of the Gao family is He Ping. Now, it seems He Ping went on a business trip to Pengcheng and didn't pay attention, which led Gao Wenyue to foolishly spend 10,000 yuan on the bid. Gao Wenyue clearly understands their thoughts. She doesn't even need to guess. Their expressions and eyes say it all. At first, Gao Wenyue was angry. She worked hard to earn everything she had, only to be labeled as someone who flattered the boss. It seemed her success was only recognized that way. But now, she doesn't think that way anymore. Playing the fool and hiding her strength is so interesting. Let her quietly earn her wealth and enjoy her success. Currently, everyone looks at her with a confused expression, but she always smiles happily and doesn't care about their opinions. Gao Wenyue firmly said, "I'm sure."
Prepare the new contract.
This time, even Chen Fong was no longer calm. He quickly reached out to try to pull Gao Wenyue's sleeve. When Chen Fong's hand was about to touch Gao Wenyue, he stopped and looked at her anxiously, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Gao Wenyue slightly smiled, turned her head to glance at Chen Fong, waiting for him to speak. Unknowingly, this was also a test. Chen Fong initially wanted to persuade Gao Wenyue, but he suddenly remembered a scene he often saw in the store. Many times, he saw Ma Chunhua having her own ideas, but in the end, she would swallow her words. In the store, Ma Chunhua unconditionally supported Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue trusted Ma Chunhua, and both of them trusted each other more than her brother-in-law and sister, Lu Anning. Why was that? Because Ma Chunhua always stood on Gao Wenyue's side. There was a clear example right in front of him, so Chen Fong quickly shut his mouth. He decided to learn from Ma Chunhua's spirit. The people from the Industry Bureau thought Chen Fong would persuade Gao Wenyue, but unexpectedly, he stopped just at the beginning. The Industry Bureau people were disappointed, but Gao Wenyue was very satisfied. After signing the contract, Gao Wenyue left because she needed to gather 10,000 yuan. When Chen Fong came out, he finally spoke, saying, "Boss, if we pay the 10,000 yuan now, we will have no working capital left. The yellow peach picking on the mountain requires a lot of labor and financial support." Gao Wenyue knew this situation well and was very pleased with Chen Fong's recent performance. Although he had his own ideas, he didn't insist on blocking her outside. If he had questions, they could discuss privately. She was very happy with that. Gao Wenyue was not a boss who ruled alone, but she was very careful in business. If she said to go east, her employees shouldn't go west on their own, or they would have different goals and never reach the end. Ma Chunhua did this very well, and Chen Fong also did a good job just now. For Gao Wenyue now, 10,000 yuan was exactly her total savings from her 2 stores. Yes, Gao Wenyue was now a millionaire. Actually, Gao Wenyue had been a millionaire for a long time, but because she was opening a new branch, she spent a lot of her money. Therefore, Gao Wenyue needed money badly for this project. Gao Wenyue glanced at Chen Fong and said, "Brother-in-law, I will handle the money matters. I know there isn't much available funds in the account, but I chose to pay everything off at once for a reason." Chen Fong then relaxed, secretly feeling grateful that he hadn't stopped Gao Wenyue in front of outsiders earlier, as that would have been embarrassing for Boss Gao. At the same time, Chen Fong admired Gao Wenyue's cleverness. The 10,000 yuan was not a small amount, yet she didn't seem worried about money at all. After returning to the shop, Gao Wenyue first went to find the property certificates for the 2 stores, then took out the business licenses for both shops. In just a short while, Gao Wenyue, holding several documents, stepped out and saw Ma Chunhua and Lu Anning standing at the door. Recently, Ma Chunhua and Lu Anning had become close friends very quickly. Ma Chunhua was experienced in taking care of children, and whenever she had free time, she would help Lu Anning with her kids. Lu Anning was still a new mother and only knew a little about caring for children. With Ma Chunhua's help, she felt much easier. The two had built a strong friendship, and now they were both looking seriously at Gao Wenyue. Confused, Gao Wenyue asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Anning handed over a passbook and said, "Wenyue, I can't do much to help you, but this is a small token of my support." Gao Wenyue looked at the passbook and immediately understood Lu Anning's intention. She was worried that after winning the bid, there might not be enough money, so Lu Anning took out her savings to help. She wanted to do her part behind the scenes. Next to them, Ma Chunhua also said, "Wenyue, our passbook is at home. When we go back tonight, my sister-in-law will bring it to you." A gentle smile appeared on Gao Wenyue's face, and she felt a warm feeling inside. She declined their kindness, keeping their gesture in her heart. As the boss of Gao Corporation, raising funds was her responsibility. If she needed her employees to worry about money, she would be a poor leader. Gao Wenyue took her documents and headed straight to the bank to apply for a loan. Actually, banks always have loan policies. However, in Chinese culture, the idea of spending only what you have is deeply ingrained. People rarely borrow money and often don't think of borrowing from banks. Standing at the bank window, Gao Wenyue said to the staff, "Hello, I would like to apply for a loan." Across the window, there was a young woman who seemed to be a member of the LGBTQ+ community. She looked up and down at Gao Wenyue. Since few people come to the bank to ask for loans, she couldn't help but glance at Gao Wenyue and said, "To get a loan, you need to have collateral." Gao Wenyue neatly laid out the documents she brought. She said, "I know. These are the property rights for my 2 shops, the business licenses for both stores, and this document shows our store's profit. Based on my assets, I want to ask how much I can borrow." Gao Wenyue was prepared, but the bank staff was surprised. Many people come to ask for loans, but few are so well prepared. Especially since the young girl looked even younger than her, the staff member said, "Please give me your documents." Gao Wenyue handed over her papers. The staff took the documents and said, "All right, our bank needs to review your information. Come back in a few days to see the review results." Gao Wenyue's eyebrows furrowed deeply. The staff had casually thrown her documents onto the table. These were assets she had worked hard for a year. She asked, "Comrade, what kind of review are you talking about? How many days will it take? And those documents are all originals. Please give them back so I can make copies and bring them again." Her tone was normal, and she tried to speak softly. Because at any time, these officials hold the power. If they want to delay the review, she would have no choice but to leave. Even if she was unhappy with the process, she remained patient and communicated calmly. However, Yu Mengmeng immediately changed her expression. She grabbed the documents she had casually thrown aside earlier. Here, take them back. Asking so many questions. Is this bank owned by your family? You can do the review whenever you want. I just don't understand you people. Want to borrow money, but don't want to wait even a little? Yu Mengmeng said with a sneer. Gao Wenhua looked at the documents being thrown back at her. She stared silently at Yu Mengmeng. At this moment, few printers could copy documents. Usually, only government offices had such equipment. When Gao Wenhua came earlier, she thought about making copies but decided to come to the bank first to ask about the process. When she actually needed to proceed, she would bring copies. Now, she understood why few people come to the bank for loans. First, the service attitude of the bank staff is very problematic. Many people probably get discouraged right at the first step of the process. Second, before applying for a loan, all the collateral information must be submitted. Based on Yu Mengmeng's attitude just now, it seems the documents will be kept here for a long time, which is another difficulty. Who knows how long their assets will stay at the bank? What if someone needs to use their assets urgently? All these problems make it hard for people to get loans. Gao Wenhua had many thoughts racing through her mind, but she kept her eyes fixed on Yu Mengmeng. Yu Mengmeng felt nervous under Gao Wenhua's intense stare. Although Gao was younger than her, he looked serious and stern, which made her feel scared. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just telling the truth. Yu Mengmeng said loudly. Gao Wenhua slightly smiled and asked, What is your name? Yu Mengmeng asked confusedly, Why do you want to know that? Gao Wenhua glanced at the other staff members in the bank and said, Is this how your bank treats customers? When we come to ask about loans, all you say is wait. Nothing else. Then he looked back at Yu Mengmeng and said, I asked your name because I want to talk to your leaders or government officials. Is this how your bank treats ordinary people who come to do business? Yu Mengmeng's face stiffened. She didn't expect to meet someone so difficult today. In the past, when people came to ask about loans, Yu Mengmeng would treat them like this. Many people, after hearing this, would just take their documents and leave. Sometimes they would leave their documents at the bank and come back later for a reply, but if they got impatient, they would naturally take their documents and go. Because applying for a loan is complicated. It involves on-site appraisal of the collateral's value, and staff also need to guarantee the loan. This means if the borrower can't repay the loan on time, the staff must recover the collateral themselves and later sell it at auction to recover the money. That's why Yu Mengmeng wanted to dismiss Gao Wenhua. She didn't want to do something that was hard and unprofitable. Other staff nearby quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile and said, Comrade, don't be angry. She's young and speaks without thinking. They first tried to comfort him, then added, We understand you need money urgently, but our bank's rules are like this. To get a loan, you first need to submit collateral documents for review. Yu Mengmeng also said, Yes, I'm right. Who knows how long the leader's review will take? Besides, if everyone acted like you, borrowing money from the bank and then saying they need to find the leader or government when they can't get the funds, we wouldn't need to work at all. As she spoke, Yu Mengmeng gradually calmed down and no longer looked panicked. A few bank staff members exchanged glances, sharing a look only they understood. All of this was seen by Gao Wenhua. Gao Wenhua coldly said, Look, you've been talking for a long time, but haven't gotten to the point. Yu Mengmeng asked involuntarily, What's the point? Gao Wenhua replied, When did I say we couldn't wait? I'm asking how many days we need to wait. What are the rules for this review? None of you can explain clearly. Since you can't explain, I have to ask someone who can. Gao Wenhua turned to leave. The people behind her stood there indifferent. They were used to such situations. Everyone who came to the bank to borrow money left angry. Some threatened to report to the government, but they really thought they had great power. If they did, they wouldn't be coming to borrow money from the bank. That was what Yu Mengmeng was thinking at this moment. When Gao Wenhua reached the door, she turned her back to the bank window and said, At the end of the year, Our country was encouraging people to develop the economy and start businesses. The bank promised to support us with loans. I responded actively to the policy. But you just told me to wait? I'm going to ask the government now. Are there policies being implemented like this here? After saying this, Gao Wenyue headed toward the government. One bank staff member said, I feel like this person is a bit difficult today. Yu Mengmeng didn't care and said, who was easy to deal with among those who came for loans before. The staff member replied, but today's lady is different. Look, she just mentioned the policies before leaving. Everyone looked thoughtful. 2 hours later, Gao Wenyue arrived at the bank with someone. Seeing the person behind Gao Wenyue, the bank staff's faces changed. They quickly came forward to greet her. Why you? Why are you here? Compared to Gao Wenyue, who came alone, a large crowd appeared across the bank. But even with more people, none of them weighed as much as Jiang Jingqin alone. Mayor Jiang, why are you here? If we had known you were coming, we would have greeted you at the door, the bank manager said politely. Jiang Jingqin's face showed no emotion. He simply waved his hand and said, I'm not here to inspect work today. I'm just here with Boss Gao to handle a loan at the bank. Do you know who is responsible for loan services here? Everyone looked at each other, remembering what had recently happened at the bank. This Gao Wenyue was quite influential. She said she wanted to get clear answers from the government, and she wasn't just talking. In just 2 hours, Gao Wenyue brought the vice mayor to the bank, and he was there to help her with the loan. Yu Mengming's legs went weak with fear, and her face lost all color. If a colleague hadn't reached out to support her, she might have collapsed on the spot. The bank manager said, then I'll ask Manager Zhou to handle. He looked at Gao Wenyue and said, please process the loan for this Boss Gao. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping stepped forward and said, hello, Mayor Jiang, hello, Boss Gao. I am Manager Zhou Ping from the business department. The bank manager explained, Manager Zhou is our business manager, and he's very experienced with loan procedures. Since Gao Wenyue re-entered this bank, she hadn't spoken until now. But she suddenly stepped forward. She pointed at Yu Mengmeng and said, I want her to handle my business. The bank manager looked confused. Yu Mengmeng was just an ordinary front desk clerk. Why did Gao Wenyue single her out? But anyone in the bank could tell that Gao Wenyue had good judgment. Looking at Yu Mengmeng's pale face, her nervous expression, and the employees' teasing glances behind her, the manager guessed what was happening. He quickly smiled and said to Gao Wenyue, Boss Gao, our employee isn't very experienced with loans. If she doesn't serve you well, we will make sure to train her better in the future. Yu Mengming's face turned pale. She understood what the manager meant. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Gao Wenyue. Boss Gao, I'm sorry. When you came to handle your business earlier, my attitude was poor. I sincerely apologize. Gao Wenyue looked at Yu Mengmeng with no expression, feeling quite bored. This was Yu Mengmeng, just one of thousands of people like her in the world. If today she hadn't brought Jiang Jingqin over, the current situation would have been different, and the frustrated and helpless common people would be the ones suffering. But in this world, how many people can actually invite the vice mayor out? At this moment, Gao Wenyue's thoughts are not about feeling proud of her own abilities, but about feeling sorry for those helpless common people. Seeing the situation has reached this point, Jiang Zhengqin glanced at Gao Wenyue. She should be satisfied now, right? Jiang Zhengqin knows Gao Wenyue. At first, he knew it was because of Gao's marinated dishes. Later, he learned it was because of Lu Xiangye. Last time, Lu Xiangye sent people to catch He Xiong, all for Gao Wenyue. This time, Lu Xiangye also invited Jiang Jingqin over for Gao Wenyue. To Jiang Jingqin, this looks like Gao Wenyue was treated coldly when she was applying for a loan at the bank. This young girl is full of youthful energy and naturally wants to regain her confidence and show her strength. Everyone present, including Yu Mengmeng, thinks the same way. So, Yu Mengmeng quickly lowered her stance. Since Gao Wenyue wants to save face, she also pretends to be humble, giving Jiang Jingqin, the vice mayor, some face. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, I do not accept your apology. Yu Mengmeng was stunned. She thought that, in front of the vice mayor, Gao Wenyue would want to maintain her image and surely forgive her. The bank manager reacted quickly and signaled to Yu Mengmeng with a look. Since Gao boss doesn't accept your apology, it means she hasn't felt the sincerity of your apology. Yu Mengmeng quickly nodded and bowed again toward Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue raised her hand to stop her and said, "No need to apologize anymore. I didn't call Mayor Jiang here just to save face. I still want to ask, how is the process for this loan? How long does it take? How is the review done?" At this moment, Zhou Ping stood up and said, "Gao boss, I am more familiar with these procedures. I can evaluate the value of the collateral you provide on-site and then issue a valuation report. Based on that, I can determine the loan amount." He looked at Yu Mengmeng and added, "This young girl has no experience in handling loans, so her process might take longer. If I handle this business, I can get it done within a month at most." Gao Wenyue immediately turned to look at Zhou Ping, who nodded confidently at her. She said straightforwardly, "All right, then I will ask Manager Zhou to handle the loan." Everyone sighed with relief. Even the bank manager took a deep breath and looked relaxed. Yu Mengmeng's color also returned to her face. In the eyes of everyone at the bank, the matter was settled and they wouldn't offend Jiang Jingqin anymore. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Gao Wenyue walked straight toward Yu Mengmeng and stood in front of her. Yu Mengmeng forced a smile and said, "Boss Gao, it was my poor attitude earlier. Please forgive me." Gao Wenyue replied, "I still don't accept your apology." He then turned to everyone and said, "Because she isn't truly sorry. If I hadn't brought Mayor Jiang here today, she would have stopped someone who genuinely needed help. Our country's bank loan policy is meant to help those in need and to promote economic growth. If you keep avoiding trouble and making us wait, it will only cause us to fall behind in our border economy and our national economy. Without realizing it, you are a barrier to progress." Gao Wenyue looked at Yu Mengmeng and said, "I know you aren't sincere in your apology. You don't even realize your mistake. But I want to say, if everyone is afraid of trouble and refuses to do real work, how can we improve? How can our country become prosperous? So, I invited Mayor Jiang here. I hope in the future, you'll be more careful when refusing customers." Clap, clap, clap. Someone started to applaud. It was Jiang Jingqin. He said, "Boss Gao's vision is truly admirable." Jiang Jingqin left quickly. His visit was brief, only a few minutes, but his impact was powerful. All the staff at the bank now treated Gao Wenyue with great respect. Didn't they hear what the mayor said? Even the mayor praised Gao Wenyue's broad outlook and highly appreciated her attitude earlier.
Who would dare ignore that?
Gao Wenyue looked at Yu Mengmeng's eager smile and knew it was because of Jiang Jingqin. In the presence of someone with higher authority, everyone's service was truly impressive. Jiang Jingqin's position as vice mayor was very useful. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but think again. No wonder so many people chase fame and wealth throughout history. That's the power of authority, more effective than 1,000 words she could say. Gao Wenyue felt a bit emotional inside, while the bank manager and Zhou Ping also secretly calculated their plans. Only then did they realize that this boss Gao was actually Gao's owner of the Gao-style marinated food shop. If they knew Gao Wenyue owned the shop, they wouldn't need Jiang Jingqin to speak for her. They would treat her as a guest of honor. Now, with Jiang Jingqin stepping forward, they would be even more cautious in their dealings with Gao Wenyue. At the same time, the bank manager looked at Yu Mengmeng with disappointment. It seemed she couldn't be allowed to work at the front desk anymore. She was too easy to offend people. If such an incident happened again today, the bank might offend many more customers. When Yu Mengmeng saw the bank manager's look, her heart started pounding. She moved her foot, wanting to go forward and explain again. Unfortunately, the bank manager and Zhou Ping had already called Gao Wenyue into the office. As Gao Wenyue left the bank, Yu Mengmeng was quickly reassigned from her comfortable front desk position to a back-office support role. Just as Gao Wenyue stepped out of the bank, she saw a man waiting for her at the door. It was Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye was dressed casually today. He wasn't wearing his military uniform. Despite that, his commanding presence couldn't be hidden. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, he stood straight at the bank entrance. His handsome face made passers-by turn their heads. An elderly lady was walking unsteadily toward the bank door, wobbling as she moved, clutching a dark blue handkerchief tightly. She didn't notice a stone under her foot. When her right foot stepped on it, her body suddenly tilted to the side. "Grandma, be careful." Lu Xiangye quickly rushed forward, one hand steadying her firmly. "Thank you, young man," the elderly lady said, catching her breath and patting her chest in relief. Lu Xiangye couldn't help but ask, "Where's your family? Are you out alone?" The elderly lady looked to be in her 70s or 80s. At that age, plus with limited mobility, it was dangerous to go out without someone to look after her. She smiled warmly and said, "Yes, my granddaughter is with me. She's buying me some sweet water up ahead. I just wanted to come to the bank first to deposit some money. When you get old, walking becomes difficult. I used to." As she was talking, she suddenly looked up and saw Lu Xiangye's face clearly. She stopped speaking. She carefully examined Lu Xiangye's appearance and couldn't help but praise, "Young man, you look very energetic." People nowadays often describe a handsome gay man as a young, spirited guy. As long as they are women, regardless of age, their idea of handsome remains the same. Grandma Xia grew more pleased the more she looked at Lu Xiangye. Just as Lu Xiangye was holding her wrist without pulling away, she reached out and patted him, saying, "Young man, are you married?" Lu Xiangye's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He was about to nod when a voice interrupted him. "Grandma, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you all morning." Xia Xiaowei panted as she spoke. Xia Xiaowei immediately noticed Lu Xiangye. From afar, she saw him talking to her grandma. "Grandma, who is this?" Xia Xiaowei asked Grandma Xia. Grandma Xia smiled warmly and said, "He's a helpful young man. Just now, I almost fell and he helped me." Xia Xiaowei quickly thanked him, saying, "Comrade, thank you." She also slightly bowed while speaking. Lu Xiangye kept a cold face and said, "It's nothing." As soon as he finished, he was about to leave because he saw his wife approaching. Suddenly, Grandma Xia grabbed Lu Xiangye and said, "Young man, my granddaughter, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Would you like to have a meal with us?" Xia Xiaowei showed clear disapproval and immediately reached out to pull her grandma's arm, saying, "Grandma, we've already thanked him. It seems he has something to do, so let's not bother him." Grandma Xia quickly replied, "It's just a meal, and it's almost mealtime." Gao Wenyue watched the whole scene. She felt that Lu Xiangye was a charming butterfly attracting others, and she moved forward. "Xiangye, weren't you supposed to wait for me at the door?" Gao Wenyue's voice carried a hint of playful complaint. Lu Xiangye retracted his arm, turned around, and called out to Gao Wenyue, "Wife." Just one word, "wife," made Grandma Xia realize that he was married. Grandma Xia was anxious and restless. Even Xia Xiaowei felt a bit embarrassed by her grandma's recent actions. But Gao Wenyue greeted them calmly and watched as they shyly left. Gao Wenyue smiled and looked back at Lu Xiangye. She only had a smile on her face and said nothing. Lu Xiangye immediately felt a bad premonition. Just as he was about to speak, Gao Wenyue interrupted him. She glanced at him teasingly and said, "Captain Lu's charm hasn't faded." "Huh?" Although Gao Wenyue spoke with a smile, Lu Xiangye felt a chill run down his spine. Gao Wenyue originally had a question for Lu Xiangye. Not long ago, she just arrived under the Municipal Party Committee and Government Building when she bumped into Lu Xiangye coming out from inside. At that moment, Gao Wenyue only wanted to find staff at the service hall. She didn't intend to look for Wang Jianhua and He Ping, as their involvement in the entire bidding process must be kept secret. Moreover, He Ping had taken Wang Jianhua on a business trip to Pengcheng, and Gao Wenyue couldn't reach them. Unexpectedly, she happened to meet Lu Xiangye as he came out of the government building. When Lu Xiangye learned about Gao Wenyue's purpose, he simply said, "Leave this to me." Gao Wenyue never expected that Lu Xiangye would invite Jiang Jingqin to come down, and that he would actually accompany her to the bank. She had many questions in her mind and asked Lu Xiangye, "Do you have a close relationship with Mayor Jiang?" Lu Xiangye raised an eyebrow when he heard this, but he was not surprised by Gao Wenyue's question. After asking, Gao Wenyue didn't continue to speak and just waited quietly for the man to reply. Lu Xiangye reached out and wrapped his arm around Gao Wenyue's waist, walking forward and saying, "Wife, let's walk and talk." I will tell you everything I know. Lu Xiangye came out in a military vehicle. He took Gao Wenyue into the car, and as soon as they got in, he grabbed her hand, losing the calm he had outside. Wife, I only met Mayor Jiang for the second time after dealing with Yixiong last time. As for what we discussed, I can't tell you. He placed Gao Wenyue's hand over his chest and said, because this involves military secrets. But I can assure you, we're just discussing official business normally. There's no danger or risk. Lu Xiangye knew Gao Wenyue well. Usually, she didn't interfere with his affairs unless she thought there was a danger involved. Sure enough, after hearing this, Gao Wenyue stopped asking questions. As long as there was no danger, she wouldn't interfere with what Lu Xiangye and Jiang Jingqin were talking about. Lu Xiangye's ability to maintain contact with Jiang Jingqin was his own skill. Gao Wenyue was happy for him and didn't have time to worry. Then, Gao Wenyue leaned in and said, Xiangye, thank you today. If Lu Xiangye hadn't invited Jiang Jingqin over today, Gao Wenyue could have handled this herself. But the effect wouldn't have been as good as it was now. Lu Xiangye chuckled softly and said, Wife, you're thanking the wrong person this time. Gao Wenyue quickly looked up at Lu Xiangye, her eyes full of confusion. Originally, Lu Xiangye wanted to help Gao Wenyue find someone. When he turned back, he told Jiang Jingqin about it. Jiang Jingqin agreed after hearing, but he said he wasn't doing it to flatter Lu Xiangye. He genuinely wanted to help Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue asked curiously, for me? Mayor Jiang even knows me? Lu Xiangye hugged her and said, of course. Everyone knows the name of Boss Gao. While working in his office, Jiang Jingqin suddenly sneezed several times. His secretary quickly poured him a cup of hot water and handed it to him, with a look of hesitation on her face. Anything wrong? Leader, why are you helping the boss of Gao Corporation? Jiang Jingqin paused while holding his tea, then thought for a few seconds and said, because she is the boss of Gao Corporation. I want to see how she turns waste into treasure after getting the loan, and how she can help develop the border economy. The secretary nodded silently. He knew it was a difficult task, but his leader believed Gao Wenyue could do it. Gao Wenyue didn't expect that she had gained the appreciation of the vice mayor. Lu Xiangye confidently said, Wife, you're so talented. Of course, many people admire your abilities. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, that's true. But I still want to thank you. If you hadn't told Mayor Jiang about this, even if he admired me, I wouldn't have been able to meet him. Lu Xiangye nodded seriously and asked, so, how do you plan to thank me? Didn't I already say thank you? Verbal thanks aren't enough to show sincerity. What kind of thanks do you want? Lu Xiangye looked down at the person in his arms, his dark eyes full of Gao Wenyue's image and her presence. Without needing more words from Lu Xiangye, Gao Wenyue reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, affectionately leaning on him. She kissed Lu Xiangye on the lips and smiled. Is that enough now? Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned down again. Once something starts, it's hard to stop. Lu Xiangye drove the car back to the family residence as quickly as possible. When they arrived home, they couldn't wait to hold each other. Lu Xiangye picked her up horizontally, and the person in his arms grabbed his clothes and said, take a shower first. What is it like to have a partner with a strong sense of cleanliness? This was the moment Lu Xiangye truly experienced the feeling. He was overwhelmed with desire, sweating profusely, but he still took Gao Wenyue to the bathroom. Because, when it comes to love, Lu Xiangye didn't want to only focus on his own pleasure. He wanted Gao Wenyue to enjoy the happiness too. Gao Wenyue almost drowned in the love Lu Xiangye gave her. Today, this man seemed determined to wear her out. Every time this happened, Gao Wenyue gained a new understanding of Lu Xiangye's endurance and stamina. Later, Gao Wenyue tearfully begged for mercy. The powerful businesswoman Gao, now crying and pleading on the bed, couldn't make Lu Yingzhong let go. His large hands, which held her slender waist, tightened even more. As night fell over the frontier land, a strong wind blew outside, and faint sounds drifted through the window. Gao Wenyue lay in Lu Xiangye's arms, calming her racing heart. She regained her strength and decided to settle the score. She reached out and pinched Lu Xiangye's arm. But after trying for a while, her efforts had no effect. Her hands turned red from the grip. Lu Xiangye reached out and took Gao Wenyue's hand, gently pressing a kiss on it and saying, "Wife, be careful. Your hand might hurt." His words lacked genuine tenderness, filled instead with teasing. Gao Wenyue felt even angrier and snorted loudly. Lu Xiangye hugged her tightly and said, "Don't be angry. I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat?" When it came to food, Gao Wenyue was genuinely hungry now. All she wanted was a bowl of hot noodles. She listened to the sizzling sounds from the kitchen and happily rolled over on the bed. Today, Gao Wenyue had a smooth day at work and a harmonious marriage. Now, she was just waiting to fill her stomach. Lu Xiangye, who gave Gao Wenyue plenty of freedom and support and also helped her at the right moments, was like a skilled hunter gradually winning her heart and mind. That night, Gao Wenyue's lips were always slightly curled, even in her sleep. These past few days, Gao Wenyue had been busy helping Zhou Ping evaluate 2 store properties. As for the store's business performance, that was all managed by Lu Anning. Lu Anning's accounts were very clear. She calculated the property values and profits from the stores separately, preparing for a larger loan. Zhou Ping inspected the stores 7 times and finally, on the 8th visit, he decided on the specific loan amount. When Zhou Ping wrote down that string of numbers, the staff at Gao's pickled vegetables shop stood inside the yard, eagerly waiting. Everyone wished they had eyes on top of their heads so they could see the numbers immediately. Gao Wenyue also wanted to know the exact numbers. She asked, "Manager Zhou, how much money can our 2 shops get from the loan?" Zhou Ping kept a secret and said, "Boss Gao, in a few days, when the loan is approved, you'll know." Gao Wenyue raised her eyebrows, but decided not to ask further. The group politely saw Zhou Ping off and turned back to the shop. On the way, Ma Chunhua anxiously muttered, "Manager Zhou still keeps us in suspense as he leaves. How much money can they approve for us?" Lu Anning smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you'll find out in a few days." Ma Chunhua felt something was wrong. She looked back and saw the 3 people behind her standing calmly. Only then did she realize what was happening. She exclaimed, "It seems there is good news." Gao Wenyue, Lu Anning, and Chen Fong looked at each other and smiled. There must be good news. If the loan amount wasn't large, Zhou Ping wouldn't be teasing us like this. His action clearly indicated it was a significant sum. Everyone felt hopeful. After the excitement, Gao Wenyue decided to go up the mountain. Chen Fong accompanied her. Since winning the bid, they had been busy with the loan process and hadn't yet visited the mountain in person. Actually, before bidding, Gao Wenyue had secretly explored the foot of the mountain several times. The mountain Gao Wenyue won the bid for is called Qinglin Mountain, which has a forest ranger. In those days, few people engaged in petty theft or sneaky acts. Even if some did, no one would steal from the mountain. Because, before this, Qinglin Mountain was a public mountain. When Gao Wenyue and Chen Fong reached the foot of Qinglin Mountain, they saw the forest ranger, Hu Qing. "Are you Uncle Hu?" Gao Wenyue called out to him proactively. Hu Qing stopped and looked up at the young man and woman in front of him, then said, "This mountain is now private property, no longer open for picking peaches. You should leave." Qinglin Mountain used to be a public mountain. Every year during the yellow peach harvest, large quantities of peaches were picked and sold outside or to local residents. Local people could go up the mountain to pick peaches, and when they left, they could weigh them with Hu Qing and pay a fee to take some. It was a way the government showed kindness to the people. In this time when everything requires a ticket to buy, these fruits are truly ticket-free. When ripe fruits can't be sold, people buy full baskets of yellow peaches for very little money. Actually, this is because these fruits can't be transported over long distances. Fruits don't wait, so they must be eaten quickly. That's why such examples exist. Hu Qing clearly thought Gao Wenyue and Chen Fong were ordinary people buying fruit. As he was in a hurry to leave, he paid no attention to them. Gao Wenyue stopped Hu Qing and said, "Uncle Hu, we are." Hu Qing interrupted her and said, "Young comrade, we really don't sell peaches anymore. Don't be fooled by all these mountains of peaches. They've all been sold to private owners." Hearing this, Hu Ji looked worried and said, The new owner doesn't seem to care about us. They bid for this mountain but ignore it now. If we don't pick the yellow peaches soon, it will be too late. I need to go talk to the new owner about this. After saying that, Huji left, muttering as he walked, we must pick them quickly. We can't waste all these peaches. Gao Wenyue was pleased to hear this. No wonder Huji had been the forest ranger on Qinglin Mountain for over 20 years. He had a strong sense of responsibility. She quickly stopped Huji and said, Uncle Hu, hello. I am Gao Wenyue, the person who bid for Qinglin Mountain. Huji's right foot suddenly paused. He looked back at Gao Wenyue in surprise and asked, Gao? Boss Gao? Gao Wenyue nodded and smiled. Today, we came to check on the yellow peaches on the mountain. We were hoping you could take us up there. Huji quickly said, yes. I was worried about what to do with those peaches. If we don't pick them in the next few days, they'll start to rot. Gao Wenyue turned to explain to Huji, Uncle Hu, I've been keeping this in mind. Technically, I should have come to handle the yellow peaches right after winning the bid, but I had to deal with something more important.
Huji was stunned on the spot.
This was the second time today he showed such surprise. The first was because of Gao Wenyue's age. He never expected that the owner of a well-known local braised food shop was a young girl. The second was because of Gao Wenyue's attitude. Regardless of age, her position as the boss was undeniable. He didn't expect that such a big boss would personally explain why she hadn't come to handle the peaches. Gao Wenyue's explanation had a purpose. After she spoke, Huji immediately smiled, and his good impression of her grew quickly. On the way up the mountain, Huji briefly explained the situation at Qinglin Mountain to Gao Wenyue. This mountain mainly depends on eating trees for a living, with two main ways to make a living, selling fruit and selling trees. There are 2 sales each year. Huji spoke while reaching out to pick a peach from a nearby yellow peach tree. He handed the peach to Gao Wenyue and said, Boss Gao, try the peaches from our mountain. Gao Wenyue looked at the large yellow peach in front of her. It was big and very pretty. She reached out and took it. She took a bite, and the juice from the peach spread inside her mouth. Suddenly, 8 words flashed through her mind. Sweet but not greasy, fresh and crisp. She couldn't help but say, no wonder everyone says the fruits from our border are so tasty. This yellow peach really tastes good. Next to her, Chen Fong smiled and said, since you say the peaches are delicious, it shows they really do taste great. While talking, Huji handed another peach to Chen Fong. Chen Fong finished the peach and reacted even more dramatically than Gao Wenyue had just now. It showed how juicy and good the yellow peaches on this mountain are. Seeing that both of them were happily eating, Huji couldn't help but show off. I'm not bragging. Our Qinglin Mountain's yellow peaches are the best in the entire border region. We get plenty of rain here, and the mountain gets enough sun. The water and sunlight make these peaches especially juicy, so the taste is naturally better. Gao Wenyue looked at Huji's expression and knew he loved this mountain very much. He was dedicated to being a forest ranger. She then asked casually, Uncle Hu, how long have you been a forest ranger on Qinglin Mountain? Although Gao Wenyue knew the answer, she still asked, wanting the conversation to go step by step. Huji smiled openly and said, it's been 20 years now. I was assigned to Qinglin Mountain right after I started working. It's been 20 years. Huji looked like he was reminiscing. Being able to do the same job for 20 years shows his perseverance and determination. So Gao Wenyue asked, Uncle Hu, are you willing to continue being the forest ranger here? If Huji continued to stay in Qinglin Mountain as a forest ranger, he would change from a government employee with a stable job into a jobless wanderer working for a private boss. Even though Gao Wenyue has achieved some success in her career now, she still works in a private company. People generally believe that a stable government job is better. Not just now, even decades later, people still prefer stable jobs, and there is a strong trend to take civil service exams. Gao Wenyue knows this well. In her previous life, when she helped Lu Chongfu manage a company, she noticed a young girl who had just graduated. The girl was from Shandong and had come to a different city to find work. She was very determined and never gave up, which Gao Wenyue admired. She kept her as an assistant and trained her. The girl worked with Gao Wenyue for 3 years and her salary increased several times. Suddenly, She said she wanted to leave because she planned to take a civil service exam. Boss, I'm sorry, I really have no choice. My parents begged me to quit my job and take the exam, she said before leaving. Gao Wenyu felt helpless. She had to let her go, but because the girl had worked for her for 3 years, she gave her 3 extra months' salary as a farewell gift. One day later, Gao Wenyu unexpectedly met the girl again. She had successfully become a civil servant. When Gao Wenyu congratulated her with a smile, the girl forced a smile that looked worse than crying. It turned out that when she worked for Gao Wenyu, her after-tax salary was over 20,000 yuan. But after passing the civil service exam she had longed for, her salary was only about 3,000 yuan. Despite this, her seniors told her to endure a little longer. They said her salary would increase after a few years, but the increase was only from 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. This was a huge difference from her previous income, and she felt her quality of life had dropped. She also found the civil service job boring. In a private company, if you work hard, you might get noticed by the boss, get a raise, and be valued. But the so-called iron rice bowl job is very hard to get ahead in. Without money, connections, or influence, she could only do endless tasks for her leaders. Gao Wenyu once said, if you want to come back, you can. After all, people work mainly for money. Whoever pays more, that's the job they choose. That was Gao Wenyu's view. Not everyone thinks this way. For example, older parents believe that having a secure government job is a great honor and cannot imagine resigning. Gao Wenyu was momentarily distracted, as if her past life had just happened yesterday. She had already been living on the border for over a year since her rebirth. People in later generations are so dedicated to secure jobs. Current people are even more so. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but look at Hu Ji. What would he choose? Hu Ji looked hesitant. He was reluctant to leave Qinglin Mountain, but if he stayed, it would mean giving up his secure job. Gao Wenyu asked, Uncle Hu, may I ask where you plan to work after leaving Qinglin Mountain? Hu Ji honestly replied, I'll go back to the mountain to be a forest ranger, just on a different mountain. Gao Wenyu smiled slightly, guessing that was the case. If Hu Ji could use his connections, he wouldn't have been a forest ranger on Qinglin Mountain for over 20 years. She said, Uncle Hu, look at the current situation. Qinglin Mountain can be sold to film companies and other mountains will be sold one after another. The government's plan to develop the economy won't stop at just one mountain.
Hu Ji was surprised.
He had thought of this too, and it was one of his biggest worries recently. Gao Wenyu continued, if that happens, you might be transferred frequently. Of course, right now you have a secure job, and no matter where you are transferred, you will always have a job. But jobs are different. It's easier to do what you're familiar with. Since you're guarding a mountain, why not stay on Qinglin Mountain? Chun Fong, standing nearby, also advised, yes, Uncle Hu, if you stay on Qinglin Mountain, you'll probably work here for the next 10 years, avoiding constant transfers. Hu Ji's eyes flickered, clearly listening. Gao Wenyu added, Uncle Hu, I understand the value of a secure job. Working in private companies without job security isn't as respectable. Hu Ji quickly nodded and said, exactly, everyone knows I have this job. If I lose my secure job and go work for a private company boss. He paused, shyly glancing at Gao Wenyu and saying, Boss Gao, I don't mean working for you is bad, I just. Hu Ji hurriedly explained, but Gao Wenyu waved her hand dismissively. She asked, Uncle Hu, how much is your monthly salary now? Uncle Hu heard this and smiled, saying, 68 yuan a month. The work of a forest ranger is hard. A monthly salary of 68 yuan is considered high in the city, but compared to working in the mountains every day, this income doesn't seem so special. Gao Wenyu took the opportunity to press on and said, Uncle Hu, if you come to work for our Gao family, I will pay you 100 yuan a month. Hu Ji's eyes widened instantly. He nervously asked, 100? Gao Wenyu nodded and said, yes. If you decide to work for us, in the first year, I will pay you 100 yuan each month, and your seniority will be counted from then. Hu Ji was confused and asked, what do you mean by seniority? For example, if you start working for us today and sign the contract, that moment begins counting your seniority. Next year, on this day, you will get an extra 10 yuan, so starting from this month next year, You'll earn 110 yuan a month. Hu Ji's face turned red with excitement. He suddenly looked at Gao Wenyue and asked, so, the year after next, I will get 120 yuan a month? And 130 yuan the following year? Gao Wenyue nodded confidently. Hu Ji looked clearly interested. Chen, standing nearby, added supportively, Uncle Hu, our boss is very kind. Employees get bonuses and gifts during festivals, much better than a stable job. Hu Ji's expression changed again and again. Gao Wenyue looked at Hu Ji confidently, waiting for his answer. Hu Ji didn't think for long and said, all right then, from now on you will be my boss. Hu Ji was just an ordinary person, living a life that was neither too good nor too bad. But who doesn't want a better life? These days, with money, life can be better. Gao Wenyue nodded happily, clearly pleased. She had guessed right about him. Hu Ji was not only honest and kind-hearted, but also very smart, without stubborn or outdated ideas. So, Gao Wenyue said, all right, after we finish inspecting the mountain, you can go to Manager Chen to handle your employment. He is our Gao company's business manager, Chen Fong. Chen Fong reached out his right hand and said, Comrade Hu, welcome to join us. Hu Ji quickly shook hands and replied, thank you. I'll be counting on your help in the future.
Hu Ji knew his own nature well.
He was very honest when dealing with others, which was why, even though he was capable and strong, he was ultimately assigned to be a forest ranger. Even his wife often worries at home, afraid that his job might change again. They have considered giving gifts, but as Gao Wenyue said, reform policies are not just a one-time thing. If he changes jobs once, he would need to give gifts each time. He can't keep doing that forever. In an ordinary family, who could afford that? Gao Wenyue's approach was just right. Hu Ji thought that since his salary had increased and his job was more stable, as long as he worked diligently, he wouldn't have to worry for at least 10 years. The longer he worked, the higher his salary would be. Gao Wenyue looked at Hu Ji and said, after you start, I will give you 2 days off. You can handle your work, find someone to cover your shift, or sell your work. If 2 days aren't enough, just talk to Manager Chen and ask him for more time. Chen is the business manager at Gao's company, but now he also handles various other tasks. It's understandable. Gao's company just started, and they don't have enough staff. Hu Ji was touched by Gao Wenyue's words and gratefully said, thank you, boss. This really solves a big problem for me. It's true. Although Hu Ji decided to stay and work in Qinglin Mountain, that meant his secure, lifelong job position would have to be given up. Usually, these secure jobs are passed down to family members after retirement, or sold for a sum of money. With the economic reform policies, some people are now selling their secure jobs as packages. There are also policies for unpaid leave and job security, depending on Hu Ji's choice. Under Hu Ji's leadership, Gao Wenyue slowly moved uphill, surrounded by trees and yellow peaches. It was truly a mountain full of yellow peaches, each large and full. Hu Ji proudly said, our mountain's yellow peaches are the best, no exaggeration. They're really delicious. Gao Wenyue asked, did you spray pesticides on these peach trees?
Hu Ji replied, rarely.
They're naturally grown yellow peaches. Sometimes, if a tree gets pests, I use a small amount of pesticide carefully to control them. Gao Wenyue nodded, trusting Hu Ji's words. Just looking at the mountain of yellow peaches, she knew he was telling the truth. When they reached the top of the mountain, Gao Wenyue stood there and looked down at the scenery. Qinglin Mountain isn't very high, but from this vantage point, she could see the entire borderland. The vast borderland, lush green forests, its beauty is breathtaking. Chen Fong couldn't help but feel amazed and said, this place is so beautiful. Gao Wenyue agreed and said, yes, just looking at such a beautiful scene makes people feel excited. Hu Ji chuckled and said, of course. Our border scenery is famous across the country. I've been here for over 20 years and never get tired of it. When heading down the mountain, Hu Ji couldn't help but ask, boss, when will someone come to pick the peaches? Have you found a buyer yet? Hu Ji knew he shouldn't be the one asking, but he had watched these yellow peaches grow with his own eyes.
He didn't want them to be wasted.
Talking about selling the peaches, it wasn't just Hu Ji who cared. Many people in the border region were watching this, including Su Qingzhou. At first, everyone thought Gao Wenyue spent so much money to buy Qinglin Mountain because she must have a buyer lined up. But after a few days, Gao Wenyue kept going back and forth to the bank and never visited Qinglin Mountain once. Now, everyone believed Gao Wenyue couldn't even gather enough money for the bid, so she was busy applying for a loan at the bank. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Someone will come to pick the peaches in 2 days. When the time comes, if you're done with your work, you can start moving things on the mountain." Hu Ji excitedly said, all right. I'll definitely finish my work by then." Hu Ji cared deeply about the peaches on the mountain and didn't want to waste any time. He opened his mouth but didn't ask the question he was about to say.
Who would sell these peaches to?
He had already asked this question just now, and it was clear Gao Wenyue didn't want to answer, so he wisely stopped asking. But just because Hu Ji stopped asking didn't mean Chen Fong wouldn't. On his way back to the shop, he asked again, "Boss, as the business manager of Gao's enterprise, I want to understand the company's next steps so I can have a clear idea." Gao Wenyue nodded in agreement and told Chen Fong to handle some tasks. Chen Fong's eyes showed surprise and admiration for Gao Wenyue. When he was about to leave, Gao Wenyue handed him 2,000 yuan and said, "You have 5 days to handle this. Spend money freely on what needs to be done. Right now, you're representing Gao's enterprise." Chen Fong quickly nodded. He initially planned to go straight to work, but then turned and headed to the department store to buy new clothes. The money for the new clothes was his own, just to make himself look good. Gao Wenyue returned to the residential compound today with Ma Chunhua and Qin Yun. She also took back the loudspeaker used for advertising at her shop. In the evening, the military wives in the compound sat in small groups to relax and chat, working while holding matchboxes. Gao Wenyue picked up the loudspeaker and called out, "Sisters-in-law, I am Gao Wenyue. I have something to tell everyone. Please come to our yard." Gao Wenyue plans to hire temporary workers from the compound because the mountain area needs people to work. She needs to hire many temporary workers. Before this, Gao Wenyue felt sorry that she couldn't offer jobs to the military wives in the compound, as her preserved food shop needed only a few staff. Now her Gao family business has work, and these military wives can earn money. Sure enough, when everyone heard about this, their faces lit up with happiness. Gao Wenyue said, "Sisters-in-law, each of you can earn 4 mao, a small unit of currency, for picking peaches on the mountain for a day. In the countryside, a day's work could earn 3 mao, but Gao Wenyue offered 4 mao, which was more. Compared to working in the shop, picking peaches on the mountain is less detailed work and even includes some sales commissions." Even so, the military wives were very excited. Picking peaches in the shade on the mountain is much easier than farm work. Earning 4 mao a day could buy many matchboxes for them. The small yard at Lu's house suddenly became lively. The military wives happily shouted to sign up. Before Gao Wenyue could speak, Ma Chunhua took the initiative and said, "Wenyue, let me count how many people want to sign up. Tomorrow is the first day of work on the mountain. After I finish preparing the vegetables, I want to join and enjoy the fun." Ma Chunhua spoke with a big smile, looking kindly at Gao Wenyue, making it hard to refuse. Besides, this is a good thing. Gao Wenyue naturally agreed and said, "Okay, sister-in-law, take your time. Come back when you're done."
Norus.
She was worried that Ma Chunhua, eager to work, might rush to Qinglin Mountain in a hurry. Safety is the most important in such a big area. Ma Chunhua nodded happily and said, "Got it. I'll go after the busy selling season ends, so I can also take care of the shop." Chen Yun moved her lips but didn't speak. At first, Chen Yun hesitated when she heard Ma Chunhua volunteer herself. During the meeting with Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua, they seemed very in sync, which made Chen Yun feel uncomfortable. But Chen Yun was also worried that Gao Wenyue might think poorly of her. Currently, only the 2 military wives worked at Gao's preserved vegetable shop, making it easy to compare who is better. Chen Yun quickly said, "I'll help too." Gao Wenyue glanced at Chen Yun and agreed. As night fell, Ma Chunhua finished counting the people. Ma Chunhua said, "There are 19 people signed up. 16 of them can work 5 days in a row. Among the remaining 3, Two need to take a day off because they plan to go to the countryside to collect eggs, and one can only work for one day. Hearing the last part, Gao Wenyue turned to look at Ma Chunhua. Ma Chunhua understood and quietly explained, "That's Feng. She works in the military cafeteria. She has a few days off each month, and tomorrow is her day off. She wants to go up the mountain to earn a day's wages. Picking peaches on the mountain for a day earns 4 mao, which is a good opportunity." How could Li Fengying miss it? Perhaps because Ma Chunhua glanced at Li Fengying, standing nearby, smiled at Gao Wenyue in a friendly way. Li Fengying now regrets helping Dong Lily to pressure Gao Wenyue. Now Dong Lily has gone to the capital to study violin, and Li Fengying feels embarrassed. Li Fengying is someone who gets bored easily. When she has free time, she becomes talkative and likes to tinker with strange things. Recently, after starting work in the cafeteria, her relationships in the family compound improved. She was busy and had no time to think about those things. These details were shared by Wang Xiuli, and Gao Wenyue also heard about them. She nodded without saying anything. She didn't take those past matters seriously. Moreover, Gao Wenyue always retaliates immediately when she has a grudge. She wouldn't dwell on it afterward. When Gao Wenyue nodded, it meant she agreed with Ma Chunhua's plan for the statistics. Gao Wenyue said, "Sister-in-law, you can handle the recent counting work. In a few days, Uncle Hu will be back, and you can coordinate with him then." A group of men returning to the family compound saw a large crowd in Lu's yard. Even Commander Wang and Commander Jiang were attracted by the scene and headed straight toward Lu's yard. The two senior leaders led the way, and the rest of the officers followed. Captain Wu turned to look at Lu Xiangye. From afar, he saw his wife talking with Lu Xiangye's wife in front of the crowd. It was definitely Gao Wenyue who started the conversation. Lu Xiangye nodded, understanding what was happening. Gao Wenyue had mentioned this to him last night. In Lu Xiangye's view, his wife was doing a good deed. She was trying to improve the living conditions for the military wives in the family compound. Everyone was very poor now, especially in the frontier areas where conditions were tough and supplies were scarce. This made earning money very important. Gao Wenyue's idea to recruit workers could bring income to everyone, which was a good thing. Commissioner Wang and Commander Jiang also thought the same. They looked at Gao Wenyue with admiration and said, "Xiao Gao's idea is great. It's a big good thing for every family in our family compound." Gao Wenyue modestly replied, "Don't praise me too much, leaders. I also need workers for my business, so I thought I'd just hire our own people." Even though Gao Wenyue was now a big boss, she remained humble, which made everyone like her more. That evening, every household had a bedtime chat. Wang Zhenhua and Commander Jiang repeatedly told their wives to watch carefully over this recruitment process and make sure the military wives worked hard. This was the second time. Gao Wenyue's business was growing, and she also wanted to help the military wives earn money together. It was a very good thing. But the success of this plan depended on how well the military wives worked. If they relied on their connection with Gao Wenyue's family compound and only took money without doing any work, there wouldn't be a next chance. That was something Gao Wenyue considered. She planned to expand her Gao enterprise and needed to hire regular employees. This temporary recruitment was just a test. She decided to select a few of the best-performing military wives and hire them as employees of Gao's company. This was her next plan. She didn't tell anyone but kept it as a secret observation. The restless military wives were excited because they could earn 40 cents tomorrow. Before dawn, Gao Wenyue got up early. When she opened her door, she saw 19 people standing outside her yard. The military wives were coming to work. To support the military wives, Commissioner Wang arranged for a military vehicle to pick them up and drop them off during these days. As the vehicle traveled along the road, the wives happily sang military songs. "Forward, forward. Our women's army carries guns for the people." Passers-by all look at this military vehicle. It's already unusual, and now seeing that the back is full of women makes everyone even more curious. Especially the atmosphere among the military wives. Each one has a bright smile on her face, and their singing is loud and beautiful, making people naturally watch these military wives with interest. Gao Wenyue sits inside the vehicle, watching the women sing and enjoy themselves. She can't help but smile too. Today, people are very easy to please. A job paying only 4 cents a day can make everyone happy. Seeing all these smiling faces, Gao Wenyue feels more determined to lead them to earn money. Wenyue, we're so happy. Did we bother you? It's Yang Jing speaking. She is an experienced military wife in the compound, and her husband is a leader of another group. Yang Jing has lived in the compound for many years. She is cheerful and helpful, and everyone likes her. They all call her Sister Yang. Gao Wenyue shakes her head and says, "No, Sister Yang. Your singing is very nice." Yang Jing smiles and says, "This song is the one you let us to sing at the big hall last time. Everyone thinks it's really good. The song of the Red Army Women's Corps has always been around." The military wives never paid much attention before, but now that they see Gao Wenyue starting her own business and earning money, they find this song inspiring and beautiful. Gao Wenyue looks at the frontier land. The morning breeze brushes her face, making her feel refreshed. The military vehicle drives to the foot of Qinglin Mountain. The military wives orderly get off the vehicle, holding straw hats and gloves, tools for picking peaches. Chen Fong brings a truckload of empty baskets, rushing over, and then quickly leaving again. Gao Wenyue wears a straw hat and puts on gloves, leading the women to pick peaches together. During peach picking, they have to stand up and bend down repeatedly because the peaches need to be placed in the baskets. After a while, their backs start to hurt. Gao Wenyue often says, "Sisters, if you're tired, take a break. If you're thirsty, have some mung bean soup to cool down." Chen Fong just brought over 2 large buckets of mung bean soup, as Gao Wenyue instructed. The women are very diligent. They focus on their work and don't take breaks all morning. No one goes to drink the soup. Gao Wenyue, the boss, is busy picking peaches herself. How could the women feel comfortable stopping? Gao Wenyue notices this. She takes off her gloves, pulls out a handkerchief, and wipes the sweat from her forehead. She then leads by example and drinks a bowl of mung bean soup. Gao Wenyue said to Yang Jing, "Sister Yang, come rest for a while and drink some mung bean soup. There's no rush to work right now." Yang Jing finally stopped her work. She walked over to Gao Wenyue, who gestured to her with a wink. She immediately understood and nodded. Yang Jing first took a bowl of mung bean soup and drank it. The sweet but not greasy soup quickly cooled her body's heat. She exaggerated and exclaimed, "This mung bean soup is really delicious. Sisters, don't just keep working. Come try some. Gao Wenyue made it especially for us." Li Fengying immediately turned to look at Yang Jing, her eyes wide with obvious longing. In fact, after working so hard all morning, how could they not be tired or hot? But the army wives had agreed beforehand to work more and rest less. They knew how hard it was to do this job, so they wanted to do their best. No one wanted to leave Gao Wenyue with a bad impression. Everyone was tempted, but they held back their desire, wanting to work a little more, to do a bit more. Gao Wenyue saw what everyone was thinking and understood her own feelings. She said to Li Fengying, "Sister-in-law, go drink some mung bean soup and cool off." Li Fengying looked surprised and flattered. She didn't expect Gao Wenyue to forgive past grudges and ask her to rest and drink soup now. She stood still for a long time until Yang Jing called out to her, "Hey, Sister Fengying, what are you daydreaming for? Come and drink some mung bean soup." Li Fengying hurried over and took the bowl of soup from Yang Jing. After drinking the soup, she felt energized again and told everyone, "Come on, everyone, try some of this mung bean soup. It's really good." Seeing that Gao Wenyue treated Li Fengying so kindly, everyone's confidence grew. They believed Gao Wenyue was a good person and decided to work hard. From then on, Li Fengying worked the hardest, her face beaded with sweat. At noon, Manhwa brought a large bucket of marinated dishes up the mountain. The army wives had all brought lunch that morning. In this era, people usually carried dry food when they went out. Some brought steamed buns, others brought pancakes, and with some small dishes, it made a good meal. Gao Wenyue looked at the army wives and said, "Sisters-in-law, this is the marinated dish from our shop. Try the flavor. You've worked hard all morning." Everyone looked at each other in surprise. This job of paying wages, giving them mung bean soup to drink and vegetables to eat, What kind of magical job is this? Gao Wenyue stood happily in the shade of a tree. Her bright smile was so dazzling that everyone momentarily felt like everything in front of them was just a dream. Because it all felt a little too wonderful and unreal. Ma Chunhua cheerfully called out, "Sisters, why are you just standing there?" Wenyue reminded us last night that working the mountain is tiring, so she wants to prepare some food to give everyone extra to eat. She insists that everyone should be full. While speaking, Ma Chunhua served a plate of marinated dishes, including marinated eggs, tofu, and dried beans. She handed the bowl to a military spouse in front and gestured for her to eat quickly. The military spouses, who had been joking and laughing just moments before, now looked moved, and their eyes welled up with tears. Yang Jing's eyes felt sore as she looked at Gao Wenyue and said, "Wenyue, why are you cooking for us? We're here to work and earn money. You're giving us food and drinks. How are we supposed to earn money now?" Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Gao Wenyue had been so kind to them that they felt embarrassed. Suddenly, one military spouse from the crowd spoke up voluntarily. "Wenyue, I don't want my wages today. Just consider me here to help out." "Yes, I don't want my wages either." "I don't want the money." "Me neither." "That's right, I don't want my wages either." The military spouses started to cheer and agree, deciding collectively not to take their wages today. Among them, Li Fengying shouted the loudest. She was completely convinced Gao Wenyue had won her over. No wonder she could be a big boss. She truly cares about her workers. Gao Wenyue's brow slightly furrowed. Was she overdoing it? Gao Wenyue's eyes shifted as she smiled slyly at the military spouses and said, "Sisters, if you do this, I might not dare to ask you to work for me in the future." She pointed behind her at the mountain full of peaches and said, "So, who'll pick the peaches from this mountain?" "Sisters, I brought you food and drinks because I want you to help me do a bit more work. If you really feel bad about it, then just pick a couple of extra peaches for me. But you can't say you won't get paid anymore." Her words, soft yet firm, were spoken with a smile. Ma Chunhua nodded in agreement and said, "Wenyue has always been like this. I work at her shop, and it's the same. Just remember her kindness. You all earn your money with your own hands. How can you not get paid?" The two people were singing in harmony, and the military wives present looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Who doesn't want money? But accepting the money made them feel guilty. In the end, Li Fengying was the first to react and said, "All right, Wenyue has spoken. Let's not make things difficult for ourselves. Like Sister Chunhua said, we earn money with our own hands. If anything, we can just work a bit harder." "Good idea. I think that works. Let's do it that way." Li Fengying's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone, and they all nodded in agreement. Li Fengying couldn't help but feel happy. This was the first time she had such influence, and she was glad everyone accepted her. When Hu Ji arrived, he saw this scene. Now, he fully believed Gao Wenyue was his boss. This new boss was impressive. She quietly managed to win over these temporary workers, and now they worked loyally for her. Did everyone understand Gao Wenyue's plan? So what if they did? Gao Wenyue's genuine concern and real benefits were true. Who would refuse someone who sincerely offers help? When Hu Ji cheerfully came forward to report, Gao Wenyue playfully scolded, "Uncle Hu, weren't you given 2 days off? Why are you back so early?" Hu Ji smiled and said, "Boss, I finished my work and came back. When I got home, I heard they were picking peaches, so I thought I'd come help." This steady job was very desirable. Some wanted to leave, and others wanted to join. Only those who experienced it truly understood how it felt. Hu Ji was straightforward and honest. He sold his work and chose to get real benefits from it. After selling his work, Hu Ji didn't delay and hurried to Qinglin Mountain, still thinking about the peaches on the mountain. Gao Wenyue's lips curled into a slight smile, happy that she managed to keep Hu Ji. She told him, "Uncle Hu, no rush to work. First have lunch." Hu Ji still held 2 pancakes, showing he hurried over after selling his work. Ma Chunhua timely handed him a bowl of marinated vegetables and said, "Uncle Hu, try our restaurant's marinated dishes." Hu Ji grinned and said, all right. I've heard of Gao's marinated dishes. Now I get to taste them myself. With Hu Ji joining, most of the afternoon's peach-picking work was handled by him, saving Gao Wenyue a lot of trouble. Gao Wenyue also took some time to visit the Industry and Commerce Bureau. After finishing her work there, she hurried back to Qinglin Mountain. At sunset, the military wives still refused to leave. They continued picking peaches on the mountain, each with a basket of peaches at their feet. On the halfway, sparse branches of peach trees could be seen, showing that today's harvest was quite good. The ground was covered with peach baskets, clearly indicating the wives' success. Gao Wenyue clapped her hands and said, "Sisters, let's stop here for today. Everyone go home and rest. We'll continue tomorrow." The wives didn't respond. They kept working without slowing down. Yang Jing turned around and smiled, saying, "Wenyue, it's still early. Let's work a little longer." Gao Wenyue shook her head and replied, "No, everyone has worked hard all day. It's better to go home early and rest." Seeing that no one moved, Gao Wenyue joked, "Are you all hoping I'll stay and invite you to dinner? Well, if you want, you can keep working a bit more, and I'll prepare dinner." As soon as she finished speaking, Gao Wenyue turned and headed down the mountain. "Stop, stop, stop. Wenyue, don't bother. We're leaving now. Let's go, we're heading home. I was just about to leave too, we're going now." Just then, Chen Fong arrived with some people to help carry the peaches. He couldn't help but give Gao Wenyue a thumbs up. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow, still capable of handling any problem. She handed the peach-carrying task to Chen Fong. As he was starting to move the baskets, Lu Xiangye came over. Lu Xiangye rolled up his sleeves and started working. Gao Wenyue calmly approached him, though her slightly raised lips revealed she was in a good mood. When the wives boarded the military vehicle, they noticed there were 19 bags of peaches inside. At first, they didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until they reached the gate of the family compound that they realized Gao Wenyue had prepared the peaches for them. Yang Jing muttered, "How can this be? Wenyue even gave each of us a bag of peaches." Initially, Gao Wenyue planned to pay everyone after they finished working. But after a day's work, she saw how much the wives looked forward to earning money. 4 cents per day was no longer just about money for them. These wives had always been housewives, relying on their husbands' money to spend. They worked tirelessly every day doing household chores, but because they had no income of their own, they had never truly earned money independently. Their wages for chopping firewood and making boxes couldn't compare to the 4 cents a day. That's why the wives were so happy about this job. Gao Wenyue noticed that she specifically paid everyone's wages after work. She decided to pay the military spouses' wages once a day. When the wages were handed out, the spouses all smiled so happily that their eyes squinted. They held peaches in their hands and stood at the gate of the residential compound, feeling a bit shy. Yang Jing, who had come to understand Gao Wenyue better, smiled and said, "Hey, everyone, go home and try the peaches. We picked peaches all day, so it's a good time to taste what they're like." Everyone happily went home, but secretly, they all made a promise to pick more peaches tomorrow. After Gao Wenyue and the others finished their work, it was already dark. Boss Gao waved his hand and said, "Everyone worked hard today. Tonight, let's go out to eat, and it's also to welcome our new member, Uncle Hu." Hu Ji felt warm inside again. After a busy day, they were all tired and hungry. Gao Wenyue chose a small private restaurant nearby. During the meal, Hu Ji couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who are we selling the yellow peaches to once they're picked?" This time, not only Hu Ji was curious, but Ma Chunhua and Lu Xiangye also looked at Gao Wenyue with interest. Among the people eating, only Chen Fong knew a little about what was happening. He had been busy all day and had some guesses in his mind. But he still couldn't believe it and wanted to hear Gao Wenyue say it herself. Seeing everyone so curious, Gao Wenyue slightly smiled and said, "I'm not selling to others. I'm keeping some for myself to sell." Hu Ji was surprised and said, "So, you're selling it yourself?" Chen Fong confirmed his guess, but he couldn't help but worry. The risk seemed very high. Even Ma Chunhua's mouth was wide open. She had always trusted Gao Wenyue's ability. Since Gao Wenyue won the bid for Qinglin Mountain, there had been many doubts from outside. But the employees of Gao's company all believed in their boss. However, even though they believed, in the past, a mountain's yellow water peaches had been sold to several suppliers who couldn't handle them all. Now Gao Wenyue wanted to handle all the peaches from the mountain alone. Everyone doubted she could manage such a large amount. Only Lu Xiangye kept his expression unchanged from start to finish. Gao Wenyue turned to look at Lu Xiangye and asked, "Aren't you surprised?" Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "I believe in you." Gao Wenyue chuckled and said, "Look at them. Everyone else doesn't believe. Only you believe in me." Lu Xiangye smiled and said, "Wife, I believe in you. Whatever you want to do, go ahead. If you really can't handle it, I'll support you. Here." Hu Ji excitedly interrupted Lu Xiangye and said, "That's right, I know where those bosses who used to buy peaches are. Boss Gao, if we can't sell all the peaches ourselves, we can sell the leftovers to them. We can visit them later." Hu Ji didn't interfere with the new boss's work decisions right after joining. He just suggested a backup plan. Lu Xiangye had the same idea. He had resources. If Gao Wenyue really couldn't sell the peaches, he could cover the loss. Gao Wenyue didn't explain anything. At this moment, saying anything wouldn't help. The best proof would be to achieve good results later. Over the next 2 days, baskets of peaches were transported one after another to a large house outside the city. Many pieces of news, to attentive people, were not secret at all. Several people secretly watching Gao Wenyue had already figured out her recent movements clearly. At this time, Su Qingzhou was leaning leisurely in a chair, holding a glass of red wine, gently swaying it. Someone nearby said, "Boss, I think without Director He's support, Gao Wenyue is just a delicate ornament." She even packed all the peaches into the house. Looks like she plans to sell the peaches herself. Su Qingzhou sneered and said, "Still too young." Before, He Ping helped her, but now He Ping is held up in Pengcheng. I wonder how long she can stay arrogant. The person flattering him said, "She definitely can't stay arrogant for long. In less than 10 days, those peaches will spoil." Su Qingzhou threw his wine glass onto the table, spilling red wine across the surface. He stood up and said, 10 days is too long. The house outside the city was probably rented by Gao Wenyue. Go now, pay extra, and buy the house back. There are many large houses in the outskirts, far from the city. Many families have moved to the city for convenience, leaving the houses in the countryside unused. Su Qingzhou was certain that the house used for storing peaches was rented by Gao Wenyue. After all, Gao Wenyue had already spent 10,000 yuan to buy Qinglin Mountain. How could she still have money to buy a house? In Su Qingzhou's view, Gao Wenyue was in the food business. He had experience in it himself. Food businesses always need capital to buy ingredients, and a lot of money is and cannot be used freely. Unbeknownst to him, the day before picking peaches, Gao Wenyue had already spent 4,310 yuan to buy 3 large houses. She knocked through the walls and converted them into the Gao Corporation base. Su Qingzhou has become busy again. He is working on a bigger plan and has started frequently meeting with Wang Zhonglin. He is determined to reclaim the partnership he lost with the Wang Company. Gao Wenyue has also been busy. These days, she has been staying in a large bungalow outside, which is quite spacious after connecting 3 small houses. Chen Fong pointed to the neatly arranged peaches and said, "Boss, I've arranged the peaches as you ordered. The kitchen is built behind the base, which was a gift when we bought the bungalow, and includes an area of 1.5 acres. Gao Wenyue turned and asked, "Is the kitchen built on the entire 1.5 acres? Chen Fong shook his head and said, "Half of the area was used to build 10 double-sided stoves. On the other side, I set up the stove, thinking I could temporarily place some items there." Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "So, that's 20 stoves in total, which should be enough." Chen Fong's shoulders relaxed slightly, feeling he had done the right thing. Gao Wenyue is very busy, and Chen Fong can't ask her about everything. Some decisions he has to make on his own. This time, Chen Fong made the right choice. Gao Wenyue looked at Chen Fong with appreciation. Good employees need encouragement. Chen Fong slightly smiled and said, "There's one more thing. The loan information from the bank came out today. Manager Zhou wants to meet with you." Gao Wenyue nodded and asked, "Did he say where to meet?" Chen Fong replied, "No. He just said the loan info is ready and wants to meet to discuss it in detail." Gao Wenyue looked at Chen Fong and asked, "Should we go to the bank now to see him?" Chen Fong was slightly surprised and instinctively said, "Manager Zhou probably doesn't want us to meet him at the bank, right?" Zhou Ping said it was a casual chat, and if it was just a chat, how could it be at the bank? If they were meeting at the bank, Gao Wenyue could just go there directly. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, help me book a private restaurant with a good atmosphere. Once the private room is reserved, I'll tell Manager Zhou that I want to meet him for dinner and discuss things in detail." She also specifically instructed, "Prepare some things for Manager Zhou. Use the company account and get the money from Sister Anning." Long before opening the branch after the new year, Gao Wenyue registered Gao's enterprise in the border area. She made sure both her marinated meat shops became part of Gao's enterprise. Now, all the financial accounts of Gao's enterprise are managed by Lu Anning alone. Anyone who needs money must go through Lu Anning. Chen Fong stood still for a moment, then quickly caught up and said, "Boss, prepare 2 bottles of Maotai, 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and 2 boxes of Huangshan Maofeng tea. Is that okay?" Gao Wenyue stopped and looked back at Chen Fong, asking, "Are you preparing Huangshan Maofeng because Zhou Ping is from Huangshan?" When they first met, Zhou Ping mentioned he was from Huangshan. His family settled in the border area because his father was transferred for work. Chen Fong nodded, considering this factor. Gao Wenyue didn't say anything, neither yes nor no. Whenever this happened, Chen Fong felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him, coming from Boss Gao's intense presence. He couldn't help but feel hesitant and asked, "Is it the tea that's not good enough? What kind of tea should I prepare?" Gao Wenyue glanced at Chen Fong and said, "Huangshan Maofeng is fine. Also, prepare 2 cans of Taiping Hokui. I'll tell you later which shop to buy from." Chen Fong quickly nodded and said, "Okay, got it." Although Chen Fong was very curious, Gao Wenyue didn't explain, and he didn't ask further. Right now, the most urgent task was to buy Taiping Hokui. After inspecting the base, Gao Wenyue headed to 2 roasted meat shops. Even in busy times, she couldn't delay the business of these shops. The old shop's business was still as good as ever. It was located between several factories, with over 1,000 workers supporting it, so the profits were obvious. During her inspection, Gao Wenyue noticed a few new shops opening nearby, some bun shops and noodle shops. After the competition between Gao's roasted meat and He's roasted meat, everyone avoided opening roasted meat shops. Gao Wenyue was very satisfied with this situation. On this street, Gao's roasted meat shop had firmly established itself. On the way to the branch, Gao Wenyue saw small groups of young people talking while holding roasted duck products. "Why buy things here? It's so far from the cinema. My cousin said eating this while watching a movie is so tasty." "Really? It's just duck meat, right?" "But this is Gao's roasted duck. Even Leader Deng said it's delicious." As the young man and woman talked, passers-by couldn't help but look at them. Someone asked, "Are they talking about our new cinema?" The person across proudly said, "Of course. Our country has made movies now. I heard the movie is called Lushan Love. And, there's more in it." "What's in it?" "Hey, go take a look. Once you see it, you'll understand. TCH so mysterious. I really want to see what's inside." "All right, when you go, buy some roasted duck snacks to bring along."
"Why?"
Didn't you hear what the young comrade said? Eating duck snacks while watching the movie is so tasty.
Haha.
Gao Wenyue crossed her arms and watched the fun for a while. She remembered that this year was the release year of the movie Lushan Love. The mysterious thing the person mentioned was the kissing scene in the film. The popularity of Lushan Love in later years became a typical example. This movie would stay popular for many years, and Gao Wenyue knew this better than anyone. Suddenly, Gao Wenyue had an idea. When she arrived at the branch's entrance, she saw Aunt He rushing out in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Gao Wenyue asked quickly. Aunt He saw Gao Wenyue and was immediately happy. She shouted loudly, "Wenyue, you arrived just in time. I was about to find you." Gao Wenyue asked, "Take your time. What do you want to see me about?" "Wenyue, I need to talk to you." Someone came out of the shop. It was Wang Qin. Wang Qin was followed by Chen Yun, clearly just inside talking with Wang Qin, while Aunt He was coming out to find Gao and Yue. Aunt He glared and nodded at Wang Qin, saying, "Yes, she's the one looking for you. She has good news to tell you." Gao and Yue smiled and said, "Qinjie, let's go inside and talk." The branch had already set up a spare room as a meeting room. Gao and Yue took Wang Qin into the room, and Aunt He and Chen Yun wisely left. Seeing only her and Gao and Yue in the meeting room, Wang Qin dropped her proud attitude. She glanced at Gao and Yue and said, "Is it urgent?" At first, Gao and Yue was confused when she heard this. She had been thinking about something else, so she responded slowly to Wang Qin's words. But soon, Gao and Yue understood. Wang Qin was talking about the peaches from Qingshan Mountain. Gao and Yue immediately looked worried and said, "Qinjie, what should we do?" Wang Qin crossed her arms, circled around Gao and Yue and said, "Tisfei, Gao and Yue, you really have guts. How dare you bid on those peaches from Qingshan Mountain? Didn't you see everyone else didn't touch this hot potato? Only you foolishly went to bid and spent 10,000 yuan. Now look at the situation, huh? The mountains are full of peaches you can't sell. Even if you go to the bank for a loan, you'll have to pay the money back later. Moreover, there's a good chance your Gao's marinated food shop might lose money. Do you know Su Qingzhou has already come to see my dad?" Gao and Yue interrupted Wang Qin and asked, "Su Qingzhou came to see Mr. Wang? What did he say?" Wang Qin was a bit annoyed at being interrupted, but still honestly replied, "What could he say? Just that your business skills aren't good enough, and it's too risky to give the orders for the Wang company to you. It's better to give them to the Su family." Wang Qin shot a glance at Gao and Yue and said, "Isn't he just trying to steal your business?" In Wang Qin's view, Su Qingzhou's actions are understandable. Business is like that. When the time comes, you take action. They won't miss any chance to cooperate, and they're just after making money. Gao and Yue knew that Su Qingzhou always saw her as a thorn in his side and wanted to take back the orders from the Wang company. How would Wang Zhonglin react? Wang Qin said, "My dad didn't answer him directly. He just said that your Gao's marinated food shop is doing well with the delivery business for now." Gao and Yue understood. Wang Zhonglin was just dodging the issue. Everyone was waiting for Gao and Yue to fail. Even Wang Zhonglin was watching. Gao and Yue looked at Wang Qin curiously. What was she here for? Wang Qin glared at Gao and Yue and said, "I'm not here to watch you make a fool of yourself. I'm here to buy peaches." Wang Qin wanted to help Gao and Yue. She considered her a friend, and when friends are in trouble, you help them. That was also why Grandma He was so anxious earlier. This was truly a timely help. Gao and Yue felt a bit warm inside, a gentle feeling flowing through her heart. Helping in times of need is rare. Wang Qin said, "I don't have much ability myself. I bought 1,000 yuan worth of peaches to treat my dad's employees. The rest, I've gathered some friends. These are the money and bills for their peaches." As she spoke, Wang Qin took out a stack of neatly arranged banknotes and a bill from her bag. Gao and Yue looked at the pile of 10 yuan bills and asked with a smile, "Sister Qin, you didn't even ask how much these peaches cost per jean?" It was clear Wang Qin was just trying to help Gao and Yue get rid of some peaches. She didn't even ask about the price before pulling out the money. Faced with Gao and Yue's question, Wang Qin shrugged casually. She wasn't really here to buy peaches. Gao and Yue couldn't help but laugh and cry. What's the difference from just giving money? Gao and Yue remembered Wang Qin's kindness deep in her heart. Before leaving, Wang Qin said, "I don't mind my things, but I need to give my friends their belongings, or I won't be able to explain." Gao and Yue earnestly promised, "I'll bring the things over in a few days. When that happens, you can invite all your friends." Seeing that her goal was achieved, Wang Qin left. She wasn't the type to linger on sentimental talks. She didn't want to stay and say emotional words with Gao and Yue. Gao and Yue looked at the stack of banknotes on the table, thinking of it as the first business deal from Qinglin Mountain. When Gao and Yue left the meeting room, she saw Aunt He frowning at the door, seeming to hesitate over an important matter. "Aunt He, do you have something on your mind?" Gao and Yue asked confidently. As the owner of the Gao's marinated meat shop, Gao and Yue had been busy with business in Qinglin Mountain recently. She wondered if she had neglected her shop. What was making Aunt He so troubled? Aunt He first shook her head, then nodded, her face showing hesitation. Curious, Gao Wenyue asked, is it yes or no? Aunt He made a firm decision and asked directly, Wenyue about Qinglin Mountain. Maybe you should ask Aping for help? To Aunt He, nothing was more important than her brother. In the past, she would never have asked such a thing. But people are emotional creatures. Aunt He and Gao Wenyue had known each other for over a year. Plus, they now had a master-servant relationship. Gao Wenyue took good care of Aunt He, and she kept that in mind. This was why Aunt He hesitated. On one side was her deep sibling bond with her brother, and on the other, her gratitude to Gao Wenyue. Should she ask He Ping for help for Gao Wenyue? Gao Wenyue finally understood what was causing Aunt He's hesitation. No one knew better than Gao Wenyue what He Ping meant to Aunt He. After losing her biological mother at a young age, her brother was her only family. Aunt He had never asked He Ping for favors before. Now, she was hesitating whether to do so for Gao Wenyue. Her kindness was truly rare. Gao Wenyue said with a mix of laughter and tears, "What's going on with you all today? Everyone is so nice to me. I'm really touched." Both Wang Qin and Aunt He successfully moved Gao Wenyue today. But the surprises didn't end there. When Lu Xiangye came to the shop with a deposit, Gao Wenyue realized that Lu Xiangye had quietly gone to place an order for her. Lu Xiangye said, "Wife, I know you can sell these orders. Consider them as the icing on the cake." Gao Wenyue happily replied, "I never realized before that this soldier brother is such a good talker." Lu Xiangye's lips curled slightly. His wife was praising him. He reached out and gently pulled Gao Wenyue into his arms, then softly whispered in her ear, "I can talk even better tonight. Do you want to try?" His deep, charming voice made Gao Wenyue feel a little weak. Noticing the weight on his arm lessen, Lu Xiangye chuckled softly, showing a mischievous smile. At this moment, Lu Xiangye was dressed in a neat green military uniform, but he was saying playful, flirtatious words that were very tempting. The strong contrast made Gao Wenyue feel very excited. Her heart started pounding wildly. When her slender wrists wrapped around the man's neck, they moved closer together. "Tell me now, I want to hear it right now," Gao Wenyue coquettishly said. Lu Xiangye's ears suddenly turned red. He was teasing her, but ended up being teased himself. It was rare to see Lu Xiangye caught off guard, and Gao Wenyue laughed proudly, saying, "What? Captain Lu only knows how to talk big, but can't take real action?" Men dislike being provoked in such matters, and Lu Xiangye was no exception. When Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye left the conference room, both looked a bit uncomfortable. One was overwhelmed by desire, the other by difficulty breathing. Both were feeling tight, but their situations were very different. Gao Wenyue's legs felt weak at this moment. She decided she wouldn't tempt Lu Xiangye again. Inside the conference room, they had done everything except the final step. Until today, Gao Wenyue realized that besides physical intimacy, there were other things she had never explored before. But she enjoyed it very much. Gao Wenyue happily headed to the dinner party. Chun Fong booked a private restaurant, a new place that had just opened. It was fully enclosed, not meant for ordinary people. When Gao Wenyue arrived, she looked at the dishes Chun Fong ordered and whispered a few words into his ear. Zhou Ping just entered the private room and saw Gao Wenyue and Chun Fong waiting for him. "Boss Gao, sorry to keep you waiting. I was called away suddenly by the director for a quick talk," Zhou Ping explained proactively, not wanting Gao Wenyue to have a bad impression. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Manager Zhou, what are you talking about? We just arrived." The two exchanged a few simple greetings, and Zhou Ping directly stated the purpose of this visit. Zhou Ping said, "Boss Gao, I came to tell you that the loan amount has been approved." Gao Wenyue asked, "How much?" Zhou Ping's face was full of smiles as he extended toward Gao Wenyue. Chun Fong asked in surprise, 2,000? Clearly, Chun Fong was not satisfied with this answer. He was hoping for 3 or 5,000. Gao Wenyue's lips curved slightly as she said, "If it were only 2,000, Manager Zhou wouldn't be so excited. The real answer is 20,000. Chun Fong's pupils shrank slightly, and his mouth formed an exaggerated O shape. When Zhou Ping heard this, he couldn't help but show admiration. Gao Wenyue was truly clever. She maintained a calm expression throughout, as if everything was within her expectations. Even the number 20,000 was spoken lightly by Gao Wenyue. Now Zhou Ping felt confident that accepting Gao Wenyue's business was the right decision. Gao Wenyue's 2 shops weren't worth much. What mattered was the Gao family's brand of marinated dishes. She was using brand collateral. Even if one day the 2 shops closed, just from Leader Deng having tasted Gao's marinated dishes, those shops wouldn't be hard to sell. The 3 of them enjoyed dinner, feeling happy about the large loan approval, drinking glass after glass of wine. Before leaving, Gao Wenyue personally handed something to Zhou Ping. "Boss Gao, what is this?" Chun Fong sat awkwardly in the back, watching the scene, eyes fixed on the window. Even though it was already dark outside, Chun Fong thought it was better than watching the 2 show affection in front of him. Gao Wenyue took a small sip of warm water, which she guessed was sugar water. At this moment, Gao Wenyue's mouth was filled with a sweet, sticky taste, and her heart felt sweet too. That night, after they returned home, Lu Xiangye immediately carried Gao Wenyue towards the bathroom. "Lu Xiangye, what are you doing?" "Wife, you're asking obvious questions." After saying this, Lu Xiangye casually patted Gao Wenyue on the
butt.
The clear sound of the slap made both Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye pause. Lu Xiangye was careful with his strength. Although the slap sounded loud, it didn't hurt. Still, Gao Wenyue felt embarrassed. She had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time she had been spanked on the. Once Gao Wenyue realized what was happening, she loudly shouted, "Lu Xiangye, you're abusing me." Lu Xiangye immediately released her and reached out to put his arm around her shoulders. Gao Wenyue pushed away his hand sharply and let out a heavy sigh. Lu Xiangye quickly tried to comfort her, saying, "Wife, I was wrong." Lu Yingzhong, eager to save himself, openly admitted his mistake first. Gao Wenyue immediately asked back, "What did I do wrong?" Lu Xiangye was momentarily stunned and tentatively said, "Maybe I want to sleep with my wife too much?" Gao Wenyue's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Who said Lu Xiangye was a cold military officer? His jokes were smooth and natural. How could he seem cold? Lu Xiangye lowered his head to admire his beautiful wife. Gao Wenyue's pretty face was flushed, and she looked shy, which to Lu Xiangye was an unspoken invitation. Lu Xiangye reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying, "Wife, I don't admit to abusing you. If I'm wrong, it's because I lack self-control and couldn't hold back." Even Gao Wenyue, a sharp businesswoman, blushed in this moment. She quickly covered her husband's mouth with her hand. "Stop talking, Lu Xiangye. Aren't you embarrassed?" Gao Wenyue playfully shouted. Unknowingly, Gao Wenyue's appearance was incredibly tempting to Lu Xiangye. To ordinary people, Gao Wenyue was an outstanding boss. She was very capable in business and a powerful female leader outside. But in private, she was just an ordinary woman who could be shy and even act coquettishly with her husband. This stark contrast made Lu Xiangye even more unable to resist and love Gao Wenyue more. Lu Xiangye once again picked her up horizontally because he couldn't wait any longer. That night, Lu Xiangye took care of Gao Wenyue's feelings throughout. It was a night dedicated to pleasing her. In the end, Gao Wenyue shed tears of satisfaction, tears of happiness. After each time, Lu Xiangye would take the initiative to carry Gao Wenyue to the bathroom to wash up, then carefully send her back to bed to sleep. This was what touched Gao Wenyue the most. In this era, most men had strong patriarchal views, often expecting women to serve them. But Lu Xiangye didn't do that. He handled his own affairs well and took the initiative to care for his wife. Most importantly, Lu Xiangye was a very good man himself. They both cared deeply for each other, which was why their relationship kept growing stronger. That night, the 2 of them slept hugging each other. When Gao Wenyue woke up, there was no warmth beside her, indicating that the man had gone to the military training early. Thinking about the plan they decided yesterday, Gao Wenyue prepared to go to the military camp later to find Lu Xiangye. She hadn't been to the camp yet. After lying in bed long enough, Gao Wenyue got up to make breakfast. She had exercised all night last night and was very hungry now. After getting up, Gao Wenyue headed straight to the supply store. Their family hadn't used fire for a long time, so she knew there was nothing inside without checking. "Hey Wenyue, you're home today? Haven't seen you in a while," the store clerk greeted her warmly. Gao Wenyue is now quite popular in the residential area. Not only does she run her own business and earn money, but she also works with a group of military wives to make money. Everyone is happy to get along with her. Gao Wenyue smiled and asked, "Just resting at home today, sister. Do you have any pork?" The clerk quickly replied, "Yes, we just got fresh pork today. It's from a big pig weighing over 400 pounds. As the clerk gestured, a few people in the supply store looked over, interested in the pork. It's natural that a big pig tastes good. Who wouldn't want to eat good meat? Gao Wenyue slightly smiled and said, "Give me 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. Many people wanted to buy pork, but few actually bought it. Seeing that everyone was just looking, and only Gao Wenyue took out money and a meat voucher, the clerk then started cutting the meat. 3 jin of pork cost 2.1 yuan. Gao Wenyue also bought kelp and dried bean curd sheets, and she still had eggs at home. Back home, Gao Wenyue first divided the pork into 2 parts, 1 lean and 1 fatty. After mincing the pork, she added soaked chopped green onions and water to keep the filling moist. Then she added more chopped green onions and seasonings to the meat mixture, setting it aside to wait for salt. Next, Gao Wenyue started kneading dough. She boiled water in a pot, placed a small piece of dough into a small basin, and then put the basin in hot water to let it rise. Soon the small dough ball had expanded. Gao Wenyue began rolling out the dough into thin wrappers, preparing to make small soup dumplings. When 3 steamer baskets of soup dumplings were steaming, she started making spicy and sour soup. After the water boiled, she added cornstarch water, shredded kelp, and bean curd sheets, then cracked in an egg and quickly stirred. When the egg formed fine strands, she added salt and chili oil to the spicy soup. She also dripped 2 drops of vinegar into the soup because she liked it sour and spicy. At this moment, the aroma of the steamed buns filled the entire kitchen. After working busy all morning, Gao Wenyue began to enjoy her breakfast. When she bit into the steamed bun, the soup inside spilled out, mixing rich meat and scallion flavors, making the filling tasty but not greasy. In just a short time, several people had gathered at the gate of the Liu family courtyard. It was Sando, their friends, and Li Zhaonan, Wang Xiuli's mother-in-law. Seeing the 3 children almost drooling with hunger, Gao Wenyue reached out to invite them in. Li Zhaonan also walked in with a smile and said, "Wenyue, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." She pushed aside Sendo and the others and headed straight to the living room, eyes fixed on the steamed buns on the table. Gao Wenyue pretended not to notice her intense gaze, just slightly smiling and saying, "Just some simple breakfast." While speaking, Gao Wenyue handed the steamed buns to Sando and the others. Li Zhaonan was still waiting nearby, thinking she might also get a share to eat. But Gao Wenyue didn't want to follow this old lady's wishes. Li Zhaonan had come from her hometown early to take care of Wang Xiuli. Since arriving at the family compound, she kept saying she was there to look after her grandson. The old lady looked simple and honest, but secretly she liked to take small advantages. Everyone turned a blind eye because of Wang Xiuli and Bai Yong. Not long ago, Wang Xiuli gave birth to a fair, beautiful little girl, which caused a stir in the neighboring courtyard. Li Zhaonan was disappointed because she hadn't seen her grandson and was upset to see it was a girl. Her disdain was obvious to everyone. Bai Yong loved his daughter very much and treated her with great care. Li Zhaonan didn't want her son to dislike her, so she pretended to be sincere when talking to Wang Xiuli and the baby in front of Bai Yong. When Bai Yong was not around, her attitude changed completely. Gao Wenyue was visiting the baby with Ma Chunhua when Wang Xiuli mentioned these things. Since family matters are hard for outsiders to judge, Gao Wenyue and Ma Chunhua didn't interfere. But Gao Wenyue didn't like this old lady either. Seeing her greedy look, she knew she was trying to take advantage again. A flash of determination appeared in Gao Wenyue's eyes. She waved the steamed buns in her hand and loudly called out, "Daru, Urdu Sandu, come and eat the steamed buns." The three children immediately showed excited expressions. They now eat at Bai Yong's house every day. Previously, Wang Xiuli cooked delicious and hearty meals for them. Now that Wang Xiuli is resting after childbirth, the cooking has fallen to Li Xiaonan. Li Xiaonan's cooking for the three children is both unappetizing and strict. The children often don't get enough to eat, but they dare not complain. Just like now, even though the children had breakfast already, they are hungry again.
Growl.
A loud stomach rumble suddenly sounds. Sando quickly covers his stomach with his hand, feeling embarrassed and lowering his head. Gao Wenyue slightly frowns and asks, "Did you three not eat breakfast?" Li Xiaonan, hearing this, starts to complain, We did. This boy can eat a lot, but his stomach is always empty. As soon as he moves, there's nothing left inside. Gao Wenyue ignores Li Xiaonan and keeps her eyes on the three children. Dido, who is more sensible, nods and says, "Auntie, we've already eaten." After speaking, Dido pushes his two younger brothers. Erdo and Sando quickly say, "Auntie, we've already eaten." While talking about having eaten, their eyes are fixed on the small steamed buns in Gao Wenyue's hand. Gao Wenyue understands they have eaten, but they are not full. "Come on, have some more. Try these small steamed buns." She hands over a whole plate of steamed buns. Although the children are not full, they know they shouldn't accept food from others freely, as it would be taking advantage. Gao Wenyue then says, "Annie has a favor to ask. After you eat my steamed buns, can you help me pick up some firewood on the mountain later?" Okay. The three children answer in unison. While eating the steamed buns, Li Xiaonan thought she might get a few meat buns, but Gao Wenyue didn't even glance at her. Li Xiaonan, smiling broadly, says to Gao Wenyue, "Wenyue, girl, you want firewood? I'll gather some for you later." But secretly, she's thinking, just eat what's in your mouth first and wait patiently. Gao Wenyue immediately guesses Li Xiaonan's plan and smiles, saying, "Andy, I was just about to visit your house. Wait for me, I still have small steamed buns in the kitchen." Li Xiaonan is instantly happy. Those buns are hers. Gao Wenyue uses a plate to carry a tray of small steamed buns. She also brings a bowl of spicy hot soup, holding both in her hands as she walks toward Bai Yong's house. The aroma of meat-filled steamed buns and spicy soup fills the air, making Li Xiaonan behind her drool with hunger. In just a few steps, Li Xiaonan repeatedly reached out to take the two bowls of delicious food, but each time Gao Wenyue skillfully moved them away. Wang Xiuli was lying on the bed, resting after childbirth, with her baby sleeping beside her. "Wenyue, why did you come here?" Wang Xiuli asked in surprise. When she saw Li Xiaonan behind Gao Wenyue, she felt a bit upset. Gao Wenyue softly said, "I brought you some food." Wang Xiuli was about to say she had already eaten, but then she saw Gao Wenyue playfully wink at her. When she looked behind and saw Li Xiaonan looking anxious, she instantly understood. So, Wang Xiuli smiled and said, "Perfect timing. I just finished feeding the baby and am hungry. Wenyue, what delicious food did you make?" Gao Wenyue was about to speak when Li Xiaonan interrupted, "It's steamed buns. Xiuli, you probably can't finish this plate either? I'll take a few and put them away." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xiaonan went forward to take the steamed buns from Gao Wenyue's plate. Her long, black nails had black dirt underneath, and she reached out directly with her hand. Wang Xiuli immediately frowned. If her mother-in-law's hand touched the steamed buns, she really wouldn't be able to eat them. At the last second before her black hand touched the buns, Gao Wenyue tilted the plate slightly, easily avoiding Li Xiaonan's touch. "Andy, there's not much here. Xiuli can finish it, right?" Gao Wenyue asked Wang Xiuli. Wang Xiuli nodded immediately, "Yes, I just finished feeding the baby. I'm starving now. I could eat a whole cow." Gao Wenyue and Wang Xiuli exchanged a knowing look. Wang Xiuli then started eating the steamed buns right in front of Li Xiaonan, even licking her lips and saying, "Delicious, so fragrant." Wenyue, your cooking is still so good. Li Xiaonan watched as Wang Xiuli's mouth was covered in oil. She couldn't help but swallow hard. In her mind, she had already scolded Wang Xiuli hundreds of times. She had never seen such a greedy daughter-in-law who was so unfilial to her mother-in-law. Perhaps because Li Xiaonan's expression was too obvious, the more she acted like that, the more exaggerated Wang Xiuli's eating became. Smells so good. This meat filling is really tasty. There's soup inside too, so fresh. This thin skin with lots of meat is just so delicious. If Li Xiaonan hadn't been standing nearby, Gao Wenyue almost couldn't hold back her laughter. In fact, Gao Wenyue had been trying very hard not to laugh. Wait, Xiuli, you can't drink this soup.
It has chili.
You shouldn't eat spicy food while resting after childbirth. It's bad for your health and not good for the baby's milk. Li Xiaonan stopped Wang Xiuli from drinking the soup. Wang Xiuli looked hesitant. She really couldn't eat spicy food right now. Li Xiaonan finally found a chance. She quickly said, "This soup shouldn't be wasted. I'll help you finish it." Wang Xiuli's hesitation grew even more. She would rather pour out the soup than let her mother-in-law secretly drink this bowl. Wang Xiuli hurriedly looked at Gao Wenyue. Would she give the spicy hot soup to Li Xiaonan? Li Xiaonan had long been tempted by the smell of the spicy, hot soup. She regretted not eating the small steamed buns earlier 100 times. Now, before Gao Wenyue and Wang Xiuli could react, she went straight to the hot soup. When Wang Xiuli saw Li Xiaonan's action, she felt both shy and angry. People have faces, but trees have bark. But her mother-in-law was shameless and unkind. She was even ashamed. If it had been someone else, considering Bai Yong and Wang Xiuli's feelings, Li Xiaonan could have taken the soup. But she happened to meet Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue raised her hand and held the bowl high. She asked angrily, "Auntie, what do you mean? Still trying to food from me?" Li Xiaonan looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise. She was used to doing such things, and usually succeeded. She didn't expect her usual trick to fail with Gao Wenyue.
喜疑惑地说：“你这丫头说啥呢？这不是你端来我们家的吗？这秀丽吃不了，我把她端到厨房有啥不对吗？”
In Li Xiaonan's view, the bowl of spicy hot soup was already theirs. Once it entered her house, there was no reason to take it out again. Gao Wenyue shook her head seriously and said, "Of course not. I brought it here for Xiuli to eat. If she doesn't want it, she shouldn't give it to you." Gao Wenyue's serious expression temporarily stunned Li Xiaonan. She lowered her raised hands. Even so, Li Xiaonan still wasn't willing to give up and asked, "Then who should it be for?" Even Wang Xiuli couldn't help but look at Gao Wenyue. Who should get the bowl of spicy, hot soup? Gao Wenyue showed a slight smile and lowered her arm. Under the surprised gazes of Wang Xiuli and Li Xiaonan, Gao Wenyue brought the bowl of hot soup to her mouth. "This spicy hot soup I made, of course, is for myself to eat," Gao Wenyue said confidently. Wang Xiuli couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Li Xiaonan looked defeated and was very funny. She stammered several words but couldn't finish her sentence. If it had been someone else, Li Xiaonan would have already drunk the soup. She didn't expect Gao Wenyue to be so stubborn. Li Xiaonan shouted angrily, "Do you know who my son is?" To her, Gao Wenyue's actions were disrespectful to her son Bai Yong. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Of course I know. He is a soldier under my husband." Li Xiaonan couldn't accept her son being spoken about like that. She immediately started scolding, "Nonsense. My son is a company commander, a high-ranking officer. What does your husband count as?" Gao Wenyue coldly glanced at the elderly woman and said, "My husband is a battalion commander in the army. What do you think he is?" Li Xiaonan's habit of loving to take small advantages came from her upbringing in her village. In their village, her son Bai Yong was a senior officer, and everyone was afraid to offend her. Even if they took small benefits, villagers tolerated it. But Li Xiaonan forgot that this was a military family compound, where there are many officers. She was shocked by Gao Wenyue's words and quickly looked at Wang Xiuli, asking, "Who has a higher rank, the battalion commander or the company commander?" Wang Xiuli couldn't help but roll her eyes. The old woman didn't even understand the ranks, but still boasted about her son every day. Recently, Wang Xiuli deeply disliked her mother-in-law. She hated Li Zhaonan so much that she even felt disgusted when she saw Bai Yong. She held back her dislike and hesitated before saying, "Of course, the battalion commander is higher. Our Bai Yong works under Captain Liu, who is Gao Wenyue's husband."
Li Zhaonan sudan listajarat.
She had always thought Gao Wenyue's husband was a soldier under Bai Yong. The reason was simple. Lu Xiongye looked younger than Bai Yong, and at such a young age, how high could his rank be? Another reason was that when Gao Wenyue visited Wang Xiuli, she brought a lot of food and bought 2 cans of malted milk. To Li Zhaonan, this was her way of giving gifts to her husband. Suspicious, Li Zhaonan asked, "Are you joking with me? I've seen Gao Wenyue's man. He looks to be only about 20, young and tender. How could he be Bai Yong's superior?" Suddenly, Li Zhaonan realized that her daughter-in-law and Gao Wenyue were probably working together to deceive her. Wang Xiuli couldn't hold back and rolled her eyes at Li Zhaonan, muttering, "What a troublemaker." Gao Wenyue turned to look at her sleeping baby and, noticing the bedside table behind her, reached out and slapped it. Slap. A clear slap echoed through the room. Gao Wenyue handled the situation very well. The slap she gave was not enough to wake the sleeping baby, but served as a good warning. "Mom Bai Yong, what do you mean? Are you questioning my husband's ability? My husband joined the army when he was just a teenager. Bai Yong is still a rookie in front of him." Gao Wenyue scolded loudly. Li Zhaonan finally believed that her son was really under Lu Xiongye's command. Realizing she had just angered Gao Wenyue, Li Zhaonan quickly forced a smile and said, "Wenyue, don't be angry. I was just joking, it wasn't serious." Gao Wenyue snorted and asked, "Why don't you joke like that with others?" Li Zhaonan was speechless. She had never gone this far before. She started to ask for things right away, but today was unexpectedly difficult. Gao Wenyue looked at Li Zhaonan and scolded, "If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have brought anything over. It's also my fault for listening to my husband, who said to care for his subordinates and their families. That's why I kindly brought some food. You guys can just eat my steamed buns, but this spicy soup is not suitable for postpartum women. My mother wants to stay and drink it. So what? Should I bring everything from my house to yours for you to eat?" Even though Li Zhaonan had a thick skin, she was still embarrassed by the scolding. Most importantly, Li Zhaonan knew she couldn't offend Gao Wenyue. She had no choice. After being scolded, Li Zhaonan didn't dare to reply. She was afraid Gao Wenyue might tell Lu Xiongye, and if Lu Xiongye started to criticize Bai Yong, it would be trouble. Wang Xiuli watched from the side, feeling very satisfied. Her long-held frustration finally eased. Wang Xiuli reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hand, saying, "Wenyue, thank you." Gao Wenyue gently shook her head to show she was fine. Wang Xiuli said, "Wenyue, thank you for setting an example for me. I think I now know what I should do in the future." Gao Wenyue didn't reply. Today, she just couldn't stand the bad mother-in-law and decided to teach her a lesson. It was also Li Zhaonan who had brought this on herself. As for Wang Xiuli, her relationship with Li Zhaonan was unavoidable. She couldn't always rely on Gao Wenyue to help her. While training, Lu Xiongye was approached by a soldier who said, "Captain Lu, your wife is here." "Your wife is here? Where is she? I heard she's a great cook. I also heard that her dishes are very fragrant." "Really?" A group of young men in training started chatting excitedly, their minds drifting away. Even Lu Xiongye was momentarily surprised at first. The military unit was not far from the family housing area, but during the year and more that Gao Wenyue had been accompanying the army to the border, she had never once come to the base. Other military wives sometimes visited their husbands here, but this was Gao Wenyue's first time. That's why everyone found it so unusual when she came to see Lu Xiongye. Hearing the chattering behind him, Lu Xiongye suppressed his smile and looked over with a cold stare. "Shh, quiet. Don't talk, the commander is angry. Everyone be quiet." Suddenly, everything fell silent. Lu Xiongye took a step forward and said, "Everyone stay in place for 1 hour." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." When Lu Xiangye left the training base, he saw Gao Wenyue standing at the meeting room door. Her pink dress was very eye-catching in the military area. It was the same dress that Lu Xiangye had bought for Gao Wenyue last year at the department store. Today, she wore her hair neatly. The elegant hairstyle looked charming and gentle, giving her a playful yet graceful appearance. In the border region, most people had a healthy wheat-colored skin tone, or, to be honest, quite dark. Among all the dark-skinned soldiers, Gao Wenyue's skin was especially bright and clear, thanks to her consistent skincare and sun protection. Seeing such a beautiful and lively woman standing in the military base, the soldiers passing by couldn't help but steal glances at her. Not only Lu Xiangye noticed this, but Gao Wenyue also realized it. "Wife," Lu Xiangye's voice called from behind. Gao Wenyue happily turned around and called out, "Captain Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Xiangye quickly walked over, wrapping his arms around her waist and explaining, "Sorry, I was just in training at the base." Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "It's okay, I was just saying that." In fact, Gao Wenyue hadn't waited long. She just really wanted to see him. Lu Xiangye always wore his military uniform, but now, in the base, it looked different. The uniform was the same, but the meaning it carried was different. At this moment, Lu Xiangye looked taller and more heroic. The new soldiers passing by saluted him properly and respectfully called out, "Captain Lu." Gao Wenyue feels that she must have the kind of romantic connection mentioned in stories. Now, she finds herself liking Lu Xiangye more and more. Lu Xiangye doesn't interrupt her admiration. He just keeps his strong back straight. His relaxed-looking posture actually shows he's tense, trying to present his best side. Gao Wenyue admires him for a while before saying, "By the way, I came to talk to you about something." Lu Xiangye calmly replies, "I guessed. Go ahead." Seeing how confident Lu Xiangye looks, Gao Wenyue makes a sound of surprise and says, "Am I like a fortune-telling bug in your stomach?" Guessing right again. "So, what do you think I came to tell you?" Since there's still time, Gao Wenyue intentionally teases Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye looks down carefully at Gao Wenyue and says, "You look different today." Gao Wenyue crosses her arms and asks, "Different how?" Lu Xiangye says, "You've put on makeup, worn lipstick, and a dress. It looks like you're about to go out, but now you're here looking for me, which means you want to go out with me. So, you think I came to ask you out?" Although it's a question, Lu Xiangye answers with complete certainty. Gao Wenyue's lips curl up slightly. She just wanted to tease Lu Xiangye a little. She didn't expect him to guess everything so precisely. "Lu Xiangye, you're so scary," Gao Wenyue shouts. Lu Xiangye can't help but smile. He says helplessly, "Wife, have you forgotten what I do? Our reconnaissance class isn't for nothing. The army has always trained soldiers in reconnaissance skills. Lu Xiangye learned for many years and is an excellent scout. Now he also teaches new soldiers reconnaissance. These small details are easy for him to notice." Gao Wenyue quickly praises him. "You're amazing. You all are amazing. Our unit is amazing." Lu Xiangye's lips lift slightly, showing pride on his face. Gao Wenyue then asks, "Comrade Lu Xiangye, do you have time tonight? I want to invite you to watch a movie." That was her real reason for coming. Although Lu Xiangye is surprised, he won't refuse Gao Wenyue's invitation. Since it's the first time his wife has asked him out, he definitely will go. So, that afternoon, just as the guard's dismissal signal sounded, everyone saw a flash of light rush out suddenly, without even seeing who it was. Who was that just now? I don't know. They just vanished in a flash. Maybe it was Captain Lu? No way. Captain Lu is the least eager to leave work. How is that impossible? I heard that Captain Lu's wife came to see him today. The main characters of the conversation are currently at home taking a shower. After showering, Lu Xiangye is standing in front of the wardrobe, carefully choosing clothes. Unfortunately, the wardrobe only contains military uniforms. The only casual outfit was bought by Gao Wenyue. Lu Xiangye has to wear that single casual set, a white shirt and black pants. When Gao Wenyue enters the room, she sees Lu Xiangye carefully shaving, focused and serious, showing he cares a lot about tonight's date. After a while, Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue begin their date. First, they go to a branch store, and Gao Wenyue brings a lot of duck snacks. It's just when the movie Lushan Love is released. It's the only film playing in the theater, shown all day. People just buy tickets for the nearest showing. A movie ticket costs 25 cents, so 2 tickets cost 50 cents. This is why only young people frequent this theater. Older generations usually don't want to spend money on movie tickets. Older people think that spending money on food and drinks is not worth it. But today's young people prefer to spend on cultural and entertainment experiences. Most people in the theater are young men and women. Before the movie starts, Gao Wenyue offers duck snacks to Lu Xiangye, signaling him to eat. At first, Lu Xiangye refuses. But then he sees Gao Wenyue eating duck necks, duck wings, and duck heads, all deliciously crispy. A pair of big hands quietly reach out. Gao Wenyue's lips curl slightly. She reaches out to stop that big hand, glancing sideways with a slight smile. Lu Xiangye's large hand touches her smooth skin, and he looks seriously at the big screen, but his hand in the dark drifts off course. Gao Wenyue's hand is directly held by Lu Xiangye. He even playfully pinches her delicate, soft hand. Compared to a man's rough hand, Gao Wenyue's hands are much more refined, which makes Lu Xiangye unable to let go. At first, Gao Wenyue allows Lu Xiangye to hold her hand, but later, the man unexpectedly pinches the soft flesh in her palm. TSK, Gao Wenyue is ticklish and, annoyed, glances at Lu Xiangye and pulls her hand back. Luo Xiangye smiled proudly, thinking that only he could let Gao Wenyue break free. Once Gao Wenyue's hands were free, she handed over the duck snack. Luo Xiangye didn't hesitate and started eating. Why not enjoy good food? The small cinema was filled with the fragrant smell of marinated duck, which made everyone nearby feel hungry. What's that so tasty smell? It seems to be marinated dishes. It makes me hungry just smelling it. I'm hungry too. Next to Gao Wenyue sat a young couple. She was sitting with her female friend. Even when Gao Wenyue was biting her duck neck, her female friend's mind was elsewhere. The delicious smell kept lingering in her nose, distracting her. Gao Wenyue moved some of her duck snacks to the side and said, "Comrade, try some of my duck snacks." The female friend was surprised and asked, "Really? Are you giving it to me?"
That's so kind of you.
Gao Wenyue insisted, holding out her hands, and said, "No problem. I brought plenty. Just try it and see how it tastes." The female friend still felt a little shy, but her male friend next to her was eager to speak. He said if she wants to eat, just let her. Later, we can pay, or buy something for her. The cinema was newly built, and most people were focused on watching the movie. Few thought about bringing food inside. In just a short while, Gao Wenyue sat inside the cinema, eating and watching, making everyone around hungry. The female friend finally took the duck snack from Gao Wenyue and whispered, "Comrade, you said this is homemade? Do you sell this kind of food?" Gao Wenyue noticed that the people in front were moving their ears, all paying attention to their area. She smiled and said, "Yes, our family owns the Gao Marinated Food Shop, and we specialize in this." The female friend suddenly understood and said, "No wonder." The Gao Marinated Food Shop was famous throughout the border regions. After receiving the duck snacks, she and her male friend started eating. "Smells so good, really delicious." The male friend exaggerated. Soon, someone couldn't hold back. "Comrade, do you still have more food? I want to buy some." "I want some too. Give me a little too." Only then did Luo Xiangye realize why Gao Wenyue brought so much marinated duck when she left the house. It turns out Gao Wenyue was expanding her branch business. Gao Wenyue was selling roasted duck snacks inside the cinema, and the place quickly became lively. This noise naturally caught the attention of the staff. At the same time, it also alerted the cinema's management. When Wang Yu hurried into the cinema, he immediately smelled the strong aroma of the roasted duck snacks. Initially, the staff told Wang Yu that someone was selling food inside, but he didn't think much of it. People nowadays spending 2 yuan 50 on a movie already feel it deeply, and how much could they spend on snacks? Unfortunately, Wang Yu guessed wrong. Gao Wenyue brought several bags of duck snacks. Her snacks were sold in portions, 40 cents per portion. Each small oil paper bag contained 6 pieces of duck neck, 2 duck collarbones, and a pair of duck wings. As for the marinated duck meat, a portion included 10 pieces, also costing 40 cents. These prices were similar to those at her shop, and it saved the effort of serving food, just adding packaging work. Everyone was busy eating duck snacks, and the movie was almost over. Someone sighed, "We're so busy eating that we don't even know what the movie is about." "Me too, I was just buying snacks." Exactly. Wang Yu originally wanted to give a quick lecture to Gao and Yue, but hearing everyone's comments, he spoke up. "Everyone has bought their snacks. Why not watch the movie again? It's a good chance to finish eating." Nowadays, cinemas buy tapes to play movies. The cost of buying tapes is fixed, but they can play the movie as many times as they want. So, Wang Yu wanted everyone to buy tickets again so the cinema could earn more money. Gao Wenyue knew this idea well, but she had just disturbed everyone's movie time, so she naturally wanted to make up for it. Shi Dudong said, "Look, I just interrupted everyone with my snacks. I apologize to you all." The cinema was very dark, so everyone could only vaguely see Gao Wenyue's face, not her clear features. Despite that, Gao Wenyue slightly bowed and said, "I'm sorry for disturbing you all. I'd like to invite everyone to watch the next movie, and I'll pay for the tickets." Gao Wenyue generously offered to pay for everyone's movie tickets. The people there looked at her in disbelief. They couldn't believe that a boss selling 40-cent duck snacks would pay for their 25-cent tickets. Only after Gao Wenyue paid did everyone start thanking her. When Wang Yu was leaving, he looked back at Gao Wenyue. This woman was very bold. She even brought food into the cinema to sell. But it was also this woman who had just paid out of her own pocket to buy tickets for the next movie for everyone. In the cinema where Gao Wenyue was, there were 32 people watching the show. She had just spent 8 yuan on tickets. Everyone looked excited. It's like Gao Wenyue had treated them to some delicious snacks for free. Everyone had food in their hands, and now they could relax and enjoy the movie. Lu Xiangye didn't say a word the whole time. He was just helping Gao Wenyue sell snacks to everyone. Actions are often more effective than words. When Lu Xiangye reached out to hold Gao Wenyue's hand, the woman beside him took the initiative to hold his arm and even leaned affectionately on his shoulder. Gao Wenyue whispered in Lu Xiangye's ear, "Now we can watch the movie properly." Only the two of them understood what she meant. After the movie finished, everyone was very happy. They enjoyed the film and the snacks. This movie was really worth it. Everyone praised enthusiastically. The movie was over, but no one left for a long time. Gao Wenyue brought them a new experience. This relaxed way of enjoying time made everyone very satisfied. While everyone was thanking her, Gao Wenyue took the opportunity to promote her family's marinated food shop. She said, "Everyone, if you think our duck snacks are good, please recommend our delicious food to your relatives and friends. I'll give you a discount later." A woman sitting next to Gao Wenyue led the praise, saying, "Delicious. If your marinated dishes weren't good, you wouldn't find such tasty food anywhere else in the border area." Exactly. Even I, who don't usually like duck, ate several pieces today. The flavor is really great. Yeah, I want more after eating. The marinated duck snacks Gao Wenyue brought received unanimous praise. In the past, people thought of marinated duck as just a dish, not a snack to eat casually. And who eats duck as a snack? But now Gao Wenyue broke this traditional idea. Eating duck snacks while watching a movie quickly gained everyone's approval. After all, watching a movie usually involves 2 people, and they already spent 5 cents on tickets. Spending 4 cents more on snacks isn't too much, right? So, everyone agreed to recommend this way of watching movies to their relatives and friends in the future. Someone asked, "Comrade, will you come here to sell duck products tomorrow? My brother and sister-in-law plan to watch a movie, and I told them to come find you to buy duck products." Hearing this, everyone looked at Gao Wenyue with hopeful eyes. Gao's pickled food shop is very famous and does good business. No one knew if the other person would value the small cinema business. Just now, Gao Wenyue spent 8 yuan to buy tickets for everyone again, giving the impression that she was not short of money. Because of this, everyone present was worried that Gao Wenyue might not want to take the business. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Of course I will come. As long as you buy from us, Gao's pickled food shop will sell. Wang Yu waited at the cinema entrance for a long time. When the audience who were supposed to come out didn't appear, he couldn't help but go inside. Hearing the whole story, Wang Yu became even more determined. When Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye just came out of the cinema, she saw Wang Yu. Xiangye also saw him and whispered in Gao Wenyue's ear, "The person you're waiting for has arrived." Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, asking, "How do you know I'm waiting for him?" Xiangye chuckled and said, "Aren't you saying I'm a worm in your belly? Meaning, I naturally know all your thoughts." Xiangye was very confident because he truly understood Gao Wenyue's mind. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but ask, "Did you learn that from the reconnaissance team?" Xiangye shook his head. It was just his understanding of his own wife. After Wang Yu invited Gao Wenyue to the cinema's logistics office, Xiangye waited outside. Although Xiangye didn't say anything, standing straight outside the office was enough to intimidate Wang Yu. Seeing Wang Yu's cautious manner, Gao Wenyue found it amusing. Men generally feel pressured when they see Xiangye because, in this era, most men are not tall, like Lu Chongfu. But Xiangye is tall, standing beside men and looking down on others, which naturally creates pressure. Women, however, see things differently. They think Xiangye is handsome and very reassuring. Just like the women in the cinema earlier, they had planned to watch a movie together, and none of their eyes left Xiangye. "May I ask your name?" Wang Yu's voice brought Gao Wenyue back to her thoughts. Gao Wenyue smiled slightly and said, "My name is Gao Wenyue.
Just call me Xiao Gao."
Wang Yu looked to be over 30 years old, so calling him Little Gao was not an overstatement. A look of surprise appeared in Wang Yu's eyes as he asked uncertainly, "Are you Gao Wenyue, the owner of Gao's marinated food shop?" Gao Wenyue's smile grew wider, showing that her business had achieved some success. At least today, anyone mentioning Gao's marinated food shop would know about it. Now, Gao Wenyue introducing herself in front of Wang Yu made it easy for him to think of her as the shop owner. All these signs showed that Gao's marinated food shop was doing well, and Gao Wenyue was also gaining fame. Gao Wenyue nodded confidently and said, "Yes, I am Gao Wenyue." Wang Yu's face lit up with happiness, making his plan easier to carry out. What Wang Yu was thinking, Gao Wenyue naturally guessed, and their ideas aligned perfectly. Gao Wenyue had wanted to sell marinated duck at the cinema, and she had just been seen selling her products there, which Wang Yu saw as a business opportunity. They quickly agreed. Wang Yu said, "Boss Gao, I saw that your marinated dishes are very popular. I want to buy some from your shop to sell at the cinema." Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and asked with a light smile, "Manager Wang, that sounds good. How much do you want to order? What types of marinated dishes?" Wang Yu had already thought this through and replied, "We want to start with a sample. Just order the 2 items you were selling inside." Gao Wenyue nodded understandingly. This was about innovating while keeping a stable foundation. Wang Yu looked at Gao Wenyue and tentatively asked, "Boss Gao, do you know the wholesale price?" The price Gao Wenyue sold her dishes for in the cinema was 4 yuan per portion, so Wang Yu could only base his order on that price. Since the selling price remained the same, the wholesale price was very important. Gao Wenyue pretended to think for a moment, but it was only a few seconds before she said, "Let's set the wholesale price at 3.5 yuan. Wang Yu was surprised by this answer. He quickly said, "Boss Gao, we also have to pay for staff to sell these. That's part of the cost." "The wholesale price." Gao Wenyue interrupted him, saying, "Manager Wang, your staff costs are already included. I just saw that after checking tickets, the staff here have little to do. Selling things during their breaks is just a side activity." She paused and looked at Wang Yu before continuing, "Making a 5-cent profit is already my maximum limit. The cost of these duck products is high, and my labor costs are not low either." These principles, Wang Yu understands well. He was very happy when he just found out that he could get a 5% discount. Maybe because Gao Wenyue was too generous with his discounts at the beginning, now Wang Yu can't help but want more. People are like that, always wanting to test the limits of others. Gao Wenyue, with a slight smile, said, "Manager Wang, actually opening a branch across from the cinema is not impossible." Wang Yu's face immediately changed. He quickly said, 350 is 350, we have a deal." The contract was signed quickly. Gao Wenyue also promised that Gao's marinated food shop would deliver dishes every day. For Gao Wenyue, this cooperation was just about preparing more duck products. Making one more delivery each day could bring a good amount of business to the new branch. Right now, Gao Wenyue faced a problem. She lacked male employees. She smiled as she agreed on the partnership with Wang Yu, but when she turned to leave, her face showed worry. During the business talk, Gao Wenyue seemed confident, but it was partly real and partly fake. Currently, Gao's company was not suitable for opening another branch, and it was also not the right time to sell marinated dishes outside the cinema. The cinema industry was emerging and growing fast. Opening a food shop nearby would be a gamble, relying on luck. Gao Wenyue didn't want to spend money and manpower on such a risky venture. Even if she wanted to, it wasn't the right time now. So, from the start, Gao Wenyue only wanted to sell marinated duck products to the cinema. Lu Xiongye was walking out with someone in his arms. He looked down at the person and asked, "Was the negotiation not smooth?" Gao Wenyue's brows furrowed, clearly showing she was unhappy with how things went. She shook her head and said, "It went very well." Lu Xiongye stopped and asked, "Then why are you worried?" Gao Wenyue explained her problem. She couldn't find enough employees. It's easy to find people on the street. Anyone can do the work. But Gao Wenyue didn't want to hire just anyone. She wanted capable, trusted helpers. These people wouldn't just deliver food. They could also help with other tasks for Gao's company. Suddenly, Lu Xiongye smiled. He reached out and gently tapped her nose, saying, "I can really help you with this." Gao Wenyue wasn't angry when her nose was tapped. She quickly asked, "Really? Do you have someone in mind?" Lu Xiongye nodded confidently and said, "Let me recommend someone. He's an old friend of mine." Luo Xiongye has an old comrade named Zhou Qing, whom he met when they joined the army together at age 15. Zhou Qing's abilities are not inferior to Luo Xiongye's. They were known as two outstanding soldiers in their unit. However, later on, Zhou Qing was injured during a mission, and his legs suffered serious damage. Although he is not disabled, he no longer has the physical strength of a soldier and had to reluctantly leave the army. Gao Wenyue frowned and asked, shouldn't they assign him to logistics work? Logistics soldiers are still soldiers. Luo Xiongye replied, he meets the requirements, but he chose to accept a consolation payment. Gao Wenyue didn't say anything after hearing this. She didn't ask why. Luo Xiongye continued directly, because his family is poor. Zhou Qing is the eldest son. He has a younger brother, 2 sisters, and elderly grandparents. It's said that his mother is also in poor health, and the whole family depends on him and his father. Gao Wenyue understood. Such a poor family definitely needs a steady source of income. A soldier's salary, or even that of a logistics soldier, can't compare. If Zhou Qing chose to switch to logistics, how could he still collect the consolation payment? Wouldn't that be unfair? So, Zhou Qing could only choose to accept the consolation money. However, a significant sum of money can temporarily help a family in need, but it's not a long-term solution. Zhou Qing's difficulties are the kind that are hard to overcome unless he can let go of his family burdens. Gao Wenyue nodded confidently and said, that money will probably run out soon. Luo Xiongye nodded and said, right after he received the money, his grandfather fell ill and needed treatment. Later, his mother also needed hospitalization. When a family has 2 people requiring medical expenses, even a large amount of money isn't enough. Gao Wenyue asked with some doubt, even if he took the consolation payment, didn't your unit help him a bit given his family situation? Although Zhou Qing received the money, he was injured in the army. Logically, the military district should have taken care of him to some extent. Luo Xiongye sighed and said, honestly, his situation is considered mild in the army. Some soldiers face much worse, some never come back. In this era, those who join the army are often divided into 2 groups, either children from wealthy families who join to add honor, or those from poor backgrounds who seek high wages to escape poverty. In the border areas, most soldiers face dangerous situations where they may lose their lives during missions. In such cases, military district units are often called to help. Lu Xiongye said, however, Commander Jiang managed to help Zhou Qing get a job at a state-owned factory through connections. Gao Wenyu looked back at Lu Xiangye, surprised. He had given money and arranged a job for Zhou Qing, so why was he still coming to work for her? Zhou Qing must have had another incident, or Lu Xiangye wouldn't have recommended him to Gao Wenyu. Lu Xiangye's eyes darkened. His comrade truly had a tough fate. All the unlucky things seemed to happen to their family. Zhou Qing received a generous pension but used the money to treat his elderly parents at home. He got a job at the state-owned factory. Although it was just a guard position, he still received a monthly salary. Now, he had given this job to his younger brother. Gao Wenyu asked in disbelief, why did he give the job to his brother? Lu Xiangye sighed and said, his brother is of marriage age. They agreed that the brother would marry into a good family, and the other side didn't mind their poverty. But there was one condition. That condition was having a steady income. It's normal for the woman to ask for that. It doesn't matter if your family is poor, but if I marry into your family, the man should have a way to support his wife, right? Zhou Qing gave up his job at the factory for his brother, so now he needs to find work on his own. That was also Lu Xiangye's main reason for bringing this up. Gao Wenyu simply said, I want to meet him first. It was already dark, but Lu Xiangye still took Gao Wenyu to see Zhou Qing because Gao Wenyu was eager to hire someone, and Zhou Qing was eager to find a job. Zhou Qing lived in a rural village in 2 simple houses, with his large family. When Gao Wenyu and Lu Xiangye arrived, the family was having dinner. They warmly invited the visitors to join them. Xiangye is here? Is this your wife? She's really pretty. A middle-aged woman with a pale face enthusiastically praised. Lu Xiangye introduced casually, Auntie, hello. This is my wife, Gao Wenyu. Wenyu, this is Aunt Zhou, Uncle Zhou, and Zhou Qing. Brother Lu and sister-in-law haven't eaten yet? At this time, they probably haven't eaten. Sit down and have some food. Wait a moment, I'll go kill a chicken. Zhou Qing's mother turned to leave, heading outside to catch a chicken. The Zhou family quickly got busy. Some went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, others went to catch chickens, and some heated water. Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyu quickly stopped them. At the Zhou family's dinner table, there was only a bowl of wild vegetable roots and a plate of shredded potatoes, and they were eating coarse grain bread. Earlier outside, they saw 2 chickens, which were probably raised to lay eggs and sell. They didn't want the Zhou family to kill that chicken. Don't bother, we've really finished eating, Gao Wenyu said quickly. The Zhou family's dinner table was placed at the door. It was already dark, and they hadn't lit any lamps, so they ate by the faint light outside. Zhou Qing noticed everyone's discomfort. These 2 people weren't eating while others were, which made the scene quite awkward. Zhou Qing said, you all keep eating. They came to see me. We'll go outside to talk. Zhou Qing's younger sister, Zhou Yun, immediately said, Big brother, I'll leave the food in the pot for you. Zhou Qing nodded and then took Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyu outside. Big brother, wait a moment, a voice called from behind. It was Zhou Qing's younger brother, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin said, bring a flashlight. It was a very old flashlight, battered and worn out. If it weren't wrapped in tape, Gao Wenyu might think it was about to fall apart. The 3 quickly reached a pond. At night in the frontier, a gentle breeze blew, bringing a slight chill. Zhou Qing looked back at Gao Wenyu and said, Sister-in-law, hello.
I'm Zhou Qing.
When you married Xiangye, I wasn't in Rongqing. I also tried to find him twice but didn't see you. Zhou Qing was tall but looked a bit fragile because he was thin. Even so, Zhou Qing stood straight, and his every move showed a soldier's demeanor. Gao Wenyu smiled and said, It's not too late to meet now. Lu Xiangye was still worried about his wife not eating, so he spoke first. We came to see you about an important matter. Zhou Qing's smile faded, and he straightened his face, saying, Go ahead. Lu Xiangye quickly explained about Gao Wenyu's urgent need to hire workers. At the end, he said, She's in a hurry to hire people. You need to decide quickly. Zhou Qing thought for a moment and said, I'll go. Over the years, Lu Xiangye had helped Zhou Qing many times, secretly and openly. This time, when Zhou Qing heard that Gao Wenyu urgently needed workers, he made his decision immediately. This way, he could find a job and also help Gao Wenyu quickly fill the vacancy. Although they might not really need this help, Zhou Qing felt this was the only thing he could do for Lu Xiangye right now. Gao Wenyue smiled and asked, Brother Zhou, you haven't even asked about the salary yet? Qing Zhou is older than Xiangye Lu, so Gao Wenyue naturally calls him Big Brother. Qing Zhou grins and says, Younger sister-in-law, just focus on giving the wages. Gao Wenyue doesn't say anything else. She trusts her and Xiangye Lu unconditionally, which is a good thing. After just one meeting, Gao Wenyue decides to hire Qing Zhou. Before meeting Qing Zhou's family, she couldn't understand why he would give up a stable job to ensure his future, even sacrificing his health by risking his legs, just to receive a comfort payment for his family. But after meeting his family, she understood. Qing Zhou lives in a loving family where everyone cares for each other. He voluntarily gave up a better life to support his family. People like him are loyal and caring, and he would make a good employee. As for Qing Zhou always sacrificing his own interests for his family, that was his choice. For example, even though he is older than Zhou Lin, he gave up his job for his brother's marriage. When Gao Wenyue asked why Qing Zhou was so eager to earn money, he said his two younger sisters would get married in a couple of years, and he wanted to save some dowry for them. Gao Wenyue saw a caring, fatherly side of Qing Zhou. The next day, Qing Zhou officially started working, and Gao Wenyue signed a contract with him first. She didn't know what skills Qing Zhou had, so she asked him to temporarily handle delivery at 2 stores, which also eased Chen Fang's workload. Although Qing Zhou didn't ask about his salary, Gao Wenyue clearly wrote the wages in the contract. Qing Zhou stared at the 60 yuan written in the contract in shock. He quickly said, Younger sister-in-law, this salary is too high. He had just learned his basic job was delivering vegetables, and earning 60 yuan was too much. Remember, he only earned 35 yuan a month as a security guard at a state-owned factory, and that was with the old leader's favor. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, Big Brother Zhou, I didn't hire you just to do vegetable delivery. Anyone can do that. Why would I go through the trouble to find you? Qing Zhou was stunned. At first, he thought his brother Xiangye Lu was helping him, recommending him to his wife for work. But now, it seemed things were more complicated. This time, Gao Wenyue and Xiangye Lu thought alike. As Gao's business grew larger, they needed to prevent schemes behind the scenes and also stop anyone from acting rashly out of desperation. The sneaky tricks behind the scenes are really hard to defend against, especially since Gao Wenyue only knows basic self-defense skills. Her limited skills can handle a few moves against a rookie, but if she faces a master, she won't stand a chance. At this moment, a skilled protector, like a bodyguard, is needed to stay at Gao's company and keep everyone safe. Zhou Qing is the best choice. He is a former soldier, and even though he retired due to health reasons, he is still much more capable than an ordinary person. When Zhou Qing learned the truth, he was not angry. Instead, he was happy, feeling proud of earning those 60 yuan. Gao's braised food shop is now selling its dishes at the cinema. This news quickly spread across the border. Our country's first independently filmed movie is already a big attraction. Now, the cinema is bundling braised duck dishes with movie tickets, which has made Gao's braised food even more popular. Gao Wenyue not only sold braised duck to the cinema, but also helped set up a free sales window there, with the sign reading Gao's braised food shop. Wang Yu kept saying this was advertising for Gao Wenyue. To save the 200 yuan cost of building the window, he still agreed to Gao's plan. For 3 days, they delivered food daily, and the cinema sold about 320 portions each day, earning around 112 yuan daily. The braised food shop was busy delivering dishes to the cinema every day, which drew everyone's attention away from Qinglin Mountain Yellow peaches. People temporarily forgot about selling the peaches. Some forgot, but Su Qingzhou did not. At this moment, Su Qingzhou was celebrating with red wine in his office. Sitting opposite him was a young man. Su Qingzhou was in a good mood today. He waved his hand to dismiss his secretary and poured himself a glass of red wine. He also poured a glass for the man across from him. Brother, let's toast. Gao's braised food shop is now in our hands, Su Qingzhou said confidently. The man opposite didn't lift his glass. Instead, he tapped his fingertips on his temple. Lost in thought, looking very serious. Su Qingzhou couldn't help but urge him. Brother He, what are you so deep in thought about? He then teased, are you thinking about women? Well, you're young and full of energy. Tonight, I'll take you out to have some fun. Su Qingzhou's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He looked like he knew something others didn't. But to the man across from him, this just seemed. This man, He Xiong, had been missing for a long time. He was kept at home and not allowed to go out. Recently, He Ping has been in Pengcheng, which gave He Xiong a chance to leave the house. The first thing He Xiong did when he came out was to seek revenge on Gao Wenyue. This time, He Xiong was less impulsive. He decided to stay hidden and wait quietly. This is also why He Xiong was able to appear in Su Qingzhou's office. He wanted to use Su Qingzhou's help to eliminate Gao Wenyue. Meanwhile, Su Qingzhou hoped to use He Xiong's connections to get closer to the He family, preferably to hitch a ride on He Ping's boat. He was eager for everything related to Gao Wenyue, including her preserved food shop and the resources behind it. Two scheming people quickly teamed up. Su Qingzhou started celebrating early, but He Xiong remained cautious. He had been betrayed twice by Gao Wenyue before, so he didn't believe that buying Qinglin Mountain was just a sudden decision. He said, forget about the cinema side, keep an eye on Qinglin Mountain. The noisy cinema and the duck meat sales were only earning about 100 yuan a day after costs, which was a small profit. It was a typical case of loud noise but little real gain. He Xiong had a gut feeling that Gao Wenyue was hiding a big plan. Maybe what everyone saw was just a distraction, and the real secret was hidden somewhere unseen. He immediately stood up and headed outside quickly. Brother He, are you still going out tonight? Su Qingzhou called several times from behind but got no answer. Meanwhile, Gao Wenyue was at the Gao family base outside, where the military wives from the family compound were also gathered. She spoke loudly, sisters-in-law, today I will teach you how to make canned yellow peaches. The pay for making canned peaches is only 8 mao a day. What? 8 mao? Wow, just 8 mao? Really? Everyone started chatting excitedly. They thought picking peaches for a few days already paid well, and now they were asked to work for just 8 mao a day. What was the difference from getting a pie from the sky? Gao Wenyue smiled and said, of course it's true. You can choose to get paid once a month or daily, it's up to you. This was her special care for the military wives. Yang Jing asked suspiciously, Wenyue, we've never heard of canned yellow peaches before, and we've never made them. Can we do it well? The low pay of 8 mao a day was tempting, but if they couldn't do a good job, it wouldn't affect Gao Wenyue's plans. Gao Wenyue smiled warmly and said, yes, I will personally teach you. I guarantee you will learn. Her confidence quickly spread to everyone, and they all started to smile. But in the next moment, Gao Wenyue put away her smile and said seriously, however, I need to tell you something in advance, so I'll say it straight. Seeing Gao Wenyue look so serious, everyone also stopped smiling and listened carefully, waiting for her to speak. Gao Wenyue said, I will teach you a secret recipe. Before you learn, you need to sign a contract to promise you won't share the recipe with anyone. She paused and looked at everyone, saying, if anyone leaks the secret in the future, they will have to pay a fine of $50,000.
$50,000?
Wow, I can't earn that much in my whole life. Gao Wenyue gave everyone time to discuss, so they could understand how serious this was. After a while, she said, so, please think carefully. If you agree to sign the contract, you can do this job. If you can't accept it, I won't force you. This tested everyone's morals. Gao Wenyue didn't want to blindly trust anyone. She believed only the high risk of the job could keep people honest. They whispered about this. At first, they didn't think much of it, but now that Gao Wenyue explained, they started to think seriously. Gao Wenyue said, I understand what you're thinking. You all believe you wouldn't do such a thing, and it's better if it never happens. I'm just saying, in case. After all, I will still be doing business in the future, and no one can predict what will happen. The contract is a way to keep everyone in check. It will stay with you for life. Of course, once you sign, you will work for Gao's company. You will become official employees. Someone asked, what does it mean to be an official employee? Will we always work here? Gao Wenyue nodded and said, yes, once you sign the contract, you will be a full member of Gao's company. For the first 3 months, you will earn 80 cents a day. After 3 months, you will be a regular employee earning $1 a day. As soon as she said this, there was a sudden buzz of surprise. Yang Jing was the first to say, Wenyue, I'll sign up. I'm definitely taking this job. Gao Wenyue smiled gently as she took out a contract and handed it to Yang Jing. She said, Sister-in-law, once you sign this contract, you'll be a formal employee of our Gao company. From now on, as long as you come to work on time, I will pay you monthly. Yang Jing smiled happily and said, Great, great, great. I've been earning money every day these past few days. I feel proud and energized. Yang Jing was the first to sign. She looked at the other military wives and asked, Are you signing too? Everyone looked at each other, hesitant. People in this era are honest and simple, but they also tend to be cautious. I can promise I won't cheat you, but I can't guarantee you won't cheat me. Everyone here has this worry. After all, 50,000 yuan is a big amount. If they accidentally lose that much, what should they do? At this moment, Gao Wenyue found it hard to speak. This was exactly the effect Gao Wenyue wanted. Deep worries would make everyone more secretive about the future. Yang Jing saw everyone's doubts and said proactively, Sisters, I have my thoughts. Listen and see if I'm right. She turned and pointed at Gao Wenyue, saying, Wenyue has been in the family compound for over a year. Everyone has seen what kind of person she is. She owns 2 shops, so there's no need to cheat us. Does she not know our family conditions? Then she looked at the other military wives and said, But if we want to earn money from others, we need to give them some assurance. In the past, apprentices swore not to reveal their skills. If we learn someone's secret recipes and earn their money, we can't betray our conscience. Anyway, I signed this contract. I promise I won't cheat Wenyue, and I believe she won't cheat me either. Yang Jing's words were firm, and the others nodded in agreement. Soon, someone echoed, Sister Yang is right, I'll sign too. Me too. I'll sign as well. Gao Wenyue nodded happily and announced, Then Sister Yang will be the team leader for everyone. If you have any questions, you can find her. Of course, you can also come to me. Gao Wenyue had long intended to bring someone like Yang Jing into her team. She was very influential and knew how to get along well. Yang Jing's face lit up with joy. She had even become a little leader. Gao Wenyue started making canned yellow peaches with everyone. Before beginning, the glass jars were already prepared. The sterilization process involved steaming the jars in a pot for 5 minutes, then letting them cool down for later use. First, she cut the peaches into pieces and soaked them in salt water to keep their color. This made the canned peaches look bright orange-yellow and taste sweeter. Next, she placed the jars filled with peaches and syrup into a pot of cold water. She boiled the water on high heat until it boiled, then simmered for 15 minutes. Gao Wenyue specifically told the wives that if the peaches were soft, they could reduce the steaming time. After cooking, the peaches needed to be sealed and stored. She tightened the lids while the jars were hot to create a vacuum inside, then turned the jars upside down to cool. In her canned peaches, she used white sugar, which made the peaches taste smoother and more refined. The wives watched in amazement. The white sugar cost only 0.78 yuan per jean, about 0.5 kilograms, but Gao Wenyue said to add 3 full tablespoons. In other families, they wouldn't use that much sugar in a month. Usually, people only add a little sugar to tea. Gao Wenyue emphasized, everyone, don't be stingy with the sugar. The jars must be filled with 3 big tablespoons of sugar. No less, no more. Yang Jing asked quickly, what happens if we add too little or too much? Gao Wenyue looked serious and said, if that happens, we won't keep the jars. It's okay if you make mistakes at first. But if you keep making mistakes after a few days of work, I'll have to deduct your wages. Making canned peaches isn't cheap. The cost of sugar alone is almost as much as pork. That's why Gao Wenyue has high standards for everyone. The wives looked worried and nodded carefully. They knew wasting the sugar was not allowed, and they couldn't afford to make such mistakes. Everyone silently promised to be very careful. The process of making canned peaches is simple, but it requires careful attention and precise timing. To help, Gao Wenyue asked Chen to hang several clocks on the kitchen and workshop walls so everyone could see the time easily. Gao Wenyue led the wives in busy, lively work. One jar after another of canned peaches was finished. The wives waited nervously for Gao Wenyue to check their work. The first batch of canned peaches needed to be inspected for quality. Gao Wenyue first picked up a spoon and tasted the sweet soup in the jar in front of her. Her tongue immediately filled with a gentle sweetness. She then scooped a piece of yellow peach and put it in her mouth. The fragrant sweetness of the yellow peach exploded on her tongue, filling her mouth with a fruity flavor that made Gao Wenyue smile naturally. This was Yongjing's homemade yellow peach preserves. Seeing the smile at the corner of Gao Wenyue's mouth, everyone knew that Yongjing had passed this test. Gao Wenyue carefully tasted each of the prepared yellow peach jars, and by the last one, all the jars from the first batch had passed quality checks. She smiled and said, "We can now seal the lids." The military wives cheered instantly, their faces full of excitement. Gao Wenyue turned to Chen Fong and reminded him, "Brother-in-law, store the sealed jars in a cool place." Chen Fong quickly nodded and replied, "Got it. The storage is all ready." Since they were using glass jars, Chen Fong even placed a layer of cotton-filled mats on the floor to prevent the jars from breaking. Gao Wenyue also saw the storage situation and nodded in agreement. It was the most cost-effective and convenient way to protect the jars. Chen Fong asked, "Boss, do we need to continue ordering glass jars from the factory?" The glass jars for the yellow peaches were designed by Gao Wenyue herself. After designing the shape, she asked Chen Fong to place an order with the glass factory. Gao Wenyue's design was a chubby, round glass bottle. Only she knew how much ordinary people loved this kind of jar. This type of jar would become popular across the country. The jars were not only cute and stylish, but also very practical. After finishing the yellow peaches, customers could use the jars as cups or for storing other items. When Chen Fong saw the glass jars, he immediately liked their practicality. He even wondered why they didn't just produce and sell these jars directly. Hearing Chen Fong's words, Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Continue production." Also, "Are the advertising posters from the printing factory ready?" Chen Fong replied, "They're printed. I'm about to go pick them up." Gao Wenyue said, "I'll go with you." Just as she finished speaking, Gao Wenyue was about to head outside. But Chen Fong was still standing in place. Gao Wenyue looked back, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Fong hesitated and said, "When I went to pick up the jars from the glass factory, I saw something unusual." Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow, waiting for Chen Fong to explain further. Originally, when Chen Fong took Gao Wenyue's design draft to the glass factory for customization, he was immediately warmly received by the factory's leaders. Now, the whole country promotes an open economy and major companies are looking for new opportunities. When the glass factory suddenly received a large order, they naturally regarded Chen Fong as a valued guest. The glass jars Gao Wenyue wanted to produce were not small in number. How many jars could be made from the mountain of yellow peaches? The order volume was obviously large. However, such a big business was entrusted entirely to Chen Fong. He knew this was Gao Wenyue training him to be capable on his own. Even Lu Anning said, "A Fong, you need to perform well on this order from the glass factory. Wenyue is focusing on developing your skills." Therefore, Chen Fong was very cautious about this cooperation with the glass factory. The more cautious he was, the more he observed. Chen Fong said, "After the glass jar samples passed quality checks, I ordered 1,000 units from Manager Huang. But when I went to pick up the goods yesterday, I found they had produced much more than that." Gao Wenyue looked at Chen Fong and asked, "What does that mean?" A sharp light appeared in Chen Fong's eyes. He analyzed, "We hadn't confirmed an increased order at that time, but the glass factory was already producing more. This suggests they might be selling some of the jars elsewhere, or using our design to produce their own products." Gao Wenyue showed approval and was pleased that Chen Fong had this awareness. It was a way of protecting Gao's company's research and development rights. The glass jars were designed by Gao Wenyue, and the right to use them belonged to Gao's company. Gao Wenyue asked, "What do you plan to do?" Before discussing this, Chen Fong had already thought of a solution. He had been waiting for Gao Wenyue to ask him this question. Chun Fong said, "This design had already been patented. I plan to take the patent certificate to negotiate with manager Huang. Either he stops producing this type of jar and compensates us with a usage fee, or he continues production and we agree on the future usage fee." The meaning was clear. The fee would be set depending on whether Gao Wenyue agreed to let the factory continue making the jars. It was a matter of asking for more or less. Gao Wenyue nodded. Before she could speak again, Chen Fong already offered a suggestion. He carefully chose his words and said, "I think the second option is better. That way, Gao's company can generate a new income. Plus, we just hired 17 new employees and their wages will be due soon. We need to keep more money in the account." In Chen Fong's view, Gao Wenyue made a lot of noise about producing canned yellow peaches, spending 10,000 yuan to lease the entire hillside. Now, Gao Wenyue has hired 17 new employees and a person named Zhou Qing. These workers need to be paid monthly, which adds to the costs. Of course, earning even a little more money is the goal. Gao Wenyue slightly smiled and said, "Then I'll listen to my brother-in-law. I'll leave this matter to you." Chen Fong was pleased, happy that his suggestion was accepted. He knew Gao Wenyue was good at business, and now that she trusted him, he couldn't help but laugh happily. After finishing the serious talk, Gao Wenyue said, "Brother-in-law, thank you for your hard work these days. It's thanks to you and my sister coming to help." Her kind words made Chen Fong's eyes water. This was not just family talk, it was recognition from his boss. During this time, Chen Fong worked very hard, even more than when he farmed in the countryside. He also realized how difficult it was for Gao Wenyue to run a business. But in return, Chen Fong found confidence. He discovered he could be capable. This poor boy was also talented. Gao Wenyue immediately saw that Chen Fong was different now. She fully considered him one of her own, part of Gao's company, not just a relative. For Chen Fong, this was the greatest recognition. He hurried to handle matters at the glass factory, while Gao Wenyue went alone to the printing factory. When the factory manager heard Gao Wenyue was coming, he took time to meet her. Being the manager of the printing factory meant he was well-educated. He had seen Gao Wenyue's promotional plans for the Gao's pickled vegetables before and was very interested in her. This time, the advertising slogans Gao Wenyue wanted to print touched a nerve with the manager. He couldn't help but say, "Boss Gao, it's a pity you're not a writer." This was the second time Gao Wenyue heard this. The first time was from He Ping's friend. Gao Wenyue modestly replied, "Thank you, manager. My skills are just average. I'm not that talented." The manager shook his head and said, "No, look at these 3 slogans. They don't mention sweet, but with the pictures and words, I can already imagine how sweet your canned yellow peaches are." Gao Wenyue ordered the printing of advertisements for the canned yellow peaches, with photos of the peaches and 3 slogans fitting the current style of promotion: Borderland Specialty, Yellow Peach Canned Fruit, 1 Bite of Yellow Peach, 1 Taste of Honey. These 3 slogans pleased the factory director greatly. Gao Wenyue thought it was mainly because her accompanying pictures were very attractive. Of course, the fruits from the border areas were sweet enough, making the canned yellow peaches delicious. When praised by the factory director, Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "In a few days, I'll have someone send over 2 cans for you to try." The factory director on the other side was surprised. Was he about to eat them? But then, in the next second, Gao Wenyue brought up the issue of costs. When talking about money, the 2 people who had just been getting along well suddenly became serious. Gao Wenyue felt that she preferred making money over being a writer. The factory director, who had just praised Gao Wenyue's talent, now realized that Gao Wenyue was truly a business-minded person at heart. Business people who prioritize profit are always like that. Unfortunately, since he was soft-spoken, the factory director offered Gao Wenyue a discount and also agreed to one of her requests. Just as Gao Wenyue left the printing factory, a man entered and headed straight for the director's office. Since Gao Wenyue had nothing urgent today, she went to the department store to buy some things, mainly for Lu Anning and Chen Fong's children, who had recently learned to walk. When Gao Wenyue entered the old shop, she noticed it was brighter than usual. It was usually clean, but today there were obvious new changes. Ma Chunhua saw Gao Wenyue and said, Wenyue, come and try to persuade Comrade Zhou. Gao Wenyue asked curiously, what's wrong with him? Ma Chunhua looked a bit troubled and said, he's too capable. Ma Chunhua considered herself a quick and diligent worker. When she first joined Gao's pickled food shop, she was eager to do all the work herself. But now, a person named Zhou Qing had come to the shop, and he was even more diligent than Ma Chunhua. Today was Zhou Qing's first day on the job. After delivering the goods, he started looking for tasks around the shop. The branch had already been thoroughly cleaned by Zhou Qing, and now he had come to the old shop. When Gao Wenyue reached the yard, she saw Zhou Qing scraping the ashes from the bottom of a pot in the center of the yard. Anyone who has cooked on a traditional stove knows that the ashes tend to build up at the bottom. If the layer gets too thick, it slows down cooking and wastes firewood. Ma Chunhua nodded towards Gao Wenyue and said, he's been busy all morning. He's finished cleaning everything that can be washed or scrubbed in the shop. Gao Wenyue quickly went over and said, Brother Zhou, take a break. When Zhou Qing heard Gao Wenyue's voice, he looked up and said, Sister-in-law has arrived. Don't come over, everything is dusty. I'll finish cleaning soon. Gao Wenyue had no choice but to wait for Zhou Qing to finish his work. Lu Anning, hearing Gao Wenyue's voice in the room, came out holding Chen Jiansheng. Chen Jiansheng saw Gao Wenyue and reached out eagerly, insisting that Gao Wenyue hold him. Gao Wenyue quickly reached out and said, Come here, Jiansheng, Andy will hold you. Lu Anning smiled and said he's calm now. If you hold him, he'll let you put him down on his own. Gao Wenyue gently shook the weight in her hands and smiled. Our Jiansheng has grown taller and chubbier. Chen Jiansheng happily babbled in his own childish language. Only he understood. Gao Wenyue touched Chen Jiansheng's head and asked, What are you saying? Do you remember, Auntie? Lu Anning replied, Of course he remembers. You bought him so many things. He can't forget you. This reminded Gao Wenyue of something. She pointed to the items she had just brought in and said, These are clothes and toys for Jiansheng. Big sister, please find time to wash the clothes. Children's clothes need to be washed before wearing. Lu Anning immediately scolded gently, Wenyue, why did you buy so many things again? No more clothes for Jiansheng. I can just sew some fabric into clothes for him. Gao Wenyue kept a slight smile, but said nothing. Clothes made at home are simple. They don't look as nice as those from the department store. The Lu family appreciated Gao Wenyue, and she remembered it. The others in the family didn't need her to do anything special. She just wanted to return this kindness to Chen Jiansheng. After all, she's the child's auntie, and it's right to buy him more things. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing's work was finished. Gao Wenyue said, I bought some vegetables. Let's all gather tonight. Welcome Brother Zhou to join our Gao family business. Zhou Qing was surprised and quickly said, Sister-in-law, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Gao Wenyue interrupted him, Brother Zhou, don't say anything. This was specially arranged by Xiangyi. He also said he would come after work to have a good drink with you. Ma Chunhua quickly said, Then we're lucky tonight. Thanks to Brother Zhou. Lu Anning smiled and said, Brother Zhou has worked all day. You should rest now. Ma Chunhua and Lu Anning both reached out and rolled up their sleeves, ready to start cooking dinner. Gao Wenyue waved her hand and said, You've worked all day. I'll cook dinner. You all rest. A few people in the yard immediately wanted to refuse, but Gao Wenyue had been busy all day. Who isn't tired? Gao Wenyue smiled gently and said, Elder Brother Zhou hasn't tasted my cooking yet. I'll show him what I can do. When it comes to Gao Wenyue's cooking skills, who among us dares to compare? Ma Chunhua smiled warmly and said, Then I can eat 3 big bowls of rice tonight. Zhou Qing silently watched the scene before him. His job was hard to come by, and before coming here, he had already decided Gao Wenyue was no longer just her brother's wife. She was his boss. But this boss had no airs at all. She even cooked herself to welcome him. This moved Zhou Qing deeply. Suddenly, he understood why Lu Xiangye, a man of 1,000-year-old iron tree, married Gao Wenyue so quickly after going home to visit relatives. Such a smart and beautiful girl, who is both elegant and skilled in the kitchen, and so kind-hearted. It's normal for Lu Xiangye to be attracted to her. Gao Wenyue had already started cooking dinner in the kitchen. She first prepared marinated peanuts, specifically for the men to enjoy with drinks. Then, Gao Wenyue began preparing the main meal for tonight. She cut the eel into sections and set it aside. After heating the pan and adding oil, she put in chopped green onions and red chili peppers. Then she added the eel and stir-fried it, pouring in white wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma. Soon, the fragrant smell of stir-fried eel filled the air. The people in the yard were already drooling from the tempting aroma, eagerly looking forward to dinner. Gao Wenyue prepared a table full of dishes, all waiting for Lu Xiangye to arrive. As night fell, Lu Xiangye finally arrived at the shop. He had been delayed by overtime at the army. Lu Anning couldn't help but say, "Xiangye, you're finally here." As soon as Lu Xiangye entered, he smelled the delicious food. He knew Gao Wenyue was in the kitchen. He immediately went to her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and whispered, "Wife, you worked hard." Gao Wenyue smiled and asked, "Do I get a reward?" Lu Xiangye nodded right away and said, "Of course." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but ask, "What kind of reward? What are you two whispering about? Can't you eat first?" Chen Fong watched Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye joking around, and even Lu Anning and Ma Chunhua stared at them. Gao Wenyue finally said, "Hurry up and eat. Everyone, please start." Ma Chunhua smiled and said, "Aren't you waiting for us? I thought you and your little wife were supposed to be as sweet as honey after your wedding. But you've already passed the honeymoon phase. Why are you still so clingy?" Lu Xiangye kept a tense face and didn't speak, but the redness at his ear betrayed his feelings at the moment. Even when teased by everyone, Lu Xiangye still held Gao Wenyue's hand without letting go. Gao Wenyue looked like a little woman now, leaning half her body on Lu Xiangye. Lu Anning was happy to see her brother and sister-in-law getting along well. She smiled with a sense of satisfaction. During the meal, everyone ate quickly and eagerly. As Gao Wenyue's business grew bigger, she cooked less often and everyone missed her cooking skills. That night, Lu Xiangye drank a lot. Since he was meeting his old friend Zhou Qing, they naturally drank happily. When Gao Wenyue helped Lu Xiangye home, he suddenly leaned in.
Ugh.
"Wife, here's your reward." Gao Wenyue didn't expect that the reward would be like this. That night, Lu Xiangye was especially enthusiastic. Gao Wenyue wanted him to rest well, but he kept talking about giving her a reward, so she decided to enjoy it. Now, Gao Wenyue was starting to like this. To be precise, she was falling in love with doing this with Lu Xiangye. After 2 hours, Gao Wenyue was exhausted and just wanted to sleep. Just as she was sinking into her pillow, a pair of big hands picked her up. Gao Wenyue opened her eyes slightly and saw Lu Xiangye carrying her to the bathroom. "I don't want to wash anymore." In the past 2 hours, Gao Wenyue experienced several difficult positions and was very tired. Lu Xiangye shook his head, slurring his words due to drunkenness. "No, you won't sleep well." At this moment, Lu Xiangye was speaking slowly, clearly very drunk. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile, feeling a little less sleepy. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Lu Xiangye's neck, asking him, "Lu Xiangye, who am I?" Lu Xiangye grinned and said, "My wife."
Who is your wife? Gao Wenyue.
"Do you love Gao Wenyue?" "Love." "Then do you love your wife?" "Love." "How can you love two people at the same time?" Gao Wenyue suddenly looked upset and said. Drunk Lu Xiangye looked confused, as if he was thinking. Gao Wenyue asked again, "So, do you love your wife more, or do you love Gao Wenyue more?" Lu Xiangye tilted his head and said, "Wife, you are Gao Wenyue, and Gao Wenyue is my wife." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but admire Lu Xiangye's thinking skills. Even when he was drunk, he didn't get confused. So, Gao Wenyue happily kissed Lu Xiangye on the cheek. The man who had just gone to the bathroom started to act mischievously again. Gao Wenyue felt like crying but couldn't, and quickly shouted, "Lu Xiangye, I don't want this anymore." Lu Xiangye, while kissing, said, "Wife, this is a reward." Gao Wenyue deeply suspected that Lu Xiangye was pretending to be drunk. The man, having succeeded, was smiling slightly at the corner of his mouth. The next morning, Gao Wenyu felt exhausted all over. She was now sure that Lu Xiangye hadn't been drunk last night. Thinking about how she had deliberately teased him last night, Gao Wenyu felt she was the one who had been played. Lu Xiangye, you're dead meat. Gao Wenyu angrily rolled around on the bed twice. Wife, are you pulling up your pants and pretending not to know me? Suddenly, Lu Xiangye's voice sounded in the room. Gao Wenyu froze, quickly looking toward the bedroom door. She saw Lu Xiangye leaning casually against the doorframe with his arms crossed. He was only wearing a white tank top and loose shorts, looking very cool. Gao Wenyue's sharp eyes caught the marks on Lu Xiangye's arms, red scratches made by her last night. Lu Xiangye looked at Gao Wenyue's gaze and, relaxed, said, "Not just these. Look here." As Lu Xiangye turned around, Gao Wenyu saw the red marks all over his back. His back was crisscrossed with red streaks, and on his right shoulder, there was a bite mark, something Gao Wenyu had bitten last night when she couldn't hold back. Gao Wenyue's cheeks instantly turned red. She had lost control last night, even herself. It was like an addiction, making her sink deeper into it. Seeing Gao Wenyue's fair face with a blush, Lu Xiangye couldn't help but tease, "I didn't expect it. My wife is not only fierce in business, but also impressive in private." Gao Wenyu pursed her lips, glancing at Lu Xiangye and said, "I'm happy to. And besides, who said they liked it last night? And who called me Little Heart? And who?" Gao Wenyu thought, "Well, let's just hurt each other." Lu Xiangye didn't argue further. He simply got into bed and held her in his arms. "Ugh, Lu Xiangye, you're so mean." A beautiful day begins with morning exercise. Gao Wenyu appeared at the Gao family base in the afternoon. The canned yellow peaches were being produced smoothly, and the advertising paper had already been delivered in the morning. When Chen Fong saw Gao Wenyu arrive, he quickly went over to report the progress. Chen Fong said, "The glass factory has already agreed. They want to produce our glass jars to sell externally, and will pay a usage fee." Gao Wenyu was holding a glass jar, a newly labeled canned yellow peach. The packaging instantly made the product look more upscale. Hearing Chen Fong, she turned back and asked, "How much do they want to pay?" Chen Fong replied, 800 yuan a year. Gao Wenyu shook her head and said, "If I'm not mistaken, they initially wanted to buy the rights outright for life, right? The glass factory originally offered 5,000 yuan for a one-time purchase, but Chen Fong refused, insisting on yearly payments." This matched Gao Wenyue's guess exactly. Chen Fong admired his boss's intelligence again. He was fully responsible for this matter. Even if Gao Wenyu wasn't involved in the process, she always predicted the results accurately. Gao Wenyu said, "Yearly payments are better than a one-time buyout, but we can also choose another way to cooperate." Chen Fong couldn't help but ask, "What way?" Gao Wenyu said, "Tell manager Huang that we are selling the design patent. The product sales volume will determine how much profit sharing we get." Chen Fong's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked uncertainly, "Profit sharing?" Gao Wenyu nodded and said, "Yes." Chen Fong trembled slightly and asked again, "How much profit sharing?" Gao Wenyu directly said, 10%. Chen Fong immediately relaxed. 10% was manageable. He had been worried Gao Wenyu would ask for a larger share. In Chen Fong's view, Gao Wenyu only created the design draft, and the glass factory put in effort and manpower. It seemed a bit unfair for her to take such a large share. Gao Wenyu saw what Chen Fong was thinking and explained, "Brother-in-law, don't underestimate this design draft. Without the original design, the later work and effort can't be done." After being pointed out, Chen Fong understood. It was the design draft that brought significant benefits. Otherwise, the glass factory wouldn't pay 5,000 yuan for the buyout. Chen Fong nodded and said, "That makes sense." Just as Gao Wenyu was about to leave, Chen Fong called her back. "Is there anything else?" Gao Wenyu asked curiously. This situation made Chen Fong feel a bit uneasy. He lowered his head and pointed to Gao Wenyue's neck, saying, "I advise you not to wander outside right now." Gao Wenyu was confused. She reached out and touched her neck in puzzlement. By this time, Chen Fong had already slipped away quietly. Gao Wenyue was not someone who ignored advice. Her instincts told her something was wrong. Soon, Yang Jing came over, asking Gao Wenyue about something. When Yang Jing saw Gao Wenyue, she smiled, and her smile had a hint of flirtation. Wenyue, you and Captain Lu still get along well. I didn't realize that although Captain Lu looks cold most of the time, he's actually quite warm toward you in private. While talking, Yang Jing kept her eyes fixed on Gao Wenyue's neck. At this moment, Gao Wenyue finally understood. She awkwardly cleared her throat, trying to shift the awkwardness. Fortunately, Yang Jing only made a teasing comment at first. Yang Jing said, "In the past 2 days, we've almost filled a warehouse with canned yellow peaches. Should we keep making more?" Gao Wenyue replied, "Keep going." Hearing this, Yang Jing left happily. Inside the base, the military wives' mood had shifted from happiness to worry. They had been worried from the start that Gao Wenyue's picked yellow peaches might not sell well. Now those peaches were being turned into canned peaches. Since the canned peaches had added sugar, they wouldn't be cheap. Who would buy so many cans? Not only the wives were worried, but also Hu Qingsheng. He was still guarding the remaining yellow peaches in Qinglin Mountain, but he was starting to feel anxious. Gao Wenyue decided not to sell the yellow peaches directly, but to sell the canned peaches instead. Only people inside Gao's company knew this news, but they were still worried. The cost of making canned peaches was higher, and would anyone buy them? While everyone was worried, Gao Wenyue bought 3 train tickets. When Gao Wenyue took Chen Fong and Zhou Qing on the train, the 2 men sitting opposite were confused. Chen Fong had already arranged a profit-sharing deal with the glass factory. When he suggested sharing the profits, the factory initially thought he was asking for too much. But later, considering the sales risks, they agreed. After settling the glass factory's matter, Chen Fong wanted to ask Gao Wenyue about selling the canned peaches. Once the peaches were canned, they couldn't just keep piling up in the warehouse, right? For Gao's company, selling the canned peaches was a top priority. But before Chen Fong could speak, Gao Wenyue took him onto the train heading to Beijing. Gao Wenyue sat calmly on the train, while the 2 men across from her could only suppress their curiosity. When they arrived at Beijing railway station, the 3 of them already felt tired and sore. Traveling from the border to Beijing by train, with transfers in between, made everyone exhausted, even if they just sat still. Gao Wenyue looked at the 2 men and said, "Let's get off and find a place to eat first. I'll take you to try Beijing roast duck." Not trying the roast duck when visiting Beijing would feel like missing out on the city. This was a popular online comment Gao Wenyue saw in her previous life, and she thought it made sense. The 3 of them weren't arriving empty-handed. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing each carried 2 large suitcases filled with canned yellow peaches. Chen Fong spoke up, "Let's find a guest house nearby to stay." Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. They shared the same idea. But Gao Wenyue said, "Let's go to the Municipal Party Committee guest house." Although the 2 men didn't understand, Gao Wenyue was the boss, and she was paying for the stay. They could only follow her instructions. The Beijing Municipal Party Committee guest house was now open to the public. It was very busy, as seen from the long lines. Gao Wenyue had already seen the advertisement at the entrance from afar. They also offered food delivery, but here, they sold sliced roast duck. The line slowly moved forward until it was their turn. Lu Wanting looked up and saw Gao Wenyue. Both women were dressed in blue today. Lu Wanting wore the navy blue work uniform of the guest house, while Gao Wenyue wore a stylish blue shirt. Young women always liked beautiful things, especially pretty clothes. Lu Wanting couldn't help but glance at Gao Wenyue again. She really looked nice. Lu Wanting asked, "Hello, would you like to book a few rooms?" Gao Wenyue replied, "Please help me book 2 adjoining rooms." Lu Wanting first looked behind Gao Wenyue at Chen Fong and Zhou Qing before saying, "We offer delivery service for all meals. Do you want to order?" Gao Wenyue asked, "How much is one set? What dishes are included?" Lu Wanting smiled and answered, 2.8 yuan per set. It includes sliced roast duck, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of soup. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing, standing behind Gao Wenyue, couldn't help but gape. Was roast duck really only 2.8 yuan per serving? Was food that expensive? Gao Wenyue said, "Thank you, but we don't need to order right now." Although Gao Wenyue really wanted to try the dishes at the Beijing guest house, she still remembered that she had just said she would take Chen Fong and Zhou Qing out to eat. Since it's also roast duck, the guest house's roast duck definitely can't compare to a restaurant outside. Lu Wanning didn't mind. Many people had asked about the meal prices and then given up. She was used to it. The two connected guest houses charged 2.5 yuan per night for each room, and Gao Wenyue paid for 5 days up front. The accommodation at the Beijing guest house wasn't expensive. They set the meal prices high. That was Gao Wenyue's first thought. In just a short time, several people said the meal was too expensive, and they wanted to try the taste anyway. After personally observing the business model here, Gao Wenyue felt she and He Ping could run border guest houses better. That was also an important reason why He Ping could rise so quickly. After dropping off their luggage, the three headed first to Beijing's famous Quanjude restaurant. As soon as Gao Wenyue entered, a waiter greeted her at the door, and the smell of roast duck hit her face. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing were visiting Beijing for the first time. Every Chinese person has a special feeling for Beijing. It's the capital. The waiter smiled and said, "Are you not locals? Would you like to try our traditional Beijing roast duck?" Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you know we're not locals?" The waiter led Gao Wenyue to a table and said, "Locals usually sit down and order directly. Only outsiders find it interesting to look around and see what dishes others are eating." Gao Wenyue thought the waiter was funny. She directly said, "Yes, we are outsiders. Please recommend some dishes for us." The waiter quickly replied, "In that case, I suggest you order 2 roast ducks and some pancake skins. 1 duck, 2 ways to eat." Chen Fong, curious, asked, "What does 1 duck, 2 ways to eat mean?" The waiter explained, "It means slicing the duck meat, wrapping it in bean curd skin, and eating it. The duck bones are boiled into a rich old duck soup." Gao Wenyue waved her hand and said, "Bring us 4 roast ducks." Chen Fong and Zhou Qing were adult men. 1 roast duck each wouldn't be enough for them. Moreover, they hadn't eaten anything since morning. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he kindly reminded her, "Young lady, 1 roast duck costs 15 yuan. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Okay, then give us 4 roast ducks." Zhou Qing immediately stopped the waiter, saying quickly, "Little sister. Wenyue, that's too many." Chen Fong nodded repeatedly. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Not much. I'm so hungry now I could eat a whole cow." The waiter also noticed this. Since Gao Wenyue was paying for the meal today, he couldn't help but leave a generous impression of her. In fact, Chen Fong and Zhou Qing had long experienced Gao Wenyue's generosity. Just moments ago, the two men were talking about how much they wanted to eat, but once the roast duck arrived, they stopped talking. The roast duck was simply too fragrant. Gao Wenyue also started eating. In her past life, when she tasted authentic Beijing roast duck, she was already a wealthy lady. That time, Lu Chongfu wanted to bring his furniture business to Beijing and needed to negotiate a big deal. Gao Wenyue accompanied Lu Chongfu to Beijing for business, and while she was busy negotiating, Lu Chongfu was enjoying food and drinks in Beijing. The roast duck Gao Wenyue ate was packed up by Lu Chongfu because he couldn't finish it. The cold duck naturally wasn't as delicious as the hot, steaming duck in front of her. Chen Fong couldn't help but sigh. This roast duck is really delicious. Zhou Qing had something in his mouth and couldn't speak clearly. He just nodded repeatedly. Gao Wenyue agreed and said, "It's better than before." Chen Fong was curious and asked, "Before? Wenyue, have you been to Beijing before?" Gao Wenyue paused, then slightly smiled and said, "It's better than the duck back home." Chen Fong said, "Yeah, I wonder how many days this roast duck can last. I want to bring 1 back for Aining to try." Zhou Qing, swallowing his roast duck, also said, "I want to take 1 home for my family to taste." Even though the roast duck cost 15 yuan, both wanted to bring 1 for their loved ones. When the waiter heard this, he took the initiative to say, "We can pack it to go. We use sealed bags, and it's fine for 3 or 4 days." Chen Fong and Zhou Qing's faces lit up, and they quickly asked, "How much does the packed roast duck cost?" The waiter smiled and said, 16 yuan. Both looked pained but decided to take 1 when leaving. Gao Wenyue found it amusing and didn't say anything. All 4 roast ducks were finished by the 3 of them. The 2 men who had just said they couldn't finish their food now looked at each other with their stomachs full. Gao Wenyue didn't say anything. After the meal, she took Chen Fong and Zhou Qing back to the guest house. After lunch, there weren't many people left in the guest house. Lu Wanting was sitting at the front desk resting her feet. Gao Wenyue approached and said, "Comrade, I want to ask you about something." Lu Wanting still remembered Gao Wenyue. She smiled and said, "It's you. Go ahead." Gao Wenyue asked, "Among all the big organizations in Beijing, which one has the best benefits?" Lu Wanting looked her up and down and asked, "Are you here in Beijing to find a job?" Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "No, I'm here to do business." Lu Wanting was puzzled and asked, "What kind of business? Why do you need to know which organization has the best benefits?" Gao Wenyue explained, "It's a food business. I want to sell things to people, so naturally, I want to see who has the buying power." Lu Wanting's eyes were clear. Such a person would be good in the service industry. From her observations earlier that morning, Gao Wenyue seemed kind. She didn't show impatience when faced with an elderly person's endless questions. This was also the main reason Gao Wenyue decided to ask Lu Wanting for information. Her intuition told her Lu Wanting could help her. Hearing Gao Wenyue's words, Lu Wanting thought she made a lot of sense. Without hesitation, Lu Wanting said, "When it comes to purchasing power, the machinery factory is the best. The workers there are relatively well off. As for where it's easier to sell things, the textile factory is a good choice. The female workers are many and young, and they're willing to spend on food. For benefits, the trade union is the best. They give out the most supplies each year, like rice and oil and several other items." Gao Wenyue had thought about these questions before, but her guesses weren't as detailed as Lu Wanting's. Lu Wanting worked at a guest house and was part of the system, so she naturally knew about different industries. Gao Wenyue's earlier words were just a preamble. After this conversation, she and Lu Wanting had become somewhat familiar. Gao Wenyue politely thanked her and then left. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing were sitting in the room, worried. In front of them was a can of yellow peaches. Gao Wenyue knocked and entered, seeing the 2 grown men with worried faces. She knew what they were upset about. They had come to Beijing, but they didn't know how to sell the yellow peaches. Even if they managed to sell the peaches they had, what about the ones in the warehouse? Gao Wenyue said, "Everyone, cheer up. Tomorrow, I'll take you to sell the peaches." The next morning, Gao Wenyue headed straight to the trade union. At the entrance, she looked around outside, trying to find the right moment. The 3 of them stayed at the trade union entrance all morning but couldn't find a good opportunity. Gao Wenyue kept her eyes fixed on the entrance, her expression serious. She was so focused that the 2 beside her didn't dare to disturb her. Chen Fong whispered to Zhou Qing, "What exactly are we waiting for?" Qing Yi also looked at the door and said, "An appropriate opportunity." Chen Fong sighed quietly in his heart. He also knew he was waiting for an opportunity, but what exactly was this opportunity? Suddenly, Gao Wenyue stood up abruptly. Chen Fong and Qing Yi quickly stood up as well. "Stay here," Gao Wenyue said before leaving. At the entrance of the Beijing General Union, a middle-aged woman was anxiously standing at the door. She was in a hurry to go out, but unfortunately, her black leather shoes had broken heels. Going home to get new shoes would be too late, and borrowing shoes from colleagues at the office wasn't an option because her shoe size was different from theirs. Wearing broken shoes outside would also be inappropriate and impolite. Gao Wenyue approached and asked, "Hello, do you need help?" Huang Li looked up and saw a young woman about her daughter's age, smiling kindly at her. This made Huang Li involuntarily say, "My shoe heel is broken, and I need to go out soon. I'm quite worried." Gao Wenyue looked down at Huang Li's shoes, which were black leather shoes with broken heels. She asked, "Annie, what shoe size do you wear?"
Huang Li replied et, "Size 37.
Huang Li was a bit shorter than Gao Wenyue, but among women, she was quite tall. Her colleagues were generally shorter and wore size 35 shoes. When the union had distributed benefits before, they had given out leather shoes, and as the head of procurement, Huang Li naturally knew everyone's shoe sizes. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, What a coincidence. I happen to wear size 37 shoes. Today, Gao Wenyue was also wearing a pair of black leather shoes. Looking closely, their shoes looked quite similar. Huang Li's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Gao Wenyue hopefully and said then, Her good upbringing made her hesitant to ask to borrow shoes. Nowadays, a pair of shoes wasn't cheap. Everyone usually wore the same pair when going out. If she borrowed someone else's shoes, what would they wear? She certainly couldn't give her broken shoes to others to wear. Gao Wenyue's smile grew broader. She kindly said, Auntie, you can wear my shoes to handle your errands. Huang Li was first surprised, then shook her head and said, That wouldn't be proper. Gao Wenyue said, Aren't you in a hurry to go out? I am waiting here for you. Please return my shoes after you finish your work. Huang Li looked at her watch. It was already 1:12 p.m. She needed to be at the government meeting by 2 p.m., so she couldn't delay any longer. After a brief hesitation, Huang Li quickly took off her shoes and said, Comrade, may I borrow your shoes to wear for a while? I will return them when I come back. Gao Wenyue swiftly took off her shoes and kindly said, Please ride slowly and be careful. Huang Li nodded quickly and left. As she rode her bike forward, she turned back and called out, Comrade, thank you. Please wait for me to return. Gao Wenyue confidently replied, Got it. After Huang Li left, Gao Wenyue picked up her damaged black leather shoe. Only the right shoe's heel was broken. It could be repaired. Not far away, Chen Fong and Zhou Qing looked surprised. From their perspective, they saw Gao Wenyue take off her good shoes and give them to someone else to wear, leaving behind the broken shoes, smiling as if she had found treasure. Gao Wenyue was indeed very happy. She had been waiting at the entrance of the General Workers' Union for most of the day, waiting for the right moment. It was effortless to get what she wanted. Gao Wenyue felt very lucky today. She thought she would have to wait several days for this opportunity, but unexpectedly, she found it so soon. Coincidentally, her shoe size was the same as that person's. If she didn't help, who would? Meanwhile, Huang Li, riding her bike, was also thinking about this. She felt lucky today too, as someone had helped her when she left home. Oh no, I forgot to ask that comrade's name, and also forgot to tell her my name. Huang Li suddenly said, annoyed. Gao Wenyue didn't continue wearing those shoes. She simply walked on barefoot, wearing socks. Time passed second by second, and night began to cover the land. Gao Wenyue was still waiting across from the General Workers' Union. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing sat silently, waiting as well. They had initially been sitting at a small restaurant across the street. As it got later, the restaurant owner was preparing to close. Gao Wenyue sat on the steps, determined to wait for that person. The atmosphere was very quiet. Seeing that the two behind her looked tired, she took the initiative to speak. That person earlier works at the union. If we can get on her boat, maybe she can help us. Chen Fong had already guessed this and quickly asked, Are you planning to sell the canned peaches to the union people? Qing Zhou then said, The General Trade Union should just be the first step. There will be other organizations involved later, right? Wen Yugao nodded and replied, Exactly. This is only the first move. Fong Chen couldn't help but ask, Why do we have to start with the General Trade Union? Gao Wenyue looked back at Fong Chen and Zhou Qing and said, You should know the story of how Gao's marinated vegetables started. Now, our most profitable businesses are those two marinated vegetable shops. Their success is closely linked to the municipal guest house. Relying on the government increases our chances of success. With the success of Gao's marinated vegetable shops, Gao Wenyue thought about applying the same approach to Gao's canned goods. She named her canned goods Gao's canned goods, still under the umbrella of the Gao enterprise. Fong Chen and Zhou Qing understood this logic naturally. They were surprised by Gao Wenyue's confidence. She was willing to do things most people wouldn't dare to try. If it were someone else, who would think of selling yellow peaches to government agencies? Who would stand outside the General Trade Union all day? Gao Wenyue didn't mind their doubts. In her past life, she had waited countless times just to get an order. As long as she had enough courage and was willing to take risks, she knew she could secure the deal. She said, Remember, when doing business, you have to be brave enough to show your face and be patient with your customers. Fang Chen and Zhou Qing took this advice deeply to heart, and only then did they feel truly at ease. Initially, they thought finding customers outside the General Trade Union was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But now, after seeing Gao Wenyu's performance that day, they started to believe she might actually land this deal. Even if she didn't succeed, with her determination and perseverance, the yellow peaches in the warehouse would definitely sell. Encouraged by Gao Wenyu's words, Fang Chen and Zhou Qing began to feel more confident. Unfortunately, just as things were looking up, bad weather arrived. Light rain started falling, and the wind picked up. Gao Wenyu stood up and moved toward the eaves of a nearby shop. The three of them lined up and continued waiting in the bad weather. Every success behind such efforts is something only they can truly understand. At this moment, Gao Wenyu's image in Fang Chen and Zhou Qing's minds grew even stronger. Especially Zhou Qing, who initially only thought Gao Wenyu was pretty. It was normal for a good friend like Lu Xiangye to be attracted to her, men naturally like beautiful women. Later, Zhou Qing also thought Gao Wenyu was very sharp in business and quick tact. Now, Zhou Qing was impressed by Gao Wenyu's strong willpower. It was a kind of stubborn resilience that many soldiers do not have. In the dark night, a figure hurriedly approached. "Hey, has everyone left?" Huang Li looked down in disappointment, realizing she had missed her appointment. This meeting lasted 10 hours, which caused Huang Li to miss her appointment. After the meeting, Huang Li rushed to the General Union. Even though it was raining outside, she rode her bike through the rain to get there. Opposite her, 3 people suddenly stood up. They had finally arrived.
"Auntie."
Gao Wenyu simply called out. There was no need for more words. Both sides kept their promises. Trust between people was not broken. Huang Li suddenly smiled. She felt both disappointed and relieved. She was disappointed she didn't see Gao Wenyu, but relieved that the person helping her wasn't caught in the heavy rain. At this moment, Huang Li's face showed a look of admiration. She was surprised that this young girl had waited so long just because of a promise. "Comrade, you're all wet. Come inside quickly." Huang Li wanted to bring Gao Wenyu into the General Union. Under the eaves opposite, Chen Fang and Zhou Qing were standing. They exchanged glances with Gao Wenyu, signaling her not to worry about them. In fact, Gao Wenyu didn't pay attention to them. Since she had a chance to enter the General Union, she naturally wouldn't refuse. When Huang Li led Gao Wenyu into the procurement office, Gao Wenyu couldn't help but smile. As expected, someone who left for a meeting around 1 p.m. was definitely not an ordinary employee. Huang Li opened the door and said, "This is my office. There are clean clothes inside.
"Comrade, you should change."
After entering, Huang Li went to get a towel. She handed a faded, washed-out towel to Gao Wenyu. Gao Wenyu took the towel and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Huang Li smiled and said, "I should be thanking you. You really helped me a lot today." Huang Li then noticed that the young girl was holding a bag and wearing different shoes. Seeing Huang Li's eyes fixed on her feet, Gao Wenyu explained, "I bought a new pair of shoes myself." "These are your shoes. They have been repaired." Huang Li exclaimed and took the bag, pulling out the shoes inside. The black leather shoes, which had broken heels in the afternoon, now looked perfect and well-maintained, shining much brighter than before. Huang Li quickly said, "How much?" "I'll pay you." Huang Li didn't expect Gao Wenyu to be such a kind-hearted girl. Her impression of Gao Wenyu improved even more. When Gao Wenyu came out of the General Union again, she was holding a large black umbrella, which Huang Li had given her. By this time, the rain had stopped, but Huang Li insisted on giving the umbrella to Gao Wenyu. Gao Wenyu took it easily. They walked to the entrance of the General Union. Huang Li said proactively, "Xiao Gao, it's not safe for you to go alone to the guest house. I'll take you there." After a few words in the office, Huang Li learned that Gao Wenyu was from out of town. She thought Gao was a tourist visiting Beijing. Gao Wenyu shook her head and said, "Auntie, no need. My brothers are waiting for me." While speaking, Gao Wenyu pointed to Chen Fang and Zhou Qing standing under the eaves. Huang Li finally saw them and looked apologetic, saying, "Sorry for wasting your time." Gao Wenyu smiled and signaled it was okay. She raised the black umbrella and said, "Annie Huang, I'll come back tomorrow to return the umbrella. Huang Li quickly said, all right, no rush. When the time comes, I'll tell the security guard, and you can come directly to my office. Until Huang Li's figure disappeared, Chen Fong and Zhou Qing walked over, both looking excited at Gao Wenyue. At this moment, the three of them were soaked through. Gao Wenyue had just thought, luckily she was wearing a dark blue outfit today. Its deep color made it hard to see any underwear lines. Even so, when they were hiding from the rain under the eaves, Chen Fong and Zhou Qing instinctively turned their heads to the side in silent agreement. Gao Wenyue said, let's go back to the guest house first. Even in summer, getting soaked outside isn't comfortable, so the three hurried to the guest house. After taking a shower, Gao Wenyue grabbed a towel to dry her hair. She was dressed in casual clothes because she had a talk with those two later and couldn't wear pajamas. The two people in the next room were also dressed neatly and waiting at the door. They were waiting for Gao Wenyue. They opened the door to talk, so everyone felt comfortable. Zhou Qing couldn't wait and asked, Wenyue, did you make a connection? Gao Wenyue smiled and said, not so fast. Things like this need to develop gradually. Chen Fong smiled and said, there should be good news then. The smile at the corner of your mouth can't be hidden. Gao Wenyue chuckled and asked, is it that obvious? Chen Fong and Zhou Qing nodded heavily and said, yes. Gao Wenyue no longer beat around the bush. She directly said, that woman, Huang Li, is the director of the procurement office at the General Trade Union. The two men opposite her gasped in surprise, staring at Gao Wenyue in disbelief. What kind of good luck does Gao Wenyue have? She spent a whole day at the General Trade Union and finally met the director of the procurement office. Interestingly, both men wore the same shoe size, and Gao Wenyue helped the other person just like that. Huang Li owed Gao Wenyue a favor, so when they discuss future cooperation, it will likely be easier for her than for ordinary people. Chen Fong sighed. I have to admit, there's a big difference between people. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, don't be silly. Tomorrow, I will go alone to find Huang Li. You two can go to the textile and machinery factories to gather some information. They quickly agreed. It looked like they were planning to expand their business. Gao Wenyue quickly assigned tasks and then went to the room next door. Back in her room, Gao Wenyue finally took off her clothes and changed into a new set of pajamas to sleep. The weather after the rain was especially clear and sunny. When Gao Wenyue appeared in the courtyard of the guest house, she saw Lu Wanning standing there, breathing in the fresh air. Wanning, good morning. Lu Wanning turned around quickly when she heard the voice. Seeing Gao Wenyue, she smiled, her two little dimples very adorable. Wenyue, good morning. Are you not going out today? Lu Wanting asked curiously. Gao Wenyue waved the black umbrella she was holding and said, I was about to go out. I borrowed an umbrella yesterday because it rained when I went out. I was just about to return it. Lu Wanting casually glanced at the umbrella in Gao Wenyue's hand, then exclaimed, isn't this the umbrella from the General Trade Union? Did you borrow it from there? Gao Wenyue asked in surprise. How do you know it's from the trade union? It's worth noting that the umbrella had no visible markings. Gao Wenyue even checked it carefully last night when she hung it to dry. Lu Wanting smiled and pointed at the handle, saying, there's a red here, representing the sun. It's a common mark used by the trade union. Gao Wenyue suddenly realized. She hadn't noticed such a tiny detail, a small red. A sudden thought flashed through her mind, but unfortunately, it was too quick, and she didn't catch it. Lu Wanting wanted to say more, but remembered her elder's usual advice at home. She hesitated and swallowed her words. The two of them had a brief, friendly chat in the yard. Lu Wanting was very enthusiastic and recommended many traditional Beijing specialty shops to Gao Wenyue. Lu Wanting whispered to Gao Wenyue, luckily, you didn't order our guest house's set meal yesterday. I tell you, that meal was terrible. Gao Wenyue softly asked, it's so expensive but not tasty? Lu Wanting nodded and said, exactly. Actually, a set meal costing 2.8 yuan isn't very high in Beijing. If it were really delicious, people would still buy it. People who can afford to stay at the Beijing Municipal Guest House are not short of money. Some guests, busy with work, might not have time to go elsewhere for special dishes like Peking duck. The guest house's set meal is just right for these customers. Those visiting Beijing often want to try the famous Peking duck. Many guests, thinking this way, ordered the guest house's Peking duck set meal. But after the first time, no one ordered it again. Lu Wanning said, they try to imitate border goose houses, but they don't realize that our Gao family's marinated dishes are even enjoyed by leaders like Deng. What do they have? Their Peking duck is so bad, the portions are small, and it's not cheap either. It's a miracle if they can sell it. Gao Wenyue burst out laughing. At first, Lu Wanning seemed quiet and reserved, but now she was a bit lively. Who talks like that about their own guest house? It shows that the guest house's set meals really aren't good. Lu Wanning stuck out her tongue and said, don't laugh.
Just pretend you didn't hear that.
Don't tell anyone, okay? Gao Wenyue nodded and said, got it. By the way, do you know Gao's marinated dishes shop? Gao Wenyue ignored the main point she just heard. Lu Wanting naturally replied, of course I do. They're my idols. The owner is a woman. She's really impressive. Border goose houses have become a successful example of reform and opening up, and many cities are copying their model. That's why the Beijing guest house can offer set meals. Gao Wenyue didn't expect to find a little fan among them. Seeing Lu Wanting's eager expression, Gao Wenyue took out a can of yellow peach preserves from her bag. Wanting, this is a specialty from Xinjiang. Here, try a can and taste it, she said, handing the can to Lu Wanting. Lu Wanting was surprised for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Wenyue, you're from the border region? No, I can't accept your gift. Aren't you selling things? Is this the thing you're planning to sell? How much does it cost? I'll pay you. The canned yellow peaches look quite tasty. Lu Wanting was drawn to the canned peaches. The bright orange-yellow color was very pretty, and the peaches inside looked tempting, especially since the packaging said, 1 bite of peach, 1 taste of honey. Lu Wanting couldn't help but wonder, is it really a bite of honey when she takes a bite of the peach? Gao Wenyue simply said, you'll find out after you try it. Gao Wenyue naturally didn't take Lu Wanting's money. This innocent and kind girl had helped her in a subtle way, so she decided to treat her to a jar of the canned peaches as a thank you gift. When Gao Wenyue stood outside the union office with a few jars of peaches, she took a deep breath. Before coming to Beijing, Lu Xiangye had said he could help connect her with someone. He was referring to a high-ranking official he had once helped. But Gao Wenyue refused. She believed that relationships could fade over time. The favor Lu Xiangye had risked his life to earn had already been used once on her. She didn't want to waste this opportunity again. To Gao Wenyue, this was her own business. She wanted to succeed through her own efforts. Maybe with Lu Xiangye's help, she could find an easier way to succeed. But she also saw this as a mischance. She wanted to leave that rare opportunity for Lu Xiangye. If Lu Xiangye could make that request, Gao Wenyue was already happy. She was confident she could win this deal on her own. Hello, sir. I'm here to see Aunt Huang Li from the procurement office, Gao Wenyue said cheerfully to the guard at the union gate. The guard was lounging on a chair, reading a newspaper, and lazily glanced at her when he heard her words, but he didn't move at all. Gao Wenyue kept smiling and said, my name is Gao Wenyue. I made an appointment with Aunt Huang to meet her today. Only then did the guard react. He suddenly stood up and asked kindly, are you Gao Wenyue? Gao Wenyue nodded and said, yes, I am Gao Wenyue. The guard approached her and said friendly, I know. Director Huang mentioned you.
Come in.
The gate at the union was then opened by the guard. As Gao Wenyue stepped inside, the guard smiled and said, young lady, the procurement office is in the building at the front. Walk straight down this path, and you'll get there. Gao Wenyue also smiled and replied, thank you, sir. I know the way. Aunt Huang has shown me before. The guard's smile grew wider, and he said, are you related to Director Huang? I haven't seen you before. The suspicion in this conversation is obvious. The union offers many benefits and good perks, but there are also many hidden dealings. When it comes to procurement matters, even the security guard's gossip is almost revealed. Gao Wenyue said casually, I just got back last night. Maybe you didn't notice me. Although the middle-aged man in front of her is just a security guard, Gao Wenyue always treats guards from major organizations with respect, especially since this man works for the union. Gao Wenyue saw Huang Li at the procurement office. She was still wearing the same black leather shoes from yesterday. Huang Li was happy to see Gao Wenyue and said with a smile, "Xiao Gao, where did you get these shoes fixed? They feel more comfortable than before." Gao Wenyue explained, "Did these shoes hurt your feet before? The craftsman fixed the heel for you yesterday."
Huang Li Sudanli realiza.
Gao Wenyue returned the black umbrella and also handed her 2 cans of yellow peach preserves. When Huang Li saw the cans, her face changed instantly. She asked seriously, "Xiao Gao, what are you doing?" Gao Wenyue pretended not to notice Huang Li's changed expression and said calmly, "And Huang, this is a specialty from our border region. Would you like to try it?" Seeing Gao Wenyue so composed, Huang Li finally realized her reaction was too intense.
It was an instinctive response.
Both she and her husband hold important positions, and many people come to them for help. They never accept bribes or ask for favors. Huang Li shook her head, feeling she had been overwhelmed by gift-giving. These 2 cans of yellow peaches are hardly considered gifts. Gao Wenyue remembered that Huang Li was probably very honest and straightforward, so even small gifts might be unwelcome. This matched her guess. Her office was very simple, which was fitting for her personality. As the head of the procurement office at the capital's union, her office only had a plain desk, a face-washing stand, a hot water bottle, and a peeling paint on the filing cabinet. It showed that Huang Li was quite poor. It's understandable that a government official could be so modest. Despite Gao Wenyue repeatedly saying that these were just local specialties, Huang Li insisted on not accepting them. She warmly invited Gao Wenyue to her house for dinner, and Gao Wenyue happily agreed. "Xiao Gao, are you visiting Beijing from the border region?" Huang Li started a casual chat. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "No, I am here to do business." Huang Li thought she had heard wrong and looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise. Today, Gao Wenyue was wearing a bright, stylish dress. She looked like a young, pretty girl, and it wouldn't be wrong to say she was a student. But such a beautiful young girl, said she came to Beijing to do business. Huang Li, having lived this long, knew the saying that appearances can be deceiving. She was just curious and asked, "It's hard to tell, but you're so young and coming to Beijing for business. What kind of business do you do?" Gao Wenyue confidently pointed to the canned yellow peaches on the table and said, "I sell these yellow peaches." In the small office, the sudden silence felt a bit strange. At this moment, Huang Li's eyes were sharp. She even started to suspect that Gao Wenyue's helpful gesture yesterday was deliberate. As the director of the procurement office, many manufacturers would come to her. Who wouldn't want to get close to the procurement office's power? Every year, the General Union orders gifts for many people and often holds consolation activities. The items chosen for procurement naturally earned a lot of money. That's also why Huang Li was cautious about accepting gifts. She knew that a small mistake could ruin her career forever. Gao Wenyue then said, "Aunt Huang, you don't need to doubt me. Yesterday, I was specifically waiting outside the General Union's door. I just wanted to try my luck and see if I could sell our yellow peaches." She added, "You shouldn't think I'm trying to get close to you just because I helped you a little yesterday. If it had been someone else, I would have helped them too." Her eyes looked sincere when she said this. Huang Li didn't know what to say. She didn't expect Gao Wenyue to admit it so openly.
Sudanli, Huang Li smilat.
She understood now. She realized that it was okay for a young girl to try to sell her products. But she knew she was about to disappoint Gao Wenyue. Huang Li said, "That's 2 different things. Helping me out is one thing, but selling your products is another." Gao Wenyue immediately smiled. Huang Li's words showed she had cleared her doubts and worries. But then, Huang Li said, "Your yellow peaches won't sell here." Gao Wenyue instinctively asked why. Huang Li explained, "Yesterday, I attended a meeting at the municipal committee. Everyone has already decided on the welfare gifts for nearly a year, and the partners are also set." Gao Wenyue was stunned. She understood now. It's not that Huang Li no longer has doubts or reservations, but she no longer needs to analyze the truth behind this matter. Because selling canned peaches is not going to work. Gao Wenyue's disappointment was only momentary. She quickly focused on the key point and asked, Are you talking about the direction? Has it been decided yet? Huang Li simply kept smiling and didn't reply. When a group of leaders make a decision in a meeting, who would want to overturn it? It's a thankless task. Gao Wenyue took the 2 cans of canned peaches and left, while Huang Li insisted she didn't want her things. Outside the General Union building, Gao Wenyue aimlessly wandered the old Beijing streets. At this moment, Gao Wenyue felt a bit regretful. She wished she had come to Beijing earlier, and if she had discussed the canned peaches with Huang Li before her meeting, maybe Huang Li could have directly presented the peaches as a gift to the leaders at yesterday's meeting. Gao Wenyue was confident in her canned peaches. She believed their taste would win everyone's support. But she was a step too late. Gao Wenyue reached an alley entrance and saw a small black dog, soaked and struggling in a puddle. It was in a pothole, filled with rainwater from last night's rain. The little black dog, for some reason, kept crouching in the puddle. It was dirty and trembling, soaked by the rain. Gao Wenyue was puzzled. If it was cold, why didn't it get out of the water? As she approached, she saw clearly. It turned out the little black dog's leg was injured, with blood on the joint. It wasn't that the dog didn't want to stand up. It couldn't because it was hurt. The dog tried to lift its leg again, but its injured leg still couldn't cross the puddle. When the dog failed again, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but want to help it. Don't help it. Let it get up on its own. A stern voice came from behind. Gao Wenyue turned to see an elderly man with white hair standing at the alley entrance, watching. Old Beijing alleys are all surrounded by buildings, facing each other. Gao Wenyue was on one side, the old man on the other. Their eyes met, and the little black dog tried to stand again.
Bang!
The dog fell down again. On its 4th attempt, the dog finally managed to step out of the puddle. The old man then said, "This is a stray dog. You can help it once, but not for its whole life. Only it can cross this obstacle itself, and then it will realize how strong it really is." Gao Wenyue suddenly smiled. Before there was any result, all attempts were meaningful. Everything is possible. Gao Wenyue slightly bowed to the old man and said, "Sir, thank you for your guidance." She left a can of yellow peaches for the old man, saying, "Try our Xinjiang specialty canned peaches." The old man looked at the can of yellow peaches again and again. Gao Wenyue appeared again at the entrance of the General Union, successfully stopping Huang Li. She smiled and said, "Annie Huang, didn't you say you would invite me to your house for a meal?"